anything like that. It's just not where you'd prefer to start.
Right. Yeah, it's not so bad where you just can't draft a functional deck. You can have a solid playable deck in any color combination, but if you want to start somewhere, you kind of want to be blue or black.
That's
Shuffle
right.
and pass 14 cards to your left.
And I got to say, you know, taking a sweeper, there's multiple sweepers in the set, but that is probably the second best one.
Pick up the cards. You have 40
fantastic
seconds.
for Reed to kick off his draft. Let's see what he's going to pick up next here. Oh, there's Niv Mizzet. I would have my eye on that, but I think most players wouldn't.
You know,
Gift
at
of
the
Completion.
Pro Tour?
All right, he picked up a Gift of Completion in black as the best color in his color.
Right.
There is a Dust Legion Duelist, though. See, this is where I'm talking about, Paul. That got past him
지금
from
드랩
Autumn,
픽 중.
but Brennan's the one who very likely took Elishnorn.
Right.
So he doesn't want to falsely take that as a signal here.
Yeah, and not only that, Dust Legion Duelist is great in the counter strategy, and when you talk about black-white, that's not especially kind of where you want to be. Typically, the counter strategy involves being red-white or green-white.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could make the
Shuffle and
argument
pass
that Gift of
13
Completion is
cards
just
to your
better.
left.
Right?
Like,
absolutely.
full stop,
And
and,
you
then,
first
and then
pick
the
a black
fact that
card.
it's a black card means it's not even close. So,
이거
Gift of
근데 왜
Completion,
슬리버스
very
씌워져
solid
있어요?
follow-up here for
You have
Duke.
35
Two good
seconds.
picks. Now
이게
this is
무슨
where
일이야?
things get interesting. Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, so he actually does get a few white cards coming through here.
Right, but that makes sense, right? It's like first pick Elishnorn, and then there was probably a steal in that pack.
Yes.
No way Autumn's going to take that, right?
Because Autumn saw the same thing that
Right,
Reed
exactly.
did. Kind of interesting how that works.
Right.
But Nezumi Informant is pulled to the front. Super solid comment.
5
Also,
seconds.
인상하다.
that is such a Reed Duke card right there. Like, he loves him a cheap 2-for-1. You know,
그러니까
in
양면
many
카드
ways,
그 안
built the
보이게
foundation
한다고
of his
이거
career on
다
Jund
씌워서
for a
하는
long
거예요?
time at the GP level where he would play it consistently.
But this is a very big pick, because if you think about it, Seal from Existence is a much better card than the Informant, right? It's a very
Definitely.
powerful card. White is not the color you want to be, but still, I mean, that is a very powerful removal spell. But Reed doing everything he can to cut off black.
그
That's
미시가
right.
아니야? 마이너스 13, 마이너스 13? 아닌가? 그거 두 장 디스카드 시키는
Which is primarily a black card,
하마나.
but it does dip into white. And again, he may be a little nervous about
와
that.
근데 이거
Yeah, I'd be looking
일러가
at
다
Invasion of Eldraine
막
here,
이런
just as a
일러라서
solid taking the black cards.
나 봐도 모르겠는데?
Oh, he's going to take Fury. I'm a little
11
surprised. I
cards
actually
to your
expected him to
left.
take Invasion of Eldraine there as well, Paul.
All right.
So he's going to dip
Pick
his
out the
toe
pack.
and
You
just
have
take the most
25
powerful option that he saw.
Furia could be a splashable card too, right? Potentially with some of the lands and the surveyors in the format, but
He's got a couple uncommons here. The Sandstorm
블랙을
Ball
가고
to
있네요,
the
블랙.
front, but as you see, Drag Recycler, a
블랙만
solid
일단
two-drop
짚고
common,
있고.
nothing special, but it's in black. And you know, this is a good time to bring up
드랍?
broad strokes draft strategy.
그래서 블랙만
If you can put
먹고
yourself in a position
화이트
where you're solidified into one color out of
엔젤 먹은 거죠 엔젤.
you're in such a better place going to pack 2 than if you already know your 2 colors and you can't really wiggle free of that. Because who knows what
내가
you're
이번
gonna open
블록도
in the
드랩을
next
많이 한 건
and you wanna
아니라서
have the ability to take some great bomb, and there are plenty of them in
브루즈부?
this format.
absolutely. I mean, this is a format where there's just so many strong game.
화이트가
players
안 넘어오는
leaving yourself
느낌인데?
vulnerable, and then just let's say you open, you know, a Sunfall. You just take it. You're like, all right, I'm just going to play the Sunfall with my nearly
Right.
mono black deck, and it's going to significantly increase my chances of winning the matches.
A little bit of a rough pack here. It
Drop.
looks like the black card is
Shuffle
Yargle,
and
so he's going to take
pass
Furnace
9
Gremlin.
cards to your left.
9바5?
This to me is the perfect example.
9바3이었나? 9바5였나?
He's not
Pick up
moving
the
into
pack,
red.
you have
He's
20
just like, well, sure.
낭만,
Like,
여기서
he's
낭만
going.
찾으면 안
See
돼요.
another red card, perhaps I can
투드라,
do
레드
leverage
투드라
the
먹을
second
거,
advantage.
블랙
Right, I
투드라겠네.
already have a drag recycler, right? And you know, it's a solid archetype if it's open, right? So, and that pack also just didn't have a whole lot.
5
Yeah,
seconds.
and this is another good example of what we just talked about. There was a priority
당장에
frontliner 2. Okay.
두 번째 색깔을 뭘로 가는지 모르겠고 아마 3색 갈 것 같은데?
Or not, which you're not seeing a lot of blue cards.
None.
Right.
There was like a negate. That was it.
보통 낭만이
I mean,
아니다.
players are going to be
그렇게 볼 수
absolutely
있죠.
fighting over blue here.
Yes. Preening champions not getting past at this table, I would expect.
Oh, wow.
What does he see here? Ooh, Stormclaw Rager. So this could be a little
레드에
step in that
에크
sacrifice
먹으면
direction
좋은데
because,
지금?
you know, again, he dipped his toe into red, and now he's going to see that.
That is a late tribute to the World Tree. Now, it's obviously
Yeah,
very,
triple
very
threat.
difficult to cast, but
Have
if you play it,
7
it is
cards
pretty
to
difficult
your
to
left.
lose.
근데 액트가 이번 볼로 액트가 엉커라서 잘 안 오긴 해요. 근데 지금 액트 먹으면 참 좋아.
Yeah, this is a little bit annoying for Reed. There's no black cards in the pack, and it's not about playables at this point. He's already doing fine on playables. It's just a little bit more about like, would have liked to see just a black card here.
레드 쪽 가는 것 같고 아마 화이트 터치하는 정도?
Kind of trying to cut off the black. He's taking some cards here and there, but nothing especially impressive after that first pick.
That's right.
5 seconds.
Looks like he's gonna just take something
리붐
out
이제?
of this pack that's not gonna be relevant. It's gonna be a scroll shift this time, but that
오색
doesn't
오색
feel
리붐 이제?
the direction he's going. Although now that I say that, that is a card you can put into your deck in a pinch, and he does have Furia, so who knows?
Yeah.
5 seconds.
You see Jingataxius Core Augur. The other Jingataxius in this set is unbelievable, but that one kind of just kills you.
A little too hard to cast.
It decks you after you put all that mana into it.
방금 막 넘어가네요.
Continuing along here, we see tenured Oilcaster, sure.
디나이가 지금 조금 부족한 것 같긴 한데 이게 6마나 추방 디나이, 2마나 03 이하 디나이 두 개 먹고 시작한 것 같은데?
Iridescent, yeah, sure. All right, so
화이트랑 블랙,
I would say this has gone.
근데 블랙은 그거고요. 많이 먹었고 화이트가 아예 안 오는 것 같아요.
He has a bomb. He picked up a couple of good stuff, and he
그래서 지금 레드 가는 것 같은데 레드는 지금 2마나 생물이 그 희생시키는 2마나 생물 두 개를 먹었어요. 그 3마나도 하나 먹었고 그래서 액트 나오면 되게 괜찮아요. 액트까지 나오면. 이게 그건가? 메스인가? 아 메스네. 6마나 그 추방이 나이가 아니야. 어쨌건 디나이 두 개 먹고 시작한 거예요. 내가 G 디스카드 시키는 G, 내가 투드랍에 희생하면서 1점 때리는 애. 그 두 개 먹고 얘도 희생시키는 애. 액트 나오면은 덱 괜찮아요. 근데 액트가 엉커라서 좀 걱정이긴 한데 자체적으로 픽은 저만화도 많이 먹었고 탄도 먹었고
that we could look back on is perhaps that pick of the Furia rather over the
메스 배틀 레전더리랑 레전더리 아닌 거 아니면 둘 다 이렇게 선택해서 할 수 있는 거.
Yeah, I wonder how, I wonder if Reed values Furia quite highly or just felt like it was worth it because it's just an okay card.
Yeah. It is the kind of card that I think Reed would favor.
Right? He does. It's
incremental
also,
advantages.
Yeah. All right, here's his second pack. As you can
뭐야
see,
이제 이러고 슬래브 씌우는 거야? 양면 카드 다 보여주고?
There's lots of double face cards, lots of rares. You can open multiple rares in a pack.
나 두 개 있어요 하고 보여준 다음에 들어서 사람들한테 다 보여줘. 그 다음에 갑자기 슬래브 씌워. 난 세 개 하고 서로 막 봐. 그 다음에 이제 갑자기 슬리브 씌워.
Another spell spear there.
Yeah, spell spear. But nothing on the level of the invasion of Fiora, of course.
네, 원래 해요.
That's the kind of thing that really jumps out.
네, 전에는 슬리브도 안 씌웠어. 누가 뭐 집는지 봤어.
What I might get, what I might not get. Yeah, you probably want to be aware of what other people have at the table, but come on, we're humans. We can't process all of that at once.
It's like, okay, there's these 3 invasions. I didn't see this. Who took this? It's too much.
I would almost want to.
예전에는 픽하는 것도 양면 카드 픽하면 보였었어요.
I don't want to see your common, double face. Show me something good.
Yeah. And at least
슬리브 씌우는 거 개웃기네.
Right now, but at least given what we've seen out of the 3 double face cards, I would be leaning towards the spell spear there, right? Just a really
most powerful
just a really great 2-drop.
Yeah.
There have been instances where let's say you're just on the play.
이 새끼 이거 씌우면서 보고 있는 거 보여요? 봐봐. 이렇게 씌워야지. 근데 얘 씌우면서 보고 있어 한 장씩. 누구야? 이 아저씨. 같이 보고 있어. 얘도 보고 있어. 이거 보는 거 맞아? 보면 안 되는 거 아니야?
And that ward too just makes it so hard to deal with if you flip it on 3.
왜 보면서 씌워?
I mean, it's responsible for like 8 damage alone.
안 보면서 씌워야 되는 거 아니야?
Use like their removal spell to finally kill the thing.
Right.
curious to see what else Reed opens up in this pack.
이상한데?
Lots of ways to sacrifice permanence here.
Yep.
Right. So
Please double check you have
some of the cards he might be looking for outside of the more powerful stuff are cards like Furnace Reigns.
그죠?
It's the threaten effect, as we call it, lets you steal your opponent's creature temporarily, then sacrifice it. That isn't uncommon in this set, though, so you don't see them all that.
자,
Let's see what he's got here.
하마나 4-3.
Okay, there's the
투라,
spell that we saw.
또 투라
Yes,
생물.
Ether Blade Agents. Oh, that's a Boombringer Valkyrie.
와, 화이트 이거
just take it?
그거예요? 베인슬레이어
the
엔젤.
red's not that good.
And you have
하마나
Fury.
4-4 비행.
I would take it.
라이프링크
Yeah,
비행
it's just
포스트였나?
so much
It's
포스트
just a straight up bomb.
Yeah, and this is the
맞을
reward
거예요.
for drafting nearly
카운터 하나
that
올려주는
first
거죠.
pass.
예비 하나
You
달려.
can leave yourself in positions where you can open cards like this.
Yes. I would
근데
take
이건
it.
진짜 센
I
거라서
think Reed will take it.
지금 3세 갈 것 같은데 엔젤도 하나 먹은 거 있고.
Furia.
Yeah,
Right.
the only little thing, right? He is
못
gonna take
참지.
is that, you know, in pack 3 you're not expecting white.
백업에 비행에 포스트에 라링.
You know, the
이거
first
진짜
two
진짜
players
세요
here,
이 카드.
right, is definitely in white,
Right.
and they're not going to give you great stuff. Something might
네,
slip through,
저거
like we
진짜
saw
좋아요.
Steal from existence, but I like taking that card there, though.
It's
Like you
just-
said,
it's so
his red stuff's
powerful.
mediocre
Come on.
anyway. It's
Yeah.
not like he's giving up that
All
much.
right.
Completed
오,
Huntmaster. There's
엔젤 또
another
나왔고.
Furia.
Yeah, although you could, I think there's a solid chance that Furia could table.
I think you're right.
Whereas the Huntmaster is just a really solid creature, that's definitely not going to table.
No, and
이제
also,
좀 고민
you know,
되겠다.
five
이제
drops are at less of a
레드를
premium,
갈지
right?
안
Also
갈지
is legendary.
고민
Like,
될
there's
것
a lot of
같고
reasons not to
아예
have Fury
화이트로
here.
넘어간다고
There's not a lot
하면은
to pass the Huntmaster. Oh, he does have Fury to the. Oh.
그래도 다행인 게 블랙 위주로 집어놨어요.
I think maybe
1픽이
just anything.
블랙이 베이스고 레드를 살짝 집어넣었던 거라
That's his stipulation.
오르주브로 갈 수도 있어요. 어차피 베이스는 블랙이라. 근데
All right.
장수가 부족하진 않을 건데 밸류 때문에 레드를 갈 수도 있는데 제가 지금까지 본 걸로는 뭐 레드가 그렇게 세지는 않았어요.
Now this one looks
블랙도
like
메스 디나이 하나씩 집고 스크랍 집고 베이스는 잘 집어놨고
looking to be
그래서 지금 아예 화이트로 넘어가도 별로 문제는 안 돼요. 이게 화이트를 세 번째 색깔로는 할 수 없는 게 이제 화이트 두 개가 들어가니까 이게 두 번째 색깔로 해야 되고 세 번째 색깔로 레드를 하냐 마냐인데 저는 이 정도까지 메리트 있나? 지금까지 픽한 게 레드가? 없다고 하면은 그냥 오르조보로 지금 갈 것 같아요. 레드는 먹은 게 그렇게 밸류가 센 게 아니라 버릴 수 있어. 네, 버릴 수 있고 요거 진짜 좋아요. 이거 스탠에도 쓸 것 같아. 물론 지금의 스탠 말고요. 나가면 프로테가 한번 돌면 쓸 수도 있을 것 같아. 인스턴트였으면 너무 좋았겠죠?
I really hope somebody did draft the deck if possible, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Get your urban burgeonings and skittering surveyors.
Dude, the tools are there.
Yeah.
All right, so Reed's gonna
근데
prioritize
되게
a strong late game card over a mediocre.
나이도 안 잡고 어쨌건 얘는 나쁘진 않으니까.
His late game does look incredible, right? I mean,
His late game's unreal.
right.
근데 지금까지 픽이 중간 픽이 좀 부족한 것 같아요. 6마나 2개 주먹고 5마나 2개 있고 디나이도 메스 말고는 2마나 디나이도 제한적인 디나이고
Stormclaw Rager, but I feel like the
살짝 무겁긴 해요 지금.
is enough to just say no, like the Red's out at this point. Oh, there's an Ichor Drinker.
Yeah, probably just going to be taking that here. The Gloomflame Mauler is also just okay.
Yeah, I like it a little bit more.
이번 블럭의 이제 특징을 알려드리면 배틀 자체가 어떻게 보면은 다른 블럭보다 비행이 더 좋은 블럭이에요. 배틀 자체에 뒤집는 게 비행이 있어야지 편하잖아요. 그래서 비행이 들어가는 덱들이 조금 더 수월하긴 해요. 그래서 UW나 아니면은 뭐 UB 뭐 이런 식으로 블루 들어가는 걸 많이 하거든요, 사람들이. 조크는 그거를 생각해서 그런지 아니면은 뭐 처음부터 파워 카드가 잡힌 게 블랙이라 그런지 블랙 위주로 가고 화이트도 터치해서 가는 식인데 일단은 블루에서 3드랍에 이 나오는 토큰 하나 뽑는 애가 있거든요. 그게 이번 블럭이 되게 좋아요. 배틀을 때리기도 좋고
Right.
그 다음에 그 콤보크 쓸 때도 이제 부스팅 역할이 되죠. 그래서 원래는 블루를 되게 선호하는데 지금 듀크 그 옆에서 넘어오는 걸 봐도 블루에 괜찮은 건 거의 안 넘어오는 것 같아요. 그냥 UW를 가는 것 같아요. 옆에가.
Buffers your life total a little bit to get you to that late game, which that's exactly what Reed's trying to do here.
저도 어떤 컬러를 선호하냐 하면 UR이나 UB, UW 이런 식으로 블루가 들어가는 쪽을 선호하긴 해요. 조금 어쩔 수 없는 건데 비행이 있어야지 배틀 때리고 뭐 그런 식으로. 그리고 또 콤보크 카드가 블루가 좋은 게 되게 많아요. 레드도 그렇고. 그래서 그런 쪽으로 손이 많이 가거든요. 저는 지금 어쨌건 파워 카드 짚고 가는 거라. 안녕하세요. 파워 카드 자체가 오르조보로 지금 나왔으니까 레어 2개 다. 이렇게 했을 때 저는 불안함은 있어요. 불안함. 그래도 비행 먹었네. 이게 서로 배틀 깔고 그 대치가 되는 상황에서 비행 있는 쪽이 진짜 압도적으로 유리해져요. 실제로 게임에 보면 그것 때문에 끌려가는 경우가 되게 많아. 그래도 비행 열심히 먹고 있어요. 오르조보 자체가 비행이 많이는 없는데 블루 자체가 원래 비행이 많은 색깔이잖아. 그래도 언커먼이랑 이런 거에서 잘 먹었네. 먹고 있네.
That is a very, very relevant piece of text.
Definitely.
오, 비행 3드랍은 비행만 짚고 있죠. 비행 위주로. 이거 지금 3드랍이 지금 다 비행으로 짚어주고 있고 대신에 지금 싱글 디나이가 조금 부족한 느낌? 근데 원래 프로투어 오면 디나이 먹기 힘들어요. 안 넘어와.
I mean, of course, he did have that.
프로투어 가면은 원래 디나이 없이 게임해요.
Going into black white, that's a color combination that you only
애들은 아예 배제.
if you open a bomb, right, like the angel, or it's extremely open.
I feel like, especially given the information that a player 2
배틀을 좀 더 먹었으면 좋겠는데.
Was certainly in white.
Yeah.
You would need a hard shove. And it turns out he got one.
배틀이 좀 그 뭐랄까 배틀이 두 번 스펠을 쓰는 느낌이에요. 어쨌건 나올 때 뭔가 능력이 발동되고 그걸 뒤집으면은 또 생물 내지는 또 좋은 능력으로 발동이 되니까 리밋같이 그 핸드 어드밴티지가 좀 적고 교환을 해야 되는 이런 리미티드 환경에서는 배틀이 되게 좋거든요.
He's approaching enough playables for mono black.
지금 배틀은 많이 못 먹었어.
I mean, it's one of those decks where if he just opens an IARA, he's just like,
물론 뭐 좋은 배틀이 안 나온 것도 있는데 그래도 배틀이 있는 쪽이 게임할 때 좀 편하긴 해요. 두 장 디스카드 시키는 그런 배틀도 먹어놓으면 두 장 디스카드 시키고 때려가지고 뒤집어 놓으면은 그것도 비행 생물이고 지금은 뭐랄까 카드 밸류는 괜찮은데 블럭의 특성은 지금 못 살리고 있는 느낌.
Yeah, and I would say he's got black cards in his deck, but it wasn't clear that black was open, right? Black is just a deep color. None of the removal spells made it to him, right? And he's doing things like taking a Nezumi, fifth pick or something, right? It's not like that's a premium black.
No, it's true. It's open enough that he has playables, but it's not like he's getting hooked up. All right, here is pack number 3. Reed Duke drafting March of the Machine here off of his victory at the last
That's
Pro
a Rona.
Tour.
That's definitely a Rona.
There's a Rona. That wasn't Reed though, right?
That was somebody else who opened a Rona.
Okay, so that matters.
Everyone's good? 45 seconds to reveal your
싱글 디나이 이제 싱글 디나이 좀 먹어야 되는데.
Another 3. There's 3 here. All right. Thallid is good.
Lightbringer Thallid is already a checkbox on playable, so that's a relief for Reed. And by playable, I mean good. Like that's a solid.
It's very, very solid. That looks like an IARA potentially. I saw black red
이 블럭 자체가 투드랍 먹으면 투드랍이 뒤집히는 애들이 되게 많아요. 뒤집혀가지고 좀 더 강해지는 그런 투드랍이 많아가지고 저는 이번 블럭을 원투부터 시작하는 블럭, 그러니까 투드랍부터 시작하는 것보다 원드랍부터 시작하는 블럭이라고 봤거든요. 이유는 배틀이나 콤보크 다 생물을 필드에 깔아놓고 게임을 해야지 유리해지는 게 있어가지고 원드랍부터 시작하는 블럭이다 이렇게 봤어요. 그래서 이제 원드랍이 좀 좋은 플라가 뭐냐 하면은 블랙에 1마나 있고 1마나 지불해서 희생해서 드로우 먹을 수 있는 그린에 이제 무덤에 있을 때, 그러니까 원드랍 애들이 대부분 무덤에 있을 때 뭔가 기능을 하는 그런 원드랍이 많아요. 그걸 꺼내서 먼저 플레이를 할 때 이제 콤보크 같은 거랑 사용하기 되게 좋거든요. 지금 듀크는 그런 블럭의 특징보다는 그냥 평범하다고 해야 되나? 특징 없는 그냥 무색무취 밸류 드래프트 하는 느낌. 배틀도 많이 없고 그러다 보니까 원드랍도 먹은 게 그냥 먹었었나? 그런 거 같고 그냥 먹었나 안 먹었나 모르겠다. 제가 요즘에 보는 드래프트는 덱에서 이제 클라마다 밀어주는 특징이 있죠. 그거를 어느 정도 써주는 게 세요. 비행이 저거 무덤에 있는 생물 퍼오는 배틀이죠. 그리고 저 7만화는 저기 10장인가 뭐 추방해서 생물 사용하는 건데 몇 장이더라? 10장이었나? 추방해서 상대 거 생물 하나 내 거 생물 하나 이렇게 사용하는 건데 칠바다를 쓸 수 있을까? 오 먹네.
In limited and might also see some of that in constructed too.
뭘 쓸 수 있다고 보는 건가?
Completely bonkers, especially because this is a format where a lot of people are also just playing land cyclers in their deck. So oftentimes you just cast a card and you just get free 5/6s into the battlefield.
잠깐만. 깨구리도 나왔어. 탐색을 갈 거냐? 터치를 할 거냐? 근데 지금 당장 디나이가 되게 없는데 괜찮은 디나이가 나왔거든요. 포크 디나이. 이거는 뭐 사람 성격에 따라 다른 것 같아요. 나이를 먹을지 터치를 갈지. 그러니까 밸류를 중시하는 사람들은 아마 개구리를 먹겠지만 되게 밸런스를 생각하면 디나이가 필요하니까 지금 디나이를 먹었고. 디나이 같은 게 좀 한 4장 정도 먹고 있는 상태였으면 개구리를 먹었을 수도 있을 것 같아요. 원드랍 저거 희생하는 애 나왔다. 콤보크가 어차피 없어가지고 원드랍이 꼭 안 들어가도 상관은 없어요. 좋긴 한데 뭔데 그래도
little bit of backup going on. It can allow you to attack a battle at a time when maybe your opponent wouldn't assume that you could.
여전히 배틀 없이 그냥 디나이 찍고 효율 좋은 생물들 깔아가지고 게임하는 형식인데 난 배틀 좀 먹었으면 좋겠다. The mana curve first, right, and just making sure that he has those early plays. Okay, there's he did get IR. Get the IR. All right. 저거는 그렇게까지 좋진 않아요. The realm is awesome in his deck. 아닌가? 그게 아닌가? 딴 카드인가? BBB 아닌가? 응? That's right. 1BB 얘는 BBB가 아니고 1BB구나. So now he has IR. Wow. Okay. Okay, Reed. Sure.
Let's just say he's got a lot of gold and orange
그렇게
no kidding.
On that right side of the rarity.
그렇게까지 폭탄은 아닌 것 같긴 한데.
Look at that pack.
That is
BBB도 있거든요. BBB.
Breach Collective Nightmare.
옛날에 있었던 카드.
A good uncommon just to round it out.
오늘 좀 쓰기 힘든데. 1BB라 저건
Okay,
쓸만
so
하겠네.
this is a key card here as well. It's not on the same level as removal, but one unseal the Necropolis
유붐이 이제 또 도네.
goes a
쟤는 무슨
really long way. Like when you have the bombs that he has, that's the type of card that can completely bury an opponent.
I will say though, it's a little bit awkward in this deck. Now, this is a fantastic card, and I want one in every single one of my black decks.
Yeah.
But
3장 밀고선 생물 2개 퍼오는 거. 밸류 올려주는 카드죠.
this just mills you, right?
생물이 좋은 게 많기 때문에 저거 쓸만해요. 트랍 먹을까? 저 2개까지는 먹는 건 아니거든요. 그렇게까지 먹을 필요는 없는 거라. 그냥 투드랍 안전하게 먹을 것 같은데.
Only has that nightmare, right?
Yeah, collective nightmares is only spot removal spell. He does have the sweeper to help.
지금 투드랍을 요거 3장 그리고 나오면서 디스카드 시키는 G 하나 4장 먹은 거 같은데 3드랍은 기억나는 게 비행 2개
There's only in his head right now. He's just going removal.
빠 3
Yes, please something. And of course he gets
딱히 기억나는 게 없는 것 같은데.
which is like the magic gods are like that counts as removal.
Yeah.
But it doesn't.
이거 있으면은 확실히 배틀 있는 쪽이 좋은데 이 카드가 배틀 카운터 줄이려고 나온 카드인데 이게 좋아요. 5개까지 카운터를 줄여줄 수 있어가지고 까난 배틀 다 뒤집을 수 있고 아마 배틀이 6까지 되는 게 있나? 아 근데 배틀이 안 나온 건지 아니면은 안 넘어오는 건지 아예 안 보이긴 하네. 블루 배틀만 보는 것 같고.
We call it defensive speed, right? The ability to get something on the board that can interact with an attacker. He does have that.
Hate on.
He's got a couple of 1-drops. He's got a bunch of 2-drops that he can use to just try to slow his opponent down. Reed knows how to play that strategy, but I'll tell you, if the door's open.
얘 옆에 있는 애가 막 오색 픽하고 막 이상하게 드랩하는 애거든.
The problem is here just again in this format.
드랩을 좀 괴상하게 하는 사람인데
There's a lot of tension as to making that decision as to whether
그것 때문에 꼬인 걸 수도 있어.
for a really powerful effect. And a lot of the time it's not worth it because you can expect
아, 그 파워 카드가 어느 정도 그래도 모은 거 치고는 제가 볼 때는 완성도는 낮은 것 같아요.
There's nothing to play around, and all of a sudden you get that value immediately.
Exactly, and you know Reed is going to have to contend with
비행이
that
아직도
here.
도네.
The good news is the one removal spell he does
그
have
6만화
is
스모크
castable
달린
in
3,
all
4비행이 아직도.
circumstances in his deck, so the opponent always has to consider collective nightmare.
5 seconds.
But you know if they have their own Boonbringer Valkyrie, they're like run it out. Like, no fear.
Look, I'm not. Reed's deck is not bad by any means, right? He's got some of the best cards in the set. We're just talking about some of the ways that could make life difficult.
3드랍.
Yeah, you know when you sit down to draft, you know you have sort of a checklist
네.
in your head. There's another.
맨날 드래프트 무슨 오색
Or is
So
that,
people
did
are
we say that one?
이상한 거
people are
하더라고요,
not
맨날.
doing the thing, unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh man, I just realized that.
Yeah.
That's a bummer. But yeah, you have kind of a checklist in your head, Paul. Right?
그 사람.
You want to have good mana.
맞을 거예요, 그 사람.
Curve. You'd like to have a high power level. You'd like to try to get some synergy, and you want to have removal, right? Then there's a few other things like you make your creature counts high enough for the strategy you're doing, those type of things. And he checked all of.
맨날 픽싱 같은 거 많이 넣고 그냥 밸류 카드 때려박는 식으로 맨날 짜는데 옆에 저런 사람 있으면은 꼬일 수도 있어요.
Power level, and that does rule the day most.
이번에도 그렇게 했으면은 저 사람은 자기 그거야. 드래프트 자체가 항상 그렇게 하는 거야.
that tries to maximize his chance of getting these bombs down and leveraging them. I mean, I think that Breach is unquestionably his best card. That is like almost always a guaranteed victory when you cast it. Two ways. One of them is just what it says on the card, but it also mills.
아 근데 이번 드래프트 지금 하는 거 보고 느낀 게
If you get late in the game, you just do that and both players.
그냥 제가 볼 때는 UW가 인기가 좋은 것 같아요.
That happens a lot.
W가 좀 인기가 좋은 것 같고 그게 아니더라도 느낌에는 마지막에 3, 4 비행이 도는 걸 봐서 확실하진 않긴 한데 파이트는 확실히 안 보였고 많이 블루도 콤보크 관련된 건 잘 안 보였거든요.
Basically guaranteed to hit when you cast that spell, and that's the thing. For 7 mana, you can expect something like 2 5/5s at least to enter the battlefield.
많이 안 나온 건지 아니면 인기가 좋은 건지 모르겠네.
Let's take a look at the list here for Reed and see what he actually came up with for this build. Okay, so we see all those 2-drops, triple
역시
threat recycler,
3, 4에서 좀 빈다고 했잖아요. 3드랍, 4드랍 좀
That's gonna
빈다고.
be really important for him
역시
to make
비고
sure that he
싱글
gets
디나이 부족한 거
give himself some
또
play
하고.
early, because as we've noticed, the late game's absurd. I mean, even the Phyrexian Gargantua is a good late game play, and that's like his worst one by a lot.
And
What's his mana look like?
I assume the Angel is here somewhere. We just don't see it
Okay,
up
so
on the screen.
Bola Slinger is almost certainly.
잠깐만 5만화 엔젤을 안 썼어?
Yeah.
아니 이거 맞아?
He certainly would play it.
Right. Good curve, like we said. That mirrored advantage might need to do
아,
some
난
work
씨발
just as a way to
이해가 안
control.
되는데
That's a
님들아
perfect example
이게
of what
돼요?
we're talking about. That is Reed working within the constraints. He does not want to play that deck,
Right.
but he is playing 7 1 or 2 mana creatures that will at some point block.
혹시 난 이해가 안 되는데?
And then you can do mirrored avenge.
왜 안 써?
If you get mirrored avenge to do its thing, it's totally fine. You get the card back. You're even on cards. They're down their creature. It's a removal spell. It's just a lot of setup costs.
Yeah, I mean, generally, I'm not a fan of a lot of these situationally great cards because there are going
아니
to be
모으기 뭐
instances
힘들어요.
where
뭐
your
블랙 3개 들어가는 게
Yeah,
있는
the
것도
reason you don't
아니고
like them is 'cause
화이트
they're bad.
7에서 8장 늘면 되지.
But you do what you got to
nice,
do.
but yes,
You do what you got to do. Also of note, mana base was.
나는 진짜 이해가 1도 안 되는데?
With just the 3 white cards, you know, it's like those 6 planes are going to be there. All right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have actual draft rounds here from Minneapolis.
난 모르 나 이해 안 돼요. 나 이해 안 돼. 아예 이해가 안 돼. 아예. 아니 저 멀티칼라 엔젤이 더 좋은 거야? 그 정도인가? 아니 나 진짜 이해가 안 되는데? 아니 저럴 거면 화이트를 왜 간 거야? 어허. 근데 진짜 나는 아예 이해가 안 되는 선택이에요. 화이트 2개 들어가는 게 부담이라고 하기에 너무 애매한데. 안녕하세요? 그것 때문에 안 쓴다고 하는 것도 말이 안 되는 게 3색이 아니잖아요. 지금 2색이잖아. 2칼라로 가는데 그걸 걱정할 정도의 상황인가?
And welcome back to coverage here at Pro Tour March of the Machine. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We're drafting.
나는 일단 저 선택은
We had a really sick draft from Reed. I mean, when we went over the rares, it's like, are you serious right now?
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
그러니까 내가 화이트를 간다고 확정을 짓는 그 상황이 저 카드가 나왔을 때라고 보는데.
And Paul, this is pretty funny against Nonthecorn Kositaporn, who
모르겠다.
is from Thailand. He's actually competed in the first World Magic Cup, which was in 2012. And you know,
네, 피처 매치가 딜코였어요.
our players a bunch of questions and stuff. And one of the questions is, who would you like to play at the PT?
And not the corn. Put in Reed Duke because he is the Pro Tour champion. And guess what?
근데 뭐 사람마다
And,
다른 거니까.
Now you get him round 1.
You got what you asked for, not the corn. Good luck.
난 근데 진짜 이해 안 된다 이거는.
Down a bomby deck with you know, the champ. So this is going to be a tough one, but not the corn's been around for a long time. Again, having played represented his country at the World Magic Cup.
나르셋이랑 옴니 스템
Quite
팬이거든요.
often a mainstay of Time Magic, and he's no slouch. So he's going to give Reed a run for his money. Also, he brought me.
아 다음 블럭에?
Yes.
From somebody back home.
그죠? 나오죠?
Yeah, we did.
이식 생물로 나오죠?
Let's take a look at what he drafted here. Heavy.
쟤 뭐야? 이거 뭐야? 이거 뭐야 이거? 아 씨발 뭐야 이게?
And two Galta and Maverick. What?
This is okay. So when you first look at the
근데 얘 이거 하나 쓰려고 땅을 이렇게 있는 거야 이 새끼?
Yeah.
But then he went real deep here.
So he's playing tribute
이런
to
것도
the
있네?
World Tree and
이게 이렇게 늘 건가?
Okay, let me just.
나 모르겠네.
Yes, he is.
How is this?
욕심이 지나친 것 같은데?
That's my biggest question here because he's got
I
a
see what he's
lot of
doing.
power.
So he's
참고로 얘는 킬세요. 얘 어택 가면 이김.
tracker and he's really leaning on that.
공룡은 킬센 건 맞임.
What if he doesn't
얘도
draw the
좋고.
burgeoning?
좋은 건 많이 먹었네. 좋은 건 많이 먹었는데.
There as well, hidden in that 4 mana, but this doesn't have. I don't see a ton of fixes.
근데 저거 좀 무리수 아닌가?
No, he also is running Fertilid's favor.
Fertilid's favor. Okay. Well, you know
Yes.
what? There's a lot of power there. If he draws his
So
mana,
Invasion of Zendikar, Fertilid's
랜드 부스팅하는
burgeoning.
and then a
I
couple
won't,
of important
I'm not
trackers.
talking anymore, but
랜드 부스팅하는 배틀 같은 게 좀 많이 있으면 좋은데 그런 거 아니면은 무린 거 같은데.
Okay, and you know what? Reed might be okay playing against a deck like this, just because it doesn't look like Nonthecorn's putting on a ton of pressure early, because you're going to see a lot of different awkward draws here from his deck.
So the interesting thing to me here are the fact that Reed is relatively low on removal.
Galta?
And he's got 2 copies of Galta and Maverick, which if it stays on the battlefield, completely dominates.
Right. So it's just bad.
요거 레어 그거요.
Or can
레어
Reed
카드.
find
부여마법.
his sweeper.
Yeah.
You know, Evasion of Furia might be the way that he can get out of it. But, you know, if Nocticorn can just, you know, play
야 보니 클래스 5만화 아니야? 왜 8만화짜리 나와 있어 이게 뭐야?
early or something.
Right.
Galta and Maverick, it could just be it. All right, Drag Recycler is going to
Nonthecorn top
trade
and
off.
So had to have been a land there, given the no lands in hand.
Okay, he finds his Portent Tracker. You
Got
can
3
see the
colors.
etched familiar.
Need a white source to cast that Atraxa.
내가 알기로는 이거 그건데 얘 5만화짜리였는데.
Went off the
그러니까 이거 잘라야 돼 이거.
I thought it was just a typo almost.
이거 세팅하는 애 잘라야 돼. 맨날 실수하거든요.
Oh. And 5 mana Vorinclex.
갑자기 없어졌죠?
The Nonthecorn has.
8만화짜리 갑자기 없어졌어.
He just has Vorinclex.
그 다음에
no comma.
5만짜리 지금 보여주고 있어. 이 새끼 잘라야 돼
Just
이거.
when you read this card, you're just like, this just doesn't seem reasonable. It's a 5 mana, 6
예,
trample.
이거 잘라야 돼 쟤.
2 lands.
Have you ever
맨날
seen the
실수해
other
진짜.
side?
저 만드는 애.
This doesn't get any better.
이쯤 되면은
Yeah,
진짜
a lot of great news.
뭔가
And, you know, it's really interesting
문제
to
있는
think
거야
about
쟤.
Reed. You can see him going over
어떻게
his-
매번 실수를
He's
하냐고.
not going to be able to kill that thing.
That's the point.
저
right?
듀크
Right? Like,
나 어떻게 나왔죠?
that
나
is
어떻게?
out of range. Again, I keep going back to
D9도 부족한데 저게
like, he can't drop
뭐란
it every
말인가?
game. He's not going to get to cast it every single game. And
아니 진짜 근데
this is
방송에
this
관련된
goes
그
unchecked. And this is going to be, I don't know, I wouldn't call it desperation, but you know, an untimely
그러니까 방송에 관련된 부서 애들이 일을 진짜 못하는 것 같아.
Another target, but he actually hit a Gargantua, so okay.
Yeah, he really wanted to find an Aetherblade agent there to at least have a blocker in play for that Vorinclex.
Right.
실수도 모이면 실력이에요?
This is the only way to really
This
do
is
it,
not
right?
looking good for Reed. I mean, just
그렇다고 하면 위자드에 방송하는 애들은 실력이다 없는
Tribute to the
건데.
World Tree as well. Has the Cosmic Hunger if Reed does play something to get in the way.
그리고 뭐 이름이 겹치는 카드가 계속 나오고 막 이래서 그런 걸 수도 있는데 그래도 방송에 나가는 거면 좀 더 신경을 써야 되지 않나?
Nonthecorn has that tribute there that could just completely blow him out.
Yeah, and Reed will be.
물론 저렇게 표기한다고 해서 뭐 우리가 보는 입장에서 불편할 수는 있어도 뭐 실질적으로 인게임 내에서 플레이어들한테 뭔가 피해를 주는 게 아니긴 해요.
This is falling apart
근데
quickly here for Reed.
일단 나는 불편해요.
Unchecked tribute completely takes over a game.
나는
and
저런
Nonthecorn's
불편해.
like, you can't do anything.
Oh, and Reed's got to go for it here.
This is desperation here from
Yeah.
Duke.
그것보다 이게 어쨌건 오프라인으로 하는 카드 게임이니까 그 감성을 좀 더 표현하는 거이지 않을까? 그렇게 보는데요. 번거로워서 안 하냐 뭐 이런 것보다는 제가 느끼는 건 그런 게 더 커요. 오프라인으로 한다는 거에 더 의미를 갖는 것 같아요. 물론 게임 그러니까 오프라인으로 게임하면 안 좋은 판정이나 이런 것도 많이 있어요. 네. 게임 내 실수도 자기가 체크하지 않아서 생기는 실수라던가 아니면은 의도를 갖고 상대를 속이려고 한다던가 뭐 드로우를 2개씩 받는다던가 이런 온라인에서는 있을 수 없는 일들이 일어나거든요. 네, 그런 것도 차이가 있어가지고
He also is missing lands right now, and Breach could be a way out for him. There's Furia, but she's not going to do much here.
근데 원래 이 게임의 그거잖아요. 근간은 오프라인에 있잖아요. 그러니까 그런 걸 생각하면은 또 이게 맞는 걸 수도 있죠. 대회를 하는 데 있어서 이런 식으로 하는 게.
Look at all those keywords. Look at all those keywords.
One for each color.
One for each color.
지금 듀크 보이죠? 상대가 카드를 낼 때마다 읽어. 이게 뭘 의미하는지 아세요? 카드를 낼 때마다 듀크가 읽고 있잖아요. 이게 뭘 의미하는지 모르세요? 듀크는 커맨더를 안 한다. 커맨더를 안 하기 때문에 저런 카드들을 모르고 있다. 잘. 커맨더 유저들은 잘 아는 카드들일 텐데 듀크는 모르고 있다. 6만화 메스 아니네. 프로투어.
This is desperation, but this could keep him alive long enough, and drawing 2 cards plus your draw step is a way to get through.
7만화.
Forget Breach the multiverse next turn.
7만화로 공룡 나옴. 이제 듀크 7만화 쓰면은 7받칠 상대 거 공룡 씀.
Right. Oftentimes it will. Oftentimes it will, and then even if it doesn't, it prevents. It's hidden. Right. Because it'll be.
나트를 코르물 들었어요.
And not a creature. But it looks like he is not going to do that.
Right. Now this one is a smaller creature, so boom, all of a sudden you get a 2/3 and the 5/5.
Dude, this is gross.
Yeah.
Converter Beast, he now has a 2/3 from the Converter Beast itself.
He's just living his best life here, Marshall.
I am loving what
all
Not the Corn is doing here.
I'm just saying, why not just add the red and take the Niv Mizzets too?
공룡 하나 손에 있어.
I'm not gonna lie. Seriously,
안 나올 수도 있어 그러면.
Right? Like, come on.
얘도 손에 있어. 얘 뭐야? 다 손에 있어. 이거 하나밖에 없거든요. 이제 이거 하나밖에 없어. 덱에서 찾을게.
How nice do you think Reed actually thought that was?
I don't think he
옴니버스 써서
thought that was quite cold.
멀티버스 써가지고.
Okay,
that's a nice combo.
So there's two options here for
공룡 가져와야
If he
되는데.
has his 7th land, which he does, then he can play Breach and see what happens.
And you're
If
absolutely
not, then he has to top deck Invasion, and that would actually be very good.
Right. Oh, but you can't name Legend. Oh, you can't go non-legendary.
He does have to
creature.
blow.
Not the Corner has the more powerful legends in play right now.
By a lot. Okay, it's gonna be
All right.
Breach.
가자.
Can he Breach out of this situation? It still doesn't
man.
feel like he can, but maybe.
I don't know. Yeah, he's at 7. Not the Corn's got some of his best cards in play already.
Like, let's say he hits a Galta.
Okay.
Sure.
갈타.
All right, 10 cards here. What do we have? Nothing too great on
갈타. 없는데?
Doesn't look like
Oh,
it.
that is
갈타 안 밀렸다.
That's one of the weakest breaches I've seen. It's still normally good enough to win,
but not when you're this behind on
no.
board.
We needed some 12/12s.
Any creature in graveyard.
So you have the entire graveyard to choose from, but again, the Corn has 2 Galtas in his
생물 쓰레기만 밀렸어.
on the breach.
아니 근데 얘 존나 얄밉다. 좋은 거 손에 다 있고 필드에 다 있어. 되게 생물 센 거 겁나 많은데.
Yeah, Reed side, what's the best card here? Zara?
다 손에 있고 다 여기 있어. 믿기지 않는다. 이걸 피했어. 이걸 피해? 이거 맞아?
And Finn the Fang Bear because it has Death Touch.
Right, and it puts them into play, correct? It doesn't cast them, right?
걔가
So you
이거
don't
맞아
have
이거?
Furia.
듀크 이제 메스 안 나오면 갈 듯.
Is going to transform his now 6/6
서구의 질이 좋아졌죠. 발타 나올 확률 더 높아졌어.
I'm just curious what Nothicorn's looking to do on his side. Can he attack there?
발타 출동?
Right, because you have the attack with the flyer, right?
Yes.
So that's and reads on 7, but you don't have a good attack with the Vorinclex anymore.
Right.
Can certainly try to get in with.
지금 듀크 믿기지 않을 거예요. 상대 덱리스트 알고 할 거거든요. 모르고 하나 지금 이거는. 알고 한다고 하면 듀크 지금 하늘이 무너지는 기분일 거야. 아트라스 비행 있을 거예요. 비행에 데스터치에 라이프링크에 저도 안 해서 잘 몰라요. 아마 비질런스, 데스터치, 라이프링크, 플라잉 이렇게 있을 거예요.
Now, Furia does have lifelink. This would put Reed up to 9, right? Once combat occurs.
지금 상대한테 블럭하는 법 알려줬죠?
Is that Galta?
That is Galta.
잠깐만, 다시 빠지고.
Or he had it in his hand, but yeah, that is nasty.
And he's got another rare in his hand.
He does, yes. Salya and the Gitrog monster to follow up his Galta and Mavrin.
Everything getting in.
The other thing worth noting here, Paul,
어태킹 가자.
transforming Vorinclex plan is that you do mill 10 on chapter 1, and he already got.
66 나오나?
You've
66?
got to be a little nervous,
Yeah,
right?
and now we have a 6/6 trampler. I don't think Reed can block through all of this.
It does, and I don't think Nothicorn thinks so either.
듀크
Right,
오열.
lined all of it
He's
up.
just like, these are the normal blocks. But then wait, hold on. I got this Galta real quick.
Right,
Let
so
me just drop that.
기본 능력은 비슷하죠.
Dinosaur with trample.
공방이 좀 다르고 이제 그 아트락스 나오면서 이제
And a 4/4
열장
flyer.
보는 능력이 있고 얘는
This just
이제
has to be
카운터
too
올라
much for
그
Reed
증식하는 능력이 있는 거고.
to endure.
I mean, Reed just gonna put everything just so he survives, so he can put himself in a position where if he top decks an invasion of Fiora, he can get back in it. But I don't see it here. This just
졌네. 야, 다음 게임 해라
too
이거
much
뭐.
damage.
안
That
된다. 야.
Iara is sick.
메스 기도하려고 하면
Activate the Iara.
어쨌건 기도할 수 있는 건 메스밖에 없거든요.
Funny, this has to be Reed's nightmare matchup. Somebody with a greedy mana base who just put every 7 mana plus bomb into their deck, and he just can't answer any of them.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Like,
he cast the
he has
breach
to
and he
sweep.
missed.
근데
The only upside are that his good cards get better. His
Right.
breaches
약간
get better,
멀티버스
and his
삥 난 게 삥 났다고 하는 게 맞죠. 이게 너무 약하게 나왔잖아요.
Deal with this. I mean, Nothicorn is just pedal to the metal. Make a bunch of
안타깝긴
cards
하다.
and a bunch of mana and put out huge stuff. Imagine if Reed had 4
안타깝긴 해요.
spells. He'd just be like, oh yeah, kill your Galta, no big deal.
Right. Although Galta is so huge, there's not too many removal spells that can actually kill it, right? Because when
You
we
need
talk
the
about
black ones,
when you
yeah.
talk about the removal spells in the format, even Realm Breaker's Grasp would want something like that.
진짜 메스 아니면 아예 뭐 뒤집을 수 있는 방법이 없어요 지금.
Few good black removal spells.
Deadly Derision.
Derision's the best common answer.
Merciless repurposing, right? From that's an uncommon.
Uncommon, yep.
Yes.
Okay, Reed says block, and Nothicorn says let's go to damage.
3, 6, 7.
And trample for 2, 5, 6, and 3, 9.
Okay,
And
plus
you gain
2
2.
life, and I'm
Yep.
at 7, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so
Okay,
you're
good
dead.
game.
Yep.
So that's GG to Nothicorn, who picks up game 1 in extremely impressive fashion, Paul. I mean, that was...
게임 투로 넘어가 버려.
We kind of thought that Reed would be the one bringing the haymakers.
Right.
No.
No.
Nothicorn had something
넘어가
to say
버리기.
about it as we zoom into game number 2 here. How does Reed's hand look?
Little slow.
That's horrible.
Okay, super slow, but again, Nothicorn.
그냥 돌진 때문에 뚫려서 죽은 것 같아요. 라이프링크 2점 했다고 해도 라이프가 안 돼가지고.
Not sure if that's in his main deck configuration. However, against Nothicorn, you see, for example, a card like Tangled Skyline. Excellent way to kind of deal with some of those incubate tokens.
근데 그냥 제 기준에서 볼 때는 듀크 덱이 너무 정직해.
Draw step, we see
이번 블럭에 있는 특징을 좀 살리지를 못하는 느낌? 네, 제 기준에선 그래요. 아까 말했듯이 배틀이나 이런 것도 좀 있어야 되고 그런데 제 기준에선 부족한 느낌?
Look, you have all those rares. You need mana fixing. It's like just don't have room for the removal spells.
That's right. And it's true though. He really just doesn't, right? Like the mana fixing stuff just takes those slots.
Oh, best card in his deck probably.
Lighted Burgeoning is clutch for him. That could open up a lot of doors.
피싱 달렸죠.
What a nice sequence for him there.
I wonder if Reed just gonna fire off this render inert if he has nothing else to do.
Just to see another card.
Can't just get that. Currently not a 2/2 creature.
캔트립을 돌린다? 캔트립 돌려가지고
He has the option of removing.
잘 풀리는 것도 잘 풀리는 거라고 볼 수도 있는데 멀리건도 한 거예요.
In playing this main phase because he does have some 1-drops in his deck.
네, 멀리건을 한 거기 때문에
Does not hit a creature, just the IR in the yard. So not the strongest unsealed in Necropolis.
This is a really bad start for Reed.
그냥 제가 느끼는 거는 듀크 덱이 너무 압박이 좀 안 되는 느낌은 있어요.
Yeah, Nothicorn's got that Galta in hand.
그런 느낌이 좀 있어.
Okay. Yeah, Render Inert. Render Inert's going to be fantastic there. Yeah.
슬리브 갈았어요? 원래 노란색 아니었어요?
Life gain probably not very relevant in this matchup.
5시 깎는 거.
Board presence and bombs.
야, 걔 안 죽어. 걔는 안 죽어. 안 죽어. 안 죽어. 안 죽어.
Still just a permanent on the battlefield.
Right. If you
살아는 있어. 아, 그거는 얘네들이 제공해주는 슬리브 무조건 씌워야 되는 거. 그걸 검은색을 한 거고 1라운드 때도 노란색이었어요. 자기가 준비해온 슬리브는 노란색 슬리브.
Don't know if he's woken it up yet.
Right. So I'm wondering if he's got something here to play at instant speed.
Yeah, it could be. Maybe Fertilid's favor or something like that.
Yeah.
But so this is the big play for Reed. Did he find what he needed?
There's the Moloch. Yeah.
Oh, very nice.
너 나왔으니까
When
들어.
you can trigger it, especially good. It's okay otherwise.
Right. It's a fine card to play, but then there's that upside.
Yeah, so he's gonna. Oh, you can see on the screen there. He's gonna look at the top 4 cards because Reed played a black card.
존나 무서워. 지금 땅 새는 거 보이죠? 존나 무서워.
Number 7.
And he can get a permanent
to play Galta.
Yeah, you do have to show him
Got the
because
land,
it is a
and
permanent.
so now we're gonna see a Galta here just get slammed down. Reed doesn't have a lot of removal in his deck.
No, he did just resolve his Gargantua, so Nothicorn is going to have to consider what he could have found, but that's going to force the issue here.
Just Galta get in with your 4/2,
Galta!
another 4/4 trampling attacker.
Yeah, and they stay around, by
Get
the way.
in.
That's the
Yeah.
other thing about Galta and Mavrin is that we're used
단순히
to
운은 아니에요.
go away on end step.
Right.
This one doesn't.
운은 아니고 이거 멀리건 한 거예요. 멀리건 하고 그만큼 찾아서 한 거니까
And by the way,
그냥 리스크를 어느 정도 감안하고 하는 건데
Yeah, and I'm
제가 느끼는 건 그냥 듀크 덱의 디나이도 부족하고 평범한 덱이라 저런 거 나오면 사실 갈타 찍으면 그만이에요. 찍으면 그만이고 원래 이런 덱은 2장 디스카드 시키는 거나 이런 거 약하거든요. 근데 뭐 그런 걸 듀크가 못 해주니까 상대 입장에서 방해를 안 당하잖아요. 방해를 안 당하고 압박도 안 당한 상태에서 플레이가 되잖아요. 그러면 저렇게 똥파워 덱이 세죠. 되게 무난하게 12시가 가잖아요. 원래 이번 블럭이 저런 식으로 하면은 비행한테 개두들겨 맞아요. 원래 비행한테 개두들겨 맞아가지고 저런 거 갈타 나오고 그냥 지는 경우도 많거든요. 블럭도 빨라가지고. 근데 듀크가 너무 무기력해요. 그래서 상대한테 압박을 전혀 못해요. 원래 7만화 같은 거 나오기 전에 최근 드래프트 자체가 빠르기 때문에 저런 시간적 여유를 많이 안 줘요. 원래. 지금 듀크 덱은 느린 것도 느린 거고 디나이가 부족한 것도 있고. 뭐 데스터치 같은 게 제가 생각할 때는 데스터치 같은 것보다도 오르조보 자체가 갖고 있는, 그러니까 제가 생각할 때는 오르조보 저는 거의 안 해봤거든요. 오르조보 색깔 자체를 블랙으로 가면 레드를 간다던가 아니면 그냥 비행이 좀 들어갈 수 있는 블루나 뭐 이런 식으로 가는 편이지, 저는 거의 블랙 가면 레드 가긴 해요. 디나이가 많아가지고 압박을 할 수 있는 식으로 가고, 또 디스카드 시킬 수 있는 걸 좀 넣어가지고 저런 밸류 덱들 카드 안 깔리게 핸드 메타 해주고 뭐 그런 식으로 가는데, 지금 듀크 덱은 상대 거를 방해하거나 뭐 끊는 게 별로 없이 자기도 밸류 쪽으로 간 건데, 사실 그러면 저렇게 욕심낸 덱을 못 이기죠. 밸류가 훨씬 부족한데. 지금 갈타 지금 어지러질 하잖아요. 갈타 어지러질함. 제가 느끼는 건 그게 커요. 블랙을 갖고 밸류 덱을 짜는 것 자체가 네, 그냥 너무 무난한 느낌? 근데 알다시피 요즘 환경은 무난하면 못 이겨요. 개사기를 쳐야지 이겨. 그리고 듀크덱 자체가 투드라 원드랍은 좀 있는데 3드랍 4드랍 때 너무 약해요. 그리고 5드랍 6로 넘어가고 디나이도 부족한 편이니까 저런 식의 밸류가 좀 잘 잡혀있는 덱들이 나오는 생물들을 제때제때 끊어줄 수도 없을 뿐더러 데미지 레이스가 되는 것도 아니에요. 그 얘기는 뭐냐, 상대한테 시간을 줘야 되는 덱이라 이거야. 근데 그랬을 때 밸류 차이가 많이 나면은 이런 식으로 그냥 깔려 죽는 것 같아요. 이게 좀 아쉽네. 일단 덱에 얘를 못 죽이잖아요, 갈타를. 덱 자체가. 근데 블랙이랑 화이트 들어가는 덱이 생물을 못 죽인다? 생물 하나를 못 죽여서 죽는 상황이죠. 근데 12시한테는 그런 생물이 너무 많아. 개구리도 있어, 갈타도 2개야. 미쳤죠, 갈타 2개는. 거기다가 보인 클리스도 있어. 죽여야 될 게 너무 많은데 디나이는 부족하고 밸류도 부족해요. 그래서 그냥 12시가 제때 생물 깔면서 어택을 가도 그걸 막기가 힘들어요. 그러니까 애쉬 당초 처음에 듀크가 화이트를 갈 생각이 없었던 것도 있고, 그러니까 나는 그걸 모르겠어요. 그러니까 화이트랑 블랙으로 가는 게 궁합이 좋은지, 정말로 이것 때문에 간 거인지도 모르겠고, 얘를 넣고 화이트 5마나 엔젤을 안 썼잖아요. 난 그 이유도 모르겠고 안타까워 그냥.
That would put him dead, is lethal, right? Yeah.
And then he has to deal with 2 4/4s and a 1/3 Death Toucher.
That's a lot.
So you need to put.
And the 2 4/4s both will have trample, by the way. Right. That's a lot.
제가 픽할 때도 좀 존시스럽게 말하긴 했는데, 지금 듀크가 하는 방식에 그냥 평범한 되게 옛날 드래프트 하는 느낌으로 했다고 보이는데, 이렇게 했을 때는 이렇게 레어 미식이 많이 나올 수 있는 블럭에서는 잘 모르겠어요, 좋을지. 메스 들고 왔나? 탭생물 죽이는 그 화이트요? 그거는 많이 안 보인 것 같긴 해요. 일단은 인베이전이 나오긴 했어. 근데 이거 막을 수 있어? 막을 수 있냐가 문제죠.
defend against 20 trample damage coming across. -3 for collective post blocks. 5, 8. He can put 9 toughness in front.
Yeah.
-3, so that's 12.
That's
plus
12
3 because of his lifelink.
So that's 15 versus 20 coming in. 19 of which is trample.
And he's at 4.
Choose the mode of the trigger when it goes
20 of which is trample.
Yeah, correct.
He's facing 21 total damage.
21 damage
Yeah.
with a 1/3 Death Toucher.
Feels like he's going to be a couple short here, Paul.
Yep.
이거 나올 때 스택 쌓고 얘한테 -3, -3을 한다?
I mean, no,
빼기 3, 빼기 3을 한다?
Collective Nightmare now to shrink the biggest other creature from Galta, which would make the new creature
but then
smaller.
you have to tap
but you
something
have
that
to
you
wake
have.
up your creature and tap a creature. Oh, he is going to do
He is
this.
going to do this.
So this
왜
would make
얘한테
this
하는
a
거야?
1/1.
얘가 몇 바
It would also
몇인데?
make the new Dino a 3/3.
Right, because so it doesn't do much, right? Because
It
now you
doesn't
get
do
the
much.
counters.
아, 나 카드 능력을 몰라가지고
So now you have a 1/1 and a 3/3.
And you took a blocker.
지금 상황이 어떻게 흘러가는지 모르겠네.
Right. Although blockers don't really.
얘 거 트리거 능력으로
He took a 1.
얘 거 토큰 나와야 될 때 -3, -3을 해서 얘 공방을 낮춰서 얘가 약하게 나오고 그 상황인 건가?
Trample for 7. 7, 8, 9.
And game 3 and good game.
And that's going to
Yep.
do it. Nanthacorn
죽음는
asked for
죽음.
Reed Duke, got Reed Duke, and dispatched of Reed Duke.
어떤 상황인지 모르겠지만 갖다 두면 어떡할까 죽음.
Right. I mean, it was.
That's insane.
Can you imagine? You put that down and you're just like, it was one of those be careful what you wish for situations, but
We
not
thought so.
really.
He knew something
not
we didn't
really.
know. That is incredible victory there for Nanthacorn. Awesome.
근데 나는 솔직히 말할게요. 듀크 덱이 별로 세 보이진 않았어요. 그러니까 픽할 때도 느낀 게 내가 이번 블럭에서 중요하다고 생각하는 요소들이 별로 없는 느낌이었어요. 배틀도 부족하고 압박도 좀 안 되고 그런 느낌이었어가지고 셀 것 같진 않았어요. 제가 느낀 거. 세 보이진 않았어. 그냥 너무 무난한 평범한 블럭에서의 드랩 느낌? 이번 블럭은 레어미식이 존나 많아가지고 양면 카드에 막 진짜 난리거든요. 그래서 무난하다는 건 약한 거예요. 너무 무난했던 것 같아요. 제가 볼 때는. 좀 더 사기적인 게 많았어야 돼. 다른 블럭보다 이번 블럭이 갖고 있는 제가 실덱을 한번 했었어요. 그 아레나 오픈. 난 내 덱이 약한지 몰랐어. 근데 게임 해보니까 내 덱 존나 약한 거예요. 그때 알았지. 아, 이거 믿기지 않는 밸류구나. 블럭이. 그래서 이 정도 수준에서의 밸류면 센 게 결코 아니에요. 약한 거야. 아니면 이제 블럭의 특징을 잘 살린 언커먼 커먼이 많아서 나 노른한테 갔어요. 화이트 노른 빵 하니까 나 막 토큰 존나 많았거든요. 걔 누구야? 3마나 2 멘토 갖고 토큰 존나 많이 만들었는데 노른 한 방에 갔어요. 내 필드 깨끗해지던데? 아무것도 없던데? 내 필드? 그리고 상대 어택 오니까는 상대 라이프 몇 점이었지 그때? 나 라이프 막 30점 가까이 있고 상대 라이프 한 6점 밖에 없었던 것 같은데 노른 하나 깔고 어택 2번 오니까 나 죽던데요? 그냥? 그런 블럭이다 보니까 방금 듀크가 했던 거 정도는 약한 거예요. 밸류가. 밸류 싸움이 안 돼. 그리고 또 그만큼 죽여야 되는 카드가 많은 거예요. 제거해야 될 레온 미식이 많은 건데 그런 거 처리할 만큼의 그게 없었죠. 네, 디나이가 없었죠. 그것도 되게 큰 것 같아요. 디나이가 많이 없기 때문에 저런 중간중간에 나오는 5드랍 폭탄이랑 뭐 4드랍에도 폭탄이 있고 하니까 그런 것들을 처리해 줄 수가 없고 믿을 거라고 메스밖에 없죠. 근데 그 메스를 치고 나서도 밸류는 상대덱이 더 세. 악순환이죠, 악순환. 어떻게 해결했는데 그 이후에 넥스트가 없는 거예요. 그래서 싱글 디나이가 좀 더 많았어야 돼. 뭐 3마나 보물 뽑는 디나이나 6마나 추방 디나이나 이런 게 좀 있어야 되는데 야, 블럭마다의 그 밸류 차이가 좀 다르잖아요. 근데 이번 블럭은 폭탄 블럭이에요, 폭탄 블럭. 아, 여기 제재랑 가서 맨날 그런데 피자 먹고 놀았는데 여기서.
ProTour March of the Machine from Minneapolis in the United States of America. I'm your host Rich Hagan, sitting alongside Marnie Davudi. Maria is on assignment for a couple of rounds out at the main stage with her adoring
피자집 피자를 먹었던 기억이 많이
Alright, well,
나는구나.
we're underway, Marnie, and so it must be time for the headlines. ProTour March of the Machine begins. The energy in this room is off the charts. 252 players made it to the start line, and that means in a couple of hours from now, 31 will still have perfect records. One of those 31 will not be Reed Duke. He's looking to defend his title, but he's opened up.
디트로이트 피자가 그걸 거예요. 그 자동차 공장에서 일하던 사람들이 자동차 공장인가 하여튼 그래서 일하던 사람들이 그 판을 팬을 그 네모난 그 펜으로 해가지고 굽기 시작한 피자라고 해서 미국 3대 피자인가? 그중 하나 걸로 알고 있는데 사각 피자 토핑 많이 들어가 있고 네. 하지만 제재랑 나는 미국 가서 그런 거 없이 도미노 존나 먹어. 도미노가 짱임. 좀 두꺼운가요? 시카고?
I'm here with Magic content creator Jim Davis. Jim, how do you feel about March of the Machine Limited?
It's pretty awesome, actually. People were saying it's kind of like Cube, and I kind of agree. There's a lot of rares, a lot of power level, a lot of color.
이거 뭐야 코카콜라인 줄 알았는데 니콜 몰랐어요. 나 이거 코카콜라인 줄 알았어요.
What color combination or colors do you want?
왜 니콜 몰랐어요.
I think white and red suffer a bit because they're fairly
코카콜라인 줄.
and the format is pretty bomb heavy and pretty late gamey, so you end up in a spot where it's like turn 6. If you 2 drop.
아니 자연스럽게 코카콜라인 줄 알았어요. 니콜 몰랐어요.
White and red shirt on, huh? Battles, let's talk about them. How do you feel about Magic's newest card type?
They're pretty wild. They kind of encourage like a snowbally game if you can win a battle early. But if you don't, you hit like
시카고
6 or 7. Both players
피자가
have pretty high life because they haven't been actually attacked yet. And the game can go longer.
맛있게 하는 데 가면 맛있는데 그러니까 이거 맛있게 하는 데라고 해야 되나? 재료가 좋은 데서 먹으면 맛있는데 아닌 데서 먹으면 진짜 못 먹을 거예요.
Ely, it's time to talk about March of the Machine Limited, a crazy format. How do you like it?
I like it a lot. It's just got so many new dimensions, and battles are almost like this new level of Planeswalker that's been introduced, giving it another new dimension. So it's almost like changing this game that I've played for 30 years and giving it like more elements.
이분 이거 자기
Well,
머리죠.
let's talk about battles because it seems like everyone's loving
염색을 되게 웃기게 했네.
in Magic.
See, I like it because it's delicately balanced. It's not like when Planeswalkers first came out and they were just busted mythics. If you play too many, it's actually a mistake. You play too few, your deck's hurting for them. So you want just the right number and to figure out like where the right line is of using them and not using them. So that's the part I love is that it's not
교수님 그런 말은 하는 게 아니야.
I am here with Andrea
아시겠죠?
Manducci. We're going to talk a little March of the Machine Limited, or as many people call it, Cube, which I know you love.
Definitely, yeah, I love to draft Cube.
아 대경이 미국 한번 가야겠구만.
Multicolor decks.
제재랑 나는 짠 걸 잘 먹음.
Fits perfectly. You have Omnath, you have
제재랑 나는 짠 거 잘 먹어서 문제가 없음.
This deck with these 3 cards, it's beautiful.
But is there a color that you don't want to avoid in this crazy 5-color format?
Yeah, I don't like white, aggressive.
맹구치는 그거죠. BO1 대회 상금 한번 탄 다음에 그냥 행복 매직 하고 있죠. 별 생각 없이 그냥 대회 나가서 그냥 뭐 대충 하고 떨어지는 느낌. 라파엘 레비 이 형은 맨날 방송 키고 드랩밖에 안 해. 맨날 드랩만 해.
I am here with Marcio Carvalho. Marcio, we're going to talk March of the Machine Limited. How do you liking the format?
I think it's pretty fun, and I think I like it. There's a lot of bombs and there's a lot of.
지금 나오는 플레이어들은 다 유명한 플레이어들만 얘기하고 있어요.
But is there some sweet stuff you don't want to do? What color do you want to avoid?
크볼도 잘하는 사람이고.
Unless I open Ragavan.
So battles, you've been playing Magic for a long time. How are you feeling about this new card type that's been introduced?
I think it's a pretty new archetype, and it's kind of hard to understand at the beginning, but I think it's very fun. You don't want to overload.
짠 음식이 힘들다고?
Very difficult to hit the ball, but I like the tension. Think about maybe drafting.
근데 대경아, 일본도 짜게 먹잖아. 일본 음식도 짠 편이잖아.
It is time for feature matches in round 2. Who have we got lined up?
버터 땅콩 쉐이크. 나 미국 가서 처음에 미국 갔을 때 아는 동생이 형 미국에 온 걸 축하해. 그러더니 저희 맥도날드 가서 밀크쉐이크 땅콩 밀크쉐이크 시켜서 줬는데 진짜 저 느끼한 것도 잘 먹고 막 다 잘 먹거든요. 진짜 한 2모금 먹고 더 이상 못 먹겠어요.
The reigning Pro Tour champion, but he's won just about everything in the game. A Magic Online champion, multiple Grand Prix, a Team Series champion. World Championship
피처 매치 했으니까. 근데 일본 음식 나는 일본 갔을 때 느낀 게 우리나라보다 다 그러던데 기본적으로 짠 게 많던데. 일본 가서 그거 막 그냥 뭐라고 해야 돼? 유동집 같은 데 가서 먹어도 다 기본적으로 간이 세던데. 우리나라에서 먹는 것보단 다 세던데. 라면집도 그렇고. 그런 거 다 안 먹으면은 먹을 게 별로 없겠다.
The deck lists.
Yeah, absolutely. We already did see Reed as our featured drafter taking a look at his deck. We heard
근데 기본적으로 우리나라 음식이 뭐야 이거 없었잖아.
top heavy, but that early game and most importantly that removal suite.
이거 없었는데 갑자기 생겼어요.
If he is able to stabilize, he can get to the late game. But as we saw in that first match, even in the late game, if his opponents are
아까 이거 피처 매치 이거 걔가 잘못한 거네.
Reed has a very powerful deck, but some of the pieces are not there, and that can definitely be
이거 아까 그거 했던 애가 잘못한 거네. 그럼 그렇지.
He drafted red white. This is perhaps the
일본 음식 난 일본 음식 그래서 잘 먹었어. 짠 거 잘 먹는 편이라. 이거 얘가 다 먹었네요. 얘가 다 먹음. 얘가 3개 먹었는데 2개 돈 것 중에.
He does have the answers. One of the things that is really rough for Reed here, Marco's deck is red-white creatures, and Reed, one of his bombs is Breach the Multiverse. You're not really getting good things from Marco's deck, so you're relying on your own deck to provide, and this could go either way. It's a tough one.
Yeah, it certainly is. 0-2 is not where you want to be kicking off a Pro Tour campaign. It's super tough to come back from. All right, we're going to head down to the casters. For my first time ever, and for the first time this weekend, it is such an honor to welcome to the booth Corey Baumeister and first, Ailey Loney.
Thank you so much, Rich. Yes, indeed. Welcome, everybody, to the feature match area. I'm Ailey Loney alongside Corey Baumeister. We're in Minneapolis. We're going to crown a champion this weekend. We cannot wait to jump into another round of draft here. We were sitting backstage watching Reed Duke drafting this, and we were all going, OMG, how does he lose this? And it turns out you just play 5-color nonsense with the big bombs, like Atraxas. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable stuff indeed.
That was an awesome first match, I must say. I'm excited.
So we're going to have to see how Reed Duke, our reigning Pro Tour champion, can hold up against Marco Camiluzzi, who is playing a color pair that we don't often see as like the favored pick. The yes, I want to be.
요것도 지면은 만약에 두크가 여기서 지면은 역시 제가 생각하는 게 맞아요. 지금 상대는 디나이가 많은 덱이에요. 디나이를 많이 먹었어. 근데 두크는 안 먹었거든요. 밸류를 선택했어요. 근데 이것도 만약 매치를 지면은 두크의 선택은 다 틀린 거야. 잘 못하게 돼요.
As we saw, 3 sealed from existence for Marco Camiluzzi. So if there aren't many big haymakers coming down from Reed Duke. He's got to be wary of those taking his goodies.
Yep, absolutely. And Reed definitely has a lot of bombs. You know, not that many removals is kind of the main thing that Reed's deck is really missing. But yeah, Seal from Existence to be able to take Boon Valkyrie is going to be a problem.
Yeah, that card is so good. It's an absolute house when it comes down. So kicking things off here, we have both players finding their land drops, which is always a good place to start off with here, as we have a knight down on the battlefield, ready to get ready to get working here.
여기에 카드 이름의 양면을 다 보여주기 위한 저런 노력보다 차라리 앞에 이름만 보여주고 발비를 보여주는 게 낫지 않을까? 그죠? 여러분들은 어때요? 그러니까 그냥 여기서 4 비비 있고 앞에 이름만 나와 있는 게 낫지 않을까요? 굳이 플레임을 이렇게 썼어야 되나? 이래야 되나? 이거 꼭 이래야 되나? 그러니까 여기까지만 보여주고 여기 발비가 나오는 게 낫지 않나? 오류 안 내는 게 우선이다. 아니 그래도 얘네들이 이거를 내가 믿기지 않은 이야기를 하자면 얘네들은 이거를 지금 30년째 하고 있단 말이에요. 응? 오프라인 대회 방송을 30년째 하고 있어. 이게 30년의 경력이다 이러면서 하고 있는 거예요.
Definitely so. We're going to see a convoke here, as well as the Seraph of Nukapena hitting the battlefield. One of the
어택 선언한 다음에 찍은 거예요. 어택 선언을 하고 비질런스기 때문에.
And Reed's going to be pretty happy with this, actually. Like, it looks really bad right now, you know, with this battlefield being so overwhelming, but as long as Reed can pick up some removal spells here for invasion, it's going to be great. But as I say that, no lands in hand, so you really do need to hit this pretty quickly.
Yeah. Oh no, breach of the multiverse in the bin. That's such a fun.
맨날 하나가 좋아.
Feels so bad to put that one into the graveyard.
Yeah, that's man. I understand the need for Unsealed and Necropolis in a format like this, but I also hate it when it mills my goodies. It's like I want to play this.
Yeah, I was like, if it's gonna mill anything, mill.
이게 다 포드랍 생물이 한 장밖에 없어서요. 포드랍 때 할 게 없어가지고.
Top here for Reed is huge. Now just deciding how much does Reed want to commit to the battlefield. This is a really smart play, committing a legend, so that if you do top deck invasion, everything but for
legends. Well, there is one of those sealed from existence, so Furia goes bye-bye for now. And that's a lot of damage.
다음 턴 메스. 듣고 승! 기도하기 저 땅! 이러고 있겠죠 지금? 랜드! 땅!
Is it a land? Yes! Alrighty.
메스.
Okay, we're in business. Let's go. Get out of here. Everything is deaded. And of course, Marco is now responsible for protecting.
왜 여기다 넣어? 상대한테 달아주는 건데.
And now back to
아니
clean board. Let's see what Reed.
저지 새끼 이거 아레나 안 하나 이거? 아레나 하면 율로 달리는데 그죠? 여기 달아야 되는데 왜 이거 다니까는 율로 내려오게?
Reed, especially with Bringer Valkyrie, has a nice restock here for next turn, and just hoping to dodge another one of those seals, which Marco does have.
It's under the gateway. It's going to make a little itty bitty token. And then we see invasion of Kylem here, I believe.
Okay. Do you mind if I take it out of the switch?
아레나가 정상적인 게임이 아니다.
This is the wordiest set since the last set, I'll have you know.
Yes, but I believe it. When you have so many different card names on the front and the back here, that ends up being quite strong.
Yeah, so this doesn't really do much right now. Just gives vigilance plus 2. Oh, and haste. So the little 2/2 is now a little bigger and is going to get in before taking Reed down.
들고 갈까봐?
Alright, so Phyrexian Gargantua is not castable, and Marco does have a Seal of Existence, so if Reed only has one threat, this 2/2 is just going to win the game straight away.
That is going to be game over, so land, Boonbringer Valkyrie.
천사 가자.
The big ol' angel. Can this
이것도 실 달겠죠?
The answer is no with that Seal of Existence, like you mentioned. So Little Tutu gets the job done here for Marco Camiluzzi. Let's go to game number 2, Corey. Not looking so hot here for our Pro Tour Phyrexia champion.
Yeah, Reed was so close to stabilizing there.
역시 아니다. 약하다.
Being able to start casting those
그러니까 3드랍, 4드랍이 너무 약한 것 같아요. 힘싸움이 전혀 안 되네.
Make a drinker in hand. This is another one of these little 1/1s, you know, similar to Crawling Chorus from the previous set, when Marshall absolutely loved that card.
He couldn't get enough of it.
Yeah, Ichor Drinker kind of fills that spot too. It's like, oh yeah, I like this guy because you know it's 2 creatures in 1.
Exactly. Yeah, really good with different sack outlets for, especially for black-white.
Yep.
I'm a big fan. Black-white also not necessarily everybody's favorite.
그 전에 너무 놀았죠. 놀고 싶어서 논 건 아니긴데.
But definitely an archetype that I love quite a bit.
너무 많이 맞았죠. 7점씩 2번 스윙 당한 것도 크고 그 전부터도 계속 맞아가지고.
Inclusion of battles in this set too. I think it's just a home run.
And to convoke, I mean, every single mechanic like that really just screams that this is a very skill-intensive limited format. So I think our 3-0s, our 6-0s for limited are really going to be some star players.
Yeah. Ichor Drinker, Etched Familiar down on the battlefield here. This
듀크 덱 자체에 디나이가 너무 적어요.
These haste givers.
그죠? 나만 그렇게 생각하는 거 아닐 거예요.
Oh, I like them. You know, I like
생물이 강한 생물은 다 5만화부터 나오는데 그 전에 힘싸움 할 만큼 필드의 영향력을 끼칠 수 있는 2드랍, 3드랍 생물이 별로 없어요. 약하단 말이야, 생물이 기본적으로.
the Hanger Scrounger, that's the one.
There we go.
Him getting haste, just being able to get your
그러다 보니까 계속 이렇게 되는 것 같아요. 초반에 지금은 초반에 잘 깔았잖아요. 그냥 이런 식으로 잘 깐 다음에 나오는 생물들로 어느 정도 그거예요. 대치 상태를 만들고 비행으로 때려야지 그나마 할만한 느낌? 근데 그것도 상대가 디나이를 써버리면
This completed Huntmaster, excuse me, you're talking about sack outlets earlier. Hitting Ichor Drinker,
애매해지는 거죠.
That's so cool. You're just upgrading all of your tokens if you get a 1/1 or a 2/2. You know, cool.
라이프링크 생물들 다 실에 묶여가지고 아무것도 못했으니까.
If you're facing down a really large creature, just block, sack, incubate it, and step block, sack, rinse and repeat. Ends up being one of my favorite uncommons.
It's definitely something that Marco would like to get off this board. You know, perhaps via Volcanic Spite, something along those lines. So let's see if he can get rid of that. Seal from Existence available to him. So pick your poison here. What would you like to do?
All the removal spells. Picked up a Prankster for the turn, so has a nice curve.
뭘 내렸을까?
If Marco wants it, doesn't discard a land, for instance. See what was discarded. And
it's gonna send back that Prankster.
Looks like it.
Play the land and hold up removal or fake it at least.
Yeah, that was interesting because that was a nice little curve.
이게 지금 듀크한테도 되게 좋은, 지금 이 상황이 되게 좋은 상황이거든요, 듀크한테. 듀크가 원하는 게 이런 건데 이 상황에서도 어떻게 되나 봅시다.
Gift of Completion, Drag Recycler, Scroll Shift in hand. So Gift of Completion will allow a scry whenever Phyrexian dies for him. Brings along a little buddy too.
It's one of my favorite cards. I love Gift of Completion. Like, just the surveils that you get off of it, really great enough. But the fact that it is still just 2 mana, essentially for a 3/3, of course you have to commit a little bit more mana, but really, really nice in black-white. And there's some strong synergies. If you ever blink that and just be able to create another Incubate token, which we did see that Reed had in his hand.
So I'm going to see an attack here with the Scrounger, the draw and the discard.
Scroll Shift in hand, being able to make another creature at some point.
Give me a trade, a drain, and a surveil.
그래도 땅을 좀 많이 줄였기 때문에 핸드 밸류는 좋아요. 12시가 훨씬.
Let's go and dig around in the graveyard. As we see a follow up there. Another knight brings a 2/2 friend along with it.
Yep, not the best attacks into the mana open for a 3/3 Incubate creature, so just forced to pass the turn. And Reed has stabilized from Marco's really fast start. And that's good news for Reed, because Reed's deck definitely has the bigger top decks, where Marco has the more consistent, aggressive style of deck here.
Yeah, for sure. You know, at some point, though, Marco is going to run out of steam a little bit, whereas Reed has the propensity to go over the top with the big heavy hitters like
듀크 핸드 한 장?
Valkyrie, like the March, the Breach the Multiverse. But, you know, Seal, if he can keep Reed in check and just get these blockers off the board, you know, that's Marco's avenue to victory here.
100% agree. Looks like that is another Knight of New Collation in hand there. Going to be able to just pressure here on Reed.
Yeah, doing a good job of that. He is sitting at 23 though, so quite comfortable for the time being. Icar Drinker can jump in the way of something big when it needs to.
상황이 안 좋아졌죠?
Recyclers there, but unfortunately losing that completed Hunt Master, so none of that fun stuff that we were talking about just a few turns ago.
저 화이트 3만화 뭐지? 스크롤 시프트.
Man, I just want to see him drop something massive. I kind of want to see City on Fire just because I really like that card, but it's so expensive.
So tough to get down, and I feel like every time I get that card to land,
감시한 거죠, 감시?
with all my creatures, and I'm like, all right, this doesn't do as much, but if it ever connects, and you can really get something going with that, it's incredible.
Yeah.
Stoke the Flames, anyone?
Yeah, sure. Lucky Scrap Chomper, one of the best named cards in the set. I love it. It's just a cute little 1/1 that can just munch on some artifacts or lands if you have spare.
Yep.
When do you ever have spare lands in a Boros deck, though?
You know, I mean, when you're kind of saying it though, when you run out of steam, like the Boros deck definitely does. So this card makes a little bit of sense. At least you can get it in a couple of points of damage.
그래서 5만화 엔젤 나오고
After you've really deployed all your
스펠 2개씩 쓰면서 뭔가
basically what Marco finds is completely unneeded.
일단은 라이프를 벌 수 있어요.
Very much focused on the curve of 4 drops and less, with a couple exceptions. Then you can just start getting rid of some lands to
실
the game. So
달 거고
off the top was huge though.
실이 하나 더 있을 거거든요. 근데
Bring her baby, let's go. Backup ability, did that go on the Icar Drinker?
I believe it did, yep.
Flying first strike, lifelink, lifelink. So you get double life, yeah?
Double lifelink, yep, sure does.
Curses
sure
be
does
upon us.
not. Wow,
there goes our pretty angel, sealed away from existence once again.
Yeah, Boonbringer Valkyrie has to just be one of the most incredible cards in this set. We've already seen cards like that in the past, Lyra Dawnbringer being one of them, where it's just so great already, but when you can kind of give it a Baneslayer ability, Baneslayer or Lyra, to another creature and get an attack in right away, even if you lose it, to gain a little bit of life,
엔젤?
excellent.
You know, when you're looking at or assessing your cards that you open, you're looking for bombs, you're looking for.
저 엔젤이 되게 중요한 거예요. 지금 듀크 입장에서. 저게 그 밸류 카드의 전부거든요.
Which is the Boonbringer Valkyrie. So.
Yep, totally agree.
It'd be nice if
저 말고는 뭐 그 7만화 스펠이나 그런 게 있긴 한데 6만화 생물도 있긴 있고 그래도 요 덱을 짤 때 요거를 되게 중요하게 생각하더라고요. 듀크는 5만화 저 엔젤을.
But Reed's deck is all
이바이
about, a couple of removal spells here and there, and then just haymakers. So Marco's deck is lining up quite well against Reed so far.
Definitely. Now we're going to see Invasion of Belanon hit the board too, adding further creatures. And then if that flips, I'm wondering if we might see an attack on this battle here shortly.
Yeah.
To give that Anthem effect.
Absolutely. Got to clear out the 2/4 flyer here. Is really brick walling everything here for Marco.
어쨌건 듀크는 본인이 생각하는 밸류 카드들이 연속해서 나와가지고 필드를 안정화는 시켰어요. 상대가 압박하는 압박하는 걸 다 막아내긴 했어요. 저게 인보크 디나이?
Here on this battlefield as Marco is flooding out a little bit.
Didn't your mama ever tell you not to eat dirt?
We all had to learn the hard way.
Yeah. Oh boy. Seal from Existence. Shatter the Source. We saw that in the first game. Knight of the New Coalition again. How many knights did you have?
실도 있고 샤터도 있고.
Fair few, 3.
Yeah, an incredible pickup here.
저 스크롤 시프트가 디스인젠트 같은 건가? 사이드 카드 들어온 건가? 네, 영문 이름을 몰라가지고 저게 무슨 카드인지 모르겠네. 나오나 이거?
It's gonna go with this. We're tapping out here almost. First, it's gonna be our knights. So 2 more creatures added to the board. I bet Reed Duke is just hoping for a board wipe.
Yeah, invasion off the top would be so incredible. Getting to keep Furja around and get rid of everything else and attack it would be excellent. But Reed's getting to the point where the battlefield's going so wide for Marco that you really kind of need it at this point. You know,
it's not gonna matter. You know,
게이스트 그리고 비질런스 다 어택하면서 실. 아, 저 셔터 쓰려고 하겠죠.
Damage coming through here. 2, 4, 6, 7.
Okay, so this was the attackers attacked at the
깜빡이
invasion,
들어.
and
깜빡!
this, but here we go. We see scroll shift to be able to blink this at instant speed to be an
저거구나.
excellent card here. And Reed's been very, very, you know, conservative with that card. Where not trying to play it too early, even though you're really incentivized to try to play the cards in your hand to activate Furja. So ends up being a really, really nice thing here.
Shadow the Source doesn't get a target there. Fury back on the battlefield. Scroll shift gets a card. So let's see what Reed can do. Just a swamp in hand, so isn't able to cast the double spell.
그쵸, 이득 많이 봤죠.
To get that ability off of Fury.
Yep. Absolutely. Deciding on the surveil here. I always thought it was Furja. I guess I'm wrong, huh?
I'm just, until someone corrects us.
There we go. There we go. Well, one of us
I think
wrong.
it's Furia, but you
Furia.
know.
Okay, I'll stick with you. You're better at card names than I am.
Twitch
That's for
chat
sure.
will enlighten us.
요 컨트롤이 잘려 있다고요? 잘려 있는 게 아니고 상대 것도 날릴 수 있는 거
Incredible
아니에요?
card, though. A card we've seen
It's
in
great.
previous
I love it.
sets
And the
that I
art
really
is
like.
just, oof.
Yeah.
These multiverse legends, oh, they're so good.
I love it. You're in anyone?
I dislike that card immensely, and I know how much you love it.
Yes,
so.
yes.
Alrighty, little buddy Ichor Drinker at the bin, gonna create that the two countered incubation token.
And unfortunately for Reed, just trying to play two spells, and well, that was probably the worst card to top deck to be able to play, since it is a legend. And there is another seal.
Okay, that's the third one. He's done. He's out now.
Yep, out of seals.
Goodness me.
Wow.
Wow. That, yeah, Marco must have felt so great getting the third one.
Yeah, no kidding.
Unbelievable stuff.
Well, good news for Reed Duke fans
이만아.
a little bit is you do have a backup Angel to be able to play, and well, it won't be getting Seal of Existence, and I think.
근데 드로우가 장난 아니라고 하는 것보다 그냥 계속 얘로 땅을 먹으니까. 얘가 계속 땅을 먹고 있어요.
Only other removal spell in Marco's deck to deal with it, but Reed is still trying to knock the top of the
그리고
deck. Is it a breach?
디나이 쓰면서 땅 내리고 이런 걸로 땅 계속 내렸어. 디나이가 장난 아닌 것보다 캔트롤을 많이 치긴 했어요. 이거 솔직히 듀크가 드로우 훨씬 좋은 거야 이거. 밸류 카드 다 나왔어. 7마나 빼고 6마나 생물 2개 빼고 진짜 5마나 3개 다 나왔고.
What an incredible top deck though, just something
이거 듀크가 드로우 훨씬 좋은 거예요.
Furja here to be able to activate that, so huge sequence there for Reed.
Oh, that's so good here for Reed Duke.
Okay, now Reed has really weathered the storm here, is at 25, so still doing fine. And gets to play this powerful spell.
근데 디나이가 되게 많긴 했어요, 되게.
Huge advantage back to Reed Duke.
Yeah, and
근데 드로우를 12시가 압도적으로 더 많이 했으니까 원래. 이거 봐봐. 지금 듀크 드로우 진짜 좋은 거야. 이 듀크 진짜 드로우 진짜 정말 잘 나온 거예요. 12시는 지금 캔트립을 한 5번 한 것 같은데? 땅 먹은 것만 4장 먹은 것 같은데, 땅?
Marco doesn't have a lot of that left, and now Marco just doesn't have really heavy hitters. The Alabaster was probably the
듀크가 되게 잘 나온 거야.
that'll be a good hit, but not the best ones.
너 몇 장 남았어?
Can we count our
just,
library?
Yes, let's count libraries. Breach is this creature or planeswalker.
Okay,
so it's
can't
not
hit
gonna
the
hit the
invasion.
battle.
나 몇 장 안 남았어.
Okay,
아이 몰라 10장 까.
There we go. Alright, we're just putting in our orders. Apologies to our waitress. We'll give you a good tip at the end, promise.
Yeah, that question you never really want to be asked. Let's count our
10장 까.
libraries real quick.
What's worse, cards in hand or how many cards in library?
Yeah. I think the absolute worst is you're tapped out, right?
Yeah.
That's probably the worst question to be
You're
asked.
at 2?
Yeah. All right.
Oh boy.
Based on the library count, maybe Reed is considering not casting the breach. I kind of doubt it. But if your library is so little, maybe you have 13 cards or something like that, it can be a real cost.
Yeah, because you have to then calculate, all right, how can I kill you quick enough with the cards that I have left? So here we go, 10 cards.
몇 장 안 남았다.
Let's take a look, see, do we have any good hits? Lands. Ayara's pretty neat. That's a
very
good.
Good. And not hitting invasion is excellent with that not being able to hit those. So.
Oh, there we go. There's a city on fire in the bin, so that's not a problem or a concern.
누가 제일 세냐?
Knight in there. It's the 3/3. What else we got?
Reed might just want to take the Knight of New Coalition. Coalition.
Yeah.
To just get a couple bodies to block. And Ayara.
There we go. Yep.
Okay.
Good job, Corey.
이바이 토큰 뽑는 애?
Yeah, no, Ayara is so cool. I just built a commander deck around her because I was just like, oh my gosh, this card is sick.
It is an incredible Magic card, that's for sure.
Yeah, no, this is excellent. A sacrifice outlet, a way to deal that.
이거 상대 기물이 늘어나가지고 이거 뚫기 힘들겠는데 지금 라이브러리 4장 남은 거 같죠?
Yeah, and I believe in the bottom right-hand corner of our deck we do see
이제 딱 먹으면서 캔틀이 못 쳐.
Something available for Reed is just pay 5, flip it.
이제는 캔틀이 못 쳐거든.
Go to 25 at such a high life total. Basically, that is just dependent on how many cards is in Reed Duke's library because you can't get too close here.
Yeah, cutting it a little close there. Just gotta be wary of that. Nice collective nightmare. Gonna take care of the knight. So no backup ability for them.
Yep, and with the Anthem there, the backup ability would have put it to a 4/4.
Yeah.
So is able to stop that before the problem comes out.
야, 이거 밀어서 이기겠는데?
But starting with an Ayara available to be flipped, no cards in hand for Marco. So yeah, time to pick up that graveyard and see what kind of goodies we have.
It's like having a whole other hand available to him right now. And Ayara is just such a cool card.
Yeah, incredibly powerful.
뭐 때문에 무덤을 보지?
And with other sack outlets too, like he doesn't have one available now, but you know whatever you.
드로우 먹으려고 하는 건가 제로? 던져가지고 데미지 입히고.
Unless you sacrifice it. Yep.
Yeah,
a beautiful combo there.
You just get some lovely little interactions with the sacrifice decks, but for now it looks like
넘겼죠? 딱 못 파요.
for the time being.
Interesting. Reed did not want to flip that at all. It's just keeping Ayara's front ability available, which definitely adds up. You know, if you're sacking this knight, deal 4, gain 4. If you're sacking Edge Familiar, take 5, with the ability from Edge Familiar as well, with the drain too. So it adds up pretty quickly where, you know, it's really
아,
impressive.
근데 듀크대 이렇게 잘 나와야지 이렇게 버티는 거 보니까 요 게임을 이겨도 그건데?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to do. So Edge Familiar. Goodbye.
이 게임을 이겨도
Gets a surveil off of it as well.
1승 2패 할 것 같은데?
Just a swamp in hand, so looking to get a little bit more action.
진짜 잘 나온 거거든요?
Oh,
잠깐만, 듀크가 먼저 밀리는데?
And there is only 4 cards left in library for Reed, and that's really, I think, what Marco's looking for right now. Probably not.
잠깐만, 듀크가 먼저 밀리는데? 듀크가 더 적었던 것 같은데? 난 12시가 더 적은 줄 알았는데 아닌 것 같은데? 이건 반전이 있는데?
Reed's looking at graveyard not necessarily for something that he wants to reanimate from Marco, but what is left in your deck?
야, 듀크야, 이건 이겨야지. 이거 지면 너무 암울한데?
So they get to see exactly what it.
그래서 열심히 때리기 시작했어요. 희생하면서. 아, 그래서 무덤에 있는 생물 봤나 보다. 내가 던져서 죽일 수 있는 생물 몇 개 남았는지 카운팅했나 보다. 그러니까 던져서 죽일 만큼의 개수가 있는지 봤나 봐요. 네. 지금 열심히 던져서 5점 까야 되는 거야.
Yeah, adds just another layer of complexity. You know, trying to play around cards when they're tapped out, when you have convoke cards, transforming so you have to know the backsides of a bunch of cards, and the battles, creating these like sub games. This set is just amazing, and I absolutely love it. It's one of my favorite, if not my favorite, of all times. I've been having so much fun playing this.
Flippity flop.
Here
comes
we go.
the Furnace Queen. Lovely.
Okay.
Oh, little familiar coming back.
얘 죽으면 2점 때리는 애죠.
Coming back to attack now. It is, if it is just taken, it exiles and it will not.
Exiles. You won't get the death trigger.
You won't get the death trigger, but if you block, then you do get the trigger. So at some point, Marco will have to start blocking these creatures, but this is not exactly the one to start with.
No.
End of turn. Exo.
She's so pretty. Terrifying, but pretty.
Yes. Fantastic card.
진짜 힘들게 이겼다.
hit the board, and that's going to be too much there for Marco to do.
진짜 힘들게 이겼어요.
Gotta love that. That's the first card you gotta put there. Absolutely. Most important there. Looks like we got a couple of lands.
야, 이거 12시에 화이트 없는데?
Both players.
Love to see it. No planes though, with a seal of existence, seal from existence in hand. Oh, there we go. We found one. So kicking things off there with a lovely 2-drop.
핸드에는 밸류 카드 2장 있고 오일캐스터 저거 뭐지?
Definitely. And that card can be really scary if you're able to transform it right on turn 3, which Marco can do, and just get it going. That card can be absolutely terrifying, usually in more spell-based decks. So like blue-red, it's really good in. Maybe black-red if you have a lot of removal and stuff like that. So not ideal, but the Spell Spear can really, really create a fast clock transformed on the other side.
I mean, what more do you want from a 2-drop? Got trample, so if you have any buff effects, like we've seen the Anthem, we see the backup. It's an excellent backup target, even though it's not.
핸드는 역시 무거워요. 듀크 핸드는.
Exactly. Maybe flying. I'll take flying on that card. Yeah.
Get Lord.
Depending if I'm playing it versus if my opponent's playing it.
Yes.
All right, look at this curve
again. This
from
is
Marco
crazy.
here.
Yeah. Frick. 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, go.
Okay. Lancer is getting that boost there as well from both knights.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so
whenever
it
another
twice.
knight, it's not just one or more.
So just 5 damage coming in, and all of a sudden Reed Duke is very much up against it. That is a ton of power.
오일캐스터가 뭔지
Beautiful curve.
Lands. Let's hope we can survive to hit that breach the multiverse. If you're a Reed Duke fan, it's gonna be a tenured world coaster. Not great right now. It's just a 2/4, but it can die. Jump block.
Yep. So Reed has a great curve of 5 into 6 into 7 with Boon, Valkyrie into Gargantua into Breach, but no planes. So right now you can't even cast Boon Valkyrie, which is a card that would very much help Reed out here. But Marco also just has that plane for Seal of Existence.
이바사라고 생각하면 되겠네. 여기에 실이 갈 거냐 아니면 그냥 토큰을 뽑고 그쪽으로 공격을 가느냐. 아, 토큰 뽑는 게 아니네. 딴 거네. 이거 나올 때 타겟 생물 2개 공 올린다? 헤이스트 주고.
Yeah, giving it to the Spell Spear too.
So Spell Spear is getting prowess, and now we decide where we want to point this at.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be the Knight and the Spell Spear.
Okay.
So Zephyr Knight, rather large.
All right, that is an attack for 10, and it looks like both of them are going at invasion.
저게 뒤집히면은 저게 생물 토큰 2개 나오는 거였나?
To stop the invasion from flipping here.
고개 꺾는 거 너무 불편해요? 어차피 이거 읽히지도 않잖아. 불편할 게 뭐 있어요? 이거 읽히지도 않는데. 이거 몽골인 아니면 안 보일 것 같은데 지금? 몽골 사람들 아니면 안 보일 것 같은데.
Pretty brutal here.
That didn't even matter in game 1 though. He was able to clear the board, and Marco was just like, okay, still had all these.
Exactly.
Battle is defeated.
지지 뭐라?
Yep. Flippity flop, casting the spell. 2 3/2s.
Okay. Yep, 3/2s, and whenever this creature, or at least one other creature token attacks.
3바이 레드 화이트 전사고 얘가 뭐지금? 하여튼 카운터가 올라간대요.
Alright, so land 6 is picked up.
화이트 하나 없어서 천사 못 뽑았는데 필드가 어마무시하거든요.
It's got to be either on the top of the deck or maybe second from the top to just stay alive here.
이거 그냥 실로 찍고 달릴 것 같은데. 알랄랄 변신. 이거 그냥 실로 2바사 찍고 달릴 것 같은데.
100%. They're not going to be 3/2s for long, Ailey, I'll tell you that. So, and even if you play Gargantuan, the Seal of Existence to be able to take that away if he doesn't just fire it off now, but
yeah. Protection. Spellstalker, the flip side of the Spell Spear. Ward 2 now with prowess. So the problems are just doubling here.
이거 기량 2개 달렸거든요, 두랑 2개.
Double trouble?
Double trouble, for sure.
So Seal comes into play here. You get that double prowess trigger to make that creature a 5/5 and targeting Reed's best blocker here. I think I have to take.
그나마 버틸 수 있는 건 다음 턴에 화이트 딱 나와서 천사 나오는 거 말고 없어요.
This is bad news bears right now for Reed Duke, our reigning Pro Tour champion. 0-2 is not how you want to start.
Definitely not. But you know, we've seen, Utah did go 0-3 into winning one of these tournaments, so it's not impossible.
It's not impossible,
but it's not where you want to start.
No.
You can basically win the tournament with 4 losses, so you can lose 1 round in constructed if you start 0-3. So that is a really big deal.
Here we go. We're getting counters, getting some blockers in here.
8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18점 4점 남았네.
18? Yeah, 18 damage. Putting Reed down to 4. Is it invasion?
메스 기도해야 될 듯. 메스 기도.
That is the question here. It's either going to be invasion or handshake. So, just doing some quick math here with the judge. Double check.
야 기량했어 이 자식아. 이거 쓸 때 기량 2번.
Trigger. So trigger actually.
Yep.
So it's extra 2 power there on that guy.
All right, big draw.
메스를 외쳐봅니다. 스왑프. 화이트도 아니야.
Another swamp. Good game there to Marco
듀크 2패.
Cavaluzzi dispatching of
내가 볼 때 듀크 3패가.
borrow stack and like we mentioned, like we spoke.
3패 가자.
The format is so close in terms of what is viable, and we're just seeing Marco absolutely crushing it there. Those seal from existence and just going wide. What do you do against that board, Corey?
Yeah, you got a top-down invasion. That's pretty much what you got to do. But yeah, seal of existence, these kind of O-ring effects are always incredible.
플레인 6개도 더 이상 말하지 않을게요. 어쨌건 내가 매직하는 거 방송 보신 분은 알죠. 저는 세컨 칼라가 조금 들어가도 랜드를 6개 정도 넣지 않아요. 드랩 전패하고 컨스 전승하면 된다고요? 뭐 그런 식으로 따지면은 뭐 어떻게든 다 되죠. 그런 식으로 따지면 어떻게든 다 될 수 있지. 근데 지금 스탠다드가 그 정도로 성적을 잘 내기 쉽지 않은 환경이라고 전 생각해가지고 많이 힘들 거라고 생각합니다. 타카시 유타는 그거였잖아. UR 드래곤이었잖아. UR 드래곤이라고 하는 게 맞아? 스펠덱. 그런 거는 가능한데 지금 메타가 가능할까? 드래프트 3패 하면은 나는 힘들 거라 생각하는데 지금 환경이 그냥 키티 깔기 선수권 대회라 상성적 우위를 끼고 딱 이길 수 있는 덱 같은 게 많이 나올까? 그때 스탠다드랑 지금 스탠다드랑 좀 많이 달라요, 느낌이. 저는 스탠다드에서 그렇게 압도적으로 성적을 잘 내려면 내 지식에 없는 덱이 나와야 된다고 생각하는데 모르겠네. 난 힘들어 보이는데. 차라리 다 이길 수 있는 덱이 나올 수 있다면 오시컨이나 아니면 화이트 계열 터치한 미드레인지 컨트롤 정도? 나올 수 있다면, 잘 짠 덱이 그렇게 나온다면 그건 가능하겠지만 그게 아니라고 하면은 대부분 그릭시스나 락토스를 했을 건데 그 매치는 진짜 키키즈키가 잘 나오는 쪽이 엄청 유리한 매치라 전승하기 되게 힘들 거라 생각합니다. 지금 환경은 진짜 제 생각에는 다른 환경보다도 전승하기 힘든 환경이라고 생각해요. 성적을 잘 내기 되게 힘들어요. 지금 스탠다드 환경이. 그래서 리미자라는 게 되게 중요한 프로투어라고 저는 봤거든요. 그래서 듀크 좀 힘들어 보인다 이렇게 생각하고 있는 거예요.
Everyone's super excited.
What a beautiful venue.
I know, right? I feel like we can launch rockets out of this, but you know.
I bet we can.
We'll get to that later. Yeah. We have Magic and draft matches to get to, friends. So let's jump in here to game number 3 of Autumn versus James Arthur. So
이거 두 번째 게임이네.
I know, we're following along with Reed Duke. Now we are into the players who have yet to
3라운드가 2라운드예요.
So
2라운드.
let's jump in and take a look. See what's happening between these two players from our featured pod.
Yep, absolutely. And it looks like for Autumn, we have a really nice Boros deck once again. Pretty close to Marco's list, except with a bit more bombs. We see a couple Fearless Scalds there, going to be excellent. And
Jeru and Hazaret being one of the big.
Very, very powerful here as well. And then for James, a good blue-white deck, a good Azorius deck, has really highlighted by Wrath, one of my favorite cards, and then Sunfall.
Yeah.
Maybe
조커를 또
a
보여준다?
lot of players are saying it's just the best rare, right? Like it's got to be close.
Sunfall is an amazing card indeed, and it's just such a great way to, you know, it's almost like a one-sided board wipe. Because you get a big dumb creature.
평범하게 짰네 이번엔. 그냥 오색 맨날 짜고 막 이랬는데 이번 플로우 그렇게 하면 안 된다고 생각했나? 그냥 평범한 보루스인데요.
Kicking things off here, Wrath, unfortunately not sticking around.
조커를 또 보여줄지 모르겠는데 일단 피처 한 사람 계속 보여주는 게 얘네들 그 룰이라고 하면은 보여줄 것 같긴 해요.
It's such a must kill that it just gets really carried away.
Yeah, Harried Artisan, he's in a hurry. He's got to get places. Has haste, and the backside of this card is excellent indeed. If you're able to flip this, you have a flyer that's got, you know, a pretty big butt.
Oh,
it's not going to be taken care of very quickly.
Really incredible card there. 3/4 flyer, doing some damage.
Outside of things, getting the little vampire down, the Dusk Legion Duelist likes to get counters put on it, so that'll definitely be a good target for removal, as well as the backup abilities for James Arthur.
Yeah, and we don't see a ton of backup. That's really the trick with Dusk Legion Duelist. So we see 2 cards here in the list as far as backup goes. But the one thing that card does is it just is a removal magnet. Because you just think like, wow, if my opponent has this perfect deck and they're going to draw a card to every backup creature they play, well, I'm going to lose. So it attracts removal.
얘한테 스펠 쓰면은 그건가? 다른 생물한테 다 되네. 자다. 이게 보루스 덱이 이게 얘가 제일 무서워요. 이게. 배틀트릭 하나 걸면 애들한테 다 걸리거든요. 싱글 타겟으로.
That card terrifies me. Absolutely terrifies me. The first time that card kind of does the thing, you know, it's just absolutely terrifying.
Yep. Captive Weird now, another excellent card. You flip this over and you are in business for the blue-red deck specifically, but also very good here.
And just a good blocker. You know, that card on the draw in an Azorius deck, which is largely thought of as the best color pair. You know, it's at least statistically what people are winning the most with. That and Dimir are kind of the top 2. Which
2마나 이하 2개 가져올 수 있어요.
I wouldn't have thought blue was absolutely the best color. Like everything's so close and so narrow together. Yeah, that I wouldn't have expected it that much. But
blue's very versatile in this format, and we can see Knight Errant of Eos.
둘 다 공격 오면은 배틀트릭 있는 거고 아마 덱을 배틀트릭을 많이 넣는 식으로 짰을 거예요. 자다를 넣었으면은 대부분 토큰이랑 배틀트릭 많이 넣고 어택 가면서 펌핑 해줘가지고 퍼스트라던가 아니면 뭐 그냥 공방을 많이 올려주는 거라던가 이런 걸 사용하거든요.
I believe I may have saw Hazaret in hand. Yeah, a couple aerial boosts are definitely cards that Autumn has available in the deck. So being able to convoke that out for free would be nice.
Yeah. It's always nice getting free stuff. Jeru and Hazaret, though, they scare me. Talk about scary things. Yeah, this card's a little bit terrifying. Big old 5/4. Digs through the deck. You know, it's something typically that Boros doesn't do very well. So all the help they can get, the better.
Yep. And yeah, like you said, if you can ever get aurial boost targeting
이큐 달리면 3바일 엘리멘탈 나오네. 이큐이나 어라 달리면.
And yeah, why not? Flying. So you have inspired charge in decks like this to kind of do that effect.
아, 이거는 펌핑이 있다는 거죠.
As well ends up being even better.
Yeah.
Okay, so Autumn did play.
뭐야? 썬폴 있는데?
Left open a play-ins. This could very
12시 썬폴 있음.
And so if that 4/4 gets in the way of anything, this is going to be a great boost.
Yep. Boost indeed. So target.
The value.
Big old value indeed.
Yeah, no matter what, if James blocked there, it was going to be a bit of a blow.
you know, you can always use aerial boost either as evasion or as like, you know, combat trick removal. Just get rid of something that's blocking and make it a lot more difficult for James to do so favorably. Is that a sunfall?
That was a sunfall. I'm like about to play it, but how about I attack first?
Ooh.
Bang.
Shit!
Let's set Incubate 5. Seems good.
Incubate 5, just a Wrath of God effect, but also leaving behind a pay to create a 5/5. And oh yeah, it can attack that next
와,
turn
이건
as
세게
well,
맞았다.
instead of you know, having to incubate, transform, and then attack, being able to immediately attack with it. Just really shows why Sunfall is one of the best, if not the best, rares in this set.
Yeah, no, it's so good. You know, you are very happy to see that if you are in white. You know,
저게 3바사 지금 퍼스트? 3사 퍼스트?
And what do you do as the Boros deck? You know, I mean, you have to play into
Put
it.
more creatures down.
Exactly. You just hope.
그랩이 지루하다고요,
to the
지능이?
read match that we just saw. What do you do? Just not play into invasion? Then you just.
아니 스탠다드 보면은 더 지루할 텐데 어떡하지? 지능이? 큰일이네.
So now we'll just see how much of a follow-up Autumn has. How much gas is still in the tank.
그랩이 지루하다고?
Just a red cap heal slasher, a couple of lands being missed on Autumn's side of things. James, though, looking pretty darn good after clearing that board out, making land drops, and has a 5/5 available, but it's just gonna hang out for now.
Doesn't want to get in there, and doesn't have any kind of flash threats or anything. So this really is
어텀 지금 거의 핸드가 지금 2장 있는데 트릭을 많이 넣었다고 하면은 지금 조금 애매하긴 할 거예요.
James's Wrath, you know, where you'd love to keep that weird in hand and then flip it and get an additional card.
Oh, nice. Fearless Scald.
백업 생물인가 보네. 카운터 올리려고 하는 거 보니까.
Yeah, no, it'd be a 4.
Yeah, 4/5.
So it could trade with it.
That doesn't
Double?
feel good, though, right?
Yeah, it doesn't feel amazing, but I mean, you got to get that token out of the way somehow.
Yeah.
And at least it kind of fights through.
얘한테 올리고 간다? 그러면 교환?
4바
5 더블 스트라이크 퍼스트 스트라이크 되는 거죠. 더블에 퍼스트 있다고 해서 먼저 때리는 건 아니. 두 번 다. 아, 장고 엄청 하네.
Double striking, whichever way you go, but you know you get to kill a thing right now. So let's see if we're gonna see a removal spell perhaps here from James, or if we're just gonna see this incubator token come to life.
Yeah, James just had Golden Scale, Aeronaut, and a land in hand, so really no tricks here. And this Aeronaut can come down as a 3/4 and trade with Scald at least, so kind of at board parity here. But Autumn definitely had a spell in hand. I didn't see exactly which one she had, but.
요것도 교환이 되죠 서로.
Counter on that, like you mentioned. Good old 3/4.
12시는 핸드가 빈 거 같고. 아니야, 한 장 있네. 한 장 있고. 아, 그거 탭했다, 탭했다. 엄청 오수선하네. 탭했다 말았다, 탭했다 말았다. 씨.
Kind of like the attack here anyway. Just, you know, bluff it, fake it till you make it.
Yep,
could
there we
have
go, getting
anything.
in. Trading. James does have one card, but there we go. There is the follow-up play. Flips it into a card that was made pretty good use in the last game. From Marco.
Spellstalker. Gonna hit the board here.
개구리.
And hey, something you don't see often, a Halo frog guy.
Yeah, no, not a card I play a lot. Do you play that very often? Yeah. I mean, it can definitely be awesome if you're able to go, you know, a nice little curve where you can play some creatures and then have that as an additional creature. It's pretty good, but it really looks like in this deck for James, it's a product of I didn't have enough playables.
Yeah.
Because James's deck doesn't look like, you know, an A here or anything. It has an A+ card in the form of Sunfall, but outside of that, it's just a pretty decently low-powered Blue-White Knights deck, which is still a great deck, but yeah, the problem.
6시는 스펠이 하나 있는 것 같고 6시는 땅 들어오만 받고 있는 것 같아요.
Like to make use of, you know, there's some cheeky things you can do when you have
뭔가 스펠이 2장 있는 듯.
attack after blockers, Wrath would then be able to pump up your entire board. cards. So
absolutely.
that's like the ideal situation, but Ref, alas, is dead.
근데 뭔지 확인은 안 되고 있고.
Into Tetsuku, but that's close. You know, that's probably the ultimate ideal thing that you can do in this format.
Listen
yes,
here,
you can draft Ragavan.
Yeah. It seemed like everyone and their son was drafting Ragavans.
That was my first draft, was a blue-red deck with those two cards.
Oh my
goodness.
I've never had a deck as good.
That's where you retire, Corey.
Exactly.
디스카드 하고 카운터.
Able to draw some cards, and it looks like the equation has been changed.
Invasion of Mercadia here, so let's see what Autumn can dig out. But not right now.
기량은 했죠.
James Arthur.
But that does trigger the prowess. So you're still attacking for 5 here, and you did see Autumn discard a card immediately. When it gets countered, you don't have to discard it, unlike kind of Thrill of Possibility, which is pretty similar to what this is. Yeah.
Oh, Forest Dispersal, okay. So that's going to send back our lovely little trampling friend. Camera Spell Spear back in hand.
Okay, and gets to do some scrying, and looks like both of those cards were kept on top, and one of
똑같은 카드 하나 더 올렸고.
Astral Wingspan was left on top.
Absolute house.
And I didn't see the other
똑같은 카드 하나 더 올렸고 또 하나는 생물이었던 것 같은데.
Flip it right away, or excuse me, draw the card off this boost.
Yeah. This little hopper's about to fly high, man.
Frogs in space, here we go.
아, 비행하고 이제 드로우. 아, 생물이 아니고 저거였구나. 비행이 달리죠 이러면. 또 태가면 저거 올리겠다는 거야. 그래서 레이스를 하겠다는 거죠. 그래 또 뒤집으려면 또 이종을 맞아야 되는데 그게 부담이니까. 이만한.
Yeah, but how do you deal with a flying frog?
토큰 2개?
Yeah, you have to race. You have to race. So here is a double prowess.
Yeah.
So that is creating 5 points of damage. If it's another spell, all of a sudden James is, down to 4.
Oh, it's a cut short.
탭된 거 찍는 거?
Yeah,
oh, that's a cut short?
That'll deal with a frog.
Wow.
Oh.
Okay, let's see what James's last card in hand was.
Can you protect the frog?
If not, this is 7 damage coming in, and then presenting lethal to James, and this would be advancing Autumn to 2-0 to be playing for the pod next round.
That is an excellent spot to be in for Autumn Burchett.
Big draw step there for
어택. 올려야죠 이거. 이거 맞으면 7점이야.
Autumn being our mythic champion, chip 1 winner, taking down that tournament with Mono Blue.
Well, Forest Dispersal. Taking care of the attacker once again. Excuse me, that was the
아, 저거 몇 장을 먹은 거야, 저거?
Of Mercadia, I believe. No,
the double prowess creature sent back again, and didn't have to pay. Well, did have to pay the ward too, but since it was attacking, cost 2 less, so kind of there. So here we go. We see that surveil again, and there is another dispersal and the 2/1 flyer.
So many dispersals.
Yeah,
unbelievable stuff.
Such a great card. Skyclave Aerialist. I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, I like this card too.
I don't like Simic in this format that much, but the fact that it can just be blue, you can transform it.
And if you need lands, just flip it and start digging. It's great.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we go, and you can just pay 2, flip it right away, get a 2/4, and try to find something.
Grab another land off the top of the library, otherwise card to hand.
Well, so far those dispersals have prevented 12 damage from this one creature at James's face here.
Unbelievable.
Not bad.
4 dispersals. Yeah, it's kind of like the Bury books of the format, from Strixhaven.
Yeah.
저건 뭐지?
Get out of here. Every single time that happens, just is such a loss of tempo for the attacking player.
어택 하는데 핸드로 또 올라가.
Imagine if James had that Astral Wingspan still in play.
개빡침.
It was completely over.
Yeah.
But instead, here we go.
또 올라가.
Would you like another one? Good.
Autumn's like, come on.
Just land. Yep, get in the bin. Goodness me. Careful you don't mill yourself there, James.
Yup.
Don't want to go decking. Okay, let's see if the spell spear will stick now. It's kind of like
또 뒤집어. 이제 부담될 텐데.
Not listening at all.
No, it's a jackal, but it's kind of.
야, 이제 5점이다. 너 걔 뒤집으면서 벌써 지금 8대 맞았어, 8대.
And the thing is, with Autumn playing a Boros deck, and the fact that this Spell Spear transforms with blue mana. Autumn has been taking 2 every single time to flip this. So
painful.
Autumn has taken 6 damage from this card, which is actually more damage than James has taken from the flip side of Spell Spear.
Yeah, that Ifara's Dispersal is basically just Ifara's Dispersaling Shock.
Yeah. And I mean, Autumn's down to 3.
Ooh, alrighty. Let's just swing. This is a race now. All the critters in.
All right, this is an attack here for 6. Right now, Autumn's winning the race, but there's so many cards that can flip this in favor of James. Yeah. Just being able to get in 1 more point of damage here with this flyer.
Yeah.
핸드가 땅인가 보네, 핸드가.
Any other backup ability if we see the Bola Slinger? I don't think we've seen that card
Even
yet.
just a blocker for Gataxian Spellstalker right now.
Yeah.
That's a land and a smite, I believe? Yeah, Elspeth Smite.
Yeah. 3 damage to an attacking creature.
That's not enough because it's a 4/4 here from Autumn. Otherwise, James could have attacked and used that. But since that spear was being put on that,
옮겨 달았어?
Damage now.
That was the best thing for James.
어택킹
That was
추방?
the best thing that could have happened for James. Because now James can eat the 2/2 elemental and deal with this. You really want to smite first to make sure there's no pump spell.
어택킹 3점 때려서 추방하는
Any
거.
spell giving double prowess would mean that James really should do this first. When you pick up the card, you know, you're kind of saying you're going to blocking. This is a little riskier, but
스펠 있나? 기량 있어? 기량 있나 보네?
Favorite words. Aerial boost.
Oh.
There we go. Autumn Burchett getting that. Clutching that.
야, 서클 맞을 때만 해도 지나 싶었는데.
To get over the finish line there. That was cool.
That was an incredible game. Even from the Sunfall, it really looked like, you know, there was going to be big advantage points.
그래도 어찌어찌
but just able to keep
저 투드랍 계속 손에 올리는 바운스를 했는데 그 바운스를 한다고 해서 처리되는 건 아니잖아요. 데미지를 2점씩은 줬지만 처리되는 게 아니다 보니까 결국에는 쌓여가지고 졌네요. 근데 또 바운스 안 하면은 더 빨리 죽었을 수도 있어가지고.
Let's go and check out this matchup. 1-1 so far. Who is going to take?
아 근데 게임을 왜 이렇게 많이 보여줘?
We're jumping into game number 2 here, Corey.
All right, more magic. I love it.
갈타면.
This is the crazy.
갈타면 계속 이기는 중.
Earlier with running a Traxa.
Yes.
Oh goodness me, it was insane.
I know we're not supposed to be biased, but that deck is awesome.
It is awesome.
We saw Galtas galore.
Yeah.
We saw proliferating, all kinds of good stuff here.
What would you like to play? Because I have many. Ooh, Botanical Brawler down first here.
And looks like both players here with that opening hand, 6 cards, both took a mulligan here.
둘 다
Brennan a little more.
둘 다 멀리건을 했네요. 오프닝 핸드 6라고 돼 있는 거 보니까.
When you are doing that.
Sure does. But so far so good for both players. And this Botanical Brawler can run away with the game. You know, we might not even need to see any of those massively.
땅 이쁘게 깔고 있는데? 벌써 3세 깔렸는데?
May not need to, but we still want to.
Yeah, we do want to, of course. You know? But this brawler guy, this is going to be something that needs answering very quickly here from Brennan. Let's take a look at his list. See what.
Well, Brennan has an Elish Norn. That's pretty excellent.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's got an Alabaster Host Intercessor that can deal with that. A cut short.
Yeah, and 4 colors.
둘이 되게 비슷한데? 둘 다 GW 베이스에 색깔 터치하는 느낌? 인 것 같아요. 확실하진 않은데.
Players are taking the best cards a lot more than maybe, you know, if you're on arena drafting or something, you're probably going to get some really powerful cards a little later than you would think.
Yeah.
Not so much here at the featured table at a Pro Tour.
Yeah, these players are so disciplined, you know, when it comes to either sticking in their lane or committing to something. They're going to go one way or the other. There's no middle ground.
Yes.
It's just like, okay, I'm going to do this.
So huge attack here. This brawler doing some really big stuff here. With the incubate, whenever you put counters on the incubation, it does grow every single time. So getting a 4/4, but dispersal to deal with at least the incubate trigger.
Yeah, no, we won't see those ones back. They will be making like a 3rd appearance to the buffet table.
Yes, absolutely.
And that token's out of there. And we're going to see the flip token here now from Brennan. draw. Where are we off to? Up against a board that's looking quite formidable indeed, as well as that Phyrexian awakening down on the battlefield.
지금은 6만화가 나올 수 있어요.
Excuse me, no vigilance.
근데 밸류로 가면 갈타면 이길 수 있나? 저 형이 말도 안 되는 밸류 이길 수 있을래나 모르겠네.
With just fixing the mana base.
Another really good addition for the Phyrexian decks, Tangled Skyline, gaining some life and giving things reach. So any flyers you have, they're just going to get swatted out the sky.
So that creates essentially 2 5/5s, gives that brawler another +1/+1 token. And here it comes. What a great story too, that Nothicorn says the one person I want to play is Reed Duke, and then 2-0's Reed Duke at the first Pro Tour. No matter what, that's going to be a memory forever, right?
Definitely. He's having such a great time. He's like, oh, you just killed my thing. That's totally fine.
Yes.
You know, still very much on the front foot here as Brennan just has to pass the turn back and hope for something off the top of the library.
Looks like Brennan has Alabama.
이거는 이제 5만화 생물로 먹겠죠? 5만화였나? 나오면서 생물 추방하는 거 있거든요. 화이트 생물?
So Brennan had to have his mana taxed here because of not flipping them so aggressively.
Yeah. Now we see our little tracker friend. Super good with the Blighted Burgeoning on the lands. Just being able to wrap yourself into oblivion.
Yep, 100%.
Fix your mana nicely.
6만화였나? 5만화가 아니고 6만화였구나. 이거 먹어주고.
Emoti, being able to cascade maybe into Elish Norn. Would that be good?
I don't know. Elish Norn's not the best card.
Yeah, I've lost to Emoti so many times, so that card always stands out to me.
Cascade is such a cool.
하지만 12시는 밸류가 센 게 정말 많아요. 지금 다 깔 수 있고. 뭐가 되든.
Host intercessor taking care of the other pesky token.
나트라스? 아니네.
Alrighty, I'll convert to beast.
Okay, creating another 5/5. Nothicorn has a lot of ways to make 5/5 incubate tokens here.
Yeah. Oh, he's just reveling
incubate flooded. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, his deck is definitely focused around Phyrexians.
이러면 6시도 밸류 되게 중요한데 12시보다 밸류가 쓸 수가 있나 근데 덱이? 갈타 2개 덱인데? 힘들 것 같은데? 더 밸류 세기는? 저건 되게 좋아요. 뒤집을 때마다 드로우 받는 거라.
That's the new term now.
Flippity flop. That's the professional lingo for sure. As we are consummate professionals.
So things looking a little better now here for Brennan. You know, he's not being absolutely smashed at this point, but that might change very shortly.
There we go. We got the stalker to
갈타를 보여주겠죠?
activate this. One of the most powerful things, and there
아니네.
is
갈타 안 나왔네.
No need to put any more words after Vorinclex. This is one of the
와, 덱 밸류가 12시가 진짜 세다.
creatures of its cycle. Elish Norn being excellent as well, which both players have.
This
but
guy,
I am a huge fan of Vorinclex.
Absolute
The front is incredible. It's already just great, and then once you get to the flip side, there's some stuff.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that.
There's quite a bit of stuff. I'm just gonna mill stuff. We're just gonna put some counters on things, and then
No, that's fine. I was just checking because you weren't sure.
Yeah, being able to put 2 creatures into play immediately, and then distribute 7 counters, and then
그리고 3하나 액션도 하겠다는 거죠.
Then you get Vorinclex back.
Just get more land. You know.
Get more lands. This card really does everything for you.
I guess you do have to be a little concerned about how late it is in the game if you're gonna be at risk of milling yourself out.
Yeah,
it is a concern.
That is a concern. Yeah,
you don't just want to be flopping him over all the time.
Yeah, maybe don't put Vorinclex in your double, Behold the Beyond deck or something.
이제 보잉클래스 뒤집어지기도 하는데?
I hope you're playing a Yorion deck then at that point.
뒤집을 수도 있는데?
You know that.
이번에 있는 저 피렉시아 친구들 다 뒤집으면 이겨요. 능력이 너무 좋아.
It's a little trickier, but they're all really good cards as well.
Yeah, no, they're solid inclusions in the main deck themselves. They don't necessarily have to be put in the companion slot, but I mean, Nonthorn doesn't need any of that right now, as he is sitting quite pretty here with a rather large battlefield indeed.
Yep, and it looks like Brennan has a cut short in hand and the Cryptomancer, which Cryptomancer has just been overperforming for me, and the very, very powerful flyer, Zephyr Singer.
Yeah, that's like the winningest card if you go by.
Is it really?
Yeah, if you go by you know, the bunch of stats that we'd have access
역시
to.
밸류에서 밀리는 느낌이 있죠.
So now, I mean, with Zephyr Singer here, and maybe I missaw that, maybe that's not.
탭된 거 찍는 디나이가 있긴 한데 아마 12시가 그걸 아까 의식하고 요 카드 공격도 안 갔었거든요. 그 얘기는 얘 그냥 뒤집을 거예요. 공격 안 가고.
Convoke's a little tougher in this format because yes, you want to get the benefit off of the
비행 카운터도 안 주고.
So if you're on the back foot, Convoke gets worse.
100% agree.
At sorcery speed.
와, 뒤집는 거 막으려고 이 타이밍에 저걸 죽인다. 뒤집으면은 지니까.
Oh, I love this guy. It's a 1-1. Yeah. I agree. I would say the exact same thing in this situation.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that looked like a very weird play, but what that does stop is Boring.
이러면 이게 뒤집는 게 8만한가? 그럴 거예요.
It's not just a 1-1, sir.
지금 어떻게 공격할지 고민 중이죠. 얘는 빼고
That was awesome.
얘 올려놓고.
Yeah, let's get to the smack step as we see.
Here we go.
A lot of damage coming through here for Brennan. Can block it. Isn't super close to dead, but might be shortly.
Yeah, can't really try to.
어택킹 찍는 거.
Turn sideways because well, it doesn't do that. So yeah.
어택킹 찍는 거 생각해서 갈까 말까 하다가 아까 썼으니까 방금 간 거고. 우린 어차피 못 뒤집으니까 공격 가서 교환해 주려고 하는 것 같은데.
Really, really difficult to deal with. Cut short is coming up short for sure.
우르르 가서 불러 하죠. 우르르. 우르르.
Is it too early in the tournament to already have a favorite? Yeah, because not.
고민은 돼. 제가 안 죽는다면 큰일 나거든요. 교환되면 다행인 거고. 파이트.
So now we'll see if there is a removal spell or a pump spell to keep Vorinclex alive, and here's some mana being tapped.
Oh, what's it gonna be? Cosmic Hunger.
Okay, that's only what 6 damage being dealt to
Goodness.
파이트 두 개 있었어.
Cosmic Hunger is just like, yep, trample will get that done.
Yeah.
아, 너무한다.
Double removal spells during combat. Just it's the worst way to go. Yeah.
저거 하나는 어쩔 수 없다 이러고 막았는데 두 개. 그러니까 지금 제가 말했던 게 저 12시 덱이 아트라사 같은 것까지 넣고 약간 욕심을 많이 내서 지금 보면 멀리건도 많이 하고 그래요. 근데 워낙 밸류 카드를 잘 집어놔가지고 그래도 다 이긴다. 멀리건 해도. 그죠? 나는 확실히 아트락사나 이런 것까지 늘 정도인가 하고 갸우뚱 했거든요. 갈타도 2개 있고 되게 워낙 세니까. 그래서 이제 멀리건 하는 것도 있긴 한데 어쨌건 픽이 세니까 다 찍어 누르네. 매치업 만나는 것마다 밸류에서 그냥 상대가 안 돼버리는데. 방금 판도 비슷한 미러 매치 느낌? 네, 그런 느낌이었는데 어쨌건 같이 랜드를 불렸을 때 상대가 안 돼요. 마지막 게임도 주크 거 보여주나? 그러면은 약간 주크 3패 하는 거 보면은 약간 슬플 것 같은데. 그래서 전대회 우승자인데.
You are looking at Minneapolis and you are watching Pro Tour March of the Machine live from Minneapolis. What a delight it is to be here with you. Rich Hagen.
아니 그래도 네임 밸류가 있잖아요.
Final time sitting alongside Marnie Davudi and Cedric Phillips. Well, 2 rounds are done. Somebody roll those headlines. So what are we looking at here? Well, this was a good one. The draft pod finals are ahead. That means at every table, the 2 and O's are about to face off. On our feature table, that means it's going to be Autumn Bachette and non-Thorn.
근데 얘네 둘 보여줄 것 같지 않아요? 그래도 2승자들 보여줄 것 같은데. 근데 둘 다 그거야, 보루스야. 그래서 지금 보루스가 세다 이런 식으로 얘기해주고 싶은 것 같은데 사실 보루스가 이번 포드에서 잘 나온 걸 수도 있어. 이거 엉컨데 이거 3개씩 입고 하니까 그냥 몰려 나온 걸 수 있어요. 나는 보루스보다 다른 색깔이 더 좋다고 생각을 해요.
Certainly did. Universal removal. We like words like that. We also like words like
보루스가 약하다는 건 아닌데 둘 다 2승을 하고 세 번째 라운드까지 온 게 대단하긴 한데 그래도 포드 자체가 보루스가 잘 나온 것 같기도 하고.
Boy, there's a lot going on the floor. So, as I said in the early stages of this show, I've been talking to everybody on the floor yesterday during the
배틀이 재발견과 연구가 되면서 많이 보인다고요?
We're still batting 1,000.
그래요? 내가 스캔을 안 해서 잘 모르는
like this
건가?
format is awesome, and I love playing it, and there's so many crazy things that's going to happen. Which again, Magic.
나는 배틀 그렇게 많이 보이진 않던데.
But here we are. Literally everyone loves the format, myself included. So we saw some awesome matchups. We saw Brian Kibler against Raph Levy last round. We saw Nathan Story, our reigning world champion, against Masahiro Mahara from 2006 world champion. So that was really awesome. But the note from this round, the biggest one here, is Eli Cassis, who is not hyperbolic, the Neon Dynasty champion. He said,
그래요?
"This is the best deck I've ever drafted in competitive play, ever. And again, Eli, I am hyperbolic. He is not hyperbolic at all. And he said, "This is the actual best
뭐야, 전혀 다른 애 보여주는데?
event ever. He is breaching and milling people out."
아니 다른 포드를 보여주는데요?
Eli Loveman, who's also a champion, said, "My deck is busted, but."
그럼 얘 상대고 얘도 유명 플레이어인데 얘 상대도 되게 유명한 사람인가
I
보다.
don't think anyone can beat me. So we've got 2 players here in this pod that are basically like, my deck is.
램프 2장 안에 배틀은 많이 보일 수 있죠. 그거는 저도 많이 쓰고. 비밀의 배틀에서 그 3만화 디스카드 시키는 거. 그래서 뒤집으면은 그 생물 나오는 거. 근데 디미르 자체는 그렇게 많이 쓰고 있지는 않은 것 같은데. 그러니까 디미르 배틀을 쓰는 이유가 그것 때문이에요. 그 리엔이 덱이나 이런 거. 그것 때문에 쓰는 건데 그렇게 많이 보이지는 않아요. 아 뭐야, 왜 쟤네들 보여주고 피처 매치도 얘야. 아니 뭐지 이 새끼들? 아니 님들아 이거 이해돼요?
With the man from Thailand, played in the first ever World Magic Cup in 2012. Wanted to play Reed Duke, did beat him.
아니 얘네들 안 보여주고 딴 애 보여주고 갑자기 또 얘네 보여주더니 피처 매치 얘네 한다는 거면 이거 뭐 하는 거지 이게?
On the other side, it is Rule Britannia. It's Autumn Bachette, 2-0, 3 top finishes. I say been playing for a decade or so. Over $300,000 in lifetime earnings, helped in no small measure by becoming the champion of Mythic Championship 1 in 2019. So that is the matchup. Marnie, what about those limited decks?
Yeah, we have an absolute banger coming out from Costa de Porn here. Taking a look at this deck is green-white-ish, but then we see where it gets really spicy. Invasion of
이해가 안 된다.
Monster attracts a praetor.
얘네들의
being headlined by Vorpal. Vorinclex and 2
얘네들의 이 방식이 난 이해가 안 돼. 어떻게 하면은 저런 걸 잘못 넣을 수 있는 거지? 갈타자.
Custoport was going aggressive. He was going onto the ground with the Botanical Brawler, going really fast and beating down on the opponent. And we know he can do that with a card like Tribute to the World Tree. So this deck can seemingly play both sides of gameplay, and that can be a real problem if his mana works out. That's the big caveat. On the other side, we have Burchest's deck. We have seen it on camera.
컴은 자, 와, 이 킵을 2개나 쓰네.
This is a pretty standard, typical.
아, 생물을 되게 잘 집었구나. 하조렛에 더블 스트라이크 2개 집고, 자다 하나 집었고.
You do see 2 copies of Fearless Skull to go along with that hoplite, which is a nice bit of your end game. But one of the big things this deck is trying to assemble is Zada.
요게 근데 갈타 덱 상대로 성적이 나올 수도 있어요. 이거는 지금 유킵이나 그 펌핑을 쳐가지고 굉장히 빨리 더블 스트라이크로 죽이는 방식의 덱이거든요. 이게 갈타자를 이길 수 있는 방법일 수 있어. 갈타자한테 시간을 주면 이길 수 없거든요.
We're going to be in the company of Paul Cheon and Marshall Sutcliffe at the end of round 3 as we head into standard. Maria will be back in her rightful seat, which means it's time for me to head backstage to my day job, which is as producer of this show. And there are so many great people back there.
갈타 두 장 갖고 있는 분 있어요 지금. 아니 지금 봐봐 님들아, 저 피처 매치 하는 거 4명 앉아가지고 저 4명이 삽푸고 있는 거야. 아니 4명이나 앉아가지고 왜 계속 잘못하는 거지? 아니 4명이나 앉아서 지금 잘못하고 있는 거야. 난 저게 더 신기해. 저 4명은 도대체 뭘 하고 있는 거야? 갈타가 그거요. 7마나 12바이 12 생물이고, 아니 그니까 4명이면 충분하지 않나. 솔직히 말해서 우리나라였으면 2명이 앉아서 다 하고 있을걸요? 2명이서 실수 안 하고 다 하고 있을 거야. 한국이면 2명이서.
gives you a lot of that momentum and of course also means that you only need
얘들 4명이 앉아가지고 실수하고 있어.
to lock yourself into day 2.
That's right, and that is what our 2 players in the main feature match are going to be.
아니 나 4명이나 저걸 하고 있다는 게 충격적이야.
2 of the spicier ones. You know, we saw Autumn Burchett pull out a crazy victory in that last round.
얘 왜 이래? 얘
And not the corn, goes to the porn on the
other
side.
쓰리몰 했나?
Funny, you start to browse the deck list and you're like, all right, green, white, okay, there's some tokeny stuff, and then it just kind of goes, you know, and all of a sudden.
지금 브레인스톰 하고 있었거든요. 브레인스톰 자세.
In there, you see 2 copies of Galta and Mavrin, and the deck actually has a ramp/fixing sub theme that allows it to go very, very big, as we saw it did in round.
아닌데 멀리건 안 한 것 같은데.
I will note though, it does look like you look at some of those gold cards.
그냥 그건가? 시그니처 자세인가?
But only has a couple of cards that are other colors. For the most part.
근데 그런 거죠. 그러니까 뭐 여러 명이서 팀플로 뭔가를 해야 된다면 그럴 수 있는데 그럴까 과연? 오히려 제이슨님 말대로 한 명이 고이트로는 아니더라도 한 명이 잘 못하는 것 같은데.
Yeah, when you have two of them, doesn't hurt. See one of the key cards here for
고이트로까지는 아니더라도 잘 못하고 있는 거 아닐까?
This is the type of card that can help him ramp, and then in his
이게 그건가? 3마나 4전번인가? 3마나 4전번? 그럼 얘 1+1으로 죽는 건데?
No 2-drop here from Autumn. Just gonna pass the turn back over.
Yeah, that is rough because when you are playing this red-white strategy,
얘가 갈타예요, 갈타.
absolutely need to curve out because you're not. Most of the time, it's going to be hard to overpower other decks in the late game.
See, for once,
4.1점.
Not the corn's actually going to kind of hope that Autumn taps out.
Oh, then this is going to be brutal.
Its favor.
If Autumn goes Harried Artisan, attack you, you can go block, Fertile its favor, put 2 counters, kill the 2/3, and put a land into play.
그거 아닌가?
And Autumn sees it
sidestep
coming.
That little. So Kithkin Billy Rider there, and now we're going to see.
오.
Not the corn, not get full value. But
잠깐만, 이러면 딱 나오면 갈타 바로 나오는 거 아니야?
And that of course means that a plane is going to hit the battlefield. We see that there already is a Galton Maverick in the hand here for Not the Corn. So
아니구나. 만화 하나 부족하구나.
Yeah.
sitting on 5 mana available with the land drop here.
프로는 대회를 잘 뚫냐? 아니 자격이 있어서 대회를 잘 뚫는 게 아니고 여기에서 상위 성적을 가지고 있으면 다음 대회 자격을 그냥 생겨요. 그러니까 어느 정도 성적을 유지하면 계속 나올 수 있는 거예요. 계속 뚫어서 나오는 게 아니에요. 전 대회 상위 몇 명은 다음 대회 참가 자격이 그냥 생겨져 있고 그런 거라 보이던 사람이 자주 보이는 건 맞아요. 뭐 실제로 대회를 잘 뚫기도 하고. 아 저게 그 뻔이 아니고 얘구나. 생물이었구나 이게.
I have a burgeoning, I have a fertility favor, I'll eventually get there, but that of course means you're giving up percentage points to play that brawler on 2. Oh, one of my favorite cards in the format here, Marshall.
Me too. Invasion of Zendikar comes down, and this is one of those that hits the real sweet spot, right? This has a meaningful effect on the board right now. As you can see, it's going to set up Nonthecorn to be able to cast that Galta and Maverick.
이제 갈타 나와요. 진흥님이 궁금해했던 갈타를 보게 될 거예요.
But also, you have to judge a battle based on what it turns into. And this one turns into a very solid creature. A 4/4, it's got haste, which usually doesn't matter, but it can make mana. It is a good card that you want onto the battlefield.
아니 어택 아니고 이거 때린다고. 블럭하지 말라고.
And so 2 turns away from playing it, but that's a really another nice thing.
공격이 아니라고.
How much defense these battles have is extremely important, right?
It is.
And when you look at something like Invasion of Zendikar, you're looking at just 3. It's so cheap. It's so easy to flip.
It is.
And that's the difference because there are other battles
오마나?
that look like they'd be really powerful if you can flip it, but they have a defensive.
더블 스트라이크 생물인 거 맞죠 저거? 오마나? 더블 스트라이크 생물을 왼쪽에 백업을 해주고 어택을 간다?
It's often one attack, right? It can just be one single attack that can get it transformed. That's very difficult with 4.
공식 프로라는 건 없고 공식 프로라는 그런 건 다 사라졌고요. 포러모 프레임, 그러니까 명예전당 있는 애들은 참가할 수 있는 자격이 있고요. 그 다음에 예전에는 프로 등급에 의해서 갈 수 있고 그랬는데 아니에요. 다 예선을 뚫어야 되는 건 아니에요. 지금은 공식 프로라는 건 없어요.
By the way, all of Autumn's creatures.
맞임? 오 쿨한데?
That is true. That is true.
I have not seen that before, although that will fade away for the Harrier. But we're going to see a massive play here from Nonthecorn.
Oh, yes.
As he's got Galta and Maverick, and there it is on the battlefield. Nothing that Autumn Merchant can do.
명예전당에 있는 사람들은 참가 자격이 있어요. 그냥 나올 수 있어.
You know, likely to see this Invasion of Zendikar get transformed in addition to some damage.
So, couple of things you can do here. If you want, you can just guaranteed flip the Avenger of Zendikar, attack with both creatures, right? And then perhaps make
차별이라. 차별이에요? 나 차별이라는 말은 잘 모르겠는데. 그러니까 이게 선생님 이렇게 생각하면 돼. 이렇게 생각하면 돼요. 만약에 티오가 정해져 있어서 어느 정도 차면 그 이상 참가를 못하는 대회다 그러면 차별일 수 있는데 그건 아니기 때문에 차별은 아닌 것 같은데. 굳이 뭐 차별이고 그런 건 아닌 것 같은데 내가 느끼는.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Wow. Okay.
뭐 시드라고 볼 수 있죠. 근데 명전 자체 되는 게 되게 힘드니까 만약에 명전 되는 게 힘들기 때문에 차별이다라고 하면은 그것도 차별이라고 할 수 있나? 그래도 이 씬에서 오랫동안 계속해서 기여한 게 있으니까 자격을 준 걸 텐데 차별이라고 말하는 건 잘 모르겠어요. 저는. 솔직히 차별은 아닌 것 같아. 그 정도 혜택은 줘야지. 20년 동안 여기에 인생 갈아 넣은 애들인데 그 정도 해줘야지. 차별이라는 생각이 들지는 않아요. 저는. 야, 내 친구니까 참가시켜줌 이런 게 차별이지. 그래도 이 프로신 힘든 시기부터 계속 했던 애들인데. 그렇다고 해서 뭐 바이가 주어지고 그런 건 아니기 때문에 뭐 특별히 뭐 불만을 가질 만한 그런 건 아니에요. 저는 오히려 그런 게 없으면은 되게 힘들 거라고 생각하는데.
But there's a few of them that only cost 2 mana, and that's a game changer too. Most of them cost 4 or 5.
Yeah. And for this one, it's one of those, hey, this card just on rate by itself is just a fine card to play in most decks, right? We're looking at, you know, this Tormenting Voice is a card that's existed previously where it's not the best card, but you'll play it in some decks just to filter, and you get that effect, and then there's that bonus, right?
You just get this
it's
huge
all upside.
Bonus. Yeah, really great card.
저 지금 뭐 달하는 거지? 저 어택 방어 못하는 거 달하는 건가? 갈타 지금 매즈 걸린 느낌인데? 매즈 걸렸는데? 이거 멀티블럭 하고 펌핑 당해서 둘 다 죽는 그림? 갑자기 손을 모아요. 뒤에를 확인하고.
I mean, you can just put the brawler in front of it. Oh.
I mean, this is
이바이 비행 주는 펌핑?
Yep. Like assuming no tricks.
This will kill both of the creatures.
Yes, all of them.
All of them, and Nothicorn can then remove a counter, but still one short.
Well, it's a sorcery speed, so.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah. No, Nothicorn has work to do, no doubt about it. I think what Nothicorn's thinking is that the Fearless Scald is a way that he can get kind of cheesed out, right? Just like, oh, you're dead, you know.
Remember, Autumn also has multiple copies of aerial boosts.
Exactly. Terrifying.
1만화 생물. 근데 갈타가 지금 묶여가지고 비상인데?
It just needs to find a couple of creatures.
비상.
Something big?
Something big would be amazing. And Nothicorn has plenty of big stuff. I mean,
Galta number 2?
Yeah, Galta number 2 would be great. Invasion of Alara would be amazing. Just pass the turn back though.
He's got a pair of lands.
This could fall apart very quickly here.
이번 팩의 드랩은 폭탄이 많아서 재미없는 게 맞고요. 스탠다드는 키키 때문에 재미없는 거니까 이번 팩의 문제는 아니긴 하고. 아니 유로파 우승하면 챔스 진출권 주는데 그것도 챔스 예선이잖아. 개빡사잖아요 챔스.
Most of the others are like if you can transform a battle, you do so.
그거랑은 다르지.
This is the one where it's like, I may be able to just kill you in 2 turns.
Right. Yeah, the question is, do you
드님 대신에 유로파 우승하면 수백억 주잖아. 수백억.
This is going to be.
어? 오늘 수백억 주잖아. 여기 1등 해봤자 1억도 안 줘요. 1억은 주나?
One short. Perhaps kill the invasion and deal 7. And Nothicorn doesn't have any sweepers next turn. That's an additional attacker.
This sounds weird, but I don't think it matters. Like, it might actually just be better to just put you to 1 and say you have to block 4 things next turn.
Yeah. Get you to 1.
Yeah, I like it. That's
역시 갈타라를 이길 수 있는 덱은 더블 스트라이크 날빌밖에 없어요.
Even Invasion of Alara wouldn't be enough. Oh yeah, and that's going to be a scoop there. So game number 1, boy, there was a window there for Nothicorn to top deck something huge, and he didn't hit it. And the constant pressure from Autumn Burchett, way too much to handle.
레알이랑 맨시티 어떻게 될 것 같아?
I mean, those double strikers are really, really annoying, especially if you're that kind of lax removal.
Definitely.
근데 모든 대회가 대부분 상위 유저들에게 계속 그거예요. 자격을 줘요. 원래 그렇게 해야지 계속해서 열심히 하는 플레이어들이 어느 정도 본인의 밥벌이를 할 수 있기 때문에. 이번에 맨시티가 우승하겠지?
This is a reason to play red white.
이번에는 진짜 맨시티가 우승해야 돼요.
Of reasons to play red white, but that mirror shield hoplite, that is.
또 레알이 우승하는 거는 진짜 안 돼. EPL을 좋아하는 저로서.
Nice little curve out here for Nothicorn.
And I wonder if Nothicorn's going to fire off the hunger immediately, or wait.
홀봉이 근데 덕배 부상인데 나오겠지? 선생님? 이거 원풀이겠지? 덕배 부상 원풀일 거야. 그죠?
Backup counter sometimes by waiting, but my goodness, if you get aerial boosted.
아니 뭐 치킨집 얘기하는 거야 치킨집? 아직 7위 확정은 아니잖아.
Alright, there's a harried artisan coming in, down to 19.
Nontacorn's hand is pretty nice there. Tangled Skyline, adding a counter to the brawler, gaining 5, and now all your
파리할 수도 있다고?
these artisans even when they transform.
근데 틀림하늘은 아니긴 해. 파리할 수도 있어.
Wow, Tangled Skyline, which I believe he has 2 of, is really a card that Autumn does.
씁쓸하지만 그게 사실이긴 해.
You know, again, we've talked a lot about aerial boost, especially in Autumn's build. Very scary, easy way to end the game. Combos with Zada.
근데 그것보다
like already there's a 5/5 that will be awoken.
그것보다 이번에
One more of them, and it's just
이강인 어디로 갈 것 같아요? AT 마드리드 갈 것 같아요? 아틀레티코 가려나? 아 나는 EPL 왔으면 좋겠는데 내가 EPL밖에 안 봐가지고 라리가를 안 봐서 이강인 EPL 왔으면 좋겠는데. 그러니까 AT 갈 확률이 제일 높은 것 같은데 아 난 EPL 왔으면 좋겠는데. 네, 그런 것 같아요. 거의 확정인 것 같아. 사인만 남은 것 같긴 한데 근데 또 혹시 모르잖아. EPL에 돈 많은 형들이 데리고 갈 수도. 김민재는 어디 갈 것 같아요? 지금 김민재는 높은 확률로 아니 치킨집은 빠지라고 하고 걔네들은 빠지라고. 거기라니까 블랙홀이라니까 들어가면 못 나와. 전 토트넘은 가면 안 돼요. 네, 그 얘기는 알아요. 벤탄크로 부상이라서 미드필더로 노린다고 하는 건 아는데 지금 다이어부터 어떻게 하라고 치킨지는.
That's right. The brawler has trample, so he can go ahead and make this attack.
김민재는 어디 갈까?
Obvious block happens. He can just use cosmic hunger and not give up any damage. And that's what's happening right now.
Oh, right. Scroll shift your skyline. Put a counter.
Oh, that's really nasty.
Man.
That is really
맨유 갈 것
nasty.
같아요?
That was an unkind gesture.
근데 맨유 가면 좋은 점이 있어.
Sideboard scroll shift maybe for the Realmbreaker's grasp?
와 이거 깜빡여가지고 이거 나오면서 펌핑 쳐가지고 진짜 망했거든요. 망했음. 근데 맨유 가면 좋은 점이 로테 돌리면서 풀핏 유지할 수가 있어요. 맨유는 어쨌건 센터백 라인이 좋으니까. 근데 해리케인 맨유하고 김민재까지 맨유가 둘 다 땡길 수 있을까? 그 정도 돈이 될까? 뭐 김민재는 좀 싸게 데리고 올 수 있긴 한데 해리케인까지 하면 2천억이 넘거든요. 그걸 맨유가 다 낼 수는 있겠지? 맨유니까.
Being severely behind on board and your opponent's at 27 life just doesn't.
근데 테나가 잘해가지고 많이 밀어줄 것 같긴 해요 이번에 맨유. 근데 그건 있잖아 맨유 기원 내장 넣고 시울도 내장 아니요 너 시울 내장 안 넣는데? 나 시울 거의 안 쓰는데 진흥님 나 시울 별로 안 써.
Going in because when you first look at it, you go, well, I'm tapping out, and I
put
a permanent in play that can block right away. So perhaps I can get run over, but that's why that 5 life is there, right? It gives you that time, and then it becomes so difficult to attack once you untap.
And I mean, look at this. Autumn is forced to.
배틀 트릭 2개 있는 거 같죠?
On the 5/5 Phyrexians.
아니 나 1개구나. 배틀 트릭 하나 있는 거 같죠?
Not where you want to be. Right. And by the way, the scroll shift was out of the sideboard ball. Okay. So nice. From not the corn, also making it extremely difficult.
그러니까 쾌감을 얻는 게 아니에요. 쾌감을 얻진 않아.
What's happening now?
쾌감을 얻는 게 아니고 제가 생물만 깔아가지고 뚝딱뚝딱 하는 걸 별로 좋아하지 않습니다. 기본적인 성향이 미드레인지의 컨트롤 유저에 가깝기 때문에 뭐 그런 걸 섞게 하는데 쾌감을 느끼진 않아요. 저 생물덱도 좋아합니다.
And that's going to be enough for Autumn Burchett.
갈타자.
She lasted longer than most, I would say.
세고만 갈타자.
That was an absolute avalanche of board presence, life total, card advantage.
Getting it done.
Wow, game number 3 coming up between these two. I'll remind you that they are playing for the pod. So whoever wins this will come away with the 3-0. And it looks like Autumn's
멀리건
you can see not the
6시는 멀리건을 했네요.
That makes sense, right? You know, Autumn has a clean 2-color deck. Not the Corn has some ambitious splashing in there. You're gonna have to mull every once in a while.
근데 제이슨님은 어떻게 나보다 빨리 아는 거야? 나 지금 나는 뭐 보는 게 없는데 어떻게 벌써 알고 있어요? 왜 이렇게 빨리 아는 거예요? 어디서 보고 있는 거야?
It does change things because of Invasion of Zendikar. That's right. Is that a spell spear to kick things off?
트위터?
Valdook here from Autumn Burchett. Back over to you. Good curve out to start things off for Autumn.
Good curve. Now Northcorn's going to take another big hit here. He's
트위터.
going to be able to go Invasion of Zendikar, and then next turn follow that up with this Tangled Skyline, right?
Yeah, and he's going to lean on that Skyline to try to get him back.
뭐 스포해도 돼요. 뭐 나시포 뭐 2승 1패 한 거 뭐
This
상관없어요.
Skyline effectively, whenever it hits the board, will negate, for example, this next attack that's going to come in.
스포 하셔도 됩니다.
The dust will settle, and we'll see where we're at. Because this is a very good start for Autumn, as Not the Corn has more or less taken the first 2 turns off, right? Like no blocking, no removal, nothing like that.
Yeah, if Autumn can find one of her halberds, that would be great here, right? Just to put in a lot of extra damage.
Halberd would be sweet.
But did find a Bola Slinger. That's great because the Bola Slinger not only taps creatures, but it can also tap artifacts. So you can tap that 5/5 incubate token even before it's been transformed and not have to worry about that being blocked. So right now it's just a question of whether or not Nanthakorn can stabilize. He's got some action in hand.
This feels like a very close, like in a turn or two, we're going to have a clash.
열심히 알려주고 있지만
Right, because
한 가지만 말하자면
has the ability to make a 5/5.
솔직히 큰 관심은 없어.
Has the ability to untap and then play a Cosmic Hunger to get another creature off the bat.
그게 팩트긴
The
함.
question is, will he be able to survive?
별로 관심이 없긴 함.
And also, you know, if you're on Autumn's side of the battlefield, can she pile enough damage on in time, or does she find a key removal spell or a key way to just keep things at bay?
Down to 13.
Cards in hand, says Not the Corn. 3 of them. Okay, back to me.
Right.
There's land number 6 now, and we're going to see the Tangled Skyline.
Up to 18, and Autumn's only play next turn is going to be to play the Bola Slinger, tap down that 5/5, and we'll still
나도
be able to
그렇게
get
보기
in for a good attack.
때문에
However, if she does
사실
that, she will be
매
tapped
시즌
out.
계속
So
이걸
Nanthakorn
하고
will
있어서
still
하는
have
거지.
that 5/5 to play, and on the
이번에는
following turn can
안
untap,
할까도
kill
고민할
that Bola
정도였어요.
Slinger, and then I don't know right now if
하지
Autumn has
말까
a way to
이런
get
생각이
through
들
that 5/5
정도였어.
beyond that.
왜냐
That's the real question.
집중해서 볼 정도의 몰입감이 안 생겨요.
I just shudder whenever I see the Bola Slinger.
Oh
I've
man,
never
I
beat it.
just realized next turn can be pretty savage.
몰입감이 안 생기는 게 제일 큰
Because
것 같아.
if you think about it, Autumn knows that as the aggressor, she's going to need to be attacking this turn, right? You're putting on a counter, you're getting in for 9, which is a significant amount of damage. But however, Nanthakorn next turn can transform the 5/5, kill the Slinger,
팀이
and
다른 것보다
the Invasion of Zendikar as well.
그러니까
We're going to have a 4/4 and a 5/5. So we'll have a 4/4.
체파볼이라는 스폰서를 받고 있다고 해서 꼭 같이 연습하는 건 아닐 수 있어요. 그렇기 때문에 꼭 그게 같다고 할 수는 없어요. 그냥 스폰서만 붙여서 있는 거지. 꼭 그들이 한패가 아닐 수는 있어.
So this thing's going to become a 5/5 Phyrexian. This is very close. Oh, there's Galta and Maverick. Now where are we at? Where's that important tracker?
No, I see 2 planes.
제가 폐간 수련 한다고요? 나는 친구가 없는 거야. 폐간 수련이 아니고 난 친구가 없는 거예요.
You can choose to make 5 1/1 life linking tokens here, right?
Make 1.
난 친구가 없어서 그래요.
Yeah.
폐간 수련이 아니야.
Oh, number of attacking. Excuse me. It's either make a giant token or how many creatures
but
you have.
Still, I mean,
but you know, I think
1 token
I
with
think
lifelink.
I might still favor.
You get a 4/4 and a 1/1.
Right, but the question is, do you still just want to get the slinger off the battlefield now?
I would.
And make the 4/4. Now, interesting thing is, had he kept the tracker back, you could have been able to, I think, also play the Galta.
Oh, interesting.
갈타가
Right, because you,
나오지 못하고 있어.
If you flip the invasion, that's an extra mana.
화이트가 부족해. 아닌가? 화이트 2개 있는데 갈타 깔면 죽어서 못 나오는 건가?
I mean, there's not much
갈타가 탭 떼고 어떻게 보면 죽나?
A 5/5 and a 4/4 in play,
and it
so
gets you
it
further
feels
ahead.
basically free
Yes.
to be able to flip this invasion.
훈수해 준다고요? 허허.
Autumn's down to just 2 cards in hand. Nonthacorn does not know what they are. We do, but they're not impressive. Those are not the types of cards that are going to close out the game next turn.
얘로 이거 어때? 얘가 블럭 안 할 거니까 이거 뒤집고 모르겠음.
Okay.
Nonthacorn says go. He had a good think there.
Yeah.
And ultimately just decided to say go.
So I wonder.
아이 이 형 훈수할 수도 있지. 어? 할 수도 있지. 마린 컨트롤 그렇게 하는 거 아닌데 할 수도 있지.
Okay, just. Okay. So now just keeping the 5/5 back here and making it so that it's going to be very difficult for Autumn to attack.
Sure. I mean, this had to be part of the equation.
예, 알아요. 그러니까 사람들이 이 형한테 마린 컨트롤 그렇게 하는 거 아닌데 할 수 있다는 거잖아요.
This is a huge relief.
그럴 수 있지.
For Nonthacorn, by the way.
Right.
Yeah, the real question is why not get in there and get that 4/4
versus a 5/5 when the
Right.
board is 3/4, 3/2, and 3/3.
Right. So the aerial boost applies evenly.
Through.
Right.
Yeah. And now you don't really have a great way to flip this invasion.
갈타.
Yeah, and a couple like with Galta on the
근데
battlefield,
오토탭이
now
맨날
you can start looking at flipping invasion.
오토탭이 저격하긴 해.
I mean, you can see, look, there's no Bola Slinger, and you're going to slam a Galta this turn, right? So, and if you wanted, you can play the Galta, attack with the 5/5, and make another 5/5 trampling attacker.
Yes.
Decent shot to flip that invasion then, right? I don't think Autumn just
갈타 깔고 얘한테 어택 깔려고 하나? 얘한테 공격? 갈타를 깔고 얘한테 공격.
It's just so similar to the board that he has.
얘를 뒤집는다?
Absolutely.
갈타랑 2개를
That you probably just do it. There it is. Galta and Maverick on the battlefield. Resolves. And this is where the tipping point comes, because if Autumn Burchett can handle this, she's going to win. But if not, it is going to be Nonthacorn who picks up the pod victory here. And finally, they're coming in.
And this is going directly to the face. I mean, to be fair, you got a
율로 안 가고 얼굴로 공격 갔어.
I'm just getting in. If you don't block, you go down to 10. This Galta's probably lethal.
That's
맞아?
sweet.
그럴 거면은 후카 뽑는 게 낫지 않았나? 갈타 깔리면은 유리하긴 한데 여러모로 유리하긴 한데 상대도 어쨌건 평화주의가 있긴 있으니까 페이스로 공격 간 건 좀 의외긴 해요. 근데 드로우 땅 다음 턴 뒤질 예정. 다음 턴 뒤질 예정. 갈타를 잡을 건 아니지만 어쨌건 3마나 그 공격을 못 오게 할 수는 있어요. 그래도 상대가 공격은 갈 수 있죠. 얘네들이 가면서 토큰을 뽑을 수는 있는데 갈타 자체가 12/12라 공격 오면은 답이 없긴 해요. 믿기지 않아서 다시 읽는 중. 근데 되게 갈타가 2장이라 갈타면 다 이겼다. 진짜 갈타로 다 이겼다. 아이가 이거 갈타 2개 너무 반칙 아니야? 갈타 2개 반칙이야 이거.
No big deal. I mean, Nantacorn's been playing competitive Magic for a long time. This is not his first Pro Tour. He's got a
갈타로 다 이김 진짜. 그리고 2장이랑 판마다 다 깔림. 아 그나마 갈타자를 이길 수 있는 게 저 더블 스트라이크 덱이었는데 갈타로 끝내버리네.
He called the shot too. We asked him who he wanted to play in his player survey, and he said Reed Duke. He got Reed Duke very first match, just ran him over with Galtas and didn't look back.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot easier when you have a pair of them to rely on, and you just saw the power.
이 드랩을 좋아하는지 모르겠다는 게 무슨 뜻이? 이번 블록 드랩을 좋아하는지 모르겠다고요? 이번 블록? 이번 블록 드랩 프로들이 별로 안 좋아할 것 같은데? 이번 블록? 프로들이 이번 블록 드랩 별로 안 좋아할 것 같은데요? 제가 생각할 때 별로 안 좋아할 거예요. 미싱레어가 폭탄이 너무 많은 블록이라 별로 안 좋아할 거예요. 이번 블록 대부분 별로 안 좋아할걸요. 그냥 프로들이 원래 드랩하는 걸 좋아하니까 드랩을 하는 거지 이번 블록을 좋아할 것 같진 않아요. 별로 안 좋아할 것 같아. 에이 그냥 몇 명이지.
The darkest of them all may remain. The end of House Atreides.
뭐야 광고 나도 되는 거야? 광고 치워.
What if Paula?
아니 왜 갑자기 광고를 내보내? 그냥 치워놓을게요. 나 듀온 1도 안 봤는데. 아마 LSV 같이 뭐 그런 사람들은 좋아할 수도 있어요. 근데 대부분 유저들이 별로 안 좋아할걸요? 네, 그 말이 맞죠. 결과를 내야 되는 드랩에서는 이런 환경 별로 안 좋아해요. 그리고 이렇게 보면 돼요. 큐브는 약간 그냥 노는 느낌이잖아. 노는 느낌. 큐브드랩 자체가 그냥 노는 느낌이지 그걸로 뭐 대회를 하고 이런 느낌은 아니잖아요. 그러니까 그런 걸로 재밌어서 좋아한다 그럴 수는 있어. 근데 대회로서의 포맷으로 볼 때 이런 드랩을 좋아하는지 보면 열의 9은 싫어할 것 같아요.
8 players start at the beginning of the draft, but only one can escape with the coveted 3-0. And we've got 2 players who rather like.
야, 뭐 상황에 따라 다르죠. 그냥 저도 뭐 대회 아니고 그냥 노는 거다 하면은 뭐 폭탄이 나오든 뭐가 나오든 개의치 않아요. 그냥 이번 스탠이요? 이번 스탠 그냥 그거예요. 김밥 천국 김밥 메뉴 같은 거예요. 다 김이랑 밥이 있고 그 안에 내용물 조금 다른데 얘네들이 세분화 시켜놨어요. 네, 김밥 천국 메뉴라 보시면 김밥 천국 김밥 메뉴다. 무슨 얘기냐? 그냥 키키 조망인데 벤 안 해가지고 재미없는 환경이다.
I am too. You know the headliner is he has a hoarding brood lord.
저는 개인적으로 되게 별로라고 생각합니다. 게임 자체보다도 좀 많이 바꿔야 돼요.
surrounding a big bomb like that.
So just classic blue-black control deck here from
피지의 깃발. 저 제이스 저 분도 그 느끼한 거 좋아하는구만.
Mulligan to 6 here for our game 3 decider.
참치 깃밥이
He's
고르리지.
got a Paretic Prankster on the battlefield already though. Card can be annoying.
저는 기본적으로 스탠다드 환경 자체가 이렇게, 그러니까 제가 미드레인지를 좋아하는데 지금 환경처럼 미드레인지가 미드레인지 같지 않은, 뭐랄까? 그냥 땅 안 말리고 따박따박 까면서 드로우 계속 챙겨나가서 이길 수 있는 뭔가 수싸움을 교환한다는 느낌보다는 계속 그냥 강한 걸 깔고
It also gets annoying later on because if they do transform it, you know, and you don't have stuff just sort of laying around that you're okay with it dying.
그러니까 그런 느낌의 블럭을 별로 좋아하지 않아요.
It can be pretty annoying. That's a
네, 내가 말했잖아, 진짜 김밥 천국이에요.
But a good answer here.
메뉴가 김밥밖에 없는데 세분화 시켜놨는데 모든 덱에 카드 봤어요? 내가 이거 존나 웃긴 거. 이게 제이슨님이랑 내가 얘기하면서 내가 했던 얘기인데 이거 보고 열받아. 봐봐요. 이게 이번 메타야. 키카드 보여요? 아니 도대체 이 덱의 키카드와 이 덱의 키카드와 이 덱의 키카드와 이 덱의 키카드와 요 덱의 키카드와 뭐가 그렇게 다를까? 나는 별로 다르지 않다고 생각하거든요. 그게 그거야. 근데 이렇게 막 많은 척을 해놨어. 사실은 키키즈키 위주의 미드레인지 덱이 퍼센트로 따졌을 때 50%가 넘는 거예요. 절반 이상이야. 근데 이렇게 꾸며놓은 거야. 그러니까 메뉴가 많아 보이게 놓은 것 뿐이야. 사실 지금 메타는 그렇게 많은 덱들이 있지 않아요. 꼴랑 몇 개 없어. 아니 얘네들이 지금 얼마나 노력하고 있는지 아세요? 얘들아 봐봐. 5 컬러 램프랑 도메인 컨트롤이랑 뭐가 그렇게 달라 이 덱이? 덱이 뭐가 그렇게 달라요? 솔직히 말해서 락토스 리엔이랑 락토스 이거랑 뭐가 그렇게 많이 달라? 많이 안 달라. 그러니까 그냥 메타가 박살나서 많은 척을 해놨어요. 난 이게 너무 싫어. 얘네들 자기네들도 아는 거야. 지금 이거 환경 큰일 났는데 어떡하지? 에라 모르겠다 눈속임 이거예요. 뭐 하는 짓이야 이게. 아니 한 250명 정도 나가는 대회에서 밸런스가 안 맞아서 이렇게 환경을 만들어 놨으면 좀 개선할 고민을 하고 그래야지. 이렇게 그냥 대회를 진행해 버리는 건 난 별로인 것 같아. 별로 마음에 들지 않아요. 뭐 대부분이 아니고 아마 다 키카드가 키키일 거예요. 키카드가 다 키키지 뭐. 아니 락토스 리에니에서 제일 중요한 게 키키 아니에요? 그리스 미드레인지도 제일 중요한 게 키키 아니야? 락토스 미드레인지도 제일 중요한 게 키키이고 락토스 브리치도 키키가 제일 중요하잖아. 아니, 뭐가 다른 거야 도대체. 근데 밴을 안 하는 것보다 내가 볼 때는 얘네들이 문제를 인지를 잘 못하고 그 기획하는 애들 있죠. 기획하는 애들이 그 카드를 디자인하는 부분부터 잘못하는 것 같아요. 모던이나 뭐 파이 같은 경우에는 프로투어나 이런 대회가 나오기 전에 밴을 할 텐데 뭔가 좀 문제가 될 수 있는 상황에 그런 식으로 밴을 할 텐데 내가 느끼는 거는 그게 되게 커요. 지금 스탠에서 키키를 밴하잖아요. 그 아트락사 덱밖에 없을 거야. CK가 없어도 아트락사 덱이랑 에스퍼 레전드리밖에 없을 건데 그게 아니고 또 밴한다고 하면 모노화이트 미드레인지밖에 없을 거예요. 그러니까 블럭 자체가 너무 언밸런스하게 만들어놨기 때문에 이미 이거를 해결을 못해. 한두 장 배난다고 되는 게 아니에요. 물론 키키가 더 상대적으로 더 문제가 되는 카드긴 한데 다른 카드들도 그래. 그러니까 내가 생각하는 건 이래놓고선 고기갈고리는 배냈단 말이야. 난 이 이유를 모르겠어. 고기갈고리는 왜 배난 거야? 정작 배내야 될 것들은 밴이 안 되고 그나마 이 상황에서 더 좋을 수 있는 카드는 밴을 해놨어. 고기갈고리 있을 때는 그나마 키키 나오는 거 갈고리 같은 걸로 적당히 처리하고 그런 것도 좀 가능했단 말이에요. 어쨌건 미러매치 상황에서 갈고리를 넣는다던가 해서 서로 해결도 하고. 근데 지금은 진짜 키키를 손해보지 않고 해결할 수 있는 방법이 거의 없어요. 배를 째는 느낌도 배를 째는 느낌이라고 할 수 있는데 그것보다는 카드를 디자인하는 애들이 너무 카드를 못 만들어. 거기다가 스탠다드에 그 커맨더 카드들을 계속 꾸역꾸역 추가해서 내다 보니까 아트락사 같은 게 나오는 거예요. 아트락사 재밌는 카드인 건 알겠는데 이거 스탠다드 수준에서는 너무 선 넘는 카드예요. 이런 걸 내면 안 돼. 커맨더 유저들을 위해서 커맨더로 냈으면 됐어. 근데 이걸 스탠으로 내는 게 저는 되게 문제라고 생각을 합니다. 아트락사.
So here's a big decision now for Loveman. The Timrat only has 3 toughness right now, and it's a 3/3 coming across.
Right, but
are you really going to chump?
Yeah, are you going to chump, but or just?
솔직한 말로 지금 기획하는 사람들의 기획의 방향성을 모르겠어요. 어떤 생각으로 기획을 하는지 잘 모르겠어. D9은 점점 약해지고 생물은 점점 강해지고 드로우할 수 있는 수단은 모든 칼라에 다 나오고 있고 이게 무슨 방향성인지 모르겠어. 색깔 파일을 왜 나누는지 왜 모든 카드들이 이 게임의 가장 단점인 랜드를 깔아야 된다는 이 단점에 대해서 해결해줄 생각을 안 하지 않고 계속해서 더 격차를 벌리는 식의 카드만 내는지 모르겠어. 이럴 거면 랜드 없애자. 랜드를 없애야지. 이런 랜드가 필요한 게임에서 랜드를 깔고 계속 지속해서 드로우를 먹을 수 있는 수단을 내준다는 것 자체가 되게 언페어한 게임이 많이 나온다는 거예요. 딱만이면은 게임이 안 되니까. 나는 그래서 그런 것 자체가 문제라고 생각을 하는데 얘네들은 전혀 그런 걸 개선할 생각은 안 해요. 랜드에 대한 개선안이나 이런 거에 대한 생각은 안 해. 그냥 안 나오면 죽어야지 뭐. 그런 식이야 게임이. 근데 예전에는 어땠나? 2랜드나 3랜드 멈춰있어도 계속해서 교환을 좀 하다가 랜드가 풀리면 따라갈 수 있었어요. 근데 지금 환경은 못 따라가. 그냥 랜드를 몇 턴 안 깔았을 뿐인데 상대는 저 멀리 가 있어. 내가 따라갈 수 없을 정도로 많이 가 있어요. 그걸 뒤늦게 따라갈 수 있는 방법이 없어. 나도 땅 깔고 계속 드로우를 먹고 그런 식으로 가야 되는데 그러려면 땅을 계속 깔아야 돼. 근데 한 턴, 두 턴 땅을 못 깔았다? 그 격차는 더 벌어지지 줄어들지가 않아요. 그런 부분이 지금 매직이 갖고 있는 단점을 부각시키고 있어요. 더 많이 유저들로 하여금 게임을 하면서 부정적인 경험을 더 많이 하게 만들고 있어요. 그래서 내가 하고자 하는 이야기는 뭐냐, 드로우 좀 줄여라. 지금 왜 사람들이 블루 잘 안 쓰는지 아세요? 블루로 드로우 먹을 필요가 없어. 블루로 왜 드로우를 먹어요? 아티팩트 마법물체나 블랙이나 레드가 들어도 잘하는데 블루 디나이도 없잖아요. 블루 왜 함? 이런 느낌? 그러니까 게임의 방향성을 잃었어요. 카드를 찍어내는 기획자들은 무능력하고.
The Broody boy, there he is. And it's going to get derision straight away, but there is a trigger.
All right, but
he can get anything he wants.
Yeah, still down a card, and Ely now gets to get the third best card in his deck, right?
Yeah, it's getting interesting though because this has meant that his two best cards have been cleanly dealt with, and
가장 큰 문제라고 생각합니다. 제가 생각하는 가장 큰 문제.
You do start to wonder.
Yeah.
Does he have
두 가지가 문제죠.
Right.
기획가는 방향성을 모르겠고 이 게임은 랜드가 존재하는데 그 랜드 때문에 생길 수 있는 갭을 배려하지 않아요.
Timret has been absolutely absurd this game.
그게 문제라고 생각을 합니다.
Traumatic revelation, you. What did you get?
What did you get? If it's just a removal spell, it's not too bad.
Yeah, was it a derision maybe?
Did he get something? Oh no, chose to make a 3. So now there's a 3/3 here.
3 and one's a 2.
So I guess he showed him, but we didn't get to see.
Right.
이런 거를 얘네들이
Eli just choose to sacrifice a treasure just to
의도한 거라고 하면은 게임은 점점 하스스톤처럼 바뀌고 있는 거예요.
Does Ely have no cards in hand at all? He must just be on 0.
Must be.
Okay.
난 그냥 그것도 궁금한 거예요. 기획 의도인가 아니면 그냥 무능력의
Yeah, so he's just making up a bunch of blockers. Like
증거인가?
Like this is the point for me where I'm like trying not to let you know that I'm trying to figure out how many cards are in your library, but I want to know how many cards are in your library.
Right,
like,
and Ely's been the one who's been doing a little more digging here, right?
Definitely.
So
그냥 최소한 색깔 파이에 어울리는 카드를 내줬으면 좋겠어.
Okay, Corey's
색깔
in the
파이에 맞는.
chat says that he did show at least a card off camera, but that Eli decided
이러면
not to
너무
take
안 맞아.
Again, that card that you see over on the far right that's face down is the exile card from the Broodlord. It will stay there until Cassis decides to play it.
Got it, got it.
He has 3 cards in hand, says our intrepid sideline reporter currently.
그러다 보니까는 이 게임 자체에서 쓰는 카드가 다 거기서 거의 다 되고 있는 것 같아요.
Take any of them,
right?
Either because he couldn't or chose not to.
다양함이 좀 사라진 느낌?
Deadly derision, that's pretty rough.
Probably.
그러니까 게임에 되게 TCG 같은 경우에는 카드를 활용하는 데 있어서의 다양성이 되게 중요하다고 봐요, 저는. 그래야지 서로 상성이라는 것도 잘 생기고 이렇게 교환하는 거나 뭐가 바뀌는 게 이렇게 보이는 건데 지금 매직은 특정 카드 몇 개에 다 기대는 느낌.
I know that on board it didn't look like it was doing much, but decks like Ely Cassis have inevitability.
그러다 보니까는 좀 방향성을 잃어가고 있는 느낌.
And kill you with it over and over again.
Yeah, remember now, I mean, if the Oracle dies, Ely can shuffle some of the impactful spells that he still has in his graveyard back into his deck.
Yeah, I wonder if Loveman was targeting first, of course, the most obvious stuff, but then even the more expensive stuff for the Oracle.
Yeah.
Like to reduce its number of targets or whatever.
Oh,
Halo charged. Scob. This is everybody milling 2 cards.
That's a Judith? No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
미들 걱정하는 중.
16 and 9.
16 and 9.
Because these decks thrive off of that inevitability.
Right.
Like one thing that we could have seen here, if it weren't for Timeret, right, is to get back Breach. You just cast it once your opponent's at 10 or fewer cards, and then you're just like, oh.
So with 16 and 9, even if Ely shuffles 4 cards back in, if we're looking at a milling situation, Loveman is ahead here.
That's right.
Your turn.
But I mean,
and there's a lot of incidental mill, by the way,
exactly.
in this set. Like, doesn't have to be a card that's designed.
그거는 뭐 역전이 좀 힘들지 않을까?
Ignore the body here, right? The Scob is still a 4/4 getting in. There's a 3/3 that's also looking to get in. Wow, and also attacking with a 2/2.
Frisky here from Cassis. Blocks are going to happen. No, they're not.
와, 디나이 엄청 많이 먹었네.
This makes a lot more sense.
이거는 되게 그냥 진짜 너무 센데?
Trade there, take 7 or just
되게 너무 센데?
That's a Final Flourish there.
Okay.
So it still ends up being a chump block on the 3/3, but everything else is going to end up trading off.
All right.
And it is going to be 5 power versus 0. So Loveman just needs to find something of medium size.
A 4/4.
Removal spell would be fine, you know, to kill the 3/3 and then just sort of.
Gloomfang Mauler, that would be great.
Yeah. Oh, that would be really good.
세구만. 12시에 되게 세네. 6시도 되게 세고 아까 푸드랑은 완전히 다르죠. 제가 말했던 대로 CR이나 UB 괜찮다. UR 이 그리시스 칼라 쪽 파이가 괜찮다고 했는데 여기는 그런 양상이 보이죠. 아까 갈타 2개 있고 거기가 좀 이상한 거예요. 포드예요.
Oh, and there it is. Merciless repurposing there for Loveman.
이게 이상한 포드지. 이게 원래 맞아요. 이게 맞아.
Well, but close enough. He's only going to take 2, and he'll have a blocker, so he is now ahead on board.
Now the question is, how many win conditions does Ely have left?
Like anything that can attack.
Right.
Because his heavy hitters are gone.
That's not it.
Furtive Analyst is not even close.
I don't know if you want to be looting here.
Well, this is one of those ones where you start to go, does it matter?
Right. And Eli's still at 23?
Yes. Yeah, that Timber.
서로 대걱정을 하는구만.
Oh, yeah.
아야 그만 세 이 새끼야.
And took away Ely's recursion ability.
Right.
아이 대걸 몇 번씩 세는 거야.
Was supposed to give Ely's deck inevitability, right?
Yes, exactly.
The fact that you have multiple
손마다 자기 덱 몇 장인지 세고 있어.
But because of that singular Timuret, it allowed Eli to just kind of go, chew through everything, and now I'm pretty sure Eli's just kind of on the, I'm going to try to deck you here.
And you see what's happening here. Loveman's blocking the 1/4 and not killing the Oracle because he doesn't want that shuffle to happen.
I'll take one.
Hey, it'll get him up to 4 turns quicker of a victory.
And Eli digging here. Okay.
Oh, it feels so bad if you're Ely Cassis. He had all the tools.
Yeah, his deck is great, but needs to find a way to close it out. That was a fantastic draw there from Loveman.
일단은 밀어서 이기는 쪽을 선택한 게 6시인 것 같고.
Get that 4/4 and then have a body that's bigger than everything on the other side.
Just absolutely ideal. All right, Ely's going to play an Informant, but Eli had a Swamp.
All right. Getting in for 1 again.
Down to 21 goes Loveman.
Oh, man.
Tough beats.
I mean, did you say 5?
Yeah.
Okay,
Boomtown
beats
달려.
I don't think Eli has any.
둘 다 라이프는 많고 생물은 찐다고.
Gonna mill you out here, and it's a slow death if you're on Ely's side. Ely's like, I know I have nothing left, right? If
12시도 땅을 많이 안 깔고 많이 디스카드 시킨 것 같긴 한데. 디나이도 많이 썼거든요. 소진을 많이 했어. 이거 진짜 밀려서 죽을 수도 있을 것 같은데? 누가 먼저 밀리고 있는지 모르긴 하는데.
Just begging for that block from Loveman, but Loveman has no interest in it whatsoever.
Oh man.
Down to 20.
Does Ely have any other big creatures here he can play?
이게 그리고 둘 다 그 덱을 미는 카드들이 되게 들어가 있을 거예요. 오, 굿.
That's another, and now this is something with reach. So even flyers don't do it.
Cassis actually does have a title tier.
일단은 덱 장수는 6시가 더 많은 것 같죠?
Didn't need it.
Nope.
Oh, might have needed it here.
Could have used
Could have used it here.
In fact, it would be excellent on this board with the little junkers laying around to make it unblockable.
Yeah.
But I think it's just too late now.
Jeez.
What a game.
Eli hanging on, and Timuret MVP.
Paul, you can either have Timuret or Breach plus Broodlord. I'll let you decide.
Yeah.
Cassis passes turn back to Loveman.
시간이 없나? 6시는 되게 빨리 그냥 턴을 계속 넘기는 느낌?
Oh,
he's gonna start jamming.
대회 변경? 어택?
I mean, there's not a lot of pressure here from.
갑자기 그 어택?
Yeah, almost 0.
This is an attack for 9. We got a triple block here on the 3-3 or 4-3, excuse me. And that would allow Eli to get the surveyor and the informant off the battlefield. Probably want to keep the board clear. Oh, something else?
와, 둘 다 같은 포드인데 이 디나이가 엄청 많이 돌았나 보다.
That's a very aggressive.
이거 위에 12시가 3장 쓴 거 같고 밑에도 2장 쓴 거 같은데? 지금 눈에 확인되는 것만 5장인데 아, 무지하게 많이 나왔나 보다. 이렇게까지 저 디나이가 많으면 블랙이 무조건 세지.
I mean, he's at 29 down. I don't even know if Loveman can get this done in the time frame.
How many cards does Loveman have? Can Eli?
와, 이거를 12시가 역전 당하네. 엄청 유리했던 것 같은데. 역전하기 힘들다고 느낄 정도였는데. 디나이를 너무 그거 했나? 너무 낭비했나?
He was 4 or 5, yeah.
And Eli's also looted a couple of times since then.
True. He would, Cassis would have to do this on the absolute last turn.
Right.
Like, draw his last card and go ding, ding, ding.
Exactly.
That is possible, though. He had at least 2 Halo charge scobs.
And remember, if Loveman is going to look to be this aggressive.
So he has 3, but he's playing 2.
너무 낭비한 느낌도 있는 것 같은데.
That also mills.
Right, and remember, okay. I was wondering how aggressive Eli was going to be, because if he was very aggressive, Eli can now block with the Oracle and shuffle 4 cards back into the deck, right?
But this is going to give menace.
Exactly.
Okay. Drag Recycler could provide a little bit of extra. Like, that's the kind of card you can win on upkeep.
Right. Is that one card?
그렇게 기세쉽게 찍고 필드를 유지했는데
going for this play that you described, Paul.
I feel like that's his only angle, but I'm just not sure.
약한 생물 위주로 많이 찍게 됐었거든요.
It's just 1, which means Loveman has 5. Let's take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8.
That's a lot. 5, I think he might have been in business, but 8's a lot. And Cassis has to wait till the last turn.
미는 카드가 그렇게 나와서 내 턴에 다 밀고 1턴이야? 6시가 유리한데 5턴 들어가기 싫어서 빨리빨리 하고 있었고 12시는 그래서 느긋하게 하고 있었구만.
Okay. Oh, is that Rankle and Torbrin?
Yes, it is.
Oh my. All right, 2 unblockable creatures here, getting in. Rankle, you can attack with the trigger. You can then make your other creature deal 2 additional damage.
The swords would deal damage, blah blah blah.
So this is an attack for 9.
Okay.
Now this resolves. You take 6 for this, so 9 total. 15, and then
Javelineer can deal 2, get him down to 7.
Second main, I'll activate the Javelineer. You take 4.
Oh, right, of course.
Yeah, that's double trouble.
Source would deal damage. It doesn't trigger off this.
No, because that's loss of life.
That's loss of life, not damage. What he's trying, but look, he set up a victory on his own upkeep here.
Right, so now he can't get milled out.
That's right. So even if Cassis goes, okay, play 3 things, mill you, then he can just hit him with the Javelineer and then sacrifice something to the Recycler before his draw.
9점 남았고 덱도 없고 상대는 19점이고 라이브러리도 남아있고.
Yes, he can kill either. Man, this is
보물 토큰 뽑아야 되는데 안 뽑았고. 그래도 얘 갖고 뭐 보물 이거 먹어서 던질 수 있어?
Why is that?
Because the Rankle, is that a permanent thing?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep it real with you, Paul. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player.
This turn.
So you're right.
Right.
So that's not what's happening
here.
That's
not what's happening, but he's very close to dead.
He is very close to dead anyway, and Cassis may also not have enough mill, have saved up enough mill to actually get the job done.
Cassis needs to
있니?
play a convergence on one of these creatures.
와, 비길라고 어떻게든 버틸라 하는구만.
To kill his oracle to shuffle cards back in.
That would be a thing too.
All right, so that deals with 1. This is an attack for 4 though.
3 cards left there for Loveman.
Nightmare?
Nightmare itself.
Shuffle 4 cards.
They have to be 3 or greater.
Okay.
But
so
he's
there's
got
a 3.
At least 1.
There's a I don't know if Ely has enough here.
This is awesome.
Right, and remember this is still an attack for 4 coming in, right?
With Cassis at 5 and a Drag Recycler sitting there.
And a Javelineer.
And a Javelineer sitting there.
How many cards in your library? I have 3 cards in my library.
So I think what he may be doing, this is post board, so we're not 100% sure. But there's some interesting. So he had main deck 2 copies of Moment of Truth.
Right.
He may be setting himself up here to have a very specific subset of cards as his library, and then get one of them and use it. Like, I don't know if he has enough for this, but Deadly Derision or something like that. You know what I mean? Where your library is only 3 or 4 cards.
Yeah.
And then you search through 3 or 4 cards.
I'm just not sure if Ely has enough here, but of course we're still not exactly sure what the last few
방법이 뭐가 있는 거지?
Here, unless he has another piece of interaction.
Halo, Invasion.
미는 게 나와도 얘 갖다 때리고 이거 갖다 씹어서 때리고 내 턴 들어올 때 드로우 받기 전에 때리면 죽는 거 아니야?
Oh, it looks like
근데 방법이 될 수 있나?
So he's actually at 4.
All right.
Which certainly changes things as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Because now we need to deal with this 4/3, and then there's still 3 damage on board with the Recycler and the Javelineer.
Okay, there it is. Moment of Truth.
And then -3.
We're playing Doomsday now.
하나를 찍고
Setting up his library.
그래도 안 되지 않아? 2개를 다 찍어도 결국 얘한테 맞아서 죽고.
Oh, something better.
It's just derision, I suppose.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, Loveman only has 3 extra points of damage, right? So if he takes 0 this combat,
but yeah, the is.
You really are a master. For damage, I'll.
씹어서 때리고. 나 얘가 딱 2점 때리고 하나를 찍어도 1점은 무조건 맞아야 되잖아.
I still don't know how you get out of this. I mean, at 3.
이거는 방법이 없는 것 같은데.
There's only 2 cards left in library, and there's a Halo Charge Scob, which was going to be that or the other card here. That mills both.
That mills 2 cards.
Yes.
But you can. This is an upkeep kill here from Eli.
Only if it's alive.
Only if it's alive.
The Javelineer.
Right, but the Scob puts it on top, correct?
Yes. And there's just no way for him to get it.
Right. Whew. Close one.
그렇죠. 답이 없죠.
Game. Eli Loveman finds the victory. Cassis gave him all.
만약에 다 밀었다고 해도 내 드로 페이지 이전에 데미지를 줄 수 있기 때문에 방법이 없었어요.
I think a lot of people would be like, I'm going to win. This is going to be fine. I don't really need to worry about, your life total so much. And he recognized, even though Cassis was at like 27 or whatever, I need to start going on this.
Right.
And he absolutely needed it there.
Right. I mean, you saw it. Kind of towards with about 8 cards left. Loveman was clearly on the I'm going to try to mill you plan. And then all of a sudden he started drawing some action, and he's like, wait a second, what's the better path to victory? Is it me being aggressive, putting pressure on your life total so I have an extra different way to win? Or can I just naturally hope to deck you, right?
네, 12시가 엄청 유리했던 것 같은데 너무 디나이 낭비한 것 같기도 하고
I think Cassis could have found a way there to deck Loveman.
조금 더 아껴서 게임 했으면은
We've got more matches to bring you, however. We're going to bring you game, as it turns out, number 2 between Nathan.
그랬으면 이겼을 것 같기도 한데.
Is this a surprise to anybody?
Not to anybody, especially his opponent Max Vidi. We'll see if he can.
뭔가 조금 아쉽네. 역전당해서 지는 거 보면은 항상 너무 좀 급하게 생각해서 지는 경우가 많다고 생각해가지고 아쉽네요. 이거 이 게임부터 보여주는 거 보니까 여기서 이긴 사람이 또 이기나 본데? 6시가 이기는 듯. 3게임 이거 스포가 되거든요? 얘가 한 게임 이겼고 얘 없는데 지금 보여준다? 6시가 이겼다. 스포가 돼요. 두알 대 브루스 아니면 UW일 것 같은데.
Flywheel racer.
Yeah, we'll see if he uses it
for the mana.
For evil or good.
Right.
In the meantime, a clear attack.
일단은 공격적인 생물을 깔았으면 보루스에 더 가까울래나? 모노 화이트는 아니겠죠?
Phyrexian Awakening is going to be his 3-drop. And that'll get him a nice. I mean, that thing's powerful, right?
Oh, absolutely. Wow,
Incubator
Nathan
for 4.
just nothing to impact the board for the first 4 turns of this game.
진짜 모노 화이트는 아닐 것 같은데.
Sure. There it is.
Oh,
stoke the flare.
Oh,
but wait a second.
Oh shit.
Jeez, aerial boost to save it.
Oh shit. 여기서 끝났는데?
Wow, this could fall apart really quickly. That was a key moment there for
인보크면 큰 액션인데 너무 쉽게 막아버려가지고. 와, 인보크 2개야? 역시 UW인데 블루가 말려있는 거예요. 핸드 보니까 파란색 카드 보이거든요.
And he's down to 5 already.
Wow. Now Max is stuck here on just white mana.
아, 근데 너무 마나 액션을 끌려갔다. 2마나 생물이라도 있어서 인보크 쓰면서 또 뭐 액션하고 이랬으면 모를까. 야, 이럴 거면 이거 왜 보여줬지? 얘들아, 이럴 거면은 이거 왜 보여줬을까? 4턴 끝나는 거 굳이 이거 왜 보여준 거지?
He's not used to that, you know. It's just not his normal game plan. I mean, that's how crazy his run has been.
He's gonna pick himself back up for the standard portion. That's gonna be my prediction. I don't know if he can handle
아니, 이럴 거면 보여줄 필요가 없는 것 같은데?
We get to see the finals go. This is Seth Manfield.
야, 이러고 하나 더 보여줘?
When you talk about limited,
그냥 그거다. 이승자 테이블 다 돌아가면서 보여주는 거 같네.
That's a lot of top finishes there, Marshall.
Seriously.
뭐 얘네들은 또 왜 진지하게
어?
이렇게 보여줘. 얘네 좀 게임이 길었나?
I don't know how to put it. Consider themselves limited players primarily. They favor limited. You know, they're.
색깔은 역시 블랙이랑 블루, 화이트. 제가 말한 색 조합이 많이 보이긴 하죠. 아까 갈타맨 같은 애들이 좀 특이한 거고. 역시 블랙이랑 블루, 레드 이쪽이 많이 보이긴 한 것 같아요. 이게 배속됐나? 애들 되게 빠른 것 같아요.
Some of the arena events, he had kind of the highest limited win rate when you compare him to a lot of the other.
네, 맨필드 승이에요.
That's right. He's
역시 둘 다 블루 쓰는 느낌의 배틀 활용해주는 느낌이죠.
Looks like we're cruising right along here, Paul. Just a slight adjustment there. A little bit quicker for you here.
Hey.
내가 이번 블록 드랩은 많이 안 해도 나름 분석력이 있다고요. 나름 분석력이 있죠. 뭐야 저거?
What just happened? It says 2R sorcery. All right, I'll buy it.
근데 왜 저렇게 써?
Searing Barb is my guess.
That is correct. Otherwise known as 2R.
2R sorcery.
Yeah. I think he did actually write it.
왜 저렇게 써?
Yeah.
Interesting to see Invasion of Kaladesh here for Manfield.
뭐지?
Card looked pretty good. Hasn't actually played that well.
Yeah.
Very medium.
It's 2 mana for a 1/1 body is just not the most impressive thing in this format. And even when you do flip
아니 왜 저거를 프록시로
it's
쓰는 거야?
not as great as you would think.
It's not that good, yeah. There's meeting of minds now.
심지어 카드를 갖고선 그걸 보여줘. 그러면서 프록시를 써.
Joking aside, the reason
이해가 안 되는데?
proxy planes there for Manfield is because
왜?
it was a foil searing barb.
Got it. Sure.
And just to make sure that all the cards are identical in your deck when being shuffled, etc. It's good to do that.
Ooh.
That's Invasion of Segovia.
아니 이건 인디게임 수준이 아니잖아요. 왜 인디게임 수준이야?
One tramplers.
Yeah.
Very fearsome.
아 이건 아니지. 인디게임 수준은.
Luis reminded us that the plane of Segovia, everything's very small.
Everything is very small, hence 1/1 tramplers.
Yeah. I mean, when I think of
이건 좀 억울하지. 이거 맨필드가 그냥 이상하게 하는 거잖아.
one space, I'm thinking 10-10.
Oh, but I mean, come on. You have to be jealous if you're Seth Manfield. I mean, John Emmanuel got.
네, 이 다음은 스탠다드예요. 여기까지가 딱 3라운드까지가 드랩이고 다음부터 스탠. 5라운드는 앞으로 5라운드는 스탠으로 할 거예요. 5라운드 맞을 거예요. 5라운드. 6라운드? 6라운드인가 보다. 아닌데?
This is more flywheel
5라운드? 5라운드.
Agreed.
너무 졸려요? 그냥 천천히 보다가 주무셔도 돼요. 저도 피곤해요.
No good attack here. Yes, Seth can crew the vehicle here. And turn it into a 2/5 flyer. Power equal to the number of artifacts that you have in play.
이번 드랩은 역대급으로 망한 블럭이라고 생각합니다. 저도 요번 드랩 별로 안 했어요. 진짜 폭탄만 깔고 막 템포 그리고 막 비행이 너무 유리하고 막 이런 블럭이다 보니까 픽할 때 이미 평소에 하던 매직이란 느낌이 안 생겨요. 콤보크도 좋긴 해요. 콤보크 엄청 좋긴 해요. 근데 그냥 폭탄이 너무 많아. 지금 이러고 있는데 갑자기 노릇 간다니까. 바로 오열이에요. 오열.
And then he's going to use his freshly cast prankster to convoke a cleansing. Oh, but that's a side, but Cryptomancer, but it's going to get countered.
But one mana
counter.
Oh, assimilate essence.
Just 3 mana available here for Manfield, so he will not be able to pay the 4. So the Cyber Cryptomancer gets countered.
제가 말한 노른은 그 7만화 노른이긴 했고 스탠에서는 노른을 쓰는 덱은 보긴 했어요. 그 토큰 덱들이 쓰는 건 봤는데 뒤집는 걸 목적으로 쓰는 것보다는 그냥 깔고 어택 가면서 상대 블럭해도 데미지 주려고 하는 느낌? 뒤집는 느낌은 아니었어요. 그냥 노른의 그 안면 능력 있죠. 상대 데미지 주면은 무조건 때리는 거. 만화 지불 안 하면. 그걸로 때리는 느낌이었어요. 뒤집는 능력, 그러니까 나온 다음에 그걸 뒤집어서 뭔가 하는 덱은 블랙의 시울드레드 그리고 램프 덱이 보링 하는 거. 아 근데 익스도 솔직히 익스도 키키즈키 때문에 재미없지 않아요? 에스퍼 모노 화이트? 스탠다드요? 에스퍼야 뭐 레전더리 되게 그게 쉽고 빠르게 끝나니까 그런 거 같고 모노 화이트도 미드레인지면은 아 모노그린이라? 근데 스탠다드는 결국에 좀 밸류 있는 대회를 한다고 하면은 무조건 키키즈키 덱만 나올 거고 그런 대회가 아니고 랭크다 그러면은 지금 말씀해주신 덱에다가 레드나 아니면은 그 솔저 덱 정도만 보일 거고 왜냐면 탄수를 빨리 조져야 되니까 네. 중요한 대회는 다 그리기나 아니면 락토스 하겠죠. 그러면은 또 개 노잼 환경 되는 거. 우리가 이게 재미가 없는 이유는 내가 전에도 말했듯이 우리가 1년 동안 이 환경을 했는데 바뀌지 않아서요. 근데 바뀌었다고 해서 나온 게 아트라사 정도니까 더 짜증나는 거지. 아트라사는 사실 컨트롤 유저, 미드레인지 유저, 어그로 유저들은 다 싫어하죠. 아트라사란 그 능력 자체가 모든 지금 말했던 모든 타입의 덱들을 다 메타해버리는 카드라. 그러니까 아트락사 자체가 너무 단점이 없는 카드예요. 그냥 나왔다 하면 라이프도 채울 수 있어, 핸드도 채워, 컨트롤 상대로도 그냥 스윙 몇 번 하면 끝나니까.
Oh, and it looks like is that what they're talking about here?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense because
노잼인 것도 노잼인데 원래 리엔이 류가 메타 올라와도 이런 식으로 핸들을 채우는 게 아니면 그래도 다른 덱들이 메타에서 올라오거든요. 리엔이를 했다고 해도 그 나온 센 생물을 어떻게든 추방을 한다던가 뭐 해결할 수가 있어야 되는데 아트락사는 그게 안 돼. 그죠? 개 같은 카드예요. 그래서 더 열받아요. 개 같은 카드야.
But I don't see another Thopter hitting the battlefield here, Paul. He may have just missed that trigger.
Yep, looks like it.
그래서 요즘 매직이 좀 재미없죠. 그래서 빨리 로테 됐으면 하는 거고. 로테 나가고 아트락사 줘도 밴하면 좀 그래도 괜찮지 않을까? 나는 아트락사는 밴해야 된다고 생각하거든요, 솔직히. 얘는 엄청 하이 타입에도 쓰는 그런 카드예요. 위에 스탠다드에 있다는 게 말이 안 돼. 그리고 이런 카드가 있을 때 리엔이로 되살릴 수 있는 카드가 적으면 상관이 없는데 무덤에서 생물 퍼오는 카드 진짜 더럽게 많아요 지금. 존나 많아. 이해가 안 될 정도로 많아. 무덤에서 생물 퍼오는 카드가 왜 이렇게 많은지 모르겠어요.
Appeal to the head judge situation here. Right. Sometimes when you receive a ruling from a judge, which is what had happened before, you have further questions, shall we say? Yep. And so you can say, I'd like to speak to the head judge and make sure.
뭐 갑자기 왜 저지가
ruling. Yeah, and certainly at an event like this, you are responsible for all of your own triggers.
Yeah, I think obviously I can't hear what they're saying. I don't know what they're saying, but maybe part of the equation is, well, I did resolve this and I did get the counters on it and stuff. Is part of that happening a Thopter have to appear, or are those separate? You know, these are the types of kind of minutia that you get into in this situation. But at any rate, it doesn't look like he's going to get the Thopter. So that is going to have to be left behind here.
저는 그래서 개인적으로 이번에 스탠다드 환경을 뭐 키키 밴을 할지 안 할지 모르겠지만 다음 환경을 좀 걱정한다면 아트락사에 대한 부분을 좀 해결은 해야 된다고 생각합니다. 아니 이 새끼 왜 이러는 거야 자꾸?
All the shinies.
Okay, so at least he stems the bleeding there and doesn't let
왜 이러는 거야?
Manuel have that kind of insane go off type turn.
아니에요. 차이 꽤 나요.
Strobe Knight now that could definitely start adding to the board too.
Oh, what is this?
What does he have? Oh, okay.
이게 왜 랜더에다가 저거 써놓고 쓰는 거야?
That is going to immediately transform. That was fine.
Yeah, now you have a 2/5 blocker with flying in play. So
the real question is, can John?
아니 왜 프록시를 쓰게 또 냅두는 거야?
And resources that he's accrued. I don't know what that is.
I think that's Kari's Evan Baral.
Okay.
That's just a guess.
옴닉 새로 나온 거요? 그 4×3 비행 날리고 뭐 때리면은 때리면은 아니 근데 걔는 죽잖아. 찍으면 디나이 찍으면 죽잖아요.
Oh no, convoke.
Oh, he's convoking.
Now get in. No, can't get in because it's still a 4/4, right? Against the.
어쨌건 디나이로 찍으면 되잖아.
A way to deal with the branch burn
and a 2/2 knight. So huge board here.
Jean Emmanuel has just been real clean this game. He's had multiple double spell turns. I think 3.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
그러니까 이런 거죠. 디나이가 있으면 어쨌건 1대1 교환은 되잖아요.
Okay.
근데 키키즈키나 아트락사 같은 건 1대1 교환이 안 되잖아.
Do much here.
그냥 나와서 안 죽는다면 좋은 건 맞죠. 근데 그런 식으로 따지면 그 시올드레드도 개노답이죠 뭐.
Oh, it's gonna get negated though.
Yeah, it would have killed a token.
Yes, and knocked John Emmanuel down to 15.
Yeah, well, not a lot of negate targets, so
yeah.
아트락사는 활용법이 많은 것도 많은 건데 제가 느낄 때는 활용법이 많은 것보다도 원래 리엔이류의 카드가 나오면 뭐 어그로 같은 경우 걔를 무시하고 상대를 때려서 죽인다던가 뭔가 좀 그런 게 있었거든요 지금까지. 만약 드로우를 먹는 방식의 카드라고 한다면 그 카드 같은 경우에는 어쨌건 무시하고 페이스를 계속 때리는 덱들이 이길 수 있는 방법이 있어요. 그죠? 드로우를 많이 받는다고 해도 어쨌건 라링을 주는 것도 안 됐고 공방도 너무 세요. 공방도 너무 세고 라링 주는 것도 안 됐고. 네. 아마 지금 환경처럼 생물들이 어그로들을 잘 괴롭히는 환경이 별로 없을 거예요.
Shatter the source? Yes. Is this also a foil?
아!
I guess so. Okay, well, so got rid of most of the big threats here on Jean Emmanuel's side.
얘 왜 이랬는지 알겠어. 나 드디어 이유 알았어요, 님들아. 이유를 알았어.
Depends on what he plays here. Could potentially.
얘 왜 이랬는지 나 드디어 알았어요. 얘 사이드 때 덱 바꾼 거야. 그냥 덱을 픽을 해놓고선 이거를 변신할 수 있게 덱을 짜놨어요. 그래서 변신한 거야. 그래서 공용으로 쓰는 카드를 이렇게 놓고 라이브 이거 씌워야 되는 걸 여기 벗겨서 다시 씌우고 하면 걸리잖아. 그래서 프록시로 해놓은 거야.
Oh, that was a 2-5, of course.
Yeah, so it ate up the 3-2, but then the trigger finished it off. This better be big.
That's good.
Isaac Ataxia's actually is kind of big.
그게 맞는 것 같은데 프록시로 해놓고.
Right. Good.
Okay.
And that's Invasion of Mercadia.
Right. So
사이드 때 바꾼 거예요. 그래서 이렇게 해놓은 거다. 왜 이렇게 해놨지라고 진짜 이상하다고 느꼈는데 그거네.
And that's an invasion of Segovia of his own.
You can flip that, and you can flip, and then all your creatures have will untap here.
Yes.
Right? You get 2 1/1s. What is this?
Okay.
뭐야 이거 카운터? 이거 2개밖에 준비 안 해놓음.
Right, and that's a free attack.
서로 깔 줄 몰랐음. 근데 지금 까니까 당황함. 저지가. 저지가 당황함. 아이 뭐야 이거 둘 다 있어 이러고. 그래서 구해옴. 당황했다가 구해옴.
Whoa.
Now what?
Land go from Jean Emmanuel? Oh, Seth turned this game around.
Jeez. Now Seth can eat up the other invasion here, right? Flip that one. Get in for one. They'll untap.
와 역시 비행이 중요하다고 했죠. 왜 중요한지 나오죠. 배틀을 써서 이득 보고 또 이득 보고 계속해서 계속해서 배틀을 뒤집어 버리니까 비행이 있는 쪽이 유리하죠 엄청. 왜 블루나 이런 식의 덱들이 강하다고 했는지 알겠죠. 제스카이가 덱이 올라온 게 있어요. 제스카이? 지금 프로투어 덱이 이미 올라왔어요.
That's right. That's part of the deal. And we're going to see a double block here, so that will take down Carries Evan Baral for Manfield.
벌써 올라왔어요, 벌써? 아, 매운 스타 게임 챌린지 이거 스탠다드 챌린지요? 제스카이 한번 볼까?
And he knows he needs to close this out as fast as possible before Jean Emmanuel finds a burn spell.
이 슬래셔 이 사람 덱이요? 이거요?
Fist bump.
And that's Seth Manfield picking up the win for the 3-0.
어쨌건
Who needs that Thopter?
맵필드 이겼죠? 우리 스포는 틀리지 않았어.
Wow, I'm stunned that he won that. Because usually when you see Jean Emmanuel turn a corner that big, you know, he had built up resources for 4 or 5 turns, and then he just floods you with them all at once.
Right.
And Seth was somehow able to get out of it. Incredible.
Yeah, just found exactly what he needed, just enough to survive, right? To stoke the flame.
나 두 가지가 궁금해요. 두 가지. 궁금사항 두 가지가 있어요, 여러분. 자, 첫 번째. 이 상어가 좋은가? 이 상어가 쓸 정도로 좋은 상어인가? 이게 첫 번째 궁금증. 나라면 이 상어 안 쓸 것 같아요. 그리고 두 번째 궁금증. 이거 4개보다 이거까지 같이 쓰는 게 더 좋은가? 그러니까 침투기보다 얘가 난 더 좋다고 생각하거든요.
that we're going to be.
근데 칩 2개를 쓴단 말이야. 난 이것도 이해가 안 되는데.
So that's something to look forward to for you constructed fans.
두 가지 의구심이 드는 얘기예요.
Coverage at least for now. But when we come back, we'll have standard. Don't go anywhere.
그리고 여기 보이잖아. 3승 3패. 병신 덱이란 뜻인데. 이거 왜 하셨어요? 이거 그냥 여기 딱 보이는데? 이 덱 하지 마셈. 병신님 이거 딱 보이는데 여기. 인정. 그건 인정. 와카가 안 들어서 찍먹할 순 있지. 네, 근데
세탁기 바꾸기 싫어? 피파 온라인 4 지금 사전 등록.
아 자꾸 광고. 아 이 새끼들 왜 자꾸 광고 내보내? 당황스럽네. 아 그러면 제가 덱 하나 소개시켜드림? 어때요? 스탠다드 덱 하나 소개시켜드림? 내가 요즘에 굴리고 있는 RG 재밌음. RG 덱 재밌음. 우지성 알지? 아 이것도 장사해야겠구만. 램프덱 맛있어요. 맛있어. 아 이 맛돌이 보여줘야겠네. 이거 맛돌이를. 이 맛돌이 덱을 보여줘야 되겠구만.
Pro-Tour March of the Machine from Minneapolis, Minnesota. There's some shots there of MagicCon Minneapolis, which is also happening right now next door to where we are here in the Pro Tour area. Thousands
이런
of
덱이에요.
friends playing some Magic the Gathering and celebrating the greatest game
조금씩
in the
계속
world. Hey everybody,
바꾸고 있어. 튜닝하고 있는데 이런 덱이에요. 이런 덱.
and it's time for some headlines. All right, everybody, draft is in the books. It is
새롭죠?
done for day number 1. We are left with 29 perfect records in the room, and 5 rounds of standard are up next. And team of cards have been making
이게 왜
a
약점이죠?
splash here in draft this morning, Monty.
키키가 없는 게 약점이 될 수 있나?
With this 2 copies of Galta and Maverin,
어때요, 이제? 한번 보여드림? 안 되겠다. BO1으로 한번 보여드림.
Yeah, draft has been
이 BO3 덱인데 BO1으로 한번 보여드림.
All right, everybody, some of the perfect records.
얼마나 무시무시한 덱인지.
Talk to Cedric. Do you like that transition? Let's hear from
나만의
you right
맛돌이
now.
덱인데 보여드림.
I am here with Namdakorn and
Cool.
you just 3-0'd your pod. Beating Autumn per chat with
이미
one
보이죠?
of the coolest
어마무시한 핸드 보이죠?
format. Tell us about your awesome green, white, 5-color, 4-color deck.
상대 큰일 난 거 보이죠? 병사 덱이야?
Well, your deck was awesome. Amazing to watch. But this isn't the only crazy deck that you're playing this weekend because you're playing Domain Control Standard. Tell us about why you're playing that deck this weekend.
I'm just my friend Sharp. He showed me his deck when I arrived here. So I'm just fall in love with it. So yeah, I copied him.
Well, you've got a lot of colors and mana in all of your decks this weekend. It's worked out so far. I hope it continues to work out. Good luck. I am here with Max McBeatty coming off of a 3-0 start to the game. Max, you drafted Blue White Knight and just defeated the world champion. Tell me about that.
I was pretty nervous at first because
어마무시하죠.
The games ended up being secret. I like curved down tonight. In game 1, I got him pretty good with the Convoke Frost Breath at the end of his turn to like tap him out and then just like attack for a bunch. But yeah, in the end, I was happy to walk away with his
한 번 더.
Now, at the RC that you qualified for this event for, you walked away with a lot of people who were playing so toxic. Coming back here again. Tell me about that a bit.
Yeah, I'm
가자.
back. I have like some fancy sideboard cards that I'll talk about, but
어때요? 맛있어요? 맛없어요?
like a decent choice. I don't think there's that much like aggressive decks in this event. I think
에?
people correct me.
어때요? 이 정도면 맛있죠?
Maybe they have like 3 cut downs instead of 4. I think that'll give me like an edge.
All right, good luck.
All right, everybody, it's time for the first time this tournament to take a look at the leaderboard. And we're
이거
going to
근데
show you
진짜
all the perfect records in the building. Exciting stuff here. All of these players acing their draft pods. Some huge
이거
names
근데
out
진짜
here as well.
괜찮아요.
Seth Manfield and Shota Yosooka both starting off 3-0. Alexander Hayne, Max McVitie, who you just heard from, starting off.
성적도 나와요. 진짜 내가 이걸로 게임을 계속 하고 있어요. 근데 잘 이겨요, 잘 이겨.
Let's take a look at the rest of our undefeated players.
지금 계속 튜닝하는 중이긴 한데 진짜 괜찮아요. 나쁘지 않아. 펀덱 아니고 진짜 괜찮아요.
Comrade here getting that 3-0 over to the other side. Jola set and the man we just saw speak to Cedric, not the corn, cost of the porn, getting the 3-0 and then you know
올려드림. 지금 자유 채널에
Javier Dominguez and Luis Scott Vargas getting that 3-0 as well.
Awesome way to start the tournament. Congratulations to all of them. We are now turning our attention, of course, to Standard. And for that, we need to take a look at the Standard metagame to find out what the pros brought this weekend and
아 근데 진짜 괜찮아요. 재밌어.
Yeah, Maria, the big question.
김밥 천국 나죠? 김밥 천국 메뉴.
Or no, and for 65% of the field, whether they fall in
바이오 하자드 세븐 왜 스퍼요?
Rakdos or Grixis Reanimator, the answer
아 무서워서?
Fable. So the question is, can the players that didn't bring Fable make a good case for why? Esper Legends, very high up there, the third most
무섭다라.
at nearly 12%. So
엄마랑 자야겠다라.
the Fable players prove to be right.
너무한데?
Will somebody upset things?
Wow, this is such an interesting metagame. I'm really excited to see how things shake out through today and tomorrow, and indeed our top 8. Let's take a look at which players we'll be watching here in our first round of Standard. We've got some good ones for you. Seth Manfield versus Luis Scott Vargas.
아 이 친구 이번 큐브 같아서 좋아요. 이러고 3승했네.
Seth Manfield running a pretty sweet deck that I'm excited to see in action here this weekend. 2015 World Champ, winner of Pro Tour Ixalan, as well as the 2020 Mythic Invitational. Guy knows how to win at Magic, but then again, so does his opponent.
아 근데 저는 공포 게임이나 막 그런 막 잔인하고 막 이런 거는 괜찮은데 저 놀라는 걸 진짜 싫어요. 놀라는 걸 엄청 싫어하는데 그런 게임들 다 놀래키잖아. 막 심장마비 걸릴 것 같이. 그래서 저 그런 거 안 해요. 그냥 놀라는 걸 싫어해 제가.
Yeah, Maria, you never really want to start off your tournament playing against a teammate in the constructed portion, but
네, 그래서
these
저는 안
guys
해요.
went different directions.
락토스
We're starting off with Seth Manfield.
하나 들어가네. 하나.
Rakdos breach deck that this team, some of the members brought. This deck is going a bit bigger than the
이게
normal.
뭐냐 뭐 덱이 다 뭐 봐봐 얘네들만 4개인데 키카드가 얘네들이 아니야. 님들아 이거 봐봐 씨발 얘 분명히 키카드에 이거 없었잖아. 근데 얘네 2개만 4개야. 이거 3개 키카드에 이거 없었거든요.
Mid-range deck. We do also have a Tali Primal champion showing up here, Primal Conqueror, excuse me, and Big Score. This is one of the cards in this deck that is very unique because it's
아니 공룡을 RG 래프가 써야지 왜 이런 덱이 쓰냐고. 난 이것도 용서가 안 된다.
That can go over the top. On the other side, well, they thought going over the top
용서가 안 된다고.
So Luis and some other members of this team brought Grixis Reanimator. So a bit of a
봐봐 얘도
from the Rakdos Reanimator list.
결국에는 얘랑 이거 다 들어가잖아 덱. 나머지 거는 그냥 큰 의미가 없다고. 이게 제일 중요한 거라고 이게.
Already an incredible bomb in limited, but giving you an additional way of quote-unquote reanimating, not so much, as it is more of a clone, but out of the graveyard. Means that you have more ways to get back and have access to those powerful enters the battlefield abilities like Atraxa and Etali, of which this deck plays 2 copies each. This deck does also play Nahiri's Warcraft
익숙한
as a
맛이죠.
way of taking
익숙할 수밖에
advantage of
없지.
flipping that battle. So it really is trying to go over top even more than the breach deck. And
그냥 결국에 키키 다 키키 덱이야.
that could be really important.
Oh, I cannot wait to see this matchup.
그리고 결국에 이 매치는 키키를 까냐 못 까냐로 한가름이 날 거예요.
Mani versus the machine, and Mani and the machine. Well, we finally made it to Mani is the machine. There you are, Mani and the machine have become one! Mani is now the machine! This graphic may be the greatest graphic I've ever
아 근데
seen.
나는 솔직히 이게 양키 센스가 이런 걸 즐겨 하는 건지 모르겠는데 나 하나도 안 재밌는데 이런 거.
Who is going to win this feature match?
Maria, I ran the numbers. The winner will be LSV.
Luis Scott Vargas, the choice here for Mani.
쟤들은 저런 게 재밌나? 양키는 약간 다른 것 같아요.
Watch us all weekend long to find out how Mani is the machine does. I'm going to send it over to Ailey and Corey with the call here for round number 4 as we get into standard.
You can't just drop that on us and then expect us to have like composure, Maria and Mani.
You're welcome.
I played a lot of Magic with Mani. I already knew he was a machine here, so yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
We're just seeing his completed form. I expected more teeth, honestly.
한국 정서와는 잘 맞지 않는 캐릭터.
Still looks great. Looks absolutely great.
어쨌건
Welcome everybody to the constructed rounds of play here.
날빌의 차이죠. 날빌의 종류의 차이인 건데
Legends of the game.
말이 좀 이상하네. 날빌 종류의 차이죠. 어떤 날빌이 더 세냐?
Two of the winningest players in terms of money won here. What did we added up? 1.3 mil between them.
결국엔 키키 싸움에 키키 싸움. 키키 나오냐 안
has
나오냐.
been won between these players combined. No big deal.
No big deal. You know, I'm sure they would be quite happy to add another 50,000 to it. You know.
I think they'd like that.
Yeah. I think that'd be pretty darn sweet indeed. Both players coming off a 3-0 in the limited portion of this. So let's jump in here, take a look at these opening hands, and get the game underway.
All right, I'm really excited for this one, Ailey, because these are kind of the innovative takes on these traditional Rakdos Reanimator decks, which had been putting up some decent results, but teammates decided to go a little bit different directions here.
뭐야, 원래는 킵이야?
Interesting to see kind of which one is a little bit better.
We're going to see some smiles here between the two teammates as we get things underway. Reckoner Backbuster, the first permanent on the battlefield. Ooh, that's some good looking lands there. I always love a good looking basic there on Seth Manfield's side of things.
Yeah,
and
those
we're
are
going to
gorgeous.
see the invasion of Amonkhet, which is another spicy way to access cards in the graveyard. So
뭐야 얘 되게 이거 두 개밖에 없지 않아? 한 방에 둘 다 밀었는데? 개고수.
Yeah, really strong there. And we do see the opening hands. It did look like Seth Mole to 5, Luis down to 6. So a bit of a disadvantage for Seth Manfield, but being able
아니야,
to
있어요, 12시.
discard the Atraxas is excellent.
없네? 내가 키키를 본 게 아니었나?
Alright, so there is the invasion, and then being able to just kill it right away.
Followed up straight away with, and here he's Warcrafting like
Atraxa!
killing that, not
Good.
needing any creatures to flip it. And now we have Traxa.
Game good.
Surprise!
Here it comes, and wow, here is the power of this. Being able to just immediately create this creature, not necessarily as power and toughness of Atraxa, but just the ability is really all you need. The ability of Traxa or the ability of Etali.
Yeah.
개노잼.
Oh, Etali, Primal Conqueror, saw these pesky Phyrexians trying to invade and basically said, you know what, I'm just gonna chomp on you. But then got converted, unfortunately. So, Lazatep convert.
아니 이 꼬라지를 보면서도 아트라사 밴을 안 해?
Able to get some goodies there, and
맞아?
it's looking good so far here for Luis Scott Vargas.
Alright, so, yep, definitely huge advantage here to Luis. That Nahiri's Warcraft is so good.
Yeah, just a way to ensure that you definitely kill that battle as it lands, because you want to take advantage of your graveyard before there are any graveyard disruption effects, you know, that could be brought this weekend, you know, expecting to see cards like Graveyard Trespasser, like the Corpse Appraisers. You know, if you can eliminate targets in graveyards, that's a pretty good call for this weekend.
Totally agree. Totally agree. Graveyard Trespasser, stuff like that. But it is
난 모르겠다.
the innovation of being able to discard like 2 of blood at end steps.
그냥 모든 카드가 아트락사 때문에 밸런스에 문제를 일으키면서 출시될 수밖에 없어요. 근데 이게 정말 맞는 환경인지를 모르겠어요. 난 아닌 것 같아 지금. 아무리 봐도.
is really overwhelming.
24 to 16 now for our two Hall of
그러니까
Famers.
보면 볼수록 더 아닌 것 같아.
Manfield, former world champion, so you know, he's pretty much done it all.
Pretty much. Both these players really have, you know, accomplished a lot. Luis did, I don't believe, has the world champion chip accomplishment quite yet, but that's pretty much the only thing missing from his resume as well.
Good time to go for it.
Impressive players, and here we go, the extremely powerful thing.
Cruelty of Gix, straight to Chapter 3, courtesy of Read Ahead, finding that Itali and flipping some goodies off the top of both libraries.
Wow, okay, so you can get Invasion into play. Seth is going to have to discard a card. Luis is going to get to draw one. We're going to get some milling. And then you can just attack Invasion as well. And, well, you can just get another Atraxa
Do it again. This is insane.
나 진짜 모르겠어요, 이게 맞나.
Incredible.
Like, I think the general consensus for a lot of players this weekend is like,
아니 내가 뭐
that's the best thing you
같이
can
보기 하면서 해설을 하고 상황에 대한 걸 말해줄 게 없어요.
This is the way that we're doing it.
Yeah, and while we
떴네요, 이겼네요. 뭐 있네, 이겼네요. 이게 뭐야, 씨발.
The variation is huge. You know, there are a ton of different things.
Go for the throat, taking care of the Itali, and Invoke Despair. That is a way to get back into this. Unfortunately, it doesn't hit the battle, but will clear the battlefield of permanence and net Manfield card.
Yep, absolutely. We do see another Nahiri's.
아니 그리고 내가 말했듯이
can just hit this.
땅이 안 말리고 유리한 사람이 계속 유리해지는 환경이에요. 존나 신기한 환경이죠.
Exiling a graveyard, like where's Bajukabug? Come on.
Yeah, right.
We need some of that type of effect going here for Seth Manfield, who's just, you know, just wiping his brow, just taking a look at what is very much Luis Scott Vargas. He's in the driver's seat right now.
Oh, absolutely. He's activated Itali, activated Atraxa, just done so many things here. And here we go, dealing with the invasion.
공개된 게 있나 볼까
really
이제.
to see how this Grixis Reanimator deck played out because it looks really innovative. And that is a behold the
Breach the multiverse.
Breach the multiverse being
oh
cast
my goodness.
there, and Seth has had enough.
Oh yeah, I would have enough of that too. You know,
아니
it's
근데
not a combo deck. It's not like
이게 프로 대회가 이딴 수준인데 이게.
At the end of the day, it's just like okay, yeah, overwhelming advantage to you. Let's go to
난
game
모르겠다.
2. Let's talk about sideboards. What do you think we'll see here as we fire off a Duress and take a look-ski at the hand of Luis Scott Vargas?
Yeah, definitely Duress from both players, going to be really strong, just trying to break up all of these really powerful spells. Outside of that, nothing, you know, super important. There's another Breach the Multiverse from Seth, another Itali if you want to continue to go bigger.
그런데 벤이 없다.
Bankbuster. And then from Luis's side, Luis kind of has the advantage here where you get to bring in Halo Forger, which is pretty good at bringing back Duress, and then there's at least one counter spell, two Disdainful Strokes. You can Cruelty a Gix for that card too, and then counter Seth's big play, which ends up being quite strong.
That's really cool indeed. So Duress aplenty from
나는 진짜 잘 모르겠네요.
as we get the Blood Tithe harvested
잉리스트는
down.
아직 안 나온 것
Blood
같아요.
tokens you mentioned as a way to end step, discard something into the graveyard.
And not too many cards left in hand.
이건 진짜 벤이 시급해요. 벤해야 될 카드도 너무 많이 보이는데 얘네들이 이 상태로 만약 계속 내둔다고 하면은 저는 오히려 서비스를 잘 못한다고 생각을 해요. 그러니까 우리가 제품을 구매하면 그걸 계속 서비스를 해주려면은 그러니까 이거는 제가 요즘 최근에 드는 생각이 어떤 게 있냐면 우리가 매직을 돈을 쓰고 게임을 하잖아요. 그럼 서비스를 받아야 돼. 이 게임에서의 서비스가 뭐냐 하면은 계속해서 카드의 밸런스도 맞춰주고 이벤트 같은 것도 계속 해서 우리한테 이제 계속 재미를 주는 게 서비스라고 본단 말이에요. 근데 지금 이 게임은 서비스가 개판인 거야. 진짜 파는 것만 관심이 있고 그 추후의 서비스에 대한 건 전혀 아무것도 이루어지고 있지 않아요. 나는 그렇게 느껴. 그렇게 느낄 정도로. 지금보다 밴도 더 열심히 하고 게임을 재밌게 할 수 있는 환경을 만들어줘야 돼. 근데 지금 그러고 있지 않아요. 무관심해. 사람들이 노는 거에는 아예 무관심해.
Absolutely.
Let's see where we're going though. Yeah. Would you like to pick from which graveyard, sir?
Yep, goes with Seth's Duress.
근데 이렇게 무관심해도 되는 거야?
Another copy. Oh no. Oh, second breach down.
So Seth does have the aggression though here, so not all bad news.
너무 무관심한 거 아니야?
Gets in 3 more damage, putting Luis down to 8, and a big top deck there.
Nice.
Graveyard
Ooh,
Trespasser.
Yeah, let's chew on some critters. Get that Halo Forge out of there.
그래도 서비스를 해줘야지.
Drain effects going off.
Trespasser was perfect. It presented lethal for next turn. If you can attack and just drain.
제가 원하는 건 뭐 대단한 게 아니에요.
Luis has any way to deal with it right now.
게임을 좀 재밌게 놀 수 있는 정도의 퀄리티의 환경을 만들어줬으면 좋겠어. 근데 지금은 좀 아닌 것 같아. 데미스트가 아직 안 나오네. 왜 이렇게 안 나오지?
Yeah, let's see. Was there anything else picked up? Bankbuster. Yeah, now it's just, does Seth see that he can exile his own creature and win the game here, which I think he probably will.
Oh, Sokenzen, get the creatures out. Don't need to do any of that fancy stuff. Just turn dude sideways.
Wow, we were thinking this standard was going to be so grindy and so, you know, maybe slowish games. Not so far, yeah, that's for sure. These games have been lightning fast.
It doesn't matter what Luis is playing. He is always incredibly quick with his decisions. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's always 3 steps ahead. You know, he can play the most boring control deck in the world, and he'll make it look interesting.
Exactly. Still one of my favorite stories ever is him against Shota, where the judges had to tell them to slow down. You were playing too fast.
I mean, I know that they wouldn't, but in those gentlemen's position, I would have just said, keep up.
Yeah.
They're just so good. Bankbuster and Bloodtithe Harvester down. There's Fable. I was wondering how long it would take to see.
9월에 온다는데.
I've seen a couple in the bin.
Yeah,
Duress really likes that card.
아 무섭다. 그때까지 그냥 진짜로 대회 참가 안 하는 게 맞는 것 같아요. 그냥 조금 루즈해도 기다리는 게 맞지. 스트레스 받으면서 하는 건 아닌 것 같아. 비수기다 이거를 받아들입시다.
And then you're able to Cruelty of Gigs to get that.
키키치키가 깔렸다.
And yeah, there's really no answer for this, so it looks like there's going to be an attraction.
뭐 아트라스 버리고 어택 간 다음에 리엔이 치겠지 뭐.
Turn 4 is as fast as you can do these.
그 상대 나가겠지 뭐.
Does need the land. Sokenzen, so has it all lined up. You kind of have to give away your shaman here because it will just get blocked. But
oh yeah, he's not long for this world.
Yeah,
he has a job to do. He's like, I'm gonna get you treasure. I will die, but I will find you treasure.
All right,
and that's exactly what he's done. So here we go. This could be a very quick game 3 here between these two players. Tap out, crack treasure. Gix, read ahead. Number 3, let's go Atraxa. Take a look.
이거 맞냐?
Players joking around with each other. Of course, they are teammates and friends.
Yeah. Oh man, what's the most number of things you gotten off the top of the library?
Believe it was 6. 6 is the most I got, but I've never played with it, or I've never hit a battle. I've never tried the Grixis version, so that's an additional type that you get to have access to. So
look at that.
Really impressive.
It's 5 extra cards. Sweet. Unbelievable. Fable. Got land there, Disdainful Stroke, Itali, and Duress.
Alright. And able to finish off the Bankbuster there.
모르겠다.
2 damage. Yep. And Seth is in a world of trouble already.
Oh yeah, very much so.
이거 맞냐?
So far, this deck is
카드 하나 깔면 이기는 거 맞냐?
Extremely efficiently, I will say.
Absolutely, and it looks like Seth has a Shieldred available as a decent card to help out, but Atraxa really negates that two life that you're losing every time you draw a card pretty quickly.
Yeah, Atraxa is a formidable foe indeed on this battlefield. So let's see what the draw is here for Seth Manfield. What can he find to get him out of this predicament? Go for the throat.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
아니 고포 드로됐다고 뭐가 나이스 뭐 굿이야.
To Fable the Mirror Breaker and Bankbuster is probably one of the most played.
뭐가 나이스고 뭐가 굿이야.
Every threat.
Definitely.
In the format.
존나 슬퍼 보이는구만.
Have a bunch of go for the throats available because of Esper Legends. You know, there's just so many cards you have to deal with that deck. That's kind of our go-to aggressive deck in the format.
Yeah. Sorry, green.
Yeah.
Alrighty, now we have the reflection of Kiki Jiki flipped. Not gonna be doing anything this turn.
Gotta love our hand spotters really keeping up with the Atraxa. You know, that's definitely a challenge for everyone, that's for sure.
Shout outs to Tan and Grace and Frank Karsten doing an excellent job this weekend, bringing us all the information we need, as well as all the numbers, you know. Metagame breakdowns, every single time something like that happens, Frank Karsten.
What can't they do?
I don't know if he can do the tango. I haven't asked him that.
We're going to find out. We're going to have to ask him. Yeah, absolutely.
Let's do after party or something. Duress, let's take a look-ski in the hands here. Nothing doing. Yeah, that doesn't happen often, huh? It's a pretty good feeling when it does, sometimes.
Yeah, now you know there's no spells, but, you know, for Seth, doesn't really have the greatest of options. It's Shieldred or Bust, so now everything is really in Luis's corner. You can just hold up Disdainful Stroke, counter that if you think you can beat the Harvesters.
야, 카드
right now, you know, eventually these Harvesters will kind of take
카드
over.
한 장에 이렇게 어드밴티지가 크면 안 되는 것 같아.
Would have much rather went 3-drop, hold up Disdainful Stroke, but really wanted to make sure there wasn't a cruelty.
너무나 큰 것 같아. 어드밴티지가.
Now Luis is in kind of a weird spot. Do you hold up in case there is a top deck cruelty that would almost assuredly transform this game? Or do you just play a threat and say, I'm fine with Shieldred, I just really hope you don't get cruelty to take, well, one of those Atali or Atraxas. Both would just be phenomenal hits.
They are definitely haymakers. They get games won very quickly if they go unchecked. So Luis in the tank here, thinking about what he wants to do for his next play.
The one thing that's pretty interesting here is Luis could play Invasion of Amonkhet and force a discard of either the land or Shieldred.
Yeah.
And that would be a tough choice for Seth.
카운터를 계속 고민하면 Shieldred도 있는 걸 알기 때문에.
I'm not going to get cruelty.
Yeah.
And it's much safer play.
Yeah. And with Takanuma in hand, anything that is discarded, he can get back.
Yeah, exactly.
So just going to hang on to the Amonkhet, leave his options open to him.
키키를 간다.
And you mentioned these these Bloodscythe Harvesters. They're 3 powers. You know, you kind of just ignore them. You're like, oh, it's fine. It's like, oh, no, I'm now down to 4, or whatever the case may be. So they do definitely get the job done. And if they're able to get extra blood tokens down to any of your big threats you deploy, they can kill these.
Yeah, they add up really quick. Absolutely. So Fable picked up from Seth, decides to play that instead of Shieldred, and pretty smart as Disdainful Stroke is the only counter spell in the list, so Seth knows that as well.
Yeah.
소켄사.
Alrighty. So known information.
그냥 소켄사는 랜드로 까는 선택.
Has 2 copies of Fable, Sokenzan, Nahiri's Warcrafting, and that Invasion. So he's just got the world at his fingertips right now.
Yep, and here's Invasion. Seth's only card's Shieldred, so having to discard that one, pretty unfortunate, but it's either discard that or...
땅을 깔고 또 그걸 하겠죠. 그 변신시키겠지.
Okay, here we go.
Is it Atali time?
I think it's Atali time.
All right. Prepare your butts for a big dumb dinosaur, friends. Because Atali Primal Conqueror is hungry.
Unreal.
무덤에 공룡도 있어?
So sweet. Being able to have 8
what?
You like Fables, Ailey?
이거 맞냐?
Stories are good.
Yeah.
You know, heading back to Eldraine, some good stories to tell there, I'm sure.
The mirror has been broken here. It's going to be a big draw step for Seth. Do we have cruelty?
이거 맞냐 게임이?
Oh, I didn't see. He's keeping it circle. Invoke despair. Okay.
Here's
all right,
the question.
It's a start. Can he cost it even?
He can, but he can also just discard this and try to hit cruelty.
Yeah.
Chapter 2 is on the stack here for Fable, so it's a question: is cruelty even good?
그래 보인다.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is much of a muchness here, and Seth is going to have a big think about this. He is able to cast the Invoke Despair.
Yeah.
He can get rid of a creature and an enchantment. There's no Planeswalker, so he would get a card off of that.
Yeah, so draw one card, you lose a Shaman and a Fable. Is that even good? Like, I don't think it is. I think it's really priced into just discarding this and hoping to hit cruelty.
I think we've...
Yeah,
기원 나왔어?
Yeah,
기원 나왔네 그나마. 기원을 써도 힘들어 보이는데? 최고의 카드가 나온 건데.
Yep, creature enchantments.
Same sleeves.
Well, pickles. Which one is mine? I'm not too sure. Good luck figuring that one out, gentlemen.
Alright, wasn't a braid.
우리 슬링과 똑같은가 봐.
To cast the invoke with, you know, hindsight in mind.
At least it's something to do.
뭐가 내 건지 모르겠어요 이러고 있어.
Double checking exactly which sleeve is which.
I mean,
아니 뭐가 내 건지 모르겠어요. 나 어떻게 해요 이러고 있어.
They do look pretty close.
Each sleeve manufacturer is a little different in that regard. So.
There you go.
나 웃기네.
Just want to make sure everything stays in the up and up.
뭐가 내 건지 모르는데 좀 알려주세요 이러고 있어.
The easiest thing to deal with as a 4/4, you know, because a braid is nice, can't kill it though.
Yep, exactly. And we see a couple more fables there from Luis. Luis could have the classic 4 fable draw here thanks to Atali.
Jeez, yeah. Unbelievable.
키키가 키키를 부르고 그 키키가 땅을 버리면서 또 키키를 부르고 그 키키가 또 키키를 부르고.
At least, I bet that's going to be true.
We can ask Frank about that. Just numbers.
Crunch the numbers, absolutely.
How many fables got cost this weekend? Let's find out. Here we go, another invasion. Poor Amonkhet, man. They're just getting run over.
I did not really realize how powerful this card really is in this deck. This Grixis list looks really excellent.
Breach, why?
Yeah, not the best draw for Seth anyways, with not being able to cast it.
공룡 한 번 더.
You know, in this mirror match, you know, quote-unquote mirror match of Reanimator decks going at it, the one that's a little lower to the ground usually is going to be a little bit better, and that is definitely, you know, proving to be true here. Here we go.
공룡 한 번 더.
You don't have to exile Atali or anything when you do it.
이번엔 아트락사? 핸드가 부족하니까.
Okay, so this is going for the Atraxa.
Yep. Gonna refill the hand.
자, 핸드가 부족하니까 아트락사로 할게요.
Options, card types to pick from.
다음번에 요거는 공룡 될 예정. 요거는 공룡으로 변할 예정. 왜? 핸드가 많으니까. 그 다음에 리엔이로 아트라사 나올 예정. 아니, 님들아 무슨 필드가 계속 저렇게 쌓여있는데 클린업 걱정을 계속하고 있어. 버릴 걱정 계속하는 중. 아, 클린업 해야 되는데? 클린업 해야 되는데 이러면서. 그래서 클린업 걱정하고 있어. 그거 맞냐?
Either way, you know.
Definitely could, yeah.
Because if you, I mean, it's not possible, but if you whiff with one of those incredibly powerful top-end cards, then it flips back to.
근데 우리 이거 하루 종일 이거만 봐야 돼, 님들아.
I mean, if Seth were to draw instead of invoke
이게
despair,
지금
draw the
대회
cruelty and
수준이야.
has the ability
아,
to
이런
bring back
식일 거예요.
Atali or Atraxa, you know, it's going to be a completely different game there. So, yeah, it really could have went any other way, but gotta say, that Grixis stack looks awesome.
Very cool.
강아지 좀 맞아주고
I'm sure we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have more from these standard rounds.
is coming.
Together,
we will stop. Who's he?
하고 멈춰. 아 근데 이번에 이거 끝나고 벤에 대한 이야기가 좀 나왔으면 좋겠는데 나올까요? 셀레 증식? 아니 왜 증식을 해요? 여기에는 사턴의 필드가 4바4에 7바7에 상대 것까지 해가지고 다 됐는데 왜 힘들게 증식을 하지? 3턴에 카드 깔아서 민 다음에
Welcome back to Pro Tour Minneapolis. It is Ailey Loney, that's me, alongside Corey Baumeister, that's you, friend, and we are going to be jumping into another excellent matchup here between two superb players, Javier Dominguez, Alexander Hayne, fellow countryman, and former world champion in Javier Dominguez. So both of these players are exceptional. Grixis midrange versus Rakdos midrange. Javier Dominguez joining Team Sewer Rats recently, and Alex Hayne, along with Alan Wu, on the Wu Hayne clan. That is their team name.
That is really good.
I like it a lot.
Really good. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. Yeah, incredible how many great players are 3-0. You know, this really skill-intensive limited format definitely produced a lot of great Magic players.
Excuse me, Team Handshake. Sewer Rats are the other big team here.
There we go.
They all get a little confusing, but yeah, we are good to jump in here. We're going to watch this from the top. Check out how these two players do against each other. Game number one here. Again, black and red, baby.
Name of the game. All right, so these are going to be a lot more grindy games than the other decks that we saw here, even though it was kind of, you know, Rakdos against Grixis. These are definitely just decks that are trying to win the game with removal spells, a bunch more creatures, and not trying to go way over the top with the tallies. But the one thing I really do love that we see here in the Rakdos deck is Chandra Hope's Beacon and one of Light Up the Night. So being able to copy that, would just deal a ton of damage to the face, or invoke, copying that with Chandra as well. Going to be some exciting stuff here.
As things stand, looking pretty much what you'd expect to see after about a year of seeing the Rakdos deck underway, as we're going to get the Fable the Mirror Breaker and Reckoner Bankbuster down, along with a copy of the Blood Tithe Harvester. So all cards we're very familiar with at this point. No real new additions lately to these decks. You know, a couple Brotherhoods End cards coming in.
역시 3턴의 키키지.
All right, here we go. We see Fable.
Yep, Fables aplenty.
그죠? 포스 해야지. 너도 나도 이거죠.
All right, discards a couple of lands there. And has a pretty solid hand that looks like Fable, I believe Make Disappear, a couple more lands, one of which being Otawara.
That's one of the things I was curious to see cut from Luis and Seth's deck, Make Disappear. You know, that was kind of like an auto-include with a lot of the Grixis strategies, but not so much in those lists.
Yeah, I guess you, the one thing that it makes it pretty awkward in these Reanimator strategies is if you hit Make Disappear off a Tolly, you can't do that. So I think that is kind of the nombo that you can't really play a lot of counter spells with that. You know, the first time I did that in the Reanimator strategy, I was like, oh,
you're like,
that was not smart. Yes.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. You know, you want to increase the percentage of hits that you get. So
exactly.
Hitting a counter spell is not something you want to be doing.
All right, so the Fable the Mirror Breaker mirror here, usually favoring the person who does it first, but not always the case. And you do see Invoke Despair, that is kind of that catch-up mechanism, where you at least get to deal with one and deal with all the abilities of Fable straight away, especially with another card in most scenarios.
Yeah, it's nice when there's only one Fable the Mirror Breaker down, but unfortunately, two of them there.
Okay, draws a card here.
There goes Invoke.
Ooh, there was an Invoke off the top for Alex.
Oh, nice.
Alexander, excuse me.
Shivan Reef in hand there too.
And I was talking to Alexander Hayne a little bit in between this round after he just locked up a 3-0 and said, you know, Mike Sigrist is one of the best limited players ever, and people were asking him a lot of questions on the team. And then Hayne said, yeah, I got a personal lesson from Sigrist before the draft for like 40 minutes on limited. And he said, since Mike wasn't playing, I absorbed Mike's powers.
Okay.
So, yeah, so I mean, got Alexander Hayne and Mike Sigrist here doing pretty well.
Okay, all right. Fear the Mike Hayne or the Alexander Sigrist.
I like it.
Yeah.
Very good.
There we go. We just created a new superpower.
That's the next Monty and Machine graphic we're going to combine there. Yeah.
All right. Listen, two humans together, that, yeah. Corpse Appraiser in hand there, I think, and as well as another Fable the Mirror Breaker. So still some action in hand there for Alex Hayne. On the side of things, Javier Dominguez. It's a Bankbuster, and they're just hanging out. These Bankbusters aren't getting any counters removed.
Yep, exactly. Not a ton of Abrades in the list here. It looks like just 2 of them from both players, one main, one side. So, you know, when Bankbuster gets to use all its value, it's an incredible Magic card, but if it ever gets cut short, not as good.
이게 월챔 우승자의 여유인가?
There you go.
Yeah. That's not being played in these decks, though.
겜돌이를 자처하는 저 여유.
All right, so we have our Reflection of Kiki-Jiki flipped, and there is a Corpse Appraiser cut down, gonna get rid of
너무 죽이고
our
싶어서
newly flipped friend. So back in the sleeve and
야,
into
빨리
the yard he
뒤집어.
goes.
죽이고 싶어 죽였으니까 빨리
to
하고
get
죽이고
some
있어.
value out of this is definitely where the Grixis deck shines.
Yeah.
Is where you're able to start valuing your opponent, but the thing where Rakdos really shines is these Transmogrants, if you take advantage of a greedy mana base from Grixis, as well as just being a more aggressive, fast shell. So if the games go longer, it definitely favors Grixis mid-range a lot more than Rakdos.
Yeah, Rakdos always feels like it's
그건 안 되겠어. 우리 날리자.
you know, clean and lean,
우리끼리
get your stuff
합의보자.
and
이거
get out
날리자.
kind of deck, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas,
갔다 올게요.
the Grixis shell is okay to dirtle around a little bit, go digging over here, go find something there. You know, they don't shop very effectively.
Yes,
is what I'm
exactly. And if you can ever get Reflection to target Corpse Appraiser and get that to resolve, that ends up being so strong.
So gross, yeah. ETB effects with the Reflection are nasty.
Absolutely.
Alrighty.
So I do see the one of Light Up the Night here in Javier's hand. So if you can get Alexander Hayne a little low, that's going to be really powerful, but not looking so solid now as it is just a really expensive removal spell. So not really what you're looking for in the early part of the game when you don't have Chandra.
Yeah, definitely want to see Hope's Beacon arrive. Oh, hello. Don't want to see the Apocalypse so much, but there's a Shieldred, and that Light Up the Night might be finding a new target quite soon.
All right, going to the draw step, lose 2. Doesn't seem like Hayne has a removal spell for it quite yet, but still a very strong hand. We saw Fable, we saw Serpent in hand, as well as an Invoke Despair. Another really cool over-the-top element in this Grixis deck, Blade Coil Serpent, being able to just, you know, use all the modes
우리끼리는 아트라사 안 쓰는 쪽으로 합의 보죠.
Open that card and limited, and you're just like, oh, that's a lot of words. Okay, sure. Let's do this. But it's cool because it fits in whichever deck you want to make it. So we're going to see it here. And we're going to pay lots and lots and lots of mana for it.
Let's see what we are all paying. It could be just all black mana, discard 3 cards here.
Jeez, yeah, that would be crazy.
That's 14-18, right? Yeah, response, I'm going to draw a card, okay? Into life.
Yeah, the hasty side of things, not great. You know, card draw excellent when you need to refill the hand, but the discard is what hurts your opponent the most.
Yep, and it does look like the discard is what we're choosing. Now, Javier did have the ability to draw a card, so gets to keep 1 card, and it is the Light Up the Night.
22. Yep. 22 for you.
But yeah, Shieldred just going unanswered here. This is going to be a problem for Hayne. Like, it is very tough to win these mid-range battles if Shieldred goes unchecked.
Yeah. Shieldred, like you mentioned, you know, getting Hayne down to a Light Up the Night range. It may well be
환경이 이럴 거면
ends up eventually, but
1만화 우주 이런 게 있어야 돼.
let's see how Hayne
우주인데
deals
1만화야.
with this. But first things first, Reckoner Bankbuster is going to remove that final counter,
그리고
get the
암호색으로
pilot,
먹어야 돼.
and the treasure.
거의 뭐 그 정도
Really getting
수준이야.
full value of that Bankbuster here. Gotta love that.
All right, Blade Coil Serpent, Corpse Appraiser, Bankbuster on the other side of things. And over here, A Bankbuster that has just taken off its third counter. A Shieldred the Apocalypse running the show at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't really get into combat here because you don't want to trade it away. Even if you were to animate Reckoner, Bankbuster, and Corpse Appraiser and put both of them in front of Shieldred, that's a trade Hane would probably be happy with. So I imagine that Shieldred is not going to attack, not going to block, and just really...
She's just an enchantment, don't worry about it.
Yeah, exactly.
화이트 우주 그 유킵이랑
Blood Tithe
무덤 먹는 애를
Harvester,
넣어서
another blood token. So got two going there now.
GW에 무덤 견제 2만화를 8장 쓰는 거죠.
I love that the Blade Quill Serpent lines up so nicely for the Blood Tithe Harvester next turn. If he uses that activated ability on the Serpent, then that's that big creature out the way.
Yeah, well, there is only 2 bloods here, only 1 treasure, so it is only -4.
Yeah, it's a
Oh, yeah, yeah, it is a 4/4. I don't know why I thought it was a 6/6 for a second.
You just upgraded it, yeah.
Yeah, need to make that card even more powerful.
It's a mythic. What's beyond that?
Exactly.
The secret lair version or something, yeah?
All right, so gets a Shieldred down as well to gain parity with this.
Sure, yeah, all right. That'll keep things even Stevens here.
And for the most part, it will just be these Shieldreds will bounce off each other. There'll be no loss of life, no gaining life. Does get a little dicey if one of the players is at 2 or something, then active, non-active player comes into play.
I remember Meathook Massacre with like Cat Oven combo and trying to figure out life gain and drain when 2 of them are on the board. Oh, goodness.
Yeah, I prefer to not. Thank you.
Yeah. There's a reason the card was banned.
Too powerful. All right.
Ooh, we're lighting up knights. Let's kill thing.
Okay, so more than likely coming at Shieldred.
Yeah, I would want to kill that. Yeah. Javier sitting at 24, so pretty healthy.
Yep.
We're going to draw a card in response to the cost.
Any counter
Corpse
spell?
Appraiser. Nope, not now, unfortunately. So there goes Shieldred, but not the only one in the deck.
Okay, Shieldred down. Still a great hand for Hane, though. I see Fable, Corpse Appraiser, and Invoke Despair, so plenty of stuff still going on. And there you said the Harvester taking down Serpent. And now you can definitely get some creatures into the red zone here.
Oh, yeah. No Death Touch on the other side. We can crew with the Pilot. Because, you know, pilots have their licenses, so they get to crew big things.
Checks out to me.
Checks out, yeah.
All right, just a chump block here. Just recognizing Hane is in some trouble. Has to preserve life total.
Yeah. At 8 currently, and a second Bankbuster down on the board. Doesn't have any mana available to draw a card right now.
And now it would be really great if Hane could find something like a cutdown to be able to kill the pilot and then deal with Shieldred. So can still do that if you Corpse Appraiser and find a 1-mana removal spell.
Oh, that's Cruelty.
Oh, wow.
Cruelty and Shieldred.
Yeah, putting a Shieldred into the graveyard has to be terrifying here for
Javier.
Like,
what did you get? What did you get if you put that there? Oh, boy. So with the read ahead ability, it's always 3 choices you can make with that card. What do you think we'll see if he goes for it now? Not going to be at the moment, but going to get rid of that Shieldred, so that's off the board.
Yeah, was it a Cruelty or was it just the go for the throat there? It kind of looked like it, right?
It did, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because he's not playing any of that card.
한 번에 그래도
Gix's Command, sorry.
많이 해결해가지고.
There we go.
Cruelty of Gix, that's the wrong one.
Both powerful, that's for sure.
Very good, yes.
All right, and Graveyard Trespasser and a land here for Javier, so nothing fantastic.
Yep, just digging.
Wow, this game really is shifting quickly when Shieldred goes down.
Yeah, Shieldred can get games done and dusted so quickly here, but Javier still has to deal the last 6 points of damage, and the board is, you know, quite effectively gunged up here for Alexander Hane for the time being.
Exactly, and crewing this pilot and attacking with the Bankbuster is fine, but Alexander Hane has a couple options. Can either animate a Bankbuster, which is okay, or just double block with Corpse Appraiser and Shaman and trade up, as we like to say, and just have the Bankbuster trade for a Corpse Appraiser.
기원이 나온다면 상대 라이프는 거의
Graveyard Trespasser grabbing the
압박을
serpent,
많이
so
당했기 때문에
gain and
죽을
drain
정도가 될
effect in full
것이고.
effect at this point. 5 life is what Alexander Hayne is at.
Okay, so chapter 2, deciding if you want to keep that freshly drawn Make Disappear, and then has the Invoke Despair. Make Disappear kind of not as great
두장을
now,
더 받은
but,
다음에
I mean, some of the big spells you can still counter
드로우
with the help
디스카드를
of
하려고 하는 것
Casualty.
같죠?
We'll see how Hayne values that.
Yeah, big think here for Hayne
Yeah,
with the trigger on the stack.
Looks like he kept it.
아니네. 드로우 디스카드를 아예 안 하네. 핸드가 존나 좋았나?
Invoke Despair. Gonna get cast here, so we'll see a crew in response, and the poor little pilot goes down with the ship.
핸드가 존나 좋았나 보다.
And yeah, take 4, draw 2 extra cards, and Hayne is
필요
definitely
없음.
pulling back into
이
this.
수준인데?
Yeah, he's hanging on here by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, I bet Javier's really hoping to find a Chandra to replay that Light Up the Night.
Yeah, or just to deal 5 to Alexander Hayne's face. That might not be bad as well.
Yeah, that's also good.
Yeah, the
You could do the fancy way, but you know you could just minus Chandra.
I
and just kill
prefer that.
things.
Yeah, that's more fun. But yeah, these Rakdos mid-range players that were playing Chandra and Light Up the Night, they actually labeled their deck Rakdos Burn. That's how much they feel that's how games end a lot of the time. So
That's like who needs to attack. Just deplete life total in another fashion.
exactly.
Alrighty, so let's take a look here. What's going on?
Yeah, but that's a nice reason to keep that Make Disappear from Hayne is right now Javier had to get rid of the treasure, so
다
you don't even have to.
안녕하세요, 현태님.
Yeah, Brotherhood's End.
다
Okay.
키키판이야.
Getting rid of all the artifacts.
Artifacts,
it
it
seems.
looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either 3 damage dealt to each creature in
지원!
Planeswalker, or destroy all
But the
artifacts.
shields
지원이
are down now, so
나온다면!
you can find Chandra. It is game.
Yep. Oh,
Duress?
Duress, okay. Sees the Make Disappear in the Bank Buster. Easy pick there
Okay.
for Javier Dominguez.
Javier probably would have just slammed Chandra.
이제
Here,
슬슬
so I'm
힘들어지는데?
assuming it is not there.
그나마 기원이 나왔어야
Pick
되는데.
up the land there or the Duress off the top.
Yeah.
I mean, he could just pass and flip it tonight. Oh, he's already played a spell,
Yeah.
so that wouldn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't really have any great
Just has to pass
attacks.
the turn back, yeah.
That was the turn you needed Chandra, that's for sure.
Yeah. It's another creature now on the board here for Hayne.
I'm
Collection of Kikijiki.
I'm kind of interested
Uh-huh.
that
Okay, another Corpse
Javier
Bracer.
didn't take the Make Disappear. You know, like at this point, you kind of got to look as your only out is to kind of burn them out,
Yeah.
where Make Disappear is just straight away going to counter that spell. Looks like Cut Down was the other card dealing with the reflection.
Yeah, that loop that you mentioned with the Corpse Appraiser is something that you don't want to get into. You don't want
Yeah.
to see that. Like, there's a lot in the bin, so Corpse Appraiser would definitely get digging through the top of the library there.
Yeah, huge powerhouse there. All right, Javier top decking Fabled Mirror Breaker. It's helpful. At some point, when does Hayne decide to start turning the corner here and start getting some damage through?
Yeah, it's a little bit precarious situation right now. You know, just kind of hanging out with his ever-growing
Oh,
army,
God.
going quite wide at this point.
Yep,
He
that was
won.
an Invoke Despair off the top for Hayne.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
And now, if Hayne were to attack with the Goblin Shaman, you get the just like, yeah. What is that, the 4th one?
Oh,
짜증을
goodness
냈죠.
me. That's what you want to see,
3rd
though,
or
you know?
4th. Yep.
역시 기원
You are
뽑기
burned
선수권
deck, I
대회.
guess.
Yep. 4 Invoke Despairs in the deck.
Okay, but once
It's
again,
crazy.
if this Shaman doesn't get in there, Javier is live for Chandra off the top.
Yeah.
아하, 씁쓸하구만.
All right, big draw step.
Let's see. What do you get? Oh, no. Flippity flop. It's nighttime. Oh, the wolves are up.
효과음 내주네.
Okay, that does deal 2 damage if you can chew on 2 creatures.
Yep.
Drains 2 life, I should say.
Not quite enough. And now I believe there's 2
마미아
Make
레인지는
Disappears in hand, so
벗어났으니까.
as long as Hayne doesn't tap out, and I've kind of been saying that for a while, but then he proceeds to
Yeah.
keep tapping out, you know, it should be game 1 going to Hayne.
Yeah. I
Go
mean,
on.
he just hung in there and just strung
Come on,
together
Gabe.
a series of spells that got him back into this. That Bank Buster in conjunction with the Corpse Appraiser. Like, he just didn't have anything he was always doing something, and that is going to be enough there for Javier Dominguez to say, you know what, I got you to 5, but that wasn't good enough.
Yeah, I think that was all 4 Invoke Despairs to take down Javier there. Pretty impressive.
You could just tell by the hands. Yeah, we don't get to see facial expressions in these matches, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But you know, just the hand.
아니 근데
An
살아도
international symbol for
yeah.
sure, fine, I guess you got
시작하자마자
that.
재미없으면
I
어떡하지
think we
우리?
could kind of figure what their facial expressions were by that.
시작하자마자 재미없는데?
Or at least the general mood. I see your Bankbuster and raise you mine.
All right, Bankbuster
Into Fable.
into Fable, pretty strong.
These guys are playing like their house is on fire. Jeez.
Yeah, and I mean, the one thing the players don't want to pick up any draws in this standard format, especially these two grindy decks. The games can go long,
Yeah,
so
they can.
you know that is something that all these players have to be conscious of, especially the players that are playing mono white mid range.
Yeah, we saw in so many RCs those games going to draws. The
이게
Canadian
뭐냐?
one ended so late at night, like I passed out on the couch. I was trying to watch the rest of it.
Yeah, I think there were 52 draws after day one of the DreamHack RC. So yeah, that is definitely something that players have to be ready for. And when you get to Worlds, when you get to a Pro Tour, everything kind of slows down a bit. So that gets even amplified a little bit more.
So permanents aplenty on this battlefield now, as we have Shamans, we've got Bankbusters, we've got the Fables going.
좀 교환이 있는데?
All Rakdos things.
Yeah, and now I do see from Javier with the fast shuffle there, there's 2 more lands and then the Chandra.
Hey, Chandra, she's here.
All right.
Oh, are we going to see some shenanigans?
나는 기원이 있지롱.
Phenomenal new Planeswalker,
Oh, she's
thanks
so
to
good.
March of the Machines.
Mother of the machines.
I know.
Mom of machines.
Exactly.
Oh, goody. I'm so excited to see Chandra down. I want to copy some spells. And there's Invoke Despair. Oh, man. Critter's gone.
So that is gone, but there is a treasure. So no matter what, Javier can play Chandra next turn. But Chandra isn't super safe on this battlefield.
No.
Like, if you deal 2 damage to a Shaman and Alexander Haynes' face, then all of a sudden the Chandra is still at a loyalty that is vulnerable to just a Corpse Appraiser, crew up Bankbuster, attack it.
Yeah.
So it's not really the card you want to play in the face of Bankbuster, which is, you know, something we saw true of like Liliana the Veil, any of the Planeswalkers. Bankbuster is kind of the answer to them.
Yeah. Just, you know, sitting there on the bench waiting to hang out. But I don't think we found... Oh, did we have a land in hand there? Oh, yeah, he played his 5th land.
Yep,
so
played the 5th land.
일단 찬데라로 2개를 처리할
But
수
now, at least
있는데
Javier still has a nice turn. Play Harvester, hold back the Bankbusters if you do want to block the Goblin Shaman from Hain, and then activate both Bankbusters, get a couple cards. Perfectly, a perfect strategy to this kind of mid part of the game.
Yeah. Also has the Takanuma in hand to get back a creature or planeswalker.
Yep.
If it's not chewed on by a, a wolf or a Corpse Appraiser in the meantime. Alright, turn pass back here to Javier Dominguez.
The best words in Magic, draw a card.
Uh-huh.
I'm a fan.
찬다를 떨구진 않겠죠?
Alright, what we got? Is it Chandra time? Let's duress, clear the way first. I like it.
So I believe I did see a negate there. Yep, so negate being played here from hand just to absorb some information. Even if there's not another spell, just make sure you don't know everything here.
Nice. And the activation of the Harvester, getting rid of the reflection of Kikijiki.
And now Javier has a pretty nice sequence that he can do, even if he doesn't really play anything else that's still holding back the Shaman. You can activate the Reckoner Bankbuster with 1 counter on it, get that pilot, animate the other one, block, and then draw.
Yep, that's very, very neat.
I love these mid-range battles, Ailey, I'm not going to lie. I'm a fan.
Always something happening as we see Corpse Appraiser hit the board once again, exiling the Blood Tithe Harvester. What can we find?
All right, I think that was a Serpent.
Okay.
So another Haymaker from Hain's deck. So far, it just looks... Hain really valued Counter spells and huge spells with playing 4 Invoke Despairs, a couple Blade Serpents, Blade Coil Serpents, and even some Gix commands. So really trying to go over other decks, but not going way over like we saw from Seth and Luis a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it's just like cranking up the intensity, you know?
Yeah, it's going up to like 11, not to 22. Yeah.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
All right, what's that? Ottawa in hand there too for Hane.
Okay.
Hey, Shieldred, what's up?
There's a Make Disappear.
Yeah, there is a Make Disappear. There is 2 mana open, so would have to sacrifice a thing to ensure that it stays super countered.
Yeah, it looks like that's probably going to be okay.
Goodbye, little shaman buddy. And goodbye, Shieldred, more importantly.
Yeah, and I believe Javier didn't play a land drop yet, so could have actually prevented this Make Disappear, but I think he was trying to play Blackleaf Cliffs as a tap land to be more mana efficient, but was able to prevent that if he played one of the untapped lands. Then you'd have to play Takenuma. It looks like that was the other one. So.
I think hanging on to Takenuma is probably a little more valuable right now, because if it does get countered, then cool. Something out of your hand, something off your board because you had to casualty it, and then I can get that back later when I need it.
Yep, totally agree with you.
No legends on the board right now, though, to get the discount for Takenuma.
게임이 무슨 들어
coming down here.
Yeah.
This card is really incredible.
It is. It's so good. It's like Maze Mind Tome, you know, that can smack you.
When the Tome fights back.
Yeah, I get beaten with books.
8 mana, draw 3 cards, get a treasure, get a 1/1 pilot that can crew the vehicle, and then you have that sticking around.
Yep.
Really, really.
Yeah,
it makes combat really tough as well.
It does, and it's so good too against decks that play Invoke Despair, because you all of a sudden have this little throwaway 1/1.
Yes.
That you can just be like, okay, cool, fine, whatever. You know, you don't get a card item, take 2 dings.
Totally agree. Okay, it looks like a double crew, an attack for a ton of damage. That resolves, says Javier, and we do still see that Chandra in hand, so, you know, similar to the last game, trying to get Alexander Hane within the quote-unquote burn range and finish the deck off, or finish Hane off with a burn-style deck here in this mid-range battle.
You know, Hane's going to have that on the back of his mind, too. He's like, okay, I need to preserve my life total, so in other instances where you might be okay to take the damage, against this deck, you can't. Here she comes.
All right, and I don't think I see an answer to that yet.
Well, looks like it's resolving.
Now, where are we going to go with this?
Up or down? Let's see if we have any. Oh, how much mana do we have? Oh! We got to see it. Just, Production's like, I've seen enough. Get out of here. Let's go. Game 3.
Well,
Invoke Despair, Chandra.
I can see why they call it Rakdos Burn. That was quite the finish there. Wow.
Good grief. Alrighty, let's go. Game number 3. Hane Dominguez. That's why you play Chandra, friends.
And there is a huge hit for Hane there. Duress just missed. You get to peek for 1 mana.
Oh, man. Do you think you're just like, you look at that hand and you're like, I'm going to keep this. Because if they play Duress, they get to nothing. Nothing gets taken.
But, I mean, on the flip side of that, this Corpse Appraiser hand from Hane is not very good.
They're just vanilla 3/3s.
And you probably got to play one.
Yeah, it's just a 3/3 going to sit there and get smacked by a Bankbuster if there's a 3-drop to follow up. But there's not a creature per se. It is the Fable of the Mirror Breaker. At least not a creature that has its Bankbuster license.
Yes. That is a much better 3-drop in this scenario for sure. And most scenarios, for what it's worth.
Yeah. So is it going to be a tale of the 3-powered creatures here? Will Hane be able to kill Dominguez with the pretty simplistic hand he's got going right now, all things considered?
So it looks like there was another Duress that Javier drew. More than likely, that's something you're probably going to pitch.
Yeah.
Although now Hane does have the counter spell. Yeah, looks like Counterspell, 2 lands, and Corpse Appraiser for Hane in hand. So not looking great. And there is another Duress.
Oh, my goodness. Take a peek, perhaps? And we'll see a counter.
Yeah, we'll see if Hayne fires this off just to see if Javier will pay.
The 2, yeah. I mean, this is kind of like a gotcha moment, isn't it? It's like it's not really anything too interesting in hand there for Hayne.
Yeah, you
does
gotta
Javier buy the bluff?
Yeah, you got to think that's kind of bait. Just
yeah.
You have
What's
the
that
one
meme
card.
from Mad Max? That's bait.
Yeah.
Javier Dominguez, such a world-class player, absolutely incredible.
로우는 6시가 확실히 잘 되고 있는데 클린업을 하고 시작한 거라서.
Absolutely, winning a Pro Tour with miracles back in the day. That was an incredible Pro Tour to watch.
Here we go. Corpse Appraiser swinging in now. It's just like, you know what? I am not going to hang around here and wait for you to kill me, so I'm going to start swinging in. Down by 3 to 17. What's happening here in the second main phase? Looks like we're going to Corpse Appraiser again. Again, just another vanilla.
Vanilla 3-3 here, not what you want. You want to be playing Fable the Mirror Breaker as your first one and have those follow-up, of course, for Fable.
저는 6시가 확실히 유리하죠. 이러면.
Do what you got to do here.
Reflection of Kikijiki flipped.
Let's see what the follow-up is for Javier. Definitely advantage Javier as long as he has any gas in the tank here.
드레스를 2번 쳤기 때문에 핸드에 스펠이 없는 것도 어느
That kind of
정도까지
seems to be
알고
what
있고.
happened in game number 1. He just ran out of gas. Had Haynes so close. And then just couldn't finish it off there.
Yep.
다음 턴에
Game 2 had all the
또
gas in the world.
받으면서
2 cards with the Bankbuster being
침투기가
active.
뒤집히는 것도 있고 필드도 약하지 않을 거예요 이제.
See if Hayne can pick up some action here. Now, one thing that Hayne has going for him compared to Javier is if Hayne top decks a powerful 5-drop, it's going to resolve.
Yeah.
You know, it is fully going to work.
Soul transfer. So that's exile, yeah.
Yeah, that's just the exile, not exactly what you want from your soul transfers. You'd rather have a blood in play, you'd rather have a Fable, so you can bring back something from your graveyard.
Yeah, that would be super nice right now, but unfortunately,
그래도
resources getting removed from Haynes
왔죠
battlefield,
이제.
so just the one option available.
만화도
As
많이
we see
불렸고
our little
상대
goblin
핸드도
getting some more
별게
loot
없는 거 아니까.
for Javier Dominguez.
Okay, and is there one of the big spells
Let's
here?
see. Da-da. 5.
It's a lot
6.
of powerful 5 and 6s.
He invoked despair again. Oh boy. Sadness goes on the stack, I would say.
Yeah, and with having 3 mana available there, Make Disappear was not an option unless you already gave away the Corpse Appraiser, and there's only a couple negates, so.
드레스가 좀 좋게 많이 들어갔네.
More cards. Love to see it for Javier Dominguez.
All right, and I see Chandra in hand as well as
너무 땀
an
안
Abrade
나오는데?
and a land, so
이게 바로
everything
키키
coming up
차이라는 거죠.
Javier here.
Yeah.
키키가 있다 없다.
Looking like Javier's game here indeed. Just a couple more game actions to take to close us out here up against Alex Hayne, who hasn't drawn
좋은
any
카드를
answers
뽑아주고 이런 게 좀
to what
있었어야
Javier's
되는데 그런
been
게
up
없다
to.
보니까
Yeah, what a match.
Jeez.
What a match here from both
뚜껑이도
players.
그렇고
Looks like, you know,
키도
Hayne
그렇고
just
차이가
had
많이
a
나요.
little bit of an unfortunate draw.
Yeah.
You know, if you're already mulling to 6, you have a couple Corpse Appraisers and some lands, definitely got to keep that. Just a little unfortunate, didn't get to compete as much this game.
Yeah. Down to 6 now, I believe. 5?
Like it,
아니죠.
another
문제가
treasure,
키키인데
another land
고블린이
off the
짱나면
top.
키키가 짱나는 거지.
Oh boy.
어떻게 그
Now
둘을
you know
나눌
you're
수
in trouble when
있어요.
you're cycling
그는
triumphs.
하면서
And that's going to be the
태어났는데
handshake from Alexander Hayne. Javier Dominguez picking up the win
키키와
there.
고블린은
Continuing
다른 게
winning
아니라고.
ways,
3대
Corey.
태어났다고.
Yeah, absolutely impressive stuff here. Rakdos looking really good. And we got to see exactly what I wanted to see.
근데 또 막상 생각해봐요. 키키스키 나쁘지 않아?
Off Chandra, that looks so
그러면은
impressive. And it's
어드밴티지
pretty
엄청
wild that you can just play that if you just have
둘 다
3
나쁜
extra
놈
mana
맞지.
lying around,
Yeah.
tick up and cast it.
근데
So
그걸 떠나서 2장 버리고 2장 들어오는 것도 짜증나.
Yeah, she's going to burn this weekend for sure. So, Corey, we got plenty more action to show you from this round. It is Chris Faber up against Shota Yasuoka, one of the best Magic players of all time.
Yes.
12 top finishes.
Wow.
Unbelievable stuff from Shota. So let's jump into the action here and see how this one concludes between these two players.
And 2 top 8 competitors from the last Pro Tour.
Yeah.
Both were dispatched in the top 8. But, you know, I feel like we were all kind of wanting
야소카는
more
레전드고
from Shota
도메인
because he
컨트롤
just dominated
Yeah,
Pro Tour Phyrexia,
absolutely.
and then ran into an absolute train wreck matchup from Derek Davis. And
that was just rough.
You know, it's just kind of like, wait, Shota stopped playing Magic after like round 13 at that Pro Tour. And wait, he's out? What? Really?
He went to go and play Arena on his phone afterwards.
That's actually true. Yeah, went to play Arena qualifier.
He's like, okay, cool, let's just keep going. You know, when you're winning, you're winning. And here comes Denik, Pious Apprentice.
I'm such a Shota
Denik
fan.
dies straight away to a cut down. Oh yeah, Shota's fantastic.
And Shota playing a deck that I wouldn't necessarily expect with Esper Legends here.
Yeah, a lot of players kind of, you know, it fell out of favor with them. So
yeah. Not exactly the most popular deck by these players by a large margin here. I believe it was the 4th most popular deck, and it doesn't play Fable the Mirror Breaker, which yeah, it's an incredible card.
I am so looking forward to seeing how these two archetypes do this
얘
weekend.
도메인
Esper
컨트롤 맞아?
Legends, you know, a lot of people kind of went off it because of the new red spells, you know, that hate out on blue and black, and then also
이거 뭔가
Domain Control,
잘못
which
쓴
is,
것 같은데?
you know, a
도메인
resurgent list,
컨트롤
or should I say, a list that has
랜드도
grown in
그렇고 잘
popularity.
모르겠는데?
Yes,
The mana
absolutely.
base is rough, but you know, the lands are there to do it, so if you can get a domain controlled list going, then by all means, have fun.
Yeah, and it looks like we're missing some land drops here from Chris. And yeah, it doesn't really look like a domain deck right now. I was like, are we sure we got that right? But yeah, it is a Sulphur Springs and Swamp. Definitely in the mana base here, but you really need something else here to be able to get this going. So huge advantage to Shota so far.
Maybe he just changed his mind midway and wanted to play Rakdos, you know.
Yeah, I don't think he can do that anyway.
No, you don't. Sure cannot. Don't do that. But yeah, things looking great here so far for Shota. Has Rafine, Scheming Seer.
Yeah, and Chris Ferber and Derek Davis did test together for this tournament. They're both playing domain control. A little bit different list, but they really, really like it.
Yeah.
But yeah, not looking so strong here when you don't get lands, believe it or not.
Yeah. A bunch of Canadians also playing the domain control list.
아니, 무슨 도메인 컨트롤이
different
땅이
approaches from the
말려?
different regions. As
엄청
Rafine
많이
Scheming
넣는데
Seer
아니야?
connives his way along with the Razorlash Transmogrant. You know, filtering through the cards you don't need, getting Denik back from the graveyard now is Shota.
Yeah, and one of the main reasons that these Esper Legends decks kind of fell out of favor is, well, there was already an incredibly powerful card, 1-mana removal spell, Cut Down, but now with Lithomatic Barrage, it's just more cut downs in the deck.
아니,
Also
아레나도
escapes the
아닌데
war with
이거는
Rafine. So a lot of players got
너무한 거
really
아닙니까?
afraid to play Esper Legends. I guess unless you are
그것보다
Legends.
도메인이 땅에 대해 관련된 게 되게 많이 들어가는 덱인데.
Lithomatic Barrage, excuse me. Can't be countered, so Ward doesn't do diddly squat to it. An excellent way to answer these threats.
And here we see a nice little interaction here. The flip side of Denik being able to get a clue every time you even discard a creature card, not just having a creature card die. So
anytime a creature goes to the bin, you get a token.
Yep, and really the only new addition that these Esper Legend decks got was Rona.
Yeah.
But Rona's great.
Rona's excellent.
Excellent in this deck, being able to really filter away all the redundant legends that you draw.
But then you look at her flip side, and you're just like, oh yeah, Rona's been lifting. You
Yeah,
know,
5/5.
Just a casual 5/5 that gets you free stuff. Sure, I'll take some of that.
Getting swole.
Yeah, very.
해라,
boy.
이거는
It's hard carrying the
안 되겠다.
apocalypse on your shoulders.
Yeah. That should be the flavor text for sure. For sure. We need to get you in writing those.
Yeah, sure.
That was beautiful.
Oh man, that is going to be it. Unfortunately, Chris Ferber just could not get started there. Shota Yataoka cleaning up there in a 2-1 against Chris Ferber. But, you know, so far we're seeing the variety that is here this weekend. Even though there's a bunch of black and red stuff, there are still some golden nuggets hiding out in the dirt there waiting to take down the big bads of the weekend, Corey.
Yep, absolutely. A little unfortunate we didn't really see a game from that domain deck.
Control, yeah.
But, you know, probably kept a hand with Fable on the draw and 2 lands. Didn't get there, you know, and really nothing you can do.
Nothing you can do about it, but we will see domain control much more today. And, not right now, though, but we will see Selesnya Toxic, another one of our I won't say one-ofs, but, you know, there's not that many people playing it. I think Max may be the only one on it this weekend.
I think you're right.
There's mid-range. There's plenty of that. So Simon Nielsen, oh my gosh,
주행이
he
게임하면
had
상관없는데
the
너무
most ridiculous
깝죽거리.
end to his
별로 안 좋아.
limited matchups.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, go follow Sleep. What? Mr. Checklist card?
Mr. Checklist.
Yes.
Yep.
Go follow him on Twitter and go see how his game ended. It's too long to explain right now.
바꿔요?
Game 3 here between Simon Nielsen and Max McVitie.
I will say it was Zada
깝죽이 깝죽대지만 않으면 상관없는 너무 깝죽거림.
Storm the Seed Core.
Exactly, and had a bunch of creatures. So believe it or not, some counters were
there's
aplenty.
much more to it than that, but it's all good as we're starting off here with Crawling Chorus. No, this is not a limited match, but there is a Scrolls Hive in hand there. That's getting got with the duress. From Simon Nielsen.
And Max McVitie qualifying for this event with Celestia Toxic a couple weeks ago at DreamHack in the US for the RC. Took third, so it was a little, a little sad about not making it one more match to get to Worlds, but said his wedding is on Worlds Day, so would have had to make a tough choice.
Oh, yeah. Honey.
Yeah, there's one correct choice there. Yeah.
Oh, man, that's rough. But we are underway here. We got our poisonous little toxic friends making their stand here on the battlefield. This is a sped up or time walked match, so it may look a little funny. That's because we're trying to get through as much magic we can to show you all of the decks as best we can.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting to see all 4 feature matches here is just excellent. All 4 feature matches of the players that are doing really well, these 3-0 drafters. One thing, that's a little unfortunate, of course, we all love to be back for Paper Magic. The only disadvantage is we don't get to see Simon's dancing with whatever music he's listening to.
I actually asked him yesterday at registration. I was like, so what are you jamming out to today? He's like, yeah, I wanted to go and find a room in the hotel and just set up like a ballroom so everyone could come and dance. And I was like, that sounds amazing, and I hope you succeed.
I'm in. I'm in.
불러도 돼.
You could dance with him.
엑스퍼핑 나왔나? 그럼 땅 하나 깔고 하는 게 낫지 않아?
All right, an attack coming in here, which looks
Contaminator with the Crawling Chorus.
Yeah, an interesting attack here, just trying to... I mean, you do have Tyvar's stand. I talked to Max quite a bit about this. So there's Tyvar's stand, there's other pump spells. Or you just don't have anything and just trying to kind of bluff this attack.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to use up your opponent's thinks,
Yes.
Make them think about it. Don't just give them the obvious answers like, oh yeah, I got nothing. I'm just going to swing in and you can kill whatever,
And the one nice thing from that attack there is if there was a double block on the Bloated Contaminator, the 1/1 would get through and get to at least 2 poison, but now we are up to being corrupted, so turns on the land to be able to pump this 1/1 up to a 3/2.
Yeah, corrupted mechanic.
1바1이 공격한 이유는
Super
뭐지?
neat indeed. Just opens up a whole new, different way of thinking about the game because now it's like things you didn't have to
일단
worry
무조건
about.
포이즌을
All of a
만드는
sudden,
게
taps open.
목적이었나?
You do now.
There go the floodgates, and we'll see the Bloodtithe Harvester activate and take care of our fun Bloated Contaminator friend.
All right, -2/-2, a nice sideboard card that I haven't seen a ton of. I have not seen that card really played a lot, but a new addition here to make sure you have a good answer for aggressive decks. Yes, I believe that is what it's called.
Yeah.
깝죽이 win.
Yeah, so that's going to clear the board out. Keep the 2/2 buddy behind.
Yep, cut down, teaming up with that card. A really nice play there from Simon, being able to turn it into a 2/2 and then cut it down. One way to deal with Bloated Contaminators.
That's a super cool interaction indeed. As we're going to see an invasion hit the board, take a look at the hand, and get rid of the Glistening Deluge. It's an invasion of Gobocan. When that flips, it gives your, or it could give your creatures indestructible.
Yep.
So it's just a nice little insurance policy if you do have a board that you want to protect.
Yeah, and pumps the team, the creatures that attack. So it really is a nice way of going super wide on a battlefield. But you need creatures first, so this is looking quite bad from Simon.
On the wrong side of the board, but
or for Max, excuse me.
Alrighty, ooh, Baseju, who endures, says, get out of here. Reflection of Kikijiki.
Yeah, and I believe this is pretty much the exact same list that we saw from Javier. You do see the one of burn spells here, light up the stage, or light up the night, excuse me.
Yeah. Such cool art, I love it.
It is really awesome. All right.
Let's see where we go from here. So we do have the one attacker cycling a blood token.
Now you are still able to cast that spell underneath the invasion. It just gives it a tax, similar to Elite Spellbinder that we have seen before.
It's just taxed by 2 more, but you know, you need the lands to be able to do that. So
exactly,
you know, potential there to get the treasure off of the goblin to be able to cost that, but you don't need to do it right now, so it's just hanging out.
And this is one of the better matchups here just for the Goblin Shaman. Most of the time, these toxic decks just don't block well.
So. Oh, they can't block.
Yeah.
For the most part, these little guys cannot do none of that.
So here is the land being able to team up with a 1/1 to get the flip side of the invasion, put another counter on, and here's Mirex just doing an extremely good job up against a deck that's just trying to kill your creatures with spot removal.
Yep.
Mirex is just Bitter Blossom at home, basically, in these decks.
Kind of like a Danto Vanguard, a Danto's Landing.
Oh,
Legion's landing into a Danto's fort or something. I don't know, but yeah, the land that used to flip and make you little creatures too.
Yeah, that was an incredible Magic card for sure.
Ixalan. I hope we get something like that when we go back to Ixalan this year.
I don't know. Atali already broke out of Ixalan into our metagame. I don't know. That one's already wreaking havoc on our standard metagame.
You're not complaining. You've been casting that left, right, and center.
Hey, you can't tell them I'm being the bad guy here. Yeah, I have been casting a lot of that.
Oh, is this your what's it? Your villain arc, Corey?
I think
is
so.
Is that what we're seeing?
I think so.
Oh no. Yorion, no. Atali.
Now Atali, what's next?
Oh, Shieldred, you are such a pain in the face.
Yeah, and here was
2 points of life.
we did a deck tech with Max on this deck, and this was one of the main things he said is like Shieldred is a very, very powerful card, but with a bunch of timer stands in your deck, you're just able to attack into Shieldred to be able to deal with it. So that's what Simon's thinking about, and that's definitely what Max is representing.
핸드에 카드도 없고 상대 메스도 있고.
Certainly a way to get that off the board with the old combat trick Tyvar stand. And these creatures aren't going to be doing any blocking, so certainly...
Yep, went with the no blocks, too afraid of Tyvar stand.
Just going to shove with a cute little 3/2.
So we do got that at 5 and 8 life points. Yeah, and you basically have to take Light Up the Night here. Otherwise, Shieldred and the Goblin Shaman represent 6 damage. The draw step represents 8. Max is going to be at a theoretical 2, so he's got to do something here. That's little Scrove.
You call it little?
Scrove.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome. I'm here all weekend. If you have any more questions, I'll help you out. And here it is. This should just be it. I mean, there's a ton of treasures, right?
Yeah, a bunch of treasures, and that's going to be it. Handshake there from Max McVitie. So, unfortunately, Toxic not getting the job done here, but Simon Nielsen, very good one indeed.
Yep.
We are certainly lighting the night up.
Yeah, that Rakdos deck looking really good here in back-to-back matchups, winning the game with burn spells. So maybe we have to change that from Rakdos midrange back to Rakdos burn, because it's proven to be burning players out.
I like it. Burn, baby, burn. And we're going to be doing plenty more of that, friends. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be at the desk with Maria.
자, 일단은 4라운드는 다 정리가 된 것 같고 잉리스트는 나네요. 뭔가 신기한 덱 있는지 보자. 그리식스 뽑아줘.
세탁기 바꾸기 싫어? 피파 온라인 뽀 지금
락토스 평범하죠. 락토스 모노레드 그리 에스퍼 그리 락토스 독대 모노레드. 모노레드 은근 있네. 도메인. 데스카이. 락토스. 얘는 무슨 생각이지? 아네 이거 뭐 무슨 생각인가? 난키나 한가? 도메인? 도메인 은근 많다.
Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour March of the Machine from Minneapolis. We're so excited to have you along, everybody, as players battle in standard and draft here for the title of champion and their share of a prize pool that is $500,000. Hey everybody, welcome back to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi alongside Monty DeBooty and Cedric Phillips, and it is time for some headlines. Standard is now well and truly underway.
잠깐만 뭐야?
Mid-range is the
얘
most
지금 여기서
played deck
그거 하고 있잖아.
of the tournament, and Fable has defined itself
여기서
as
하고
a
있잖아.
defining card. An invasion of
얘네도
Amonkhet.
나왔어?
What's the story there, Monty?
Yeah, Maria, we weren't sure what kind of impact the battles this brand new
Rakdos.
card type would have in Standard, but Invasion of Amonkhet really showed its power in that first match in the hands of Luis Scott Vargas.
Absolutely, those are your headlines.
Oh, no,
But what
hi.
about our leaderboard?
야, 바뀐
Let's
게
find
없는데,
out who's
환경이?
leading this tournament, everybody. We're getting ready for round
그죠?
number 5 here in the building.
게
Some
없어.
players doing very well for themselves indeed. Jim Davis leading the way. Shota Yasuoka. What else do you see there, Monty?
짐 데이비스.
I see Simon Nielsen. He wasn't sure if his draft deck was up to it, but got the 3-0 there. Now 4-0, looking really good. Javier
15명이
Dominguez,
일단.
no stranger, getting that 4-0. And I see Shota Yasuoka. This was his 29th draft trophy at the Pro Tour, Maria.
Holy cow.
29 3-0s for that man.
No big deal. Congrats to him on number 29.
Espo.
Luis Scott Vargas also starting out the tournament with an
얘
unblemished
락토스 어그로야.
record. Well, somebody is not on the leaderboard just yet, but Cedric Phillips thinks that he just might be.
I was taken aback by 29 of those.
오른쪽 못 쏠죠?
So many of those.
How many drafts have you done at the Pro Tour Center?
Hey,
그럴
it's
수
not
있죠.
about me. It's not about me in less than 29
뭐야
drafts.
얘는 케빈추
29 is a
그리스
lot.
인큐베이터 뭔데
Let's
이게?
talk about a player who I had the opportunity to sit
뭔데?
down with here, and a very, very unique deck that we're going to bring up on the screen here in just a moment. Juju Bean.
야 이거 보고 싶다.
The old Juju Bean on that name? Yeah.
존내 궁금하다.
Jacobovitz has an outrageously cool deck. Like, an outrageously cool deck that we're going to see here in just a moment. How's 20 damage sound?
Good.
What do you
That's
start
the
game
number.
at?
Majority.
You start the game. You start at 20. Okay, perfect. So we're going to talk about how one can deal 20 damage in one fell swoop. In a
오른쪽은
Grixis
피렉시야.
shell. Now, of course, at this tournament, we're seeing a lot of Grixis.
이거
being
궁금하다.
played,
오른쪽은
but
피렉시야.
Grixis Singularity is something we are seeing very few people play. So there's going to be some cards here that you're used to seeing. Fable, Mirror Breaker, blah, blah, blah. Corpse Appraiser, okay.
요
Go
콤보
for those
덱이에요.
two.
요걸로
Explosive
요거
Singularity,
올려가지고
however,
죽이는데.
and Hidetsugu and Kairi, now that's a little bit different. So here's the game plan, my friends. You're going to play Hidetsugu. You're going to do your little brainstorm match, right? You're going to draw 3 cards, you're going to
근데
put 2
환경에
cards back.
변화가
Ideally, the card
별로
that you put
없다.
back on top
짐
of your deck is
데이비스는
Explosive Singularity.
락토스.
And now the next step is we need to kill Hidetsugu, and then you're going to reveal Explosive Singularity to deal 10, and then cast it to deal the other 10. That's the game plan. So how do you kill Hidetsugu once it's on the battlefield and you've set this up? Well, you've got Liliana's Veil. That's a fun way to do it. You've got Go for the Throat. That's another way to go about doing it. The tricky thing here is the opponents probably have not played against this very much. So when they sit down, they take a look at the deck list and go, okay, like you're kind of doing this, you're kind of doing that, but you're still like a Grixis shell. How do I interact with this favorably? Now, Julian and his teammates, of course, they have done all of the work of playing against Rakdos and playing against Grixis and playing against all the decks in the format. So Julian, aka Juju Bean on Magic Online, and if you do follow him on Twitter, you will see that he posted such things as I have broken the standard format. I talked to him yesterday, and he said we have the best deck.
그리스랑
It is
락토스가
not
이렇게
close.
많은데
And that is a bold thing to say when you are young, you were playing in a Pro Tour, and we have a very, very defined metagame of Grixis, Rakdos, Esper Legends, and then like some other stuff. He won his first round. One of his teammates, who I also talked to, they played against a teammate, so they kind of hurt each other a little bit there, unfortunately. But there's a lot of confidence in what they're doing, and this looks like kind of a meme deck, and it looks like, oh, sure, I bet you're going to deal 20, har, har, har. But you know, Julian said, okay, so if I play Etsuku and set this up, my opponents cast Invoke Despair against me, they die, which is true, because they sacrifice that creature, reveal, deal 10, cast that, deal 10. He feels very, very, very confident in his deck choice this weekend, I think with good reason. It's a unique deck. I'm very curious to see how it's going to do over the next handful of rounds, but Mane, you even told me this a little bit earlier. People look at Julian as maybe, and this is very bold, maybe the next Nathan Stoyer.
There's definitely whisperings. This is a player that's just dominating Magic Online, winning everything. And that sounds like a pretty familiar story. We've heard it before. We've heard it with Reed Duke, Brad Nelson. A lot of players, before they were known by their real names, they were known by their handle. The FFF Freaks, the Reader Rabbits, the Nathan Stoyer. This is a pattern.
I'm keeping my eyes on it. I sitting down with him, you know, once we're done here, I'm going to go back down. The first match I'm going to is his. Let's see what's going on there again. It's a really, really cool deck, and the confidence that's exuding from him and his team. Not everybody else feels that confident about their deck here this weekend.
All right, well, it's a super cool deck. Thank you so much, Cedric, for talking with him, showing it off. Another super cool deck, I think, is Rakdos Breach, and I got the opportunity to talk to Reed Duke about it the other day. Hey everybody, I'm here with Reed Duke, a member of the Magic the Gathering Hall of Fame, and your reigning Pro Tour champion. Reed, you gonna run back a win this weekend?
I don't know, but I guess that's what I came here for. We'll have to see.
You're running a really sweet deck, Rakdos Breach. Why did you bring that for the tournament this weekend?
Well, I think, you know, my teammates and I, and probably a lot of competitors here, sort of were unanimous about what the best cards and the best shell was for the format, which you can see probably a lot of familiar faces here, including Fable and Mirror Breaker and Blood Tithe Harvester. So starting with that core is a great place to be. But this particular take on Rakdos also gets to use some of my favorite new cards from March of the Machine, including Chandra and Breach the Multiverse.
Yeah, this deck is really, really cool. We've got Chandra pulled up right now. We've got a new card here. Tell me what her role in the deck is.
Okay, well, Chandra just first of all is awesome. Like even taking away like metagame considerations and matchups, like you can just read this card and be like, wow, that is really, really powerful. So I like that quality in a card. But more specifically, Chandra pairs well with your cheap interactive cards. Think like Duress or Go for the Throat, where you can just make mana and double those effects right away, and then pass the turn with a nice stable board position. But things get really exciting if you can untap with Chandra, because then you get to play one of your big instants or sorceries and double it, which, like normal decks, you'll probably be familiar with Invoke Despair. That's pretty awesome.
I say you're underselling it here, Reed. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's you know, potentially like a 12-point life swing. In case, you know, dealing 5 or 7 damage with Chandra wasn't enough for you. So that's awesome. And then Breach the Multiverse, I think, is my favorite card from March of the Machine, which this is sort of what I identified as what we identified as the biggest thing that you could do in Standard to go over the top in these mid-range mirrors, or if your opponent is trying to reanimate creatures, like you could use this to steal their Atraxa or their Atali, which is really cool. So this pairs well with Chandra in the sense that if you get to double it, that's amazing. You can also just find Chandra with Breach in addition to getting the best card out of your opponent's graveyard. So this is awesome, and what I particularly like about this deck, as opposed to like a more traditional reanimator strategy, is it's just very simple. Like it's all about the one card. All you have to do is get to 7 mana. You're not really sweating if they have a graveyard game or anything like that. So just kind of
크리트 컨트롤 C 컨트롤 V에서 네임만 이거
I mean, 7 mana is a
배틀로
lot. Do you
바꾸면 되는
find
거 아니야?
yourself that's a bit of a hurdle for you to get over with this deck, or is it no big deal?
It can be, and we have some cards to
코드에서
sort of
그냥 이거
grease the
컨트롤 C
gears,
컨트롤 V 한 다음에
with
네임만
Fable the
크리처에서
Mirror Breaker,
이걸로
if your
바꾸면
goblin
되는
goblin
거잖아요,
gets to
배틀로.
attack, you're already starting to make treasures. That's a great
한
start.
줄 추가하면
You have
되는 거
ways
아니야,
to
한
prolong the
줄.
game, but the real key
그걸 안
to
했어.
jumping ahead to that 7 mana is a big score, which is, I mean, I played this in my Pioneer deck at the last Pro Tour, so this is a very, very, very good card in an effective way to just turbo towards one of those 6 or 7 mana cards. Also, notably, you can double this effect with Chandra, which is really, really fun.
That's awesome. So what are you most hoping to hit with Breach the Multiverse in this deck?
So on our side, the single best hit is Itali Primal Conqueror.
Yeah, this card is a house.
Yeah,
Reed.
this card makes for some really exciting moments, but you get this, you get the, a spell off of both players' deck in addition to just a huge creature. That's awesome. So when you combine that with also getting something from your graveyard, it can make for a really, really dramatic swing, even if you're like at death's door, you can turn the game around. But one of the things that really makes Breach exciting for this tournament is I
이거
think
어디가 잘못된 거야? 뭐가 잘못된
really
거야?
powerful cards to hit from virtually all.
뭘 잘못하면 이렇게 나올 수 있는 거야?
You know, in a white deck, you can hit like a Planeswalker.
IT 업계 종사자분 이거 뭘 잘못한 거예요?
Even in a
어떻게 하면 이렇게 나와?
like Shuldred, old and new, Corpse Appraiser, like anything like that. Just the fact that you get two.
어떻게 하면 이렇게 틀어질 수가 있죠? 난 이것도 궁금한데.
Yeah, this deck is so sweet, Reed. Thank you for
어느
bringing it this
부분에서
weekend.
코드가
And
꼬인
hey,
거야,
good
이거.
luck again.
Thank you.
That's a look at Rakdos Breach.
아니 이거
with
어떻게 된
Reed
거야
Duke. Well,
이거?
let's get set up for round number 5 here in the building and find out who will be watching do battle in our feature match area here in
나머지는 잘
Standard
나오잖아.
this
왜 얘만
afternoon. At the Pro Tour, we've got Zen Takahashi versus
아
Shota
블럭 이름을
Yasuoka,
잘못 넣었다?
Rakdos Reanimator versus Esper Legends. This is going to be an awesome matchup. Let's get to meet our players a little bit better. Zen Takahashi, 5 Grand Prix top 8s to his name, and was the regional champion this cycle for Australia and New Zealand. When asked who he wanted to play at this tournament, he said, quote, Shota Yasuoka, because he looks like my dad. So Shota, either I'm sorry or you're welcome. I don't know if that's dad, so perhaps it's a compliment.
Got what you asked for, bud. Okay.
And here is Shota Yasuoka, Hall of Famer, inducted in 2015, champion of Pro Tour Kaladesh in 2016, 2006, Player of the Year, one of the best players to ever pick up a pack of Magic cards. Let's talk about these two decks, Monty.
Yeah, Maria, we are going to start off with Zen's deck, which is Rakdos Reanimator. A bit of a different flavor of Reanimator than the one we saw in the hands of Luis earlier. This is, of course, more of a streamlined 2-color deck. You do see the threat package is about the same. 1 copy of Atraxa, 2 copies of Itali. There's also the new addition, not a new card, but new to this deck, Phyrexian Fleshgorger, making an appearance in one of the cards from the Brothers' War here as a nice large lifelink creature that there's also a cost to removing, so very good against the aggressive strategies. The core of these Rakdos decks, Bloodtithe Harvester, Fable the Mirror Breaker there. Bloodtithe Harvester, one of the most important cards in this deck as the Blood token, is a great way of setting up an upkeep discard and getting back your creature with Cruelty of Gix. In the sideboard, very important card, Lithomantic Barrage. This is a card that is new here from March of the Machine, and it is going to be huge in this matchup specifically for what Shota Yasuoka is bringing. On the other side, Shota, one of the best to ever play the game, is on Esper Legends. Now, this deck is the aggressive deck of the format, in my opinion. This deck is extremely powerful, pretty streamlined, just trying to hit a good curve of Skrelv into either Thalia or Dennick, into Rafine, into Shieldred, and the power of this deck really does come from having all these powerful legendary creatures, but also the land package. Plaza of Heroes is an absolute powerhouse in this deck. It allows you to cast all of these multicolored legends with no problem, and the number of legendary creatures means that your powerful legendary lands in Iganjo, Otawara, and Numa get heavily discounted to just be very, very efficient answers. This deck is really cool, but it has fallen off and out of favor a little bit. Still the 3rd most played deck this weekend, of course, but Lithomantic Barrage, one of the reasons this deck was already very weak to cheap removal.
엘더드래곤님
cut
더
down
주무세요.
a lot. Zen has
네,
3
노잼이.
copies of it. But now with the barrage being another answer to all of your cheap creatures,
1년 전과 바뀐 게 없음.
this deck feels a little vulnerable.
All right, there's a look at the decks. Now it's time for Mani is the machine. He has merged with the computer. They have become one. Mani has been completed, if you will. So Mani, what?
Does he know that he's a machine now?
I don't know.
Okay.
아니 나는 근데 알티램프 내가 짠 거 비슷한 데 하나라도 있을 줄 알았거든요.
Maria, this match will go to Zen Takahashi.
Zen Takahashi, the pick from Mani / the machine here. This round, Cedric can't handle this nonsense. Just head in hand.
이렇게 없을 수 있나?
Sorry, Cedric, you had to witness that live on air for the first time.
이렇게
Welcome to
없을
the
수
show,
있어?
everybody. It's time for round number 5. Marshall and Paul have the call.
Paul, do you promise you will never turn into a machine, or at least let me know
I will
if you're...
try my best.
I don't know how Maria handles it.
Wow.
Monty just converted right in front of his
The voice
in front
change
of her
got
eyes.
me really good. I'm not going to lie.
Unbelievable. All right. Well, no machines here. Just me, Marshall Cycliffe, him, Paul Gian, and we're bringing you more standard coverage here from Minneapolis. As I mentioned on the news desk, we've got Zen Takahashi from New Zealand playing against Shoji Asoka from Japan. The most interesting thing is Shota's deck choice here. You know, we call him a lone wolf tester, right?
The ultimate lone wolf.
Right,
yes.
he really is.
얘들아,
You know,
벤스타크.
most of the top players of his caliber
그를
will
빨리
test in a
피처로. 뭐야
team
이거?
setting,
얘들아 이거 뭐야?
and
이게
they'll
뭔 카드야?
leverage, you know, the amount of work a group can
이거
do
뭐야?
versus single person.
알려줘 이거
And
뭐야
he
이거?
doesn't. He tests by himself. He figures out his own stuff.
선생님 이건 어떻게
and
하면
it
이렇게 나올 수
hasn't
있죠?
slowed down any at all. But
이거
he did
맞아요?
come here with a much different list than I think most people would have expected him to play, and also
거의
not the
그렇죠.
most popular deck.
피스키.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just
이거지?
incredible that he's been able to string together
이거
the
뭐야
results
이거?
that he has by himself, right?
I
이거
don't
You
뭐야?
get so much from being on a team, and the fact that he can just do this on his own,
자,
with his
현태님
own
이거는
decks, it's always great to
어떻게
see.
이해할 수 있죠?
And yes, the deck that he's playing for this tournament is Esper
이건
Legends.
어떻게
If you look
이해할
at
수 있는
any of
거야?
the big teams, none of them
알려줘요.
are playing Esper Legends. They all chose to submit 4 copies of Fable of the Mirror Breaker, right? And coming into this, Esper Legends was one of the big decks that a lot of people considered. But Shota?
자, 엘더드래곤님
you know
나왔으니까 이제 이 개
I'm gonna
노잼
keep playing this
매치를
deck. I don't need Fable of the
보통을
Mirror,
나눕시다.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker. I'm
대부분
gonna carve out
태엽이에요?
and just make sure, kind of force you to have answers to the threats
태엽이다.
that I have. Now, I will
아니
note,
근데
Shota does
이거는
have
너무한 거 아니야?
a very important
코드를
card
잘못
in
넣은
the
게 아니야,
vein,
이거는.
anticipating
이거는
all
어떡해,
of these
이거.
mid-range strategies and perhaps decks that are trying to go over the top. He's got 4 copies of Make Disappear in the main. That is not a card that you see in these Esper Legends decks.
개웃기네.
That's all you need. You just need that 1 copy most of the time.
아,
And
야근하다
it's gonna
열받아서
be
18,
backbreaking
18
against these
코드
reactive
있냐?
strategies.
Now, when you and I were talking about this deck before, Paul, you were saying that as long as the whoever's not
근데
on
너무
Esper can
어이없다,
keep up,
저거는.
then they can go 1 for 1, go 1 for 1, go for 1 for 1 with removal, and then they can have an opening to try to win the game. Right now, we see something in the middle. Shota had Skrelv, but it got cut down. But now he gets to untap with active Rona. But in the meantime, Zen has deployed the most popular card in the
그건 좀
format.
너무한 거 같아.
Look at
근데.
this. Yes, absolutely. I mean, anytime somebody goes
그죠?
removal spell into Fable, it's like, oh, I've seen that
이거
one
살짝
before,
너무했어.
and we're going to see a lot more of that throughout the course of this tournament.
See
Now,
the Transmogrant into the graveyard here?
yeah, Transmogrant, excellent.
그냥
Typically
댕스를
better
쭉 보고
against
있는데
Grixis
뭐
strategies
특별한
as
사실
they
많이
have
없네요.
far more non-basic
나오는 거
lands.
있으면
Now,
제가
Zen
다
Takahashi,
알려드리고
however,
있는데
on just straight
거기서 볼게요.
Rakdos, meaning he's already got 1 basic in play, so doesn't have to worry about that Transmogrant coming into play until at least turn 5 if he does have all non-basics in hand.
그건 맞아요. 상대가 키키를 깔았다. 보물을 막지 못했다. 힘들어진다.
But this is one of those matchups when you kind of look at how these decks stack up against each other, where often if the Esper Legends deck doesn't get off to a quick start, you're going to be favoring the Rakdos side of things, right?
Zen asked to go to combat, but it's going to be Otawara here to send the Goblin token packing. It will not be coming back.
너무 많은 카드들이
And it's going to have to be a
버그로
shoulder
인해
here, right? If you're Zen Takahashi, just slam it. And,
페이지에서 확인이 안 돼.
hope there's no go for the throat on upkeep.
Hello.
All right.
There's legends on both sides of the battlefield now.
That's right.
There's Shieldred. for Zen.
And that is a go for the throat, I think.
세련되기 없는 느낌이네. 그런 느낌이 강하네요.
There it is.
Yep.
Needed it, had it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I will say, like, is this where Shota really wants to be at this point? I mean,
he's doing an okay job of keeping up, but I do get what you're trying to say here.
Yeah.
He wants to find some creatures that can actually attack. Rona's a fantastic card, but doesn't really put on much of a clock unless you have something like a Rafine in play.
Rona's going to use that loot ability and discard an additional copy of Rona. You can see why Rona was added to this deck. With legendary creatures, the first copy is great, second copy is usually not so great, and Rona allows you to filter through, make sure your mana's in place, make sure you can hit your curve, etc. And in this case, it found an answer.
Yeah, and Shota with a Denic in hand, so deciding whether or not he wants to deploy the Denic. Denic is a nice creature to have in play against Reanimator because it forces the Rakdos to kill the Denic before they can cast a Cruelty of Gix to get a big creature from the graveyard onto the battlefield. But looking to keep that make disappear up instead because he just doesn't want Zen to just go turn 5. This is the turn where Zen can go turn 5, land, Cruelty of Gix here.
That's right. That's the nightmare scenario. But Shota, ooh, go for the throat is actually going to hit that second copy of Rona. So very much a controlling, jockeying for position type game. As you can see, only one non-land permanent has remained on the battlefield between both players thus far. Can Shota come up with a haymaker here? Ooh, I saw one come off the top of the library.
Oh, yeah?
That was Shieldred.
Yeah, so this is just kind of the awkward thing with this mana, because you can just go Shieldred go, but then all of a sudden that leaves the door open for Zen Takahashi to play one of his bigger cards.
So that's not what's going to happen here. Instead, it's going to be Denic go, and that lets Shota keep some type of reactive cards in hand. Okay, that's Phyrexian Flesh Scourger there for Zen Takahashi. He's going to play it for its prototype cost here.
So just a 3/3 Menace Lifelinker on this board. Shota can choose to make this appear, but would need to sacrifice the Denic if he wants to fully counter the Flesh Scourger.
Of course, Zen Takahashi, he knows. He's playing around make disappear by making this play.
And one thing to note, though, is you do see that Soul Transfer is in Zen Takahashi's hand. If this resolves, well, guess what? You have an artifact and an enchantment in play. So you can get some extra value off that Soul Transfer.
All right, and Shota has decided that he can't afford to sit here and only keep up 2 mana with no more 2 mana plays left. He's just going to run out Shieldred. And this is a big inflection point here for game number 1 between these two players.
Yeah, and Zen is going to be able to exile this Shieldred and get back. Oh, excuse me, won't be able to get back the Flesh Scourger because Denic is in play.
Oh,
never
cancel
mind.
that order, Paul.
Never mind.
Cut down the Denic.
Oh, the value.
Yeah, so this is just a disgusting turn here for Zen Takahashi. And this is going to put him well and truly in the driver's seat to pick up game number 1 against Shota.
오, 그리고서 시올도 가져왔어, 그러면서. 야수가 갔는데 이거?
Turn back over. Can Shota find a way out of game number 1? He has no permanence. Well, Old Faithful Shieldred.
Okay.
Sometimes that's all you need.
Yeah, well, so we're going to see dueling Shieldreds here if Zen Takahashi doesn't find a way to kill this one.
Lots of triggers on the stack.
Okay, sure, yeah. So I'm on 25?
Shieldred trigger resolving there. And once again, we're going to see this big attack. 2 menace creatures means no blocks available for Shota. And this could be the hammer here for Zen Takahashi. He deploys his own copy of Shieldred. Is there anything Shota can do?
Needs to find a way to get this Shieldred off, but I think this is
뭐
maybe just a little bit too much here.
It's very difficult to race when your opponent has a Shieldred, but when you have your own or when you're slamming for 6 that can't be blocked, that actually can keep up.
There's an Iganjo here, but that's not going to be enough.
Right.
So I think this is going to likely go to Zen here.
Very close game for most of it, and then there was that double spell turn from Zen Takahashi, and the floodgates opened.
Yeah, that cut down was huge.
Huge. Yeah,
allowing Zen to get max value with the soul transfer.
Okay, well, Shota's not done yet. Let's see what he's got. He's got 4 cards in hand. You can see the Raven Man is going to hit the battlefield here. And he'll leave up Make Disappear and Iganjo he can choose. If you haven't seen the Esper Legends list play itself out, yes, of course, you get these ultra powerful legendary gold cards, and even the non-gold ones are great. But you also get to cast those lands that cycle for an effect for very cheap because of their cost reduction ability when all your creatures are legendary. It's not to be overlooked.
You know, I kind of like this Flesh Gorger, by the way, because
Raven Man's going to get burned out, and that means attacks incoming. Enough to pick up game number 1 for Zen Takahashi. That'll bring us to game number 2 post boards here. It's funny, Paul. I was looking at our player surveys for these guys. 2 really funny things. One of them, Zen said to the question, who are you testing with for this tournament? Listed every player, teams called Team Worldly Council, Alberto Manchado, all the way through to Zen Takahashi, A to Z. There's probably 15 names on that list.
Yeah.
Shota wrote,
no.
And he wrote it lowercase, no punctuation. And then when asked who is a player you'd most like to play at the Pro Tour, Shota wrote nothing. And Zen wrote Shota Yasuoka because he looks like my dad.
Well, again, got who he was asking for.
They're asking for it today, and he's up a game too. So maybe it'll work.
This is kind of that ideal start here if you're against the Legends. That's Skrelv into Transmogrant into Rafine. So really hard for spot removal to do something. If you're on Zen Takahashi's side, really need a sweeper, and he does have one here with Brotherhood's Hand. So that will get rid of the 2 of the creatures on board. Still has to deal with that Rafine,
Rafine, though, is the crux of this deck in many ways, right? This is the kind of payoff, the thing to protect, the thing that, if left unchecked for a couple turns, will win you the game in short order. We see Denik come back.
And discarding a creature, investigating, so getting a lot of value here.
Oh boy, this is a lot.
This is tough. So, I mean, Zen does have a go for the throat here for Rafine, but Shota's gotten some value here. And there's 2 Transmogrants in the graveyard. Now, again, because Zen is on Rakdos, he's got 2 basics in play, so doesn't have to worry about that coming into play for a bit.
Chat's wondering about how he casts Brotherhood's End there, Paul. You see
the
Myrics on the battlefield. That has the one-time ability to tap for any color of mana. The turn at ETBs, you can tap it for any color.
Right, and now it'll just tap for colorless mana or make a 1/1 Might.
Right. Is Myrics the new Urborg? That's the question. We'll find out this weekend.
It's more like a Castle Ardenvale, if you ask me. But
okay, all right. Your vote's been noted.
Creature card.
Okay.
And there's an answer now.
No investigate there.
11.
Yeah, that was the clue from before that was just on the way from the judges.
But now, I mean, Zen is looking to be at 11, and yes, Shota doesn't have
와,
a counterspell, so he's just going to continue jamming his threats here.
Ayo, the Dawn Sky is going to hit the
no
battlefield.
big creature in graveyard, nothing to reanimate, right? So we're kind of at
손에
the point where
고퍼는
Zen
있는데
just
고퍼로 찍는다고
play
좋은 건
whatever big
아니라
threat he might have here. We saw Shieldred, but Shieldred doesn't fly. And we're looking at 8
살짝 짜증 날
power
거예요.
in the sky
부물특권 안
here for Shota
만들어주려고 어쩔 수 없이 찍은 감도
I don't
있긴
get it. Where's all the
한데
reanimation?
그걸 떠나서
Like, let's see some
지금은
big stuff. Where's
it's
Atali?
more like a Rakdos mid-range
아우를
deck that just
죽일
has a
수도
couple of
없고
big
놔둘
It has
수도
the
없고.
Psychonauts package.
right.
Okay, I get you.
이게 키키를 못 간 건가? 락토스의 약함인가?
Yep. Shota currently with no answer.
키키를 못 갈았다 약하다 이건가?
And the Drainos are coming in strong now.
Oh, is that a Rafine?
키가 없으니까 그냥
Is that
클리다
enough?
찐따댕인데?
One short potentially, right? If you go Rafine, attack with both flyers, draw 2, you'll take 4. You can potentially put 2 counters on your creatures. That'll be Not quite enough for a lethal attack.
But either way,
Still
a second
probably playing
Rafine
it.
would just be good enough, right?
Okay. Digging here just to see if they can, if Shota here can find something else here to deal with the Shieldred.
뭐 안 놀 수도 있었는데 디나이가 있긴 했으니까. 네, 메스 때문에 자기가 논 거죠.
So this is going to put Zen down to 3. Draw a card, go up to 5. Got a dragon to play or go for the throat. Likely looking for a land here to be able to go at Sushi plus go for the throat.
Okay.
It's like, oh, no cut down? Good.
He pointed at it first.
Right.
세게
A lot of
치겠죠.
options here for Shota.
Okay. So I take 10. Go to 1.
10 damage going to 1.
You heard Zen say that. He's like,
Yeah.
okay,
3점 남은
I
거야,
guess I'll
3점.
take 10,
Well,
go
can't
to
cast
1.
Cruelty of Gix. Unless you go to chapter 3 immediately.
Right.
고포를 찍고 비행
Yeah,
2를 까는
yeah, I
거.
don't think he has enough.
And
하고는
that's
안
going to be
될
it.
거
Game
같고.
number 2 goes to Zen Takahashi. Excuse me, goes to Shoti Asaoka. That's going to even things up. And let's see who can pick up this final one. I'm really curious to see if Shota can put together that dream curve. That's the tension early.
Right.
You see an untapped land here for Zen.
And Zen's hand is fantastic.
There's a duress,
Yes.
though, from Shota, so he's going to take a more proactive. Maybe it's more reactive. I don't know how you want to describe a duress,
Right.
but he's going to try
그래도
to
디나이를 뺄
dismantle
확률도
the plan
있고
here from Zen Takahashi.
Nab one of these removal
핸드 상황에 따라
spells.
다르긴
Yeah,
할
that cut
건데
number hiding there.
Cut down, possibly the barrage.
그러니까
The
것 같은
barrage is nice because
경우에는
it's just a clean one mana answer to Rafine.
자 라핀이 있고
And that's why it's
이러면
going
예.
to go away here. But when you're using duresses, that's a card out of your hand. That's
Right.
not a threat on the battlefield. Pass the turn back over, land go.
And Zen's just kind of on the, all right, removal spells and Shieldred.
아,
That plan does work.
이러면은
It's a good plan.
문제가
Yeah,
It's,
it's
a
not-
very good plan.
You know,
둘 다
you wanna have
약간
a little
느리게
more going
가면
on, but
결국에
that's
밸류 싸움
a
될
real
거고
thing.
And Shota
제가 딱
does
말하는
know
게
about
아우
the cut down,
말하려고
so you
했는데
might
아우
just
들어오면
pass.
됐는데 밑에도
Yeah.
He's doing that twice now. So you're thinking
소울이
Rafine?
들어오 됐어요. 소울 트랜스퍼
Right, well,
들어오
Shota could have
돼가지고
played
해결이
Rafine,
돼요.
but given that he knows about the cut down, he's just
그렇다고
gonna pass
해서
the lane. And now if you're
아우를
Zen's side, you
7만화
have the ability
정전에서
to play
가수
Shieldred,
먹고
but then you
오톤에
go,
깔
do
건데
you still have Make This Appear?
추방할 수
Are
있는
you
거
going to
되게
go for the throat me?
크네요.
Is it better for me to just pass?
It sure doesn't feel like being the first one to go for something, have it answered, and have your opponent untap and play something would be a very fun spot to be in here.
Oh, he's
But
going for it.
That being said, Zen doesn't see any other way forward, and he's going to get his Shieldred, immediately go for the Throated. Now, is there anything great here for Shota, though? Because having no creatures
There
out,
you go.
that's
So-
really
이게
nice.
So
장점.
now you have Rona plus negate up.
이건 좋네요. 아우
Shota
이전에
knows
이런
about the
식으로
removal. Likely will just
살짝
let the removal spell
압박 주고
happen. I suppose he
컷을
doesn't
뺄
know
거냐
about
말
the
거냐
upgrade, right?
이거죠.
He only
컷
knows
뺄 거야
about
말
cut
거야.
down.
Yep,
So
that's
if he
true.
values having the ability to loot with Rona,
네,
of course
마멸도
you can always
들어오긴 했네.
transform it just to start getting in for 5. That's an option.
일단 마멸
I don't
라핀을
think
못
he'll be too
죽이니까
sad about this. I mean,
마멸부터
his hand is
쓰는
already
거죠.
pretty stacked. It
그럼
wasn't
핸드
like
상황이 컷 있는 건
he
알고 있고
desperately needed
그럼
to
다음
get
턴에
Rona
땅을
rolling.
깔고
Right.
라핀을 깔
I wouldn't be
건데
surprised to see him let this
그거를
go, but
컷 치는
Rona
걸
has been really, really
니게이트를
strong so
치고
far. Let's see what he does.
만약에
Shota does have the
솔로
fifth land, so
라핀을
next
먹고
turn, if
아우가
he just lets
떨어지면
this die, he
야수카가
can just go
유리해져요.
Rafine counter.
추방 디나이가 많이
Oh, but
없을
he's
거기
going for it
때문에
right away.
But he knows that he's going to get it cut
Cut
down
down.
at this point, but
Right.
maybe that's what he wanted.
자 이러면
Now
여기서
it's
아우가
just
떨어지냐
AO time or
라핀이
do you
떨어지냐
repeat?
아우 그러면
AO
차라리
time.
좋아.
He's saying, Zen, if you have something here,
이거는
go for
제
it.
입장에서 차라리 좋아.
Now, Soul Transfer is a great answer
소울
to AO
트랜스퍼가
in
있기
exiles.
때문에
So you do not get the death trigger
야수카
on the AO
입장에서는
when you
저
cast the Soul Transfer. So I
카드가
imagine Zen is
들어가자
going
두
to
장?
fire that off here.
많이 들어가진 않을 거기 때문에 깐 게 맞고
But now Zen's out of
운 좋게
action
있었죠
here.
핸드.
Now
And
we're going
Shota
to see.
still has Rafine.
We're going to see
브레스도
haymakers
피해서
here.
나왔고
Only one card left for Zen Takahashi. Now,
둘 다
even if
깔겠네요.
Shota doesn't know what it is, he knows he can just put the pedal to the metal here. And there's Rafine.
All right.
And look at this, a Transmorgan.
그러면 이제 제 입장에서는
This is it. This was Shota's big play. This is what he
기원이
culminated
나와도 좀
up to.
기원으로도 해결이 안 될
Zen is
것
now
같고
looking for the heavy hitters.
그린 키키.
That helps you find it. That helps you find it.
그래도 이 키키가 많은 걸 할 수 있어요.
Right away to the board, so.
Now Zen does have 4 non-basics in play. So if the Transmogrant dies, Shota, all he needs to do is just tap for 2 black mana, put that Transmogrant back into play as a 4/2.
So that will be a continued source of annoyance for Zen.
And now Shota gets to dig and just try to find the perfect answer. Probably would feel extremely safe if you can just find a negate, a counterspell for a potential Atali off the top, for example.
Right.
Assuming Zen kept the combo in. I can totally see Zen sideboarding into a way where he just goes, I'm just going to play Rakdos midrange.
Yeah.
I'm just going to have a bunch of removal spells.
루나를 버려서
That makes perfect sense. Why go for the big
컷에
splashy stuff
대해서
against
죽을
somebody
수
who's
있는
backing
레인지에서
counterspell?
벗어나는 거고 일단. 네, 그래서 버려줘야 되는 거고.
Ooh, heavy hitters.
이거는
Shota, he found
드로우
Shieldred,
디스카드를 할 수밖에
the
없는데
Apocalypse, and now
너무
the
많이
pressure's
맞아야
really
되죠.
there for Zen. He just doesn't have much time, but he does have Chapter 2.
And Fable's going to be
안
painful.
버릴 수 드로우 디스카드를 안 할 수는 없어. 현재 상황이 별로 안 좋을 거예요.
Ooh.
땅 두고 있고 이러면 더 최악인 거.
Right. Not. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have a removal spell, you have
그러면
to rummage.
어떻게든 찾아야 되니까 고포가 있으면은 찍고선
That is a go for the throat. So if there's
찍고서
a
하면 되죠.
trigger here,
운이 되게 좋긴 하네. 딱 고포가 들어 됐네.
Get rid of that
you
land.
뭘 찍을지 고민하는 거야?
You can't kill the Shieldred first.
이거를 라핀 찍고
Trigger into stack, kill the
시오를
Shieldred, then
놔둔다고?
rummage that last land.
But he's not.
Okay.
고포를
I mean, are you not always killing Shieldred with go
어차피
for the
뭐
throat
And
here?
you have to use you have to use a
모르겠다.
removal
나
spell
모르겠어요. 왜 안 찍었지?
because there's a Plaza of Heroes in play.
시오를 안
So the
찍을
moment
이유가
Shota
있어?
untaps, all of a sudden,
라핀 때문에?
Shota at this point doesn't need to add anything else to the board. Keep up Plaza for Shieldred, and then just try to dig for counterspells.
He found a mountain, by the way.
아니 이럴 거면 드로우 디스카드 하기 전에 써야 되는 거 아니야?
Yeah, perhaps Zen was looking for the chance to top deck a 7-mana card like an Atali. Maybe he kept that in, right?
Okay. He did attack with the Goblin, by the way. He just says, come at me.
굳이 이 점을 더 맞을 이유가 있었나?
And here comes the squad.
난 잘 모르겠다.
Another trigger from Rafine.
뭔가 디나이가
This is
나올
where
수
you just get
있을
to
수
see
있으니까.
Rafine do some serious damage.
This is beautifully played here by Shota Ahsoka.
잘 모르겠네.
Straightforward, careful,
잘 모르겠어요.
not unnecessarily
굳이
risky, but
맞으면서
not too
했는지.
conservative
이게
either.
디나이가 어떻게 들어가는지 잘 모르니까.
Looks like Skrelvin a land hitting the graveyard.
So get in for 6. Now we're at 5 life here.
없다.
Second Plaza. And has an Otawara in hand.
네.
It's going to be tough to beat.
Absolutely.
Okay, Chapter 3 is going to hit. Reflection's going to hit the battlefield.
급한 대로 찍고
And this
들어
might be it
돌려서
for
이
Zen if he
점이라도
doesn't have some
했어야 되는
serious
거
heat.
아닌가?
Oh, he just passed the turn back.
And this is part of what makes this deck so incredible. Just the fact that your lands all do something.
Right,
So many of
Plaza's
them.
just sitting there laughing.
The channel lands are fantastic.
Totally. And they're going to come in, and Zen says, absolutely, do your thing.
Too. If you can find 2 things to discard, that's lethal.
And that's going to do it. Shota Ahsoka picks up yet another
한
victory,
턴도 볼
remains
수 있었는데
undefeated.
그죠?
And you know
왜
what?
저렇게 했을까?
Zen asked for it.
He did.
He said, I want to play against him, although he didn't say because I think I can beat him.
Right.
뭐 그
To
한
be fair to
턴이
Zen,
엄청난 차이가 나진 않을
He said
거예요.
it for more of a humorous reason.
차이가
Well,
나진
I have a
않았을까?
similar situation. I have a
보든 안
couple of
보든
kids,
아마
right?
야스카가
And every now and then
유리하게
they go,
했을
you know what? I think I can beat you at something. And then, you just got to put them in their place.
그래도
So, that's what
잘
Shota
모르겠다.
did, right? It's just, it's like, hey, he looks like my dad. I think I can beat dad this time.
That's
not
great.
so much.
That's
Not
great.
So much.
Yeah, well, he's might
그러니까
not
이거
be there
3턴에
quite
키키
yet.
못 갚아 다시.
Keep grinding those Zen. Both of them, though, with a great record and near the top of the standings here.
그렇게
we're
말하고
gonna actually,
나니까 그게
head over
맞네.
to Maria at the news desk, who's going to help set up our next match right now.
중요한 건 키키다.
Coming up next, we've got Luis Scott Vargas versus Jim Davis.
Luis is on Grixis Reanimator. This is the build of the deck that we saw him and some of his teammates develop with Invasion of Amonkhet alongside Nahiri's Warcrafting additional tools to get powerful cards like Atraxa or Atali onto the battlefield.
피곤해.
On the other side, Jim is on Rakdos Breach. teammates but on separate decks. This deck is trying to be your classic Rakdos mid-range deck, but going a little bigger. You do still have Invoke Despairs in the deck, but you are using Big Score to ramp out cards like Chandra, Itali, and Breach the Multiverse to really put together that explosive endgame.
It's Team CFB battling up next after the break.
이렇게 보니까
상했네. 냉장고 바꿔야겠다.
아, 광고. 영감님이라고 하기에는 그렇게 나이가 많은 건 아닌데. 영감님이라고 할 정도인가?
And welcome back to coverage here, Pro Tour March of the Machine. Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We're in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Got a couple of undefeated players in our feature match here ready to face off here, Paul. We've got Luis Scott Vargas and Jim Davis. They're teammates. Team CFB, Pantheon and Friends, I think they call themselves. It's a lot.
Team bunch of great players.
Yeah, bunch of great players. It really is. Yeah. It's also like the older guys.
The old guard.
You know what I mean? Yeah, the old guard. There you go.
There you go.
No, but it was nice. We had a chance to talk to a bunch of the team members, and they all said it was really chill. Like it was super like professional. Like they all know what they're supposed to do. They've done this 1,000 times, and it was a good testing experience for both of them. Though, interestingly, they came up with different decks. They are not. The whole team's not on the same list. You see Grixis Reanimator here for Luis, while Jim is on Rakdos Breach, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the same deck that Seth Manfield played that Luis played last round.
Yeah, so Seth Manfield is the one who kind of put the Rakdos Breach together. But, you know, there's different names for what these decks are trying to do, but in the end, it was kind of a pick your poison type thing. It's like, hey, we have this really powerful shell of Fable of the Mirror Breaker and 4 Bloodtithe Harvester, but I want to go over the top of all the other mid-range strategies. How do I want to do that? Luis Scott Vargas decided he wants to go the Reanimator strategy. I want to get Atrax and Natali into play with Cruelty of Gix. On the other side, Jim Davis goes, you know what? I'm going to try to ramp and just cast Breach the Multiverse and win that way.
Key card here that we may see as well is Invasion of Amonkhet. That was kind of the tech that they figured out for Luis's version of the deck, which gives them the ability to have more reanimate style spells, and it allows you to do it even sooner than you'd normally be able to.
Right, absolutely. Great discard effect. It's just a good card.
It's just a good card.
Just a good card to play.
The only downside is that it doesn't affect the board when you play it, so if you're under extreme pressure, you can really fall behind, but that's not really how this matchup plays out.
Right, and specifically for this format, I think it was a pretty good choice, just because kind of coming into this, if you think, well, we're not going to really expect a lot of aggro, and we're going to expect a lot of mid-range, you can afford to start changing your main deck configuration a little bit, just so you can skew it to beat the other Rakdos deck. For example, main decking cards like the rest, right? When you're expecting not a bunch of mono red or mono white to just run people over, you can start hedging and start playing more cards like that.
How do we have for a start here? You see Reckoner Bankbuster there for Jim, but Luis and Jim both had the Blood Tithe Harvester, but those are both in the bin. But something breaking the parity over there with Fable the Mirror Breaker for Scott Vargas.
Yeah, so this is one of those, all right, turn 2 Harvester, turn 2 Harvester. But Luis is the one that had the turn 3 Fable. There's that token in play, so Luis is the one who's a little bit ahead here because you are getting all that value from Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Let's see if any reanimation targets hit the bin. There's one. No, is that not one?
No,
that's Sokins, and thought it was a Tully. So nothing super reanimate worthy just yet, but that is one of the many things that Fable does. Many, many, many things that Fable does.
It does it all.
It really does. There's a reason why such a high percentage are playing. You see a Braid's going to destroy target artifact here with the Bankbuster. That was on Luis's end step.
So everything being accounted for here. Both players at 20 life, so it could be one of those situations where you start thinking about just some hard cast haymakers. Who needs to reanimate them, right? These games go a little bit longer.
Okay, one good Fable deserves another. A little bit late here for Jim Davis, but he'll take it.
Yeah.
Wow. So nobody can get anything to stick on the battlefield.
Mirror.
플래싱 미러야?
This does feel like it's building up to the first player to do
얘들아,
one
어느
of the big,
부분이
big plays.
플래싱 미러지? 예, 둘 다 지금 옆에 보이죠?
That was kind of the theory behind playing
승패
strategies instead of what you've
무승부
seen from
4,
most of
0,
the
0
field, right? Who are on
4승
Grixis and
0패
Rakdos
0
decks.
드로 둘 다 전승 테이블이에요.
That being said, the reflection of Kiki Jiki is very powerful and can do some dumb
버린다.
stuff.
뭘 버리냐?
Yeah, especially if you can get, Corpse Appraiser in play.
Right.
공룡이냐?
Let's see if Luis can find
아크라사냐?
something with this blood token. He's going to discard
an Edict.
Yeah. Shieldred's Edict hits a land drop. He needs something good here, though.
Right.
This is not going to be fun. Oh, he has to pass turn back over.
Passes the turn, and Jim did not rummage with
카운터를
that
장전하고
blood token.
있다?
No, he didn't. He likes what he sees,
He
I
likes
guess.
he likes his hand.
Drew his card for the turn. Now we're chapter 2ing Fable.
And of course, with Fable going to chapter 2, less necessary to rummage because you have the ability to cycle through 2 more cards if you want.
He discards Big Score and Black
discards
Cliffs.
Big Score.
Yeah.
디스코어는 카운터 당할 걸 생각해서 버려준 것 같죠? 두 장을 버려줄 수는 없기 때문에.
One of the powerful cards allows you to ramp into your big spells, right?
하나.
Okay, another Bankbuster to replace the fallen Bankbuster from a little while ago.
Continuing to develop here.
Nothing from Luis.
Yeah. Remember, both of these decks still have to play a good amount of removal in their main, right? Esper Legends is still a deck you need to respect, and you need to have some number of cut downs and braids and go for the throats, and it's possible that a lot of these players are just holding those cards in hand.
Here's a haymaker, Cruelty of Gix for Luis Scott Vargas.
So nothing to really reanimate right now, I don't believe.
No.
So we might just start with the chapter 1 here, and just kind of run it up the chain.
That is, in a grindy matchup, you would prefer to do
지원
that
두
unless
개.
you need to, because that gets you effectively
여기서
the
기도를
full
하겠죠?
attitude.
제발 땅 나오지 마라.
Double Invoke Despair here from Jim
제발 땅 나오지
Davis.
마라.
Not sure if he had land number 5.
So he missed. Luis just missed on that.
Right,
Okay.
because you need to. It can only nab creatures and planeswalkers.
Right.
땅 깔면
But
기본
we'll
바로.
probably be tutoring up something nice next turn. Now, if you invoke,
으악! LSV 따인.
I believe that'll just get everything off the battlefield, right? Yeah, because it kind of does it by order. So you have to sack a creature, then you sack an enchantment.
Yep.
So that knocks out both things, and I don't know what else Luis has. I mean, if he just goes land a Tali, that would be fantastic.
Boy, that Cruelty getting nabbed by the Invoke right there was brutal.
Absolutely.
Like, he got nothing out of it. He just tapped his lands for 5 and ripped up a card. Okay, here's Corpse Appraiser, though. This could really get the ball rolling now for Luis.
That can definitely get you back in.
But he's going to need a haymaker here because Jim Davis has done a really nice job of setting himself up. He's got the Bank Buster, he's got the Reflection, and he's ready to do some work.
We're going to kill some artifacts here with Brotherhood's End.
Okay.
So no value from the Bank Buster or the Blood Token, but there is an active Reflection in play.
That is very scary.
클래식 인척하는 거죠. 둘 다 마무리만 다른 거긴 해요.
Again, kind of
그러니까 결국에 쓰는 건 다 똑같아. 뭘 피니셔로 하는지만 좀 다를 뿐이지.
Right? Like, that's when you can start hard casting your Italies and your breaches. So if they're on 5, you're
이걸
like, okay, at least for one turn, you
거긴
can't do the big thing. But we also saw, I believe Jim had a pair of Invoke Despairs. If he needs to just dig, he could just fire one off again here.
Just to get a few more cards going. Ooh, speaking of.
Wow,
Jeez.
Reloaded.
There's another Fable and another Bank Buster. Yeah, Luis just, it feels like every time he passes a turn, Jim is just like, here, deal with all of this. And so far, Luis has been able to hang on, but he had that one turn where he didn't do much. Here he's Warcrafting, though. He's going to kill the Reflection, and he'll have 3 to spare.
Right.
He gets to look at the top 3, and he can play one of these this turn. That's a way to start getting back into it, too.
So if you can find something like, and he exiled the...
Reckoner.
Oh, no, he's going to be playing the Bank Buster here.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
여러분 이거 좋아요. 이거 되게 좋아.
That would be ideal.
이거 진짜 좋은 카드야.
Start bank busting. No, he's going to pass it back with just a couple of cards in hand.
Now Jim, chapter 2 here.
Man, this game's been great. Like, they are really going toe-to-toe. It just feels like every time somebody passes a turn, when they get it passed back to them, they're behind.
Now Jim could potentially go up to 7 this turn, right? If the
엘더 드래곤님 제가 올린 그 램프 덱 봤어요?
Make a token, play a land.
알지 램프?
And then potentially play one of your 7s.
보셨습니까?
Land number 6 now for Davis.
This might... Is this 6 mana? Okay, so it's telling me this probably
약간
is Chandra here.
중도로 해서 만들어도 괜찮을 것 같은데.
And Chandra has added kind of an extra wrinkle to a lot of these
지금
Rakdos
램프
mid-range
덱
decks where
연구 중이거든요.
before, oftentimes Invoke Despair wasn't enough to kind of close out the game, but that interaction of Chandra plus Invoke
덱
Despair,
괜찮은 것 같거든요.
I mean, you can just burn people out. The
근데
fact that
둔두나
it can just fork
좀 더
any spell you cast, it's
색깔을
been
늘리는
kind of
쪽?
an overperformer. And
네,
a great addition
그쪽으로
to
가고
the
싶긴 한데.
Rakdos strategies.
And assuming that there's still that other invoke, that's exactly what Jim Davis is setting up here.
Now, does Luis's deck have an answer to a main deck Planeswalker? There's one copy of Shieldred's Edict, which I believe he discarded.
That was like way back on turn 1 or something. Yeah, he's got Corpse
나야보단 준두 쪽이 나을 것 같은데.
After activating Bank Buster.
And we know that Jim has a second copy of Invoke Despair in hand. So
we saw that a long time ago. He's setting up a big, nasty double invoke.
Big turn here. And you even get a discount here. You can tick up Chandra, right? Give you 2 mana. Then play an Invoke for 3 for just 3 mana.
Yeah, you can add any color.
Kill an Appraiser, draw 5 cards, deal 10 damage.
지금은 일단 베이스를 RG로 짜서
Let's find out. Okay, Luis picked up his cards at that point.
Good prediction, Marshall.
I have covered a match.
난 그래도 이번에 이런 거 비슷한 데 나올 줄 알았거든요.
Game number 2 incoming here. Really well done by Jim Davis there. He was able to withstand that early assault from Luis.
현재 짜놓은 거는 요 정도까지 짜놨거든요.
And he just never ran out of gas. He just kept playing Bank Busters. He kept
근데
playing
패턴이
Fables.
어떤 게 괜찮은지 알려드릴게요.
Able to get there. All right,
3턴에 야수를 깔고 4턴에 침략을 깔면 얘가 침략에 공격을 갈 수 있어요. 그래서 만약 뒤집으면 4턴에 8만화가 나와요.
Luis is very
그리고
proud
다음
of himself. He
턴에
brought his own blood tokens today.
이거 깔든가 이런 거
As well
깔면서
as
액션이 가능하고 이게 어떤 패턴이 좋은가면 2턴에
was,
디나이를 써,
he was bragging,
3턴에
he was
야수를
bragging
깔고
about it. He really
4턴에
was.
제티카 침략을 깐 다음에 어택을 가서 이걸
Okay.
뒤집으면
You cast
2만화가
the
또
rest.
장전이 돼요.
You got some choices
얘가
here,
바로
Luis. You can
신속이라서
take
만화를
any card he
뽑거든요.
wants outside the lands.
Probably taking
그런
that
걸로
Fable there.
만화를 늘려놓은
But
상태로
man,
필드
that hand
압박을
is
해준
loaded
다음에
here on
요거
Jim
이게
Davis's
좋아요. 얘가 좋아.
Gonna have to just take
얘가
his next
좋더라고요.
relevant play. But Jim does
얘랑
have a
요거
backup plan here
써가지고
with
이기는
that Bank
그런
Buster as
식이에요.
well.
Will have something to do with mana.
Right.
요거를 준두나 아니면은 조금 더 색깔을 넣는 식으로 해서 진행을 해볼까 생각 중이거든요. 근데 장식 야수의 제티카를 치면 이 패턴이 되게 좋아요. 사턴에 마나가 4개가 늘어나는 거야. 상대가 방해하지 않는다면. 그러니까 상대가 키키나 뭐 이런 액션을 해줘도 내가 그렇게 밀리는 느낌이 안 들어요. 왜? 바로 이제 분명 나오고 이러면
This could just be one of those Fable games, right? Where you just go, hey, I don't need to do the thing where I go over the top. If you
그리고
don't
또
have
그런 게
enough
있어.
answers
만화를 많이
to just
불려놓은
this curve,
다음에 요거를
you're just gonna
쓰잖아요.
die.
요거를 쓰면은 만약 내가 마나가 8마나가 있어. 요걸 쓰면은 6마나까지는 나오는 걸 또 쓸 수 있어요. 그러니까 키키 토큰 같은 거 이걸로 찍으면서 플러스 알파 액션이 많이 돼가지고 마치 메스처럼 전쟁술로 찍고 전쟁술로 가져와서 그걸로 또 찍고 말 찍고 막 이런 식으로 돼요.
Compared to the other Invoke Despair decks is you can get
그래서
these
나름
early starts, but if
괜찮아가지고
your
연구
opponent
중이거든요.
manages to stabilize, you don't quite have the burn aspect, right? Where you can just kind of get them with the Invoke or get them with the Chandra.
Right.
이거 노잼 매치잖아요. 한 번 굴리는 거 보여드림. 히오 1으로 한 라운드만 굴리는 거 보여드려요.
Couple of kind of slow turns here for Davis.
어떤 느낌인지.
Luis is starting to build up
이
some
노잼
good
세상에서
advantage,
우리
and this
즐거운 덱을
second
해봅시다.
chapter on Fable could really solidify that.
얘들 뭐 이거 키키 깔았을 거야. 6시가 이기거든요.
He
kept everything.
He said I'll go to attacks. They'll go for the throat.
이게 그리고 디나이가 많아서 그 약간 어그레시브한 대응도 나쁘지 않아요.
The cruelty of Gix.
That'll take the Chandra.
That's right.
this
time he knows he's got a hit.
Right.
So he'll start it off with
now,
one.
He can still play that Invoke Despair.
보다 램프가 갖고
so
있는
get the
원래가
Harvester.
그게 있잖아요.
Luis will likely
흐지부지해지면
sack the Fable
후반에
of
왔을
the
때
Mirror
쓴 거.
Breaker, right? Because then you have the cruelty of Gix in play. Can find something else.
열받네.
Whatever he wants.
The world is his oyster.
Yeah, he's got Jim down
아,
to
나 근데 이거
11
너무
thanks to the,
진짜 이거 토 나올 것 같아요.
Harvester
네,
smacking a few times though it'll meet its end here.
토 안 나와요. 기분 좋아졌어.
I mean, if Luis has the mana, could just get Italy, right?
Sure. Take a look at the card that he drew and then go to chapter 2.
근데 얘가 맞겠지?
Down to 50.
Another cruelty doesn't seem to do a whole lot here.
제발 램프 한 장만.
So likely to miss, right? So he could just go get another card, but then he's just could get the card he wants right now.
Just kind of the biggest thing that you could play.
Yeah.
얘가 대신 맞아야 돼요.
Might be that simple.
날 때려라.
Is there a creature in the yard that you can already use to reanimate? I don't believe.
Just Blood Tithe Harvester.
There was a Blood
maybe?
Tithe Harvester, yes.
But that's really like the least exciting one you could possibly.
오 쉣.
Oh, okay.
얘 좀
well,
그런데?
he's gonna see what he's
메스
working
써야
with, though,
되는데?
as we mentioned, likely to miss and does.
얘 좀 그래요?
Get some extra information.
Running it up, yeah.
Right. Adds a layer of protection to Invoke Despair.
And sometimes you just nab something good that
right.
Jim might have been planning on playing.
Yeah, but this the first cruelty Gix here is just gonna get a Blood Tithe Harvester, which is not that impressive. So
얘 좋음. 얘 좋아요.
that does
물건이에요,
give you having the Blood Tithe Harvester does give you a discard outlet, right? It creates a blood token, so if you do go ahead and fetch in a Traxa or an Atali, you can then use the blood to end of turn, discard the big creature, and then on the following turn, boom, chapter 3, that's where you get your value.
That's business.
This is what Luis is setting up here.
뭔가 공짜로 죽인 느낌?
You see that Luis
공짜로
has
죽인
them
느낌이 있죠.
resolved such that he gets the Blood Tithe Harvester first. He's going to dig up something with the cruelty of Gix.
하하. 얘 좋아요 나름. 근데 나중에 위기야.
Cruelty of Gix is doing lots of damage.
램프가 하나도 안 나서 고생 중이에요. 아이 미친. 근데 이거는 상대가 너무 패턴 좋게 나온 거라
Oh, did he find another cruelty of Gix?
He must have.
Right, if you're doing that.
그런 것도 있어요.
Oh boy, Invoke Despair would be nasty here from Jim, wouldn't it?
Yeah. What did he fetch?
Curious too.
Is it just a counter spell, do you think?
Oh, just to protect this board state?
Like a Disdainful Stroke? But I don't right now, I feel like Jim is kind of ahead.
Right, and because cruelty's like bricky, right?
Right.
Like currently just doesn't even have a target? Is that right?
I don't see anything right now, no.
And Luis has already used the blood. Oh, there was an Atrax in the yard. We couldn't see it.
Couldn't see it. I see.
But Jim Davis just stole it. He
Ah,
jumped out in front with Cruelty of
얘
Gix
죽여야 돼.
and stole
나와,
Luis's
제발.
Atraxa, his best reanimation target. That was mean.
Oh my goodness.
That was mean, Jim Davis.
All the value.
Wow,
6시가
two off of Fable.
지는가 본데?
Not
6시가?
bad.
Artifact, land, sorcery, instant creature.
Wait,
is
stop.
What we've chosen
come back.
here.
That's my Atraxa.
A 7/7 that draws you 5 cards.
이게 나는
Is
뷰어
that
3
good?
덱이고 상대 뷰어 1덱이라서 불리한 거지. 원래 이렇게 안 불리해요.
Yeah, and that is a singleton copy of Cruelty of Gix and Jim
이거
Davis'
살짝 억울해.
What a theft.
무슨 말인지 알죠?
Jeez. And by the way, Luis's play makes a lot more sense when we see that Atraxa was sitting in the graveyard.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, in the mirror, you could never get away with that.
Right. And the thing is also, Luis is probably thinking, well, he's only got the one.
Yeah, and I looked at his hand like last turn.
Right, we've already been looking through the cards, so I'm just going to play like you don't have one. And if you do, bad beats.
And this is exactly what a bad beats looks like, because he's about to get ran over by his own Atraxa.
Oh, man.
Hold on. Oh, well, Jim did give him a target for his Chapter 3 by making this attack.
You know, I think Jim is okay with that. I think there's...
You're all right with it?
A head on a couple of cards. What does Luis need to get back into this?
Yeah, that's what I was just wondering, too.
Right? Is it just a Tali off the top? Right?
I just cast it and
try to hit some removal spells. Hit a go for the throat for the Atraxa.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely on the list.
가자!
If you can find something. Oh, there's an Atali!
There was one in the yard. Okay.
Oh, look at this!
Yeah, but there's a Graveyard Trespasser in play, so the Atraxa will not die, right?
You're
so
right.
You're going to see a Fable go to the graveyard, potentially a Bankbuster or a Graveyard Trespasser. And remember, there's a lethal 7/7 flying lifelinker in play on Jim Davis's side.
So as long as Jim chooses to maintain Atraxa, he will pick up the victory, and that's exactly what he's done. That Cruelty of Gix.
대가리에 뻔 들어오는 거 아니면
You were
이겼는데 이거?
Reanimator? I'm Reanimator. And boy, he hit 5 cards off it too, so it must be nice.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you play it, right? You play the one copy of Cruelty Gix. It's got applications in a lot of different matchups. It's just a very powerful card. And of course, coming into this event, you had to have expected there to be some Reanimator strategies. And if they don't see it coming, you can get them.
Yeah, that window where he hit Chapter 2 and discarded and found exactly what he needed.
Right.
That's the worst case scenario for Luis, but
이거
that's
덱
also
연구할 만한 거 같지 않아요?
Jim. All right, we've got a little more action to
나름
bring you
디나이
here from this
많고
round.
램프도 있고
We've got Javier Dominguez and Eli
괜찮은 거 같거든요,
Loveman. They're both playing Rakdos mid-range, and we're going to join them in game number 3. See who can pick up the match here. You see them have a little chit-chat before we get going.
Yeah, and these are teammates
이게 이런
playing the
식이에요.
exact same deck here.
26랜드라 랜드도
Both members
빵빵하고 이거까지 27랜드 느낌?
One of the best decks coming in.
거기다 디나이도 많이 넣어요.
Excuse me, team handshake here.
많이 넣는데 얘도 디나이야.
As they shook hands before game 3.
얘도 디나이고. 드로우 관련된 건 얘랑 얘네들이 어드밴티지 다 보는 식이고 얘도 어드밴티지고 그리고 사이드 가면은 요게 카운터 넣는 덱들 요걸로 죽이고 어그로들 다 죽이는 거 그리고 리게임이 관련된 덱들 요걸로 날리고 또 뭐 만약 드로우가 더 필요한 매치가
And,
있다
some
하면은
members of this team jokingly
얘네들도
calling this
더
deck
드로우 관련된 걸로
Rakdos
바꿀 수
Burn
있고. 네.
as
괜찮다고
so many
생각해요.
effects that this deck plays
연구할
just
만한 것 같아.
drains you or burns you, right? We're talking about Invoke Despair,
그래서
Chandra, right?
나는
That's
랭크
classic. Shieldred also drains you
이런
for
거
2.
좀 나오지
And then they
않을까
also have a little
기대했거든요.
piece of
애플?
technology. Some of them are playing 2
전혀 없음.
copies of Light Up the Night. Light Up the Night plus Chandra is lots of damage.
That is
밸런스건 뭐고 그런 덱 전혀 없음. 다 키키스키 깔고 있음.
Looks like that's a Nathan Stoyer signed Shieldred.
Oh, that gives you at least 1%.
It says 2022 World Championship on it. That's another percent.
Jeez.
It stops there, though.
How can you beat that?
I mean, I haven't seen anybody beat just a regular one.
Yeah. But normal start here, and again,
그쵸, 뭐
since
그거 아니면
we're looking
공룡
at
쓰는
Rakdos
거죠.
colors, no real way to disrupt in an Invoke Despair other than Duress. Can Eli follow up Javier's Despair here?
No, he's got cut down, though.
And what is that?
Fable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, these decks generate lots of different tokens and permanents, as you can see here.
Dude, it's a lot.
There's just so many different things.
There's lots of milling.
Blood, treasure, milling,
going through
counters.
the graveyard.
Yeah.
It is a lot. I was talking to some of the Team CFB players, and even they said that this is a lot, like even for them.
Right.
You know, to track everything. I also think it benefits more experienced, you know, players with that mental horsepower. They kind of can automatically do a bunch of these actions where if you're still learning, you're kind of like having to sort through everything each time.
Yeah. So Liliana from Javier's side.
엔드 불린 것도 있고 기원 친 것도 있고 지금까지 모습은 12시가 약간 유리해 보이는데 핸들을 확인이 안 되니까 모르겠네.
Getting aggro here with the Sokanzan allows him to actually get Liliana off the board.
Maybe that's why they don't play Liliana that much anymore. She died.
Eli does have the favorable board position here. That Fable.
Duress. Ooh, is going to take Chandra.
Right. Looks like that was the last card in Eli's hand, so wanted to maybe filter through it and perhaps find a land instead to have the Duress with.
Looks like Chapter 3, though, for...
Okay, and a great.
Fable.
All right, so
Graveyard
Eli
Trespasser
on the beatdown plan here. Although nothing to really beat down with.
Yeah.
And Javier cycling through those Duresses as they don't really do anything anymore. So now it's just going to come down to, you know, the 5 and 6 drops that these decks have.
How about Invoke?
3마나 생물을 더 넣어서 3마나 램프를
I feel that that's a
바꿀 수
strong one.
있게
Have to agree.
램보다 다른 걸 써볼까? 3마나 때?
That is going to leave the Graveyard Trespasser.
And Javier's got a significant mana advantage here.
He does.
Looking like he has
3마나
8 lands to
RG
play with,
사사
4 or
쓸까?
5 cards in hand, and
RG
Eli's
이제 부실 수
kind of
있고
top decking here.
퍼킹되는 그 친구.
So now you have to really be liking Javier's side of the table, right? Up cards. The Trespasser not doing a whole lot here. And now Javier's he's got all the resources here. Active Fable. Active Mirror Breaker.
자, 옆에서
Oh, Chandra time.
Okay, well, he wasn't able to get that first one down, but this one's going to hit.
Oh, and we're looking for cards right now here. And remember, any spell you cast, you get to cast it twice with the Chandra in play. Really, really powerful. I mean, imagine even just like hitting a Duress off of that, right?
You could just tear apart somebody's hand. You can see that they're leaving the cards exiled just for...
Right, and I believe Javier did hit a Light Up the Night, so you could just choose to cast a Light Up the Night. It'll go into your graveyard, and then on the following turn, I think that's lethal, right?
You could just cast it for red and just put it in the bin?
Exactly.
I see.
You can cast it for, or even 2.
Or you can just go off,
If you cast it for 2, that's 4 damage to Eli, and then on the following turn, you flash it back, right?
Yeah.
Remove 6 counters from Chandra, and that's 12 damage.
알지 3만화 생물.
Maybe this is Rakdos Burn.
I mean, I don't. They were
only half joking.
Right, exactly. They were half joking here.
Is there such thing as a 3/4 joke?
All right. It looks like we're seeing a flashback. Oh, and it's just killing. Oh, you can do 2 targets there. So it looks like it's killed the Graveyard Trespasser and also did some damage to Loveman potentially.
Okay, so Javier prioritizing getting the board state worked through.
Just to protect the Chandra. So invoke Despair here. Eli really needs that to get the Chandra off the battlefield. Okay, looks like got his own Chandra back with Takenuma.
Okay.
Okay. But what can you do? You know, Eli is tapped out. You can only deal 5 damage. So that Chandra's still at 1, and then you can kill it.
Okay, I was going to say that's really annoying to have to leave it at 1, but Eli has the plan.
Right, but remember, Eli's at 7 here. And we're looking at an attack for 6 that could put Eli down to 1 with the pilot.
Yeah, he had to expend all those resources and attacks to get those key permanents.
So, I mean, now you're at 1, and Javier has so many cards you can find here.
This is really, in a burn deck, you know, and that's going to do it. Javier Dominguez picks up the win there. Oh, I better get used to these matchups, Paul. This is what we're going to be seeing a lot of. You know, a lot of our top tables are made up of Rakdos shell with extra stuff thrown in, whether they wanted to be a little bigger, a little smaller, whether they wanted to beat a certain matchup, and we're going to see those actually clash up against each other.
Yeah, and so a lot of people might be thinking, okay, well, we saw some cool stuff earlier with the reanimator strategies and all that stuff, but at the same time, you can also just play this deck, have access to more interaction, because cards like Invoke Despair still good in the mirror, right? And Chandra still good in the mirror, right? And these cards have more applications, and you don't have to have hands where you have those 7-drops stranded in your hand. So I'm curious to see how everything shakes out, right? Because I think playing a deck like this gives you a little more consistency against the rest of the field, whereas when you try to go big, you might get a slight edge.
Right.
A slight edge. I'm not even sure how big that edge is, but maybe a slight edge.
So we'll have to see that. But we've got more action for you from this round. That's right. We've got Joe Lisette versus Michael Van Vals. And, they are...
Thank you,
gentlemen.
Okay,
Thank you.
I'm going to tell all of you now, I'm not exactly sure how this matchup plays out. Was not quite on my radar. But
that's why we're happy right now. We got mono blue versus what? 4-color?
Look, 4-color legend. That's probably Esper Legends with the splash is my guess.
Okay. Well, we're gonna get to see right now. We're gonna come in game number 2, and let's see what these two have come up with for us.
Chat makes a really great point. If you're gonna play 4 colors, why don't you just put Fable in your deck?
Chat makes a good point?
Yeah. That was a mistake.
I've never heard that phrase before, but okay.
Interesting point.
Yeah, interesting. Good. What did they say?
That if you're going to play 4 colors, why don't you just play Fable?
So this is like an anti-Fable stance.
But looking at what Michael is playing here, it looks like it's an Esper mid-range deck here with some kind of green card. Excuse me, Esper Legends deck.
Wow, look at that. That was Hottie Jin for Joe Lisette, his first play of the game. It got bounced by Odawara. Michael's just like, no.
Jeez, okay. Getting in. I mean, not the biggest clock at the moment, right? So Joe can just redeploy the Jin here.
We have the classic Thalia versus Hottie Jin canceling each other out.
That is true. There you go.
Take that.
Not something I would have necessarily anticipated here.
Interesting, Joe has decided not to recast his Hottie Jin this time.
Okay, probably has maybe a Thirst for Discovery plus counter as an option here. And that's the reason to play green?
Make disappear. Glissa Sunslayer? That's the, that is the
that
first
is a legend. That is a powerful legendary creature.
If you can hit your opponent.
If you can hit your opponent, you can kill a Fable.
Little bit out of fashion cards like that.
Yeah.
Like, ideally when it enters the battlefield, acceptable when it attacks. If it actually has to hit, it's like, eh.
Right, exactly. It's like you get an entire turn cycle.
Right. Like even Rafine. right, is like, okay, we'll do attack. You know, we'll bring it to that level.
I will say, though, Joe Lissette here, casting this considered, this Haughty Jhin, it doesn't take a whole lot before this Haughty Jhin can just take over the game and end the game in 2 attacks.
They have those crazy turns.
Right. Oh, and another one here.
Ooh.
Currently sitting at 2 4s and going, I'm going to attack you. And now, by the way, that Thalia just doesn't do anything. Right. Now for Joe, every spell still costs 1 less.
That's funny. It's a tug of war between the two.
Ooh, but this cannot be countered. But if Joe has something like a slip out the back, could phase it out. But this is going to be a decent attack, so we're now kind of in that racing situation here.
And Michael's getting the big Rafine attack going as well. That's always got to feel good when you sleeve up this deck to get to untap and actually go to combat and turn that thing sideways.
All right, so 2 counters.
Thalia, that's shore up.
Shore up to block. Although there is a Skrelv in play, but you can't use the Skrelv on both of the creatures. So Joe can potentially eat one of the 2 creatures that's attacking, because Thalia is a 4/3. So it looks like Michael's going to protect the Thalia, but you can still block the Rafine here.
That's right. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Wow, shore up the blue swords to plowshares?
Sure. I feel like there's just too many swords to plowshares now if we kind of go down that rabbit
There's like
hole.
3 blue swords to plowshares in the limited set.
Oh,
right now,
okay. And
okay,
can't really block with that Skrelv in play.
Yeah,
right?
and the second Haughty Jhin hits. I mean, remember, Haughty Jin's been bounced twice this game.
Yeah. 10 to 10. I mean, it's going to be tough for Michael to find enough offense here to get through. If Joe casts 1 spell, this is a lethal attack from the Jins.
Wow.
And I mean, we're looking at what, 3 Otawaras, right? 1 in play, 2 into graveyard.
Right.
Really unlikely for Michael to have a 4th, if he even plays 4.
Oh, and he just passed a turn back now?
Yeah. So can Joe just play a spell here to get in for the lethal attack?
Boy. Michael felt like he had a pretty impressive board state going there, but he's not been able to capitalize it. Honestly, just hasn't been able to get enough damage through.
And not able to attack for lethal here. But again, Joe's 1 damage short here. Excuse me, Michael is 1 damage short. We're looking at an attack for 5, which could get Joe down to 1.
Well, he's going to have to settle for 4 down to 2, but he's got 2 lethal flyers.
What? What can you do here?
Nobody's played a spell in 2 turns. What is going on?
Thirst. Okay, so now they're super lethal.
So Thirst for Discovery, probably just looking for anything that says counter target
negate,
something.
Right?
Another
any
shore
counter spell. Yeah, but I mean, this Joe's got to have locked it up from here.
Right. I mean, if Michael would not let him cast Thirst for Discovery and just be like, sure, let's just see what happens.
Yeah,
you know?
This is going to be it.
And that's it. Fist bump says Joe Lissette's going to pick up the win. Mono blue tempo, yes, please.
Yeah.
Like that is not a popular deck in this metagame.
No, absolutely not.
And he's got my attention.
Hey, again, it's one of those things where you have to try to predict the metagame. Mono blue tempo really struggles against aggressive creature strategies for the most part. However, it can do well in a field where people are trying to cast cards like Cruelty of Gix. So if you expect a lot of people to kind of go outside the box, play Cruelty of Gix, we're probably going to see some domain control decks down the line. This might be reasonably positioned.
How is it against the Rakdos shell?
I think of the mid-range strategies, that's probably the hardest matchup, because the Rakdos deck in general, well, the Rakdos
deck... It's going to be a tough day for Joe Lissette if that's the case.
Well, specifically, Rakdos has better mana. You take a little bit less damage from your lands, so it's a little bit better against aggressive strategies is what I want to say. But, I mean, you know, if you play against kind of the bigger decks, Joe might have, you know, and he gets paired against those, he might have a pretty good day. He's already started off here 5-0.
Okay, well, we're going to take a short break here. When we come back, we will be over at the news desk to help set up our next round. Don't go anywhere.
My army! Koopas! Goombas! Whatever those things are! We will destroy the Mushroom Kingdom!
They're all counting on us.
I fear nothing.
What? No pressure.
It is on like Donkey Kong!
상했네. 냉장고 바꿔야겠다. 피파 온라인 4 지금 사전 등록.
Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour March of the Machine. How you doing, MagicCon Minneapolis? There's a live look in at all of our friends over there celebrating the best game in the world. We're so happy to have everybody here this weekend, as well as more than 250 players who are battling here at the Pro Tour. Marie Bartholdi and Mani Davuti joining you from the news desk. And hey, if you think today is great, you got to come back for Sunday. That will be our top 8 starting at 11 a.m. Eastern time, and it is single elimination, best 3 out of 5 games. But in order to make it there, you've got to come back and play tomorrow. So make sure you join us tomorrow for rounds 9 through 16. More draft in the morning, which I'm so excited for, and then standard the rest of the way down. But now it is time for what we've been doing here at the news desk, which is some headlines. Let's check out the headlines. After round 5, standout scattering. That's right, Switch makes you play everybody on the same record as you, which means the competition gets harder and harder the more that you keep winning. So we currently have 7 undefeated players. They are doing very, very well, playing players that are on the same record as them. 4-4 for more. You gotta get a 4-4 record to come back and play tomorrow. That's 12 match points. Of course, you're hoping for better than 4-4 if you want to win the whole tournament. But if you just want to come back and play tomorrow, you need a 4-4 record or better. And who doesn't play Fable? We're going to find out later at the desk this round. And finally, legendary creatures are prevalent here in Standard. Here's one, Mani.
One person now playing Fable, Shoda Yasuoka on Esper Legends and Owl the Dawn Sky. One of the top end of that deck. This big bad dragon is an absolute menace for the mid-range decks. Basically impossible to remove without giving your opponent infinite value.
Yeah, this card is incredible. That's a look at your round 5 headlines, everybody. Well, Cedric Phillip talked to some of our undefeated players in the room who are having an excellent start to the weekend. Let's hear from them right now.
I am here with Magic content creator and huge hockey fan, and apparently a huge fan of winning, Jim Davis. Jim, 5-0. Just defeated Luis Scott Vargas, and you are crushing it, I would say, with Rakdos Breach, but kind of with everything since you haven't lost yet?
Yeah, I have a confession to make. That was my first ever Pro Tour paper feature match.
Really? I guess you got most of them on... Okay, you got most of them online. Hey, congratulations. You won that too.
Yeah, it went well. I mean, I got a little lucky here and there. Luis is obviously insane. Pretty scary first Pro Tour feature match. Like, obviously, I've played a lot of big features in my life, but, you know, just tucking that one off the list is a good one to have. So it was cool. And deck seems pretty good.
근데 이 친구도 방송 키면 맨날 드랩하던데.
8.2.
맨날 드랩하고 있던데.
That's very precise, and that 8.2 is 5-0. Good luck, Jim.
Thanks, bud.
I am here with 2018 World Champion Javier Dominguez. Javi, you are 5-0. You are playing Rakdos mid-range and standard, kind of the boogeyman of this tournament. Why are you playing those cards?
Well, honestly, I've been playing these cards for quite some time already. I played them in last PT. I played Rakdos midrange in Pioneer, so they're about the same deck, only missing Thoughtseize, right? I also played this like in the RCs, Napoli, Sofia, so I'm just so used to these cards. I like to play with cards I know how to play well, so that's why I'm playing.
Well, I would argue you know how to play these cards very, very well, and you are off to a fantastic start. Again, 5-0 is Javier Dominguez. Good luck.
지금도 보면 막 이것저것 많이 연구하잖아요. 근데
Joe Lissette,
재미있다보다는
blue in standard 5-0 here in Minneapolis. This is a really easy interview for me. Why the heck are you playing mono blue?
So, testing for the regional championship in San Diego with the previous standard format, I really liked mono blue. But I couldn't make it work. And I really wanted to play it anyway, and I eventually decided I can't do this myself. I have to play a real deck. I played mono white and got crushed. So I was like, okay, now we got the Pro Tour coming up, same format, plus some new cards. I don't love any of these new decks. I mean, they're fine. I liked mono blue before. Did mono blue get anything new? And well, I think you could argue, I would maybe argue, that C-Double is the strongest card in the set. Because it's your 5 mana, 7 mana strongest card for 4 mana or less with how you usually play. And at a discount, and then it's just the deck came together a little bit. Some of the secondary creatures deck, how usually is great. Other creatures not so much. C-Double replaces them. There we go.
There we go indeed. 2-0 so far in standard, and we might be seeing more of him later on.
Thank you so much, Cedric. Another thing about Joe there, the only previous time that he'd gone 3-0 at a Pro Tour, he didn't manage to convert and make day 2, which just hurts your heart so much. But here he is undefeated in this tournament, turning a draft spot win around. Let's take a look at our leaderboard and find out who is undefeated. 7 players, Monty.
Those are some pretty powerful 7 names, Maria. Javier Dominguez at the very top, the former world champion. Shota Yasuoka coveted the last event. It feels like he's already locked up for this event.
I know, we were saying, oh, just give it a
it feels like it's locked up at this point. Of course it isn't. There's a lot more Magic to be played, but you kind of imagine that he's in there. And Stefan Schutz, 4-0-1, not quite undefeated, though also kind of hasn't taken a loss, and he is part of that team handshake squad, so they are still very much relevant on these leaderboards.
All right, we'll see who will be the lone undefeated player by the end of today. Well, Fable of the Mirror Breaker is the most played card here in Standard, but some players, in fact, aren't running it. Let's find out who is it, Fable or no? Take a look.
I'm here with Sam to talk about this crazy constructed format. Sam, are you playing Fable in the Mirror Breaker or no?
You got me. I'm playing it this weekend.
All right, then I got to ask, what are you playing it in?
Grixis Reanimator.
Why are you playing Grixis Reanimator?
So I really like how it's got some unusual card choices. I think that's really fun. It also felt really powerful. We were beating up on a lot of the other Fable decks. That seems like a good place to be.
I am here with Pro Tour Phyrexia champion Reed Duke. Reed, we're going to talk Standard. Are you casting Fable the Mirror Breaker?
Oh, yes. The 4 Fables were easy. It was the other 56 cards that were a little challenging.
All right, what are you playing it in?
I'm playing Rakdos Breach, which is more or less a Rakdos mid-range deck, but with, you know, a little bit of a different top end and some of our favorite cards from the new set.
And why are you playing that deck this weekend?
Well, what's not to like about Rakdos? It's well-rounded, it's got the best cards, it has good sideboard configurations, and then being able to go over the top with Reach the Multiverse just gives you this extra dimension and a little bit of advantage in the mid-range mirrors.
I am here with Magic Hall of Famer Raph Levy. Raph, are you casting Fable the Mirror Breaker this weekend?
Hopefully I am.
Well, hopefully you are casting it in
Rakdos Breach.
And why are you playing that this weekend?
By elimination. I didn't want to play counter spells in a format where, you know, they could play Fable before you could counter spell. And I didn't want to play anything else, so that's where I'm at.
I'm here with Magic Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif. Gab, easy question. Are you casting Fable the Mirror Breaker this weekend?
Listen, man, I tried. I swear I tried, but I am casting Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
And what are you casting it in?
Grixis midrange.
Oh, he tried. He tried, he said. Okay, why are you playing Grixis midrange this weekend?
I swear I tried blue-white walls, Amen Hawker, blue-white artifacts, bunch of Ram decks, and I just couldn't beat Grixis, so you can't beat them, you join them.
I am here with the taller than me, Arne
오,
Hushman.
얘 키 되게
Arne,
크다.
are we casting Fable the Mirror Breaker this weekend?
Yes, we are casting Fable the Mirror
얘가 큰
Breaker.
거야, 얘가 작은 거야?
And what are you casting it in?
얘가 큰 거 같죠?
All right, the boogeyman of the format, some may say. Why are you playing that this
몰랐는데 키
weekend?
되게 크구나.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the deck. I like the playstyle a lot. You know, Reactor's mid-range very close to it, but I like having counter spells.
이 형이 작아 보이진 않거든요?
Having Make the Spear is so nice. And Corpse Appraiser, I mean,
이 형이
you
큰
read
거
that
같은데
card
엄청?
in conjunction with Fable, are you kidding me? It's so good. And yeah, that's basically it.
이 형 여기 있어?
I am here with Pro
뭐야?
Tour Phyrexia runner-up Benton Madsen.
이 형이 더
Benton,
큰데?
easy question. Are you casting Fable the Mirror Breaker this
아니
weekend?
점점 큰 사람 나오나?
You gotta love it.
Asked and answered.
No, I'm just not. Benton, yes. Stay strong, my friend. Oh my gosh. Well, let's set up our next feature match here
얘
for
어떤 거 같아요, 얘?
round number 6. We've got two players on 4 and 1. And a cool
얘
deck
넣는 거 어떤
of
거 같아요?
Enrata
얘
Blade
괜찮은 거
combo
같은데?
in the hands of Ray Zhang versus Grixis midrange from Karas Kakidis. Let's get to meet our players a little bit better. Ray top 8'd at DreamHack San Diego with this same deck, Monty, and it certainly made a splash there. Tested the team
아,
Sanctum of
이것도
all a great
이양물고
that I
그거다.
happen to really
사일
love.
보여주는 거 보니까
Versus Karas
이양물고
Kakidis Grixis
다양한 데 보여주려고
midrange
노력하나 봐.
qualified at a Legacy European Championship. This
이양물고
is
지금
his Pro Tour
보여주기
debut. Let's
시작했죠.
take a look at these
이양물기
decks, though,
시작했어.
Monty.
Maria, this deck from Ray is wild. Let's take a look at the Ratablade combo deck. We're going to see a new one here.
Yes, yes,
Let's
we are.
buckle in for this one.
Everybody's been saying,
All
like,
right.
leading up to this, hey, this is weird.
So this is a combo deck.
아닌데?
The core of the combo
아니네,
is
맞네.
Blade of Shared Souls. That is one of the key
이 콤보 덱이네. 용가리에 달아가지고 이거 뭐냐면 이거를 얘한테 달아. 그러면 복사되거든요. 근데 얘가 깔려 있으면은 죽을 때 또 그 토큰이 나와. 그리고 이걸로 마나가 나오는 걸로 또 이 큐브로 이걸 달아. 그래서 이거 돌려서 하는 복사 콤보 덱이에요.
like Owl
복사
or
콤보 덱.
Atsushi, your legendary dragons. But when you have Radadrobic on the battlefield, now when that legendary creature dies, you create a token of it. If you equip the blade to it again, well, you can continue. So then where's the infinite combo? Well, if you have Radadrobic out, and Blade of Share Souls, and Atsushi, you have an Atsushi that dies, makes 3 treasures, you make a copy, and then you equip the blade, and then you make more treasures, and you make more treasures, and that's infinite mana. And with Owl, you get to go through your deck, and this just loops and loops and loops until your opponent dies. This deck is complicated, not surprising from the creator of Jeskai Mutate in a previous standard format that we've seen. It is convoluted, and it is extremely powerful at doing what it does.
Wow, that deck seems super cool. Really excited to see it in action. Hopefully get to see it do its thing.
Really excited for Corey and Ailey.
Yes.
Really excited for Corey and Ailey.
Good luck.
On the other side, Charis Kakidis on Grixis midrange, but this is a slightly different build of Grixis midrange. One of the key cards missing here, no Invoke Despairs for Charis. Charis has instead brought some different top-end cards. You see Urtai in the deck, you see Blade Coil Serpent making it into the main deck, you see Liliana of the Veil in the main deck. The rest of the core, of course, of all the Grixis decks are there, but Charis saying, I don't think I want to be on Invoke Despair this weekend. I'm going to go a different direction and bring some more cards that I'm trying to target the metagame with.
All right, there's a look at our 2 decks here for round number 6. And that means it is time for Monty is the Machine. That's right, we have merged Monty and our computer that knows everything about Magic into one horrifying being. Kill it now. Monty, what is your pick?
Calculating. Calculating. Calculating.
Oh my god.
Information overload. Maria, I pick Ray Zhang.
Ray Zhang is the pick from Monty is the Machine. That one took a while. Probably pretty complicated numbers that the Machine / Monty had to run there. I'm going to hand it on over to Alien Corey for round number 6. Take it away, you two.
덱들이 많이 올라오나요?
I think he may have.
흑염
Did someone
덱을 많이
reboot him
올리나요?
just and give him a kick or something?
You might be right, but first calculate it.
저는 재밌는 덱 올리는 사람, 재밌는 덱 올리고 뭐 이런 사람이 아니긴 하거든요. 저는 무조건 경쟁적인 것만 포커스를 맞출 수 있는 사람이라 제가 참고할 만한 스타일이거든요. 데미덱 말고.
known for these wacky combos. Jeskai mutate, as we saw not too long ago, actually.
One of my favorite decks.
Yeah,
really
up
cool.
against one of the big bads of the weekend in Grixis mid-range. You know, typical thing you'd expect to see from the shell. Playing a couple one-of-fun-ofs with the Blade Coil Serpent and the Razor Lash Transmogrant. It's just, you know, a way to benefit from playing these colors and punish everyone else for playing such green.
지금까지 저를 봐서 아실 거 아니에요. 저는 내가 예전으로 따지면 그랑프리다 이런 거 나갈 수 있는 덱만 나가는 그런 식이거든요. 대충 저를 아실 거라고 생각합니다. 어떤 스타일인지.
Is the sincerest form of flattery. You're happy to see that indeed as we get things underway. Triumphs for both players.
아무래도 그렇긴 하죠. 매일 뽑을 수 없긴 하지 그런 건.
Down the board, land go. Nothing yet. No fables to speak of, but we do see a couple in hand. And likely to share up next.
Yeah, absolutely, and we do see Karis has Spell Pierce as one of the cards to that is in the main deck. You don't see a lot of those, but it is one of in the deck, and with an open decklist tournament, it does make players kind of respect that. If you have it.
나랑 가장 안 어울리는 거 아닌가 지미덱이?
If it were to nab a Fable Mirror Breaker, for instance, it's going to be very, very strong.
저랑 제일 안 어울리는 단어인 것 같아요 지미덱.
Card gets countered, but let's see if we're going to see it go for here. Nope, it's just going to be the good old Blood Tithe Harvester. In response, will we see Ray counter this? There we go. Make disappear from Ray Zhang. So bye-bye Blood Tithe. And in response, no thank you. The Spell Pierce you mentioned.
Got a nice target
that
here.
To resolve, yeah.
Yep, absolutely. And I mean, that would have been a little bit better to hit a Fable to Mirror Breaker, but Ray could have just jammed this powerful dragon, and then you wouldn't have been able to cast Spell Pierce anyways. So really smart hit there from Karis.
Yeah. And we have at Sushi, one dragon accounted for. Just need out the Dawn Sky and a sword for them to fight with. And, you know, Reddit Traffic, you know, kind of important to this combo.
Exactly. Very easy combo.
네, 토할까?
Very easy. So simple.
It's so easy. We can all follow along with it. And yeah, it should be completely fine. Now, it's a really powerful deck. Ray ended up qualifying via the US DreamHack tournament. Yep, and did quite well with that. And, you know, there was a lot of people reading their deck and had a, you know, not a big clue of what's going on with it. And there's some value to that. This is our only player playing this deck in the tournament, and it just looks incredible.
Big brain plays, or some big brain decks, I should say, from Ray Zhang. This is with Sanctum of All. Is doing excellently for themselves here as we see.
리밋이 유리하다. 근데 한국 사람들은 리밋 별로 안 하는 것 같아요. 저도 원래 리밋 열심히 만들고 하려고 했다가 포기한 이유가 눈무슨 유명하니까 알고 있어요.
Removal spells, you know, obviously 5 drops is not going to be great if your opponent has a lot of ways to exile it, but there's not a ton of that in the format, so that being hit with Go for the Throw to get the value off of it ends up being exactly what Ray is looking for.
Yeah, you know, the deck that you had to fear in terms of exiles, that was a mono-white mid-range deck. You know, playing the Farewells, Lay Down Arms, we don't see any of that.
Exactly. You see a couple soul transfers in the sideboard and stuff like that from some of these Grixis or Rakdos decks, but usually not in high numbers. So, you know, this could be a very strong metagame deck.
Yep. And you know what? 2 dragons are pretty darn terrifying by themselves. So if Karis doesn't have a way to deal with them, we could just see the big flyers take this game down. But I certainly want to see this combo evolve.
Yes, absolutely. And I've seen plenty of these combos from Ray where maybe you don't necessarily absolutely win the game on the spot, but you can have some Ratadrabic tokens and just make a very wide battlefield with some of these abilities, and it kind of looks like a combo, even though it's not going to go infinite. But of course, the infinite combo itself is very powerful in this form.
It's super satisfying.
네, 맞긴 하지.
I must imagine.
Oh yeah.
제가 지금 그렇게까지 시간적 여유가 많이 없긴 해가지고.
couple other cards, and yeah, really interesting in this deck, Ailey, to not be playing Invoke too. Like that's the only player not playing Invoke that's playing Grixis. So either Karras knows something we don't.
Yeah, you know, I'm just
그런 문제가 있긴 해요.
That he submitted here, you know, got Earthfire Resurrected in there, a couple copies of Liliana, you know, playing the Make Disappears too.
Yeah, it looks like Karras really values the fact that there are a lot of one-ups that the opponents have to respect.
Yeah, you know, mind games plenty, so.
Maybe coming up, discarding a card. A couple zones for these graveyards. I'm sure we'll get those sorted out.
You expect Magic players to play in the zones?
I expect the judges watching it to put it in the zones. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't clarifying that.
Everyone's got their own style. We were asked yesterday by our colleagues. Paul Marshall, are you a deck up and down or left and right?
Yeah.
What? I'm like, I'm up and down. It's like, okay, you can stay. Okay, sure.
Yeah, I got sent to exile for being left and right.
Yeah. Could have played around it, Corey.
Could have. All right, Liliana to be able to sacrifice something here. Exiling to be able to cast some spells. Yeah, you got go for the throat to be able to deal with Ow, but it does come with some other cards coming with it. So it's not the best thing to do now. So really shutting down the Goblin Shaman attack.
Just has to sit back, say go. We draw here for Raging.
So can play the land, but it is a tap land off the Blackleaf.
모노글로 패고 있어요. 1라운드 지고 2라운드 패고 있어.
Here is go for the throat, and a nice timing on this to be able to make sure that if another dragon was hit or something like that, it was not going to be able to take down Liliana.
Yep. So Liliana survives. 1 point of damage to Karras, courtesy of the Pain Lands. I see a Corpse Appraiser in the top. So top 7, mana value 4 or less.
So you can get 2 2-drops. You can get the powerful dragon. Atushi decides to just get a Corpse Appraiser.
재밌다고? 나쁜 사람이구만.
Get rid of something in the yard to dig further into the library here for Rajang.
Yep, so there's definitely draws where this really cool Ratablade deck just plays out like a Grixis mid-range deck at times, has plenty of removal, has Corpse Appraisers, and then just has really tricky to deal with cards, and it's just really hard to play against.
Yeah, for sure. You know, like, if you just take a quick glance at this, you just like, oh, it says Grixis mid-range with a couple extra things in there, right?
Yeah, Grixis mid-range splashing out.
Yeah. Just double white, you know, no big deal. But, you know, the mana base at the moment is pretty good. The lands hurt, though, so...
They definitely do.
The burn decks that have been submitted
have a
pretty good
time, 조망.
Yeah, the mana base in Standard is quite strong. You have a lot of lands that help produce a ton of mana, but you do got to play some Pain Lands, for sure. Yeah. And this is going to be one of those decks where Transmogrant is going to be excellent.
Oh, yeah. That guy's going to be on the battlefield non-stop.
So many zones, just making sure we get them right.
핸드 스탑, 핸드 이지랄.
Alright, so we have Lauren
아니,
as an
이거 맞아,
option to
이거?
be able to destroy Fable the Mirror Breaker.
여기 있는 카드 안 나옴. 여기에 있는 것만 나옴. 건방함.
Not play the Blackleaf Cliffs to get another Owl into play.
Nice. The Dawn Sky, Corpse Appraiser, really good turn there for Rajang, just filtering through so much of their deck. Getting to find
아니 드로우가 어떻게 이러냐?
interaction and just ways to keep Karras in check here.
Yep, absolutely. You see Lauren being held
진짜
back.
드로우
You
역하네.
don't really have to kill Reflection until this turn. You know, next turn being able to copy Blood Tithe Harvester and start dealing with permanents is definitely not what Ray wants, so I'm sure we'll see that taken care of next turn.
Yeah, thank goodness the Reflection isn't hasty, otherwise that would be bad news.
Yeah, we don't need to be making Fable any better here.
No, it's already pushing it. It's just like, yeah, okay. this card.
3랜드 킵했는데 3랜드 멈췄어요.
Speaking of cards that are not that good in this matchup, cut down dudes.
그대로
Does
봤네.
not have a ton of targets up against Ray.
I see Corpse Appraiser here now for Cars. Let's take a look ski, top of the deck. What do we find?
Fable, Abrade, and Negate. Negate not that strong. You know, most of the time up against a combo deck, you usually think it's going to be quite strong. This is a really creature-based combo deck. Abrade also not that strong, and Fable number 3, surprisingly not that strong on this battlefield as well. So a relative miss here from Cars.
Yeah. I mean, the counter and Abrade, you know, they are clean answers to Blade of the Shared Souls. So wanting to keep one of those at least. Looks like we're going to keep both.
Yep, that makes sense to me.
Nice. Combat. It's my favorite step.
Yes.
Liliana down, Ow the Dawn Sky, getting rid of the very powerful Planeswalker.
And still a great hand for Ray. With 6 mana, able to deploy 2 of those things, either double Fable or Lauren into Fable. Gotta like Ray's chances here.
I really like Lorena the third path when you got Shieldred out.
Yes.
Like, oh, we're just both gonna draw a card, no biggie, donk.
Yeah.
아니요, 방금 넣고 했어요. 2장 넣고 했는데 3장까지 늘려보려고요. 타마나 그 용가리가 2개 잡혔는데 그중 하나가 되었으면 어땠을까 해가지고. 이게 모노블로 상대로는 뺄 게 너무 많아가지고 아 나 진짜 핸드 왜 이지랄이지? 핸드 이지랄이에요. 나 근데 킵할 거야. 이거 킵함. 앞으로 따만 나오면 이길 수 있음.
Blood-Tithe Harvester needs another blood token just to be able to clear the way here a little bit.
Yep, absolutely.
안돼.
You could see Corpse Appraiser on Corpse Appraiser Violence.
The
big pesky dragon is out of the way, but he's just hanging out.
나가나만. 아 나 진짜 왜 이래? 아니 나 26냈는데 왜 이러죠?
Fable and Ray is still pretty far away from comboing here.
나 26냈는데 왜 이런 거야?
And it's not like you play 4 of that legend. Radadrabic is the worst card when it comes to just standalone. You know, the card itself does not do that much, but really helps out the rest of your stuff. But only playing 2 of that and 2 Blade of the Shared Souls.
아 진짜 망대기야 망대.
Stumble into the combo deck instead of like forcefully trying to combo.
Yeah, you know, there's not really a way to tutor into that. You know, if you do have Ow dying a couple times, you can grab Radadrabic that way.
Speaking of, Radadrabic heard and summoned itself to the top of the deck.
I summon the... All right, Corpse Appraiser and Corpse Appraiser Violence.
여기까지 왔어요.
And I believe that is going to
다 왔어.
a Corpse Appraiser token?
No, that's just Legends.
Oh,
아 씨발!
Of course, yep, absolutely. Only legendary cards, that would be really good.
Yeah, that would be kind of gross. Thank goodness it doesn't do that. So. Radadrabic, just a 3/3 for the time being. But as soon as Lorena...
아이 병신 게임 진짜.
Oh boy.
Yeah, there we go.
Things are gonna get spicy.
Yeah, now Karas has to find an answer to Radadrabic and Owl. And it's at 7, so you have 2 turns here to find something.
Yeah.
Cycle is not a good sign for Karas.
Yeah, chucking 2, drawing 2, cycling 1. Wait, yay, blood token. We're digging.
Yep.
This is now the Corpse Appraisers have, you know, one of them won the fight and the other one's taking them to the backyard, start digging a hole for them. That's kind of what just happened there, because Ray Zhang picking up the win there in game number 1. Karas just not able to find.
아 땅이 왜 이렇게 말릴까?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so looking at this one from Ray, we do have a bit of a sketchy keep here. There is, there's only blue, black, and white land so far. So
왜 이런 것일까?
no way to cast the 2 Fables that were in hand, and then drew a 3rd for Ray.
All right, this is going to be many fables. Plenty of stories here.
Yes.
It's going to be like reading Lord of the Rings.
Well, if Ray gets a red land, otherwise this game could be kind of done before it begins.
Yep. Sometimes magic is just like that. Top of the library doesn't behave. That is going to be a negate on a Bankbuster.
Big draw step.
Get that out of there. Do we find a red source? Fiend's
Hysteria
Tower ain't it.
at least a land to be able to cast here, get you a little closer to the 2 Owls in play, helps a little bit, but we see Karis, now that we are in the post-board games, you get incredibly powerful cards like Disdainful Stroke. Disdainful Stroke is so strong against this deck post-board, dealing with all the dragons, all 8 of the dragons Ray has access, or excuse me, 6 of them, only 2 Atushis.
Disdainful Stroke, excellent post-board. Just the one of them, so thinking about that. But Razor Lash Transmogrant
is my home, and I don't
causing some problems here.
Another big draw step. Is it a land? Ooh, quite the opposite.
Mirror Hole.
Atushi was the draw this turn, I believe.
That's a very clunky hand right now.
Yeah, and even Mirror Hall Mimic is a 4-drop, and not
just gonna discard.
Not the greatest card there.
Yeah, this little Razor Lash is just
아니
like,
씨발
let's
이게
go.
말이 돼요?
Down to 8 is Ray Zhang already, and I think you called it.
얘 일자리 찍었거든요? 땅이 안 나와. 아니 뭐해 이런 거야 게임이? 얘들아 이거 어떻게 된 거야? 또 땅에 말렸어. 나 램프인데 씨발. 아 씨발 이거 맞아? 게임?
But that make disappear might just be.
Yeah, probably fired off here. I think you kind of just have
go for it, you know.
Yeah.
아니 내장 중에 땅이 없는 게 맞아 이거?
Oh, I mean, be relentless, I should
yeah,
say.
especially I think the biggest deal, like if Transmogrant dies, whatever, you can bring it back next
게임
turn
존나
with 6
서운하네
mana.
진짜.
But the fact that Lauren can draw a card to maybe get Ray out of this, I think that's a reason in itself to use Make Disappear there.
I mean, yeah, at this point, if I was in Ray's chair, I'd just be like, yeah, I'm just gonna put Lauren in the way here to save my face a little bit.
Yep.
Because now I got Corpse Appraiser munching on that, so yeah, Karis is certainly putting his foot on the gas and looking very much like he's gonna win this one.
Yeah, right as a corpse gets put into the yard, Corpse Appraiser is there to do some appraising. And Transmogrant being put to the graveyard here, excellent. If Karis does decide to play land 6, now you can play this draw-go game where in case Ray doesn't do anything, you're just able to bring it back.
Yeah, and just, you know, having an answer for everything, a go for the throat and a braid in hand, Disdainful Stroke, so anything that Ray could potentially follow up with here is just going to get answered. So let's go to game number 3.
Yep, game number 3, a little bit of a risky keep, but Ray was on the draw, and you know, if you draw a red source there and you have those Fables, that game would have looked very, very different. So I like the keep. I for sure would have kept. I keep a couple loose hands in my day, though, I must say.
Hashtag never mulligan, right?
Yes, yes. Never mulligan, always punished is my motto.
게임이 존나 서운하다.
You should put that on a shirt. I'm sure many people would like to buy it.
Absolutely. Me and Seth for sure, yeah.
Yeah. We call that Seth Mulligan keep?
Yes,
absolutely. Seth man, what? I don't know. It's been a long day.
No, you nailed it.
I got it, yep.
You absolutely
nailed it. His name is now Seth Mulligan. Anywho, let's get underway here. Concealing Curtain on the board here for Ray Zhang.
Yeah, spicy
That's
one
a pretty
there.
nifty card. It's like a duress on a stick.
Yep, absolutely. A nice little card, being able to transform that on 3. Take a peek at your opponent's hand. It is a nice little one-of there. And now this hand is pretty much the exact opposite for Ray. They decided, you know, last time I didn't get to cast my spells, so I'm going to keep lands that can cast them this time. Maybe a little bit more lands for Ray this time around, but hopefully drawing into some gas.
Revealing Eye, the backside of the Concealing Curtains. More like a Thoughtseize than a Duress.
Yeah.
Just doesn't hit you, though.
Yeah, quite a powerful card. So it is pretty risky. You know, you do see the transform similar to, you know, all the transform cards from the new set. You do get to respond to that. You don't. It doesn't just flip immediately and get the trigger. So, Karis getting a really nice,
ooh, and an
nice
excellent
value there.
Excellent follow-up too. You know, it always sucks when you can't play Corpse Appraiser on turn 3 because if it doesn't have a target. But, you know, making his own target there, appraising some corpses, doing some digging. Let's see what he's able to dig up here.
Yep, and there we see Unlicensed Hearse, as well as that one of Disdainful Stroke, joining the hands to be able to create some disruption, and then Blood Tithe Harvester. That's really kind of all you need is when you have a Corpse Appraiser in play, playing one more creature and then just backing it up with disruption. 6 power will create a very quick clock.
Oh yeah. 3 power creatures are the name of the game, this standard. And they are sure putting in work. Saheeli.
Yeah, that was a big draw there for Ray. Really looking for something to play. One of the dragons would have been excellent, but just picked up another land and is just forced to send it back or play Lauren into a battlefield where it's not getting any target. Not exactly what you want here.
Yeah, definitely not. Saheeli Filigree Master, the one of. Not going to make too much of a difference right now. What's the follow-up here? We did see another Corpse Appraiser in hand, but it's just going to be the Blood Tithe Harvester.
Yeah, and that is just really getting around every piece of interaction that Ray has so far. Destroy Evil doesn't have a target. Negate not really doing anything here. So Ray really needs to find something.
Yeah. A couple lands in hand, Evil, Negate, and Loran on the third path, so hoping the top of the library treats them well.
So far, it has not been pretty much the opposite story of last game. Whenever Ray wanted lands, it was spells, and now when Ray wants spells, it's lands. A little unfortunate here.
I mean, there is a target. In response, we'll see the blood token sacrificed to cycle. Let's see, what are we checking here?
Looks like Lithomatic Barrage was taken to the front, but looks like Hearse is going to be the discard. Hearse really isn't incredibly strong in this matchup. It does help against opposing Corpse Appraisers. In response, you can target that. But outside of that, doesn't do a ton.
Yeah.
It is a creature that just gets larger and larger, and then eventually you just crew it up and attack.
It's no Reckoner Bankbuster, though.
It is no Bankbuster, absolutely.
It is kind of flavorful that the Corpse Appraiser is driving away the unlicensed first.
That is true.
You know?
Maybe that was the reason Karis brought it in.
Flavor win.
Right, there's an Urtai as well off the top for Karis. That has just got to be one of the best possible cards against this deck. Just being able to counter these powerful dragons on the stack without having to actually deal with them on the battlefield.
Yeah, it's
really
also,
nice.
if he was to show up a little later, can still kill one of the dragons. But yeah, like you mentioned, getting them on the stack, that's where you want to keep your dragons.
Yep, absolutely. So there is Bankbuster getting countered.
In for 3.
Damage coming in.
Yeah. Turn things sideways. Down to 14 goes Ray. Top of the deck. Be nice. Nope. That was a Sundown pass again, I believe.
So now with Lauren targeting the blood, at least it was protected from the Blood Tithe Harvester, so you can just, you know, at least activate it here. You know, you don't really want to be giving Karis more cards here, but you got to get something.
Yeah, you need to do something, and at this point it might just be Raffin's Tower being cycled.
운도로 가면은 좀 더 괜찮을 것 같긴 하거든요.
Or activate Lauren first before you cycle.
Yep, cycling away Raffin's Tower.
Karis has got to be very happy about that.
Forge Evil, and go for the throw. Okay, that's a decent pickup.
Okay.
Just stem the bleeding a little bit.
Another Liliana there, not ideal for Karis, really looking for land 5 to be able to deploy one of these 3 drops and have some counter magic up.
Yeah.
So a little unfortunate, but still, Karis doesn't have too much to complain about here so far.
You know, he's in the position where he doesn't have to stress too much about the next play. He's got creatures on the board that are doing a good job, just chipping away the life total here of Ray Zhang. Down to 11 they go. And Go for the Throat is going to take out the Corpse Appraiser.
See if we want to draw a card at all.
부드럽다.
End step draw.
수가 나쁘지 않아 보이는데.
What Ray picked up. Any action here to be able to do something? Ooh, wow, there we go. Duress and Archangel.
Okay.
The one thing that is just going to be such a blowout, though, Ailey, is the Urtai. You can't duress it away, and it's going to be a perfect answer for this Archangel.
Counter spell on a stick.
Yeah, impressive.
Oh, wow. Oh, if you're in Ray's position, then what do you do?
Yeah, I mean, eventually you have to play into it.
Yeah.
And by eventually, I mean probably right now, so that you can then draw something impactful and have something to do later. But yeah, the thing is, Urtai is going to give you a card, but then you are still going to have to block it. Ray's already at 11, so it's going to be a rough one for them.
Yeah. And this is big think time now for Ray Zhang. On the back foot. Down to 11 already, courtesy of these 3-powered creatures that you've been chipping away at their life total. Around the third path is a way to dig deeper and find something else.
So probably not taking any of the Lilianas. You know, with the redundant copy, it's pretty hard to take Chorus off of that. So it's probably between Disdainful Strunk and Lithomancer. Barrage here decides to just take the counter spell. I like that a lot, especially being the one of.
Yeah.
So you know if you top deck, you know, one of these powerful dragons, it's more than likely going to resolve. You can have Make Disappear that Chorus could top deck, but yeah, I think you have to clear that way. If Barrage is dealing with Ow when it's on the battlefield, that's something you can live with.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
You know, that you're more than happy with, but we are going to see the Urtai.
Yeah, and interesting, Ray decided not to cast Archangel here. I'm assuming we're at the end step. And yeah, just vanilla 4 mana 3/2. And Ray's probably got to be pretty happy about that, actually.
Did it not do anything as it entered?
Just nothing. Yeah, decided to not kill Lauren, just played it, and didn't want to destroy.
Destroy another target, creature, or planeswalker.
Yeah.
So it has to.
It choose up to one. Yeah, so. Yeah, just choose up to one, so you can just choose to not. Yeah.
Gotcha. So just a flashy 3/2 then.
Flashy 3/2, not
Frilled
bad.
Mystic, sort of.
Yeah. Yeah, Ray's got to be pretty happy with that, though. Archangel is one of those cards that can get you back.
Yeah. Definitely is. And it can also deal with the 2 creatures on the board right now if it wants to. You know, save up enough mana, just save up your money, and then you also can kill some things.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the turning point in this game.
근데 영혼이 나가 있는 것 같은데 얘?
There's no make disappear found.
영혼 나가 있는 것 같은데요? 진 것 같은데?
All of a sudden, that could be the card that swings us back.
Sure can, but as it stands right now, Chorus is looking very much in control. 3 creatures on the board. Ray Zhang down to 11.
Yeah, it was pretty tempting to just use up your mana there.
Drawing cards? Was that a thank you for drawing cards?
I think so, yeah.
I mean, yeah, you get a free card. Thanks. Thanks, friend. Down to 5 goes Ray Zhang now.
So that was the Barrage, which also would be an answer to Archangel. Now there is the Lilianas to be able to deal with that straight away as well, but Archangel is going to be phenomenal here. And then a follow-up after that, a couple Fables to be able to do something as well.
Yeah, no, this is at least going to pad the life total a little bit with the kicker cost being paid on Archangel, you know, and clearing out some of it's like a mini rat.
Yep.
That's why it's called Archangel of Wrath.
Nobody knows
We deciphered the code.
Yeah, and it is lifelink, so
Yeah.
I mean that's the important thing here is you get to deal with some creatures and gain 4 life.
Yeah, 6 land, that's what you need. Black mana available and the red. Double white available, yeah? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I believe so. Maybe have to take a pain. Think so.
Yeah, get those out of there. Gain 4. 3/4 on the board. Liliana Vale can deal with that.
Yeah, that was about best possible for Ray with that whole sequence of using the removal spell and using that Urtai here pretty aggressively.
Yeah, super heads up from them too. Just like, you know, sandbag it a little bit.
Yep.
Try and goad your opponent into casting the thing that they could cast on the end step.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Yeah, Ray could have cast that into Urtai and decided not to, and it was a very, very smart play.
Yeah.
All right, now looking like it's probably double Fable time.
Let's go, Fable. Let's go. Goblin time. I bet Jim Davis is so happy about all these goblins running loose, huh?
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
Celebrating Mog Monday on the 8th. Uh-huh.
All right. And now, I mean, Chorus doesn't have, you know, like this auto, win play right
button,
now. Now, there is the ability to go Liliana, deal with one of the creatures. And then Corpse Appraiser to Crew Bankbuster, and that will force a chump. So that's the surface value play here that is still very strong, but there's no... Oh wait, go for the throat off the top. Nope, still one land short here. Can go Liliana to deal with one, go for the throat the other, and then one short of playing Blood Tithe Harvester, and then equipping.
Get that Archangel of Wrath out the graveyard. Let's go digging, see what else we find, if that changes anything. That's another Fable of the Mirror Breaker on top of the library.
Yeah, I think this Fable card might make it.
Yeah, I think it's doing pretty well for itself.
I think so. I think so.
I mean, it's no Suckins and Crucible of Defiance.
Yeah, of course, of course. So that is a Transmogrant that did hit the graveyard, though. And there's enough land, so for 2 mana, you're able to bring that back.
Alrighty. Choo-choo, we've crewed, and that is 7 power coming through, yeah?
7 power coming through, and has the answer to a double block with the go for the throat.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah. And Mogged, I mean, Kara's had the ability to just do that right away and force a chump block, but decided to do that first to see if there was going to be any kind of double blocks like this from Ray.
Yep, just the plus up on Liliana, each player discarding.
And that's pretty strong against Fable here. That's coming to Chapter 2. That was just an extra card you got to turn into something else.
So Fables aplenty, trigger on the stack. Anything we want to discard to draw.
Okay.
Yeah, get those lands out of there. 2 lands down.
Now you get 2 more shots at it if you don't find anything you really love here, but Ray needs something great to be able to stand up to this.
Okay, Corpse Appraiser. I don't know if that's going to do it.
Yeah, and that Destroy Evil just has been stuck in hand the entire time and just hasn't looked great so far. But of course, that's a card you just kind of need. Shieldred's a real powerhouse. Just hasn't lined up so far.
Yeah, it doesn't hit artifacts, so, you know, it'd be great if that card could kill the Bankbusters for Ray, but unfortunately not the case.
So Corpse Appraiser is a pretty decent hit. You can at least, you know, try to find another removal spell here. But now there is...
Did they stay alive, though? I mean, Liliana can just minus, right?
Yep, Liliana can minus to deal with it. So, yeah, I mean, this is
not looking great here for
real bad.
We didn't get to see the sword even once.
No.
We had this grand plan of just shouting for Mirrodin cost, but alas, our plans have been foiled.
Well, don't ruin our plan later. Maybe we'll get to do this for next or for tomorrow or something.
You heard nothing. I said nothing.
Exactly. Yeah, and we were getting ready to figure out all the lines here of this deck before this round. And
it just became a story of hand disruption and destroy things. So.
And it really was a story of, you know, game 2 was a little bit of a loose keep,
kind of
looking for red mana, didn't find it, and this game kept plenty of mana and then just drew land. So pretty unlucky for Ray.
Yeah. Discard all cards. Oh, none of the cards. All right. Yeah. All right. So Corpse Appraiser, munch. Take out the Transmogrant. Oh.
Okay, I guess I said that.
Oh no! Set to remove Urtai when there is the Transmogrant in the yard.
Oh shucks.
And I think
packing
it up.
Irrespective, like I don't see any way out of it for them.
No, I don't think so. That was really brutal, even hitting the Transmogrant.
Yeah. Super unfortunate there for Ray Zhang.
What's your name?
Nice face-to-face interactions once again, Corey. It's lovely to see our players here are just excellent human beings all around, and I can't wait to get to know more of them as this week progresses, or as this weekend progresses, and get to find some more, you know, new favorites, some new heroes.
Some new heroes is the best way to say it. And yeah, so far, you know, of course, that Ratablade deck didn't exactly do what we wanted to. I know there's a lot of fans of that deck, as well as a lot of fans of Ray. Didn't work out here, but Mog's Grixis mid-range list is also something to, you know, bring some attention to. No invokes. It's pretty spicy. Pretty spicy, I must say.
It's working for him so far. We have more Magic here, friends, and Maria's going to tell us all about it.
Coming up next, we have Yuan Chen versus Nanthakorn Kasadaporn.
Yuan Chen is on Azorius Soldiers, one of the aggressive decks of the format. You do see Recruitment Officer as well as Resolute Reinforcements as a way to get onto the board early, but Harbin Vanguard Aviator, one of the big payoffs for this soldier strategy, and being able to back it up with counterspells like Make Disappear. On the other side, Nothicorn Cossadeporn is on Azorius Control, but this is a very unique version of Azorius Control because Atraxa Grand Unifier is the end game. This deck uses Alabaster Host Intercessor to go plane cycling for these Triome style lands like Raffine's Tower and Spar's Headquarters in order to be able to play cards like Leyline Binding and Atraxa in a traditionally two-color deck.
It's a blue-white battle, aggro versus control, coming up after this.
Something suspicious is going on, and for once it's not my fault. Off you go.
네, 아주컨도 아트락 샀어요. 아주컨도 아트락사라 들어오래요.
Welcome back to coverage of
티셔가
Protector,
아트락사.
Minneapolis. Much of the
근데 어이없음.
machine, which all along turned out to be money to booty.
We knew it. I knew it the whole time.
I was he was in red all the time. Red is always sus, I will tell you. Welcome back, friends, as we talk nonsense here in the booth. It is
현재 이 게임은 모든 게 아트락사예요.
Baumeister, and we have
진짜 레알리.
a spicy matchup. Two decks that we probably won't see too much more of outside of these players' hands. It is Azorius Control up against Azorius Soldiers.
아주컨 대 아조 솔저.
Who is playing Atraxa in both formats today, because why not? Atraxa just can't stay away from this guy.
I love it. Just playing all the colors here. You know, we saw it from the draft deck. It just makes sense to be playing them here. So yeah, gotta love it.
Oh, Atraxa.
아 씨발 나 맨날 이래요. 이게 나 어떻게 된 거야 이거? 나 킵해? 열받는데? 킵해 씨발.
Picking up a game apiece thus far. I know this isn't you know, a matchup that we
아 이거 다 땅 관련 아니야 이씨.
What do you expect to see here between Azorius Control and the Soldiers?
I would think this probably favors
아니 너무한다니까 진짜.
aggro, you know, just pressure mixed.
아니 판마다 이직거리예요. 나 진짜 살 수가 없어.
Anything that has the word control in it. But Nothicorn is on the play, so that.
아 왜 26란드인데 계속 원란드 이기는 거야. 아 짜증나 씨.
The Azorius Soldiers deck.
왜 이런 거야 도대체?
Sweet deck, and unfortunately our first soldier we were trying to see in action is going to disappear. You know, he's AWOL, so not going to be hanging out in this matchup for much longer. As it's just a land go play here for the time being for Yuan Shen.
Yeah, this is a really spicy deck from Nothicorn. I never really even thought about Alabaster
Host Intercessor.
아니 딱 맞아도 죽는 게 몇 판째야 이거.
Any of these lands here, so yeah, really cool stuff. It shows
뭔가 이상하다니까,
control deck
얘들아.
or you know base Azorius
이거
control.
잘못됐어.
But
뭔가
it really
이상해.
is all the colors to be able to take advantage of Leyline's Binding and just make it that one mana removal spell.
That's insane.
Yeah,
love it. Now the tri-lands are just so good. Absolutely love them, and no soldiers are sticking around now. Sky Striker.
네 들어가세요.
Another make disappear
저도 슬슬 배고파서
Yeah, these are exactly the kind of games
잠수 탈지도 몰라요.
when you're able to deal with the threats, you know, on a one-for-one basis as the cards get played. And UN didn't have the card that is kind of the best against control decks, just to make the draw a little bit, you know, awkward. And that is either Fairy Mastermind, the Yuta Takahashi card, or Resolute Reinforcements to just be able to play a threat at end step and force the make disappear then, and then you can untap and play a spell. But if you just play them at sorcery speed, it makes these make disappears even better.
You know, that's the ideal situation, is if you can use force the control player to use the mana on their turn. As we see Recruitment Officer hit the board here. This is a really cool card. I love it. You know, usually 1-drops, they're 2-1, they don't really do much. But if you get into the late game, it can just keep digging through your library for you. But alas, it's gonna get got, but there's Counterspell backup this time for it as Lay Down Arms attempts to get rid of it, but UN says no.
Back in the day, we played just Savannah Lions and we liked it. 1 mana, 2-1, no text, it was good enough. So yeah, of course, the Recruitment Officer is an excellent Magic card. All right, and there we go, Lay Down Arms and then Zephyr Sentinel to be able to return that was really powerful here.
Not a counterspell per se, but definitely a way to keep your threats protected. Sunset Revelry. This is another cool card that control players just love. It's like, oh, you have more creatures. Oh, you have more life. Oh, you have more everything. Cool. I'm going to get some stuff.
Yep, absolutely. And it looks like life totals were the same, so it was just you have more creatures. I get 2 1/1s. Maybe got to draw a card depending on hand size here as well. Yeah, really powerful card.
The human tokens hanging out with Nonthorn at the moment. But the Zephyr Sentinel is a flyer, so good way to chip in some damage if it survives.
Yeah, and that Zephyr Sentinel was just incredible there against sorcery speed removal like Lay Down Arms, just being able to not only save the creature, but it just gets that extra bonus. And 3/2 flyer in the air is going to be something that has to be dealt with at some point.
Yep. Hey, more 3 power creatures getting the job done. So Zephyr Sentinel taking Nonthorn down. Should be at 17 now.
And now we do see the Plaza of Heroes open as well as a Mirex here available. So you do have just a ton of stuff you can do with your mana or activate a Recruitment Officer. So it'll be interesting here. But as we say that, boom goes the Valkyrie here as an excellent sideboard card here.
How long were you waiting to say that?
You know, since that card got previewed, I think,
Boom goes the Valkyrie.
아주컨 베이슬레이언처럼 쓰는 느낌이겠죠?
Flying First Strike, a life link, 4/4. Does it become a 5/5? Sure does. So that is quite the thing to deal with now if you are UN Chin.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the deck list right now, and
Destroy Evil, there's one of them?
There's not a lot of ways to deal with this card at all. Lantern Flare from the board, if you can amass
왜 시작이 부정문이에요? 왜 아니로 시작해요?
is possible. There's some brutal Cathars in the sideboard, and then there is 4 Destroy Evils in the 75, but we'll see how many were even brought in. You know, I mean, this is the only target, and it is open deck list, so we know there's 2 in the sideboard. But you know, not necessarily.
아니 5% 해야지 사기치는 애들 사기치지.
Destroy evils in your deck against the
아레나로 하면 속장난을 못 치니까 이렇게 할 수도 있죠.
Number 2 hits the board this time.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I take that back. They all 4 of them might be in there because of Leyline Bind.
아레나로 하면 사기를 못 치잖아요.
You can deal with that. That might be enough of a reason to have that in here if you're UN.
Maybe. Boonbringer Valkyrie. Gonna do some damage though before it gets dealt with, that's for sure.
Memory Deluge, find some cards here.
Haven't seen that in a hot minute.
Every control player's favorite card since it was previewed. And there we see, I believe that is Atraxa as one of the cards. One of the cards was just snap picked here by Nonthorn.
Nonthorn having an excellent run in Limited, proving just how good the Limited format is, that you can play anything you please, which that's what it felt like.
Yep. And you can play against your heroes round number 1, like Nonthorn played against Reed Duke and dispatched him. Always exciting to see, and there is the Destroy Evil.
아니 그것보다 그냥 오프라인에 이런 감성을 주고 싶은가 봐요. 나는 솔직히 왜 이렇게 하는지 잘 모르겠어.
From Skystrike Officer, where I mean that card is just incredibly difficult to deal with. If you leave it on the battlefield, eventually you'll come advantage, especially in a matchup like this.
아레나는 솔직히 관전만 만들어도 모든 게 완벽한데 왜 그거 안 만들고 이렇게 하는지 나도 모르겠어요.
It looks spectacular, but it has been known to falter and just gets crushed by, you know, some of the more meta decks out there.
And I mean the worst card for this Azorius Spirits deck or Azorius Soldiers deck is Cutdown. You know, and it's a card that is one of the most played cards out there right now, so that's just kind of brutal for all aggro decks right now. Even Esper Legends, of course, falls to Cutdown.
걔 노잼 블록인데 뭘 봅니까?
Against the removal spell. So that's just the biggest problem with this Azorius
그냥
Soldiers deck.
그런 갑다 하면 되지
Much
뭐.
more popular if that card didn't exist.
Lay down arms. Going to target the Skystrike Officer once again. Skrelv, a little late to the party, won't be able to do anything about that. Do we have something in hand?
Wow, another Zephyr Sentinel here. They have been incredible, and look at this. With the ability on the stack, you can tap the 3 creatures, draw a card, and then protect the officer.
Yeah, wait, hang on.
Okay, so it looks like it was Yuin getting a little ahead of themselves there, casting it and then tapping.
Right, so response here from Nanthecorn first.
Nanthecorn does have Make Disappear with the token, so there's 2 mana available, but I mean, these soldier tokens are not doing much anyways, so I would assume one of them is going to be casualtied away.
For sure.
알고리즘 때문에?
The lay down arms, getting rid of that Skystrike.
아니 근데 진짜 아레나 하면은 이상하게 많이 말려요. 진짜 존나 신기해.
Exchange there for Nanthecorn. This board is getting
이게 가능한 건가 싶을 정도로 신기할 때가 있긴
twitchy about this.
Yeah, and Nanthecorn only has 2 cards in hand.
왜 말리지?
Not sure exactly what they are. There is the Memory Deluge in the board to restock a bit, but yeah, like you were saying, Ailey, there's just becoming a lot of power on the battlefield here. And Yuin has just been playing a spell and then drawing a card with
미스테리한 경우가 있긴 해.
Not really running out of fuel that quickly from Yuin.
I think he's got 2 copies of Sunfall in hand.
Not bad.
Yeah, that's not too shabby.
Not bad.
Yeah, let's draw a couple cards.
So
get a little wide. Get a little dead to a Sunfall maybe. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, let's see
is there a counter
if
for it?
these creatures are falling down today or not. And yeah, there is the negate.
Wow, just a clean counter. No, thank you very much, says Yuan Chen, keeping his creatures alive. But there's another one.
There is another one, but if there is another counter spell from Yuan, and if there isn't, more than likely there's just going to be, I'm going to draw a couple more cards off this officer and hope to find one. So. The one thing the Plaza of Heroes doesn't really do anything to the Sunfall as far as protecting a creature, so that is something good for Nanthecorn.
Yeah, you know, it's a similar effect to Farewell in that, you know, stuff's exiled, you can't really do too much against it. But counter spells certainly work.
Creates a gigantic battlefield here.
Anthem effect, yes please. Valiant Veteran hits the board.
Okay.
Oh goodness me. This kind of feels like the white version of what's that? The red one that makes little elementals. Oh man, it's played in Pioneer. I'm sure chat knows.
I'm blanking. Oh, Young Pyromancer, right?
Yeah.
There we go. Yep.
Or the other, not the Young Pyromancer, the bigger Pyromancer.
Iron Class or Iconoclast?
No, I don't know.
All right.
You know, similar effect is like, I'm going to do this for you guys, and then I'm going to die, but you know what? This is my parting gift for you.
Sure. Okay,
and
here's another one.
Sunfall, once again. Is there another answer from Yuan Chen? Do you have it?
And even if there is... You know, even if there isn't another counterspell, there's still the Mirrex that's going to be cranking out tokens each turn. So even if this resolves, which it basically has to, or Nanthecorn is pretty much out of this next turn, but even if it resolves, this is definitely not Nanthecorn being out of the woods yet.
No, definitely not. And the blue-white deck is pretty good at rebuilding after a board wipe, so...
But that being said, this is going to be a 7/7 incubate token, which is quite large.
Oh, yeah.
And that's just an activation of the recruitment officer.
Uh-huh.
So this is going to be excellent here for Nanticorn.
Diggy, diggy, dig.
Incubate. Yeah. Incubate.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah. Wow.
그거 좀
Impressive.
힘들겠지?
Exile, go bye-bye. I'm sure we have an incubate token after 3 rounds of draft today. I'm sure we can find one for you.
But now it's just definitely going to be a case of Yiwen probably just overloading the board with all the creatures that he has in hand.
Yeah.
And then we'll kind of see what the follow-up is for Nanticorn. But yeah, definitely advantage bar swinging far back into his favor.
All right, we'll find a token there, I'm sure. But there's our 7 counters on our incubator token.
There we
Doesn't
go.
have the mana to oh, it does have the mana to flip it right now, so. Let's see. Off the top of the deck here, yields for Yuan Shen.
Oh, 4th one, okay.
I love this guy. He's
I
so
love
great.
Nanticorn.
Oh, man. I just want to play a game with him. Let's just go jump into a pod later on.
I'm in.
Sure,
I'm
he'll
in.
be totally fine with that.
Seems like a very, very nice person.
Very chill guy to play with. Sky Strike Officer number 4, was that, he said?
Yep.
Or 3, just all of them out now?
I believe it was number 4, but
Good
I mean,
grief.
Yuan did not have the best follow-up if that's the only card. You know, I would expect something like Resolute here, the make 2 soldiers, Resolute
Yeah, there you go.
reinforcement, and that's nice. Then you do get to tap these and draw a
Yeah.
card at end step, so
Yeah, that's
really
neat.
strong.
근데 조선아
Exactly
키키 쓰지 마.
what he's gonna do, Yuan Shen.
So Nanticorn did decide to incubate, cycle at end step, and then incubate during his turn
계속 손을
instead
떼.
of flashing back
nice.
memory deluge. So that would lead me to believe that Nanticorn has some follow-up in hand,
Yeah.
something to cast at
Oh,
least.
nice, Staycacious welcome into Valiant Veteran. Super neat indeed. So drawing some cards, buffing the team.
The value on
That's
this
a lot of
Azori
damage.
Soldiers deck. Yeah, is this?
That's 7
lethal?
damage.
Yeah. It's a lethal attack.
Yeah. That's
That's
it. The 1-2 punch.
Wow.
Awesome sauce. Really, really cool stuff there from the Azorius soldiers. Just like, oops, I win. You know, oh, it's fine. I'm only at 7. Haha, only.
Yeah, an aggressive deck that's playing a gun against a deck that doesn't have really efficient removal like Cut Down and is able to play threats at end step with having counterspells open. Pretty bad news for that style of control deck, so a bit of a bad matchup there for Nanticorn.
Yeah, but still a fun match to watch. And we have another one. So let's jump right in. Back into the action we go. Alan Wu up against Nico Boney. Grixis midrange versus domain control. We're going to start here in game number 3 with these players, I believe. So let's see if we can see this domain control deck do its thing, Corey, because we haven't yet. You and I.
Yeah, not so far yet. Domain Control, another deck, though, that is going to look really, really strong, or it's going to look really weak. You know, it just depends on if you get that perfect mana. Then you're going to be casting a lot more powerful spells than your opponent most of the time, but the problem is getting there. You know, you have a lot of awkward draws. You have to play one of each basic, then you have to play a ton of duels and stuff, so gets to be a little tricky there.
And this is sped up, as you can see. Our players are not this hopped up on caffeine, I promise.
Yeah, this is either sped up or this is exactly the speed that Luis and Shota play against each other.
Yeah, true. Oh, goodness me. So taking a look here. I like the doodles.
Those are beautiful.
On the double face cards, that's great. So Duress taking a look-ski. Seeing the lay down arms, what else you got in there? It's an Atraxa. I'm not sure what their doodles are. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with each player's unique style of art.
Well, it can be either wedding announcement, invasion of New Phyrexia. I mean, that looks like a lot of soldiers if I've ever seen them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, those are knights.
Cool,
and those are the only 2 cards, so looks like wedding announcement was probably left over.
Fable the Mirror Breaker down. There's our little treasure gobbo. Out to do some more looting.
Okay.
Not anymore. Lay down arms. Going to take care of that. Corey, I feel like we should be sped up too as we go through the motions here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just like.
I'm in. You lead the way. I'll follow you.
You won't know what I'm saying, but sure. Wedding announcement down. Creates that a little token.
And I did see Chrome host Seed Shark. That is one of the innovations in this deck. And one of the most kind of broken interactions that you can have is Chrome host Seed Shark and Leyline Binding still incubates for 6,
so cool.
even though you're paying 1.
Oh,
so
man.
that is the really cool thing that Nico Boni is taking advantage of
It's
here.
like Shark Typhoon Light. I bet chat love this card.
Yeah, Ground Typhoon, I guess, right?
No, it flies. What are you talking
Well,
about?
not the incubate tokens.
Well, okay, fine. You got me there. Still, it's cool. Well, this is one of the sharks that come off of the tornado. You see?
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
off the Shark
Now I'm with
Typhoon.
you.
There we
Now
go.
I'm with you.
Yeah. Oh man, that's a really cool interaction though. So.
And a really strong card in the metagame. It dodges all the really, or at least one of the most popular removal spells. Cut
Dodges
down.
cut down,
You can't cut it down. You can go for the throat it. But these domain control decks, your opponents don't want to leave in a bunch of go for the throats against you. So card seems really nice at kind of finding a hole in the removal spells that are being used.
Yeah. Blade Coil Serpent, just the one of fun of. Hits the board there, and we got some hasty friends going. So just turning things sideways. I like this matchup already. This is great.
Yeah, all right. So it looks like I think we just drew some cards here from Alan. And, you know, a little fun fact, the last time we were in this exact building, Alan Wu was winning PT 25.
Yeah,
with
alongside
teammates.
Greg Orange. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
So no stranger to success in Minneapolis,
in the Twin Cities,
Minnesota.
that's for sure.
That's for sure, yeah. Wandering Emperor hits the board now. And we have a flipped wedding announcement.
Okay, looks like we got a big spell here. Maybe a Shield Druid. There it is.
The Apocalypse is down. So we have a Kiki Jiki that's gone unanswered.
Yep.
It just needs something fun to do, and Shieldred is not the thing you want to copy.
I mean, to be fair, end step crewing up Bankbuster, copying that, it's kind of awkward. You get the counters, it'll go away, and then you can still draw 2 cards technically if you have the mana for it, and then it'll go away. It's a weird interaction that we probably won't even see here because you'd rather just activate the Bankbuster, but that is an option.
So Shieldred keeping the would-be attackers at bay. There is a shark that can start swinging in, but yeah, this 2 points damage or this 2 life lost each turn is going to start adding up here for Nico Boni. So you can see he's going fast. He's just like, I'm going to try and kill you as quick as I can because best removal, player removal.
Yep, absolutely. And now we got some stuff coming in here. Whoa, lots of stuff.
Send the team. Love it. Alrighty.
All right, taking a ton of damage here. 13 damage to my count, putting Alan to 6. With Shieldred to recover some life. We are going to be able to draw, then draw again, go up to 10.
Yeah. Bankbuster helping out the team there, just padding the life total of Alan Wu a teeny tiny bit. But needs something here to take care of this board.
It's definitely one of those decks that Nico definitely has to bring the tokens with. There's so many different tokens.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
You don't want to come unprepared to a Magic tournament with this one.
Let me see the final counter removed with the Bankbuster, creating that token, the pilot, as well as the treasure. And there is our friendly friend, Blood Tithe Harvester. And I mean, that's a good copy target for our reflection.
Yeah,
thinking about it.
Reflection is online. Now, there is only 1 blood, so the second blood still does not allow you to kill a shark.
Yeah, because it's not 5.
Yeah, it's actually 6.
Toughness.
It's actually 6 with the Anthem
Yeah, because of the
in play.
Anthem effect, you're right.
Yep, so next turn, that's something that will be online.
Yeah.
So it looks like this is what Alan is looking to do is at the end of Nico's turn, Reflection a Harvester, and then untap, do it again.
Yeah, and then be able to
And then you
take
can
care of
go
the shark.
and shoot down 2 things as well.
Yeah, it's a pretty neat trick at the end step because then the first copy you make doesn't go away.
Yep.
It'll go away at the end of your end step along with the second one you make.
Exactly. So then you can just have 2 removal spells that are free.
Yeah.
2 -6/-6 to creatures.
흔들어 짰음.
No biggie.
Now, that being said, Nico can put another counter on it. It looks like the creature was made off the Wandering Emperor anyways. But it was an option to give it 7 toughness, so you'd at least have to use both harvesters on it. But
1패자들이라 키키도 삼성에 못 갈아요?
so good. I mean, look at all the things it's doing to this game.
Shark attack, do. Yeah, he's swinging in there, but you know, Shieldred is keeping things stable here for Alan Wu for the time being, so not going to be super dead at this moment.
So it looks like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 damage being taken from Alan.
Yeah, there's no like gotcha fireballs out the sideboard or anything like that from Nico Boni. So.
There's a gotcha. I could play Wandering Emperor for 1 additional point, but nothing crazy like that.
Yeah. So down to 3 goes Alan Wu.
Now we'll see if Nico has anything here, because while this looks really good for Nico, you know, on surface value here, what Alan is about to do here with these reflections is incredible. Okay, looks like gets the reflection, huh?
Yeah, yeah. Nice. So that's one way to break up the nonsense that we've, you know, predicted here from Alan Wu.
And there is that interaction. That is a 6 incubate there for 1 mana.
Oh, and there goes Shieldred 2 under the Leyline Binding. Cheapest chips, and only the 1 blood type harvester now with the 2 blood tokens. That's not going to kill the shark.
Sorry, did you say cheapest chips?
Chips, yeah.
Okay. Never heard that expression.
Cheapest chips?
Huh.
It's because you're American.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's a British/Australian/South African thing.
I like it. I like it.
You call them fries.
Okay.
Or crisps. No, you don't call them crisps. I don't know.
I'm learning. I'm learning.
Okay. I'll teach you swear words next. Maybe not on air, though.
Yeah, not on air is probably a good idea. All right, Leyline Binding there with dealing with the Shieldred here means just Alan's not going to be gaining any life here. And at this point, it's not like Alan's leaving in a lot of
That's
wraps
gonna
or
be
anything.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, man, that was so cool. Nico knew exactly, I think, what Alan had in mind, and he's just like, yeah, that's fine. Keep going, keep doing your thing. And then bam, absolutely just wrecks everything that Alan Wu had going there. So
yeah, the patience there at the end from Nico, just passing the turn, having 5 mana
존내 스프.
to be able
이거
to
쳤는데 상대 거 이거 가져.
And then Shieldred was just a
존내
really
스퍼요.
incredible patient
super
play.
sweet, yeah.
And what a sweet deck. I'm looking forward to seeing more of that style of domain deck.
Definitely. The Wandering Emperor is just an excellent card, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, 4 mana open, you're always suspicious when there's 2 white pips, you know? Previously it was Settle the Wreckage, and now it's just like Wandering Emperor. Don't tap your things.
Yeah, absolutely. A really powerful one.
Yeah, pretty good card. What's it, like 3 cards now? The Wandering Emperor? 3 Planeswalkers? I don't know. There's a lot of them. And,
a lot of them.
That one is very good indeed.
And so is that Chrome Hose Seed Shark. Wow, I want to see more of that card for sure. We've seen it in like Jeskai control lists a little bit before, but kind of the first time we've seen it in the domain list. So really innovative there from Nico.
Yeah, plenty more Magic, friends. Lots to see on the other side of this break, so don't go anywhere.
welcome back to Pro Tour March of the Machine from beautiful Minneapolis, Minnesota as the sun sets. My hometown, and I love it here. I'm so happy everyone's come to celebrate the Pro Tour here in beautiful Minneapolis. 250 players battling for $500,000 prize pool. Let's take a look at the headlines from round number 6. Round number 6. 3 perfect records remain in the building. This is crunch time, everybody. Yosaoka, Davis, and Schiavetto set the pace, remaining undefeated. But can Legends go through the breach? Yasuoka and Schiavetto are trying with Esper Legends to go through Rakdos breach. Can they make it happen? Speaking of Legends, Urtai resurrected Mani.
Maria, in a world of duresses, that can dodge them is very valuable in an Urtai. We're seeing more and more of this card both in and outside of the Esper Legends deck for a reason.
All right, there's a look at your headlines from round number 6. Hey, have you ever wondered what it would be like to play at the Pro Tour? I know I have, and Cedric Phillips has been out there on the floor to let you get a little taste of what it's like here at the PT.
So you want to play on the Pro Tour, huh? Are you sure? Because if you do, you might have to play against former world champion Seth Manfield, or his opponent, one of the best Magic Online players of all time, Tommy Ashton. But if you still want to, come and walk with me, because I'm going to show you what it's like. Just a little bit, not all of it, because I want that to be your experience when you eventually get here. Now, over here, this is the news desk. This is where I reside nowadays. Way back when, back in 2004, that was my first Pro Tour. Nowadays, I'm fortunate enough to be up there. But way back when, I was in here more often than not, playing amongst the 250 or so players we have this weekend in Minneapolis. Some of my fondest memories and my best friends came from walking the rows, shuffling each other's decks, and playing some of the most fun games of Magic I've ever played. Now my big goal, and what yours should be too, is getting right there. That's the feature match area. That's the ultimate feature match. That's the one that we see on Twitch that's covered by Marshall and Paul and Ailey and Corey. Now there's nothing wrong with being over here because you got to start somewhere amongst these 250. But if you're one of the 250 who's having a heck of a tournament, that's the place to be. And those fine folks up there will be the ones that call your match. You see Ailey with the red jacket right now, Corey with the white, Marshall and Paul, they'll be on the call a little bit later today. So, if you think you've got what it takes, find your local RCQ and do well there. That'll qualify you for a regional championship. And if you do well there, that'll bring you here to the Pro Tour and the feature match area. And just maybe, you could be Magic's next Pro Tour champion.
Thank you so much, Cedric, for that behind-the-scenes look here at the Pro Tour. It is indeed awesome, and we hope to see you here one day. Well, talking about Magic Cons, let's talk about the next one coming up. I'm so excited for this, everybody, because earlier today, over at the main stage of Magic Con, it was announced that tickets for Magic Con Barcelona will go on sale May 11th at mtgfestivals.com. I'm so excited to go to Barcelona, Monty. This city is incredible.
It absolutely is, Maria. The architecture, the people, the sunshine, especially in the summer. I cannot wait to go back.
And the sangria, you left that out, Monty. I'm just so excited. Lord of the Rings is going to be the set there too. So excited. Cannot wait. We're so excited to be bringing the MagicCon experience to Barcelona. We hope to see you there on July 28th through the 30th. Let's take a look at our leaderboard, everybody, and find out how we're doing here in the tournament.
짐 데이비스.
Players left undefeated.
야소카.
Jim Davis,
헤드로는 누군지 모르고.
and Shota Yasuoka leading the field, but
오너블로 졌다.
big names behind him. Javier Dominguez there in 5th place. Simon Nielsen in 7th place. And taking a look at the other column, Luis Scott Vargas and Seth Manfield still there at 5-1.
Excellent names at the top of our leaderboard. 3 players left undefeated. Hey everybody, it's Deck Tech time, and it's one of my favorites, Celestia Toxic. I got a chance to talk to Max McVitie about this deck just the other day. Let's take a look.
Hey everybody.
everybody. I'm here with Max McVitie. You've got 3 Grand Prix top 8s to your name, and you just came in 3rd at the United States Regional Championship. Congratulations.
Yeah, one short of Worlds, but it was good. It was a good result.
third place, still great.
Yeah.
And you're running Celestia Toxic. You played that at the Regional Championship and decided to run it back here for the Pro Tour. Why did you choose this deck?
I'm a pretty big fan of the Esper matchup and the Grixis matchup, which I both expect to be popular. I'm a little scared of Rakdos mid-range, but I thought Grixis would be more popular. Now that I see the data, I see that Rakdos are more popular, so that's a little unfortunate, but I still think I have a pretty good shot against Rakdos.
All right, so I know I'm supposed to be impartial, but I've got to be honest here. I love this deck. This deck is so fun. People haven't been playing a lot of it recently. It kind of came out at the start of the
요즘에 쓰더라고요, 이거.
and then fell
그거
off.
말고는 그냥 과거에 있던 표본만
The cards feel pretty like individually weak, and I just think mid-range decks in Standard, everyone gravitates towards them, everyone works on them. The aggro decks just don't get that much respect, but I'm hoping that will help me out because I've noticed a lot of people when I've seen their list, they've like maybe only have 3 cut downs or like a little bit less wraths in the sideboard. So I'm hoping that because it's not as respected, it'll be a good choice.
All right, well, let's talk about the deck here. One of the most amazing cards we have to start off with is Skrelv. Tell me about this card.
Yeah, Skrelv, this is definitely the best deck for Skrelv. It uses like all of the abilities, like attacking for 1. In other decks, maybe doesn't matter as much, but you get in 1 Toxic. And you can make your guys unblockable to get them through. And most decks just use it as like a mother rune to protect their creatures. But this, it's more of an offense card than like a defense card.
All right, Skrelv, we love you. You're doing everything in this Toxic deck.
Yeah.
Rot Priest, another absolutely incredible card. Tell me about its role.
So the main use of it is to be good against opposing removal spells, because you could get them to 8 poison and then you're like attacking with a bunch of stuff, and even if they use a kill spell, they still take 1 poison for each kill spell they use. So it gives you some good reach, but it also works with your own spells to target it. And in this deck, I have Tyber, Stand, and Audacity, both which you're very happy to target your stuff with, and it just makes for like a really aggressive card.
Yeah, let's talk about Audacity, because this card isn't one that showed up in the first iterations of this deck. Sorry, everybody, we're having some technical difficulties. We'll try to bring you that deck tech later. Celestia Toxic, though, sweet deck, not playing Fable, Monty.
No, it is not, Maria. Not too many of them in the field, but they are there, and Max is doing pretty well.
Yeah, I love that deck. Happy to see it here at the Pro Tour. Well, let's get ready for our next round of Magic here in the building. 250 players competing. Which 2 will we be watching? We've got Shoto Yasuoka versus Jim Davis, Esper Legends versus Rakdos Breach, 2 of our 3 undefeated players, I should say unblemished record players left in the building. Let's take a look at Shoto Yasuoka, inducted into the Hall of Fame of 2015. Just one of the best players to ever play Magic the Gathering. Pro Tour Kaladesh winner, 2006 Player of the Year. Plays with amazing speed. It's terrifying to sit across from that guy. Jim Davis here, also undefeated in the building, running Rakdos Breach. Content creator, started playing in 2001. Top 8 in the Neon Dynasty Championship. Also got a top 8 at Grand Prix Dallas in 2007. All right, only one of these 2 players can remain undefeated. Let's take a look at their decks and find out what you think, Lonnie.
Yeah, Maria, starting off with Shota, he has brought Esper Legends here. Not a Fable deck, the 3rd most popular deck in the field, and this deck has fallen a bit out of popularity, but still up there in the metagame. And this deck got some new additions. The big one here from March of the Machine is Rona, a new legendary 2-drop in this deck. Very good at helping smooth out some of your awkward draws, allowing you to discard your extra copies of Legends that you may already have on the battlefield, as well as being able to transform potentially if you need it. This deck is very good at pressuring, and looking at Shota's deck, he has brought quite a powerful build here. You even see a main deck copy of Razor Lash Transmogrant as a way of attacking these mid-range strategies. On the other side, Jim has brought a deck that is a unique version of these black-red decks for his team. It's Rakdos Breach. You do have the classic early game of these Rakdos mid-range decks, and you still have Invoke Despair, but you're going a bit bigger. You see Big Score, Breach the Multiverse, Chandra, and Itali, giving this deck really a way to go over top of things. And of course, that's no excuse to cut down on your early removal. Cards like Cut Down, Go for the Throat, and Abrade still very much there because you don't want to get rolled over by Rakdos Legends. By Esper Legends, excuse me.
Well, there's a look at the decks. Two very cool decks in the field this weekend. We'll find out what happens. For that, we turn to Mani. Is the Machine? Quickly becoming my favorite segment here at the desk. We have merged Mani and our machine into one horrifying being that knows all about the matchups. Mani/Machine, who is your pick?
Maria, the result is inevitable. There's no stopping Shota Yasuoka.
There it is. Shota Yasuoka cannot be stopped, according to Mani. Is the machine. We'll find out if our machine needs a reboot or if it's right. Coming up here with round number 7 with Marshall and Paul with the call.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Machine.
Yeah, no more Mani, just Machine.
We got Neon Cheon over here, Mani the Machine. I need a sweet nickname like you guys have.
Can't remember the last time I used that one. But
yeah, that was
이제 6경기
We're all just part of the Cheon
끝났죠?
Sure. At the end of the
7경기째지.
Marshall Cycliffe here with Paul Cheon, and we've got another round of standard to bring you. We've got a couple more to go.
테스트는 다 깨놨으니까 100 짜는 건 좀 미뤄도 되겠다. 랭크 덱 괜찮게 짤 수 있을 것 같아요. 그러므로 아이디어를
for top 8 only in the feature match area, though. Check this out: 2 undefeated players, Shota Yasuoka and Jim Davis, having their way with the field thus far, and 2 very different approaches to standard. Paul, we see Rakdos Breach for Jim Davis, which is one of the many versions of the Rakdos shell that we see out in the field today. But Esper Legends is a deck that is far less popular than that Rakdos shell, and that's what Shota brought to the table.
Yeah, and you know, this is, if you look at Jim's deck, it still kind of has that classic Rakdos shell, right? So any matchup's going to be relatively close. But I will say for this particular matchup, I think their team perhaps trimmed on a few interactive elements just so that they can be better against mid-range, and I think that's going to give up some percentage points in this specific matchup, right? Okay. They're playing cards like main deck, which has very few targets, and they're playing maybe 1 or 2 less removal spells as well, and all of those add up.
약간 더 스펠 같은 걸 많이 쓰는 느낌. 디나이랑 카운터 같은 걸 좀 많이 써가지고 핵몰 플러스 카운터 치는 식의
you know, a mono white aggro deck or a mono red aggro deck or something, but it actually shares more in common with those decks in the way that it operates than it does with a lot of the multicolored decks that we see out here. The difference is that its mana is made possible here by, well, you can see some of what's going on, and you get these amazing, I mean, look at that, Rafine Scheming Seer, and that had to be answered. That has to be answered very quickly or the game snowballs out of control.
Yeah, and absolutely. And Jim on the play this game, which is of course huge. And looks like he has multiple copies of a cut down for the Rafine. So this is exactly the type of hand that you're looking for in this matchup. Shota, you know, playing a curve, 2-drop into 3-drop here. But I mean, Jim,
아프다.
first one to land that Shieldred. Does Shota have an answer?
버퍼가 있으니까 바로 찍겠죠.
Needs it.
Needs it. There's that upkeep. Go for the throat. Has a land and also can play a Rona. So this is big.
Churning through his library with
Rona 하나 버릴 거고.
With Rafine as well, easy for me to say. And, you can see another copy of Rona is actually going to hit the graveyard.
And you know, so Jim with a really aggressive line.
탈리아도 들어가네.
Look at his hand. He's got a cut down in his hand.
야, 탈리아도 들어가?
Oh no!
Can't use it anymore on this Rafine. And I wonder if that's going to cost him.
Especially now that Thalia Guardian of Throne.
그러면 기원을 못 치죠. 기원을 못 치는 것도 타격이고 다음에 심지어 기원도 없네.
Could have been kill your Rafine and then draw a card with the bank.
컷으로 탈리아 찍고 키키즈키 까는 거. 그럼 여기에서 아오 나오면은 약간 노답.
I think that's the first time that we haven't seen a killable Rafine killed immediately.
Right.
Today.
Yeah. I mean, Davis just kind of wanted to put maximum pressure there, right, with the Shieldred.
Speaking of.
And now we have a Shieldred on the other side, and Davis has 0 removal spells for either creatures that are in play.
This game's going to be over very quickly if that's the case.
But we do have Fable going to Chapter 2. Potentially, Jim can go up to 7 mana. And if he does rummage and find one of those heavy hitters that he's playing, right, that can get him right back into the game.
This is the point of the game that we're at now. He needs a big, big hit.
Itali, some removal spells,
아프다.
needs to find it. However, every card that gets rummaged, that's an extra 2 damage that Jim is going to be taking here.
13점에서 2개를 그냥 어쨌건 디나이를 안 찾을 수는 없어요. 다 버려야 돼.
Dedicate a lot of his slots to his powerful legends, and he doesn't always have removal spells at the ready for a card like Shieldred, right?
Yeah, but
시올 같이
for this
나왔고
particular matchup, it's really important to just try to
이거는
keep your opponent's
진
side of the
데이비스가
board,
지겠는데
particularly if they're playing legends, as clear as
아오가
possible.
나오는 것도
The more
압박이고
permanents that they have in play, all of a sudden you also
제가
turn
크는
on
것도
the
압박이고.
lands. And one of the key
라핀이.
and part of why this deck is so powerful, aside from the fact that you're playing the best card in every part of the mana curve, is just the fact that when you have multiple legends in play, all of a sudden, when you can channel Otawara for 1 mana, right? All of a sudden it feels like you're almost playing a different game.
That makes a lot of sense. Rather than trying to pick a fight and race, even if you have a Shieldred on your side. And as we see the downside, if it does get killed, it can really collapse. That's what's happened here, although both players now have Shieldred. And Jim's even going to take advantage of said Shieldred here.
Right. Shieldred's on both sides, so of course it's a wash. Yep, trigger.
Shoda says, don't worry.
I'm going to make you do it every time.
They're having fun.
서로
That's great.
서로 놀고 있네. 트리거.
This type of interactions you get with
카운터
you know, when you're sitting
하나
across
아우.
from the other person.
Big card here for Shota here. One of the 2 copies of Make Disappear that he has in his main.
Oh, so that could stop one of those haymakers that you were talking about.
Exactly.
Wow.
So now, I mean, he's got the Rafine in play here, right? As just a way to kind of put pressure
아오가
on Jim.
나오게
Also
하겠죠.
having
아오를 나올 수 있게.
one of those potential 7 drops that Jim is looking for.
Uh-oh, Shota's doing math. Not where you want to be if you're Jim Davis. He's probably thinking, can I kill you next turn?
I mean, imagine if Shota was able to find an Otawara here. Doesn't look like he has it.
He's got an AO, the Dawn Sky, which he's certainly considering here.
Yeah, it's 5 spells. So
wow, that's a stacked hand.
At least 2 counters are going to be going onto that Rafine.
Perhaps just seeing how many of these spells he can keep active. It does look like he wants to keep the Skrelv.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine Shota's going to want to be able to keep up Make Disappear and still try to put something in play.
He put Denik into the graveyard there.
Right.
And we do see a trade here with
아오가 나오면 절망이겠죠?
That's why it has Death Touch, right? Just so they can trade.
And look at this.
He is just going for AO the
비행을
Dawn
2개를 다 찍어야 되는 거야.
Wow. It's
거의
a win in the
불가능에
air.
가깝죠.
It is a win in the air.
In fact, they both are.
And Jim Davis can't play. You know, needs to just find removal spells, and I mean, will an Natali get it done?
Probably not.
Right,
I would guess no.
Unless you somehow hit double go for the throat.
Yeah, 2 removal. Like now, it's 2 lethal air threats here for Shota.
But the Rafine has Ward 1.
Right.
So don't even have the mana there necessarily. Right. Invoke Despair doesn't get it done.
Not quite. Not on its own.
Yeah, this is tough, and I mean, this Rafine is what's going to win Shota this game.
이거 아오를 날리겠죠?
AO the Dawn Sky is a nice one to sacrifice too.
Right.
Your choice of triggered abilities on death here.
Yeah.
Shota's going to take advantage of the first triggered ability rather than the +1/+1 counters.
Try to get some extra permanents into play here.
Let's see if he finds anything. I mean, they
So
usually do.
there's a Raven Man, a Rafine, and a second, and another Raven Man. So not the best. I think he's only going to be able to put a Raven Man into play. And Shota's list is really skewed to a metagame that expects a lot of Rakdos and Grixis mid-range. Okay. Not as much for the mirror. You have multiple copies of Raven Man. There are lists that play 0, right? But in this matchup, every permanent you have in play matters, right? So there's multiple copies of Raven Man and also one main deck copy of the Transmogrant, along with some counters. So a couple of small adjustments, but meaningful ones in this metagame.
버프도 있어. 와.
Well, what's the big finish here for Davis?
Go for the throat?
Oh, he did find go for the throat. That's pretty nice. He had the extra mana available to pay as well. Holy smokes, Jim actually did manage to stabilize this board. I don't know if you
야, 이건 삐나게 큰데?
Okay, that was not bad. Off the Invoke Despair?
Yeah. Incredible.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
이러면 삐난 게 엄청 크죠?
Does Shota have anything nice to do here, or is he just going to activate Raven Man to make a 1/1 flyer and keep up Make Disappear? Oh, there's a Transmogrant in the yard, by the way. But Jim Davis has 3 non-basics in play, so you do not get the discount just yet. You need 4. That is, again, one advantage to playing Rakdos over something like Grixis. But that's a flyer.
He's put Denick. He's jamming with the.
It's like, hey, you want to trade here? I am happy with this trade. And if this trades, Shota will also get a clue.
Hence the pre-combat Denick.
Right.
Oh, and Jim says, you got me, fine. Stupid
yep.
Raven Man.
And are we going to run out a Skrelv here as well?
Slightly less mana efficient.
그래도 두 클락 있는 거야, 두 클락.
Oh, he's got the Make Disappear, of course.
Right, of course.
Shota is very close. Jim's on some lands here. Does have a draw here with the Bank Buster. Not dead just yet.
And Denick's not lethal on its own.
Right, that's 3 in the air. That'll get Jim down to 1. Ooh.
Oh.
Yikes.
Shieldred, removal spell to get him back in.
썸을 먹으면 반대로 역으로 또 상대한테 압박을 줄 수 있고 3점씩 때리고 다음 턴에 어택 오면 또 안 죽는 거라.
So Jim's got a good amount of mana here. 7, it looks like. Fable.
Basic land.
Okay, that gains you a life. That does gain you a life. Jim is now up to
2점을 때려야 돼, 2점.
Plenty of targets. Getting the Transmogrant is big too, right?
Jim's, it's like so close, but he's just staying ahead here.
Right. But regardless, I mean, Jim is still on a 2-turn clock here, right? But Shota's at 6.
Gonna draw a card off of his clue.
Okay, if you can find a Rafine maybe to put a counter on this.
오, Eiganjo?
Eiganjo is a big draw. Eiganjo is a very big draw because remember, Shota's at 6. Jim is close to killing Shota as well.
Yeah, Shota does have to, of course, keep an eye on his own life total, and currently he's only working with the 2-turn clock on Jim. There's also a day-night situation here with the Trespasser.
What else did Shota have in hand? Was it just Eiganjo Castle?
I think he has the Skrelv too, right?
Oh, cut down too. Okay.
Oh boy.
So that's going to be enough because remember, Skrelv can't block.
Right.
Right. So we're looking at a potential attack from 4 from the Bankbuster, 3 from the Trespasser,
스스로
2
토큰을
from the
찍는다?
token, and of course you also
일반인
get a drain
토큰을?
for 1. Right. So if it's just Eiganjo Castle, that wouldn't have been enough. But given that Shota also has the cut down, Jim still needs to find something.
He can kill 2 threats.
And probably want to play the Skrelv here just so the Trespasser doesn't flip, right? Because that gives you 2 targets.
Right. But his 2 removal spells are instant speed. So he can just pass back with his 3 cards in the hand. This is really
big draw
close.
step here.
Jim knows it too. Look at
스펠이
that. Look at what he draws. He's only got 2 lands in hand at this point.
Not flipping was so big too because if that
Chandra hopes Beacon off the top, Paul.
Remember, Shota can make this appear for 4 with that Skrelv in play.
Oh,
right?
you're right.
So does Jim Davis have access to 10 mana?
He has 3, 6, 10.
He has 10.
Oh my God, did he just top deck the win?
I think so.
This has been incredible stuff from Jim Davis. And he's going to kill the Bank Buster.
Go to 2.
But Jim doesn't have to mind.
Yeah. Plays a land in Chandra.
Oh shit!
And Shota says, really? You got it, and that's game number 1 going to Jim Davis. Even he has to shake his head there. That was a
와, 들어오고 찬드라.
game. He needed to chain together some unlikely
한 장 들어가지
cards,
않아?
and he
두
managed
장인가?
to do it. Shota just could not quite get that extra
So
little bit
close.
of pressure. What a game.
Yeah, that
아, 뭐
go for the throat
T9만
off
나와도
so
되긴
clutch
했으니까.
for Jim Davis.
Back to business for our 2 players here post board. You can see that Shota did have to mulligan down to 6 gems on 7, but Shota has the advantage of being on the play. And for a deck like his, that's a big deal. It's good in any matchup, but particularly in these curve-out decks. Applying a lot of pressure. What does he have on 2?
Probably just has several 2-mana options.
Yeah.
Just deciding which one to play out.
Transmogrant, maybe. Yeah, that's what
Sure.
it is. He did have Denik as well. He
Yeah.
could have left up Make Disappear, but
No, yeah.
first 2 turns, you really got to
Right.
get something going.
Exactly. Make Disappear has bigger targets. I think once you get to maybe around 4 mana, where
Yeah.
opponents can play Shieldred, that's when you want to keep it up.
Right, and you know, this is
아, 피가
ultimately
너무 많이
an aggro
온다.
deck of sorts. It is
Right.
trying to apply pressure, and if you use your counter spells to keep status quo, but you don't have pressure, you will lose. If you use your counter spells to protect the threats that you have, you will win more often than not.
Ooh, unblockable.
16 and 2 poison.
Clean.
And just beating down.
And there's that Denik as well, plus tap land pass turn back from Shota.
But Jim's hand is fantastic. 4 lands, double Harvester, go for the throat, and a Shieldred.
That's the core.
Yeah. So has the option of killing whatever he wants here. Go for the throat only has 1 target right now. You kind of it's weird because you kind of want to play the Trespasser just because it costs 3 and you have multiple 2s and you can double spell next turn. It does do a good job of blocking Denik, right?
Yeah.
So it's something to consider. You could use the Harvester to kill the Transmogrant, but with Denik in play, the Trespasser won't actually be able to exile anything. All right.
Jim's gonna use a Harvester to take out Skrelv and then just replace.
But Shota needs to find, doesn't have black mana either here, and no play.
Kind of awkward.
And that Iganjo Castle also very awkward.
Really awkward. So he's going to do what he came here to do.
Yeah, Jim's
Send
looking
in a team.
really good here. Shota does not have an answer for that Shieldred that Jim has in hand.
Jim's going to accept trade conditions.
I wonder if Shota's just going to fire off this Iganjo just to maintain a reasonable board.
Very awkward here for Shota.
Yeah.
Even if he does decide to do this, he's doing this post block, so he won't be getting the damage through. Denik
Right.
does slip through, but when you see something like Shota make a play like that, it's usually, I wouldn't call it like pure desperation, but you can tell that he recognizes that this is not going to go well if he can't keep a clock.
I wonder if
going.
you just slam Shieldred here at this point, just because Shota doesn't have black mana in play.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. And he can't counter, like no make disappear
right, no
available.
make disappear, so it's like Otawara or bust. But if he had an Otawara, he probably would have played it, right? Because he missed the land drop. So I think Jim's sniffing it all out. It's like, you got nothing here probably.
Yeah, that was nice by Jim. This didn't work out for him last round, but I think it will this time. There's Skrelv go.
Oh.
And that's probably the death knell for Shota. Like, it is really hard to come back from
Shieldred
this.
just goes unanswered. I mean, just staying on the board, doing nothing, it'll take over the game.
Exactly. Jim now is incentivized to maintain status quo, but he's going to do more than that. He's got 5 cards in his hand, 2 lands, 3 spells. And he's got some nice stuff too.
Yeah, hand is absolutely loaded here. Many options. Go for the throat, the Denic, and then play the Trespasser to exile it because the Squirrel does have summoning sickness.
First things first, though. Let's get that clock at full speed here. Attacks for 4 down to 16 goes Shota.
Looking to rumble. Is Jim just going to play a Trespasser with nothing? I think he's just going to kill Denic here. Yeah. Denic into Trespasser makes a lot of sense here.
This is also the most proactive play that Jim can make at this juncture, and he's trying to jump on this game while Shota is behind and doesn't have access to all of his mana. That was a big head shake there.
Double
and you
black.
can see why. It's a double black
black
spell with Shieldred the Apocalypse, literally the worst draw for him.
흔들어 나오면 끝.
Drop, double black spell on single, and he just has to say
You just
go.
can't race a Shieldred.
No, doesn't work like that. He also can't block it, so.
Right. Now Jim does have a Chandra here, which could just close out the game very quickly, but he does have to be mindful of potential counter spells.
Sure.
That Shota might have, so might choose to just run out a Harvester here instead. By the way, even channeling the Sokenzan on blocks is pretty devastating here, right? Make 2/1/1s block both.
Oh yeah.
Right, there's a legendary creature in play.
Sure.
I don't think Jim's gonna play this land that he has in hand.
Funny. He passed.
Yeah.
When he activated the thing on the thing, it gives poison.
Jim. He's like, look, we're good. And then he's like, but right when you said that is when he's trying his card, and Jim said, you lose some life. How about that? So there's Denic out of the graveyard. Transmogran's going to ship, offer a trade.
And now the coast is clear for Chandra, right?
Yes. And there's that Sokenzan that you mentioned. One of them's going to jump in front. That will trigger a clue at least.
Right. Now, Jim doesn't have land number 6.
16 to 8.
3 bloods. And as you mentioned, he can also just kind of sit here.
Yeah.
Like that
Shieldred's
Shieldred's been in here for 3 turns.
That's all you
like,
really need.
You can't do anything.
Oh, Black Cleave Cliffs, not the best land.
Close.
I wonder if we're potentially going to use the Harvester here to just get Skrelv off the battlefield. Maybe cycle through some blood here to find an instant speed removal spell.
That would be game.
Right?
Find a way to get Denic off the board, and it's GG.
Gaining 2 every time. Breach the Multiverse is the card.
Doesn't win you right now, but like you're looking pretty good.
왜 찬드라를 못 걸었지?
Force to chump Denic on the Shieldred.
핸드에 카드가 있어서
Probably
카운터
just
때문에
go
못한
to
건가?
Harvester, go to 3 and then go to 1.
Yeah.
And you can't even play Go for the Throat. You have a Caves of Koilos in play. Right?
That's brutal.
So I think this is just
going
going
to
to
be
do
it. And that's Jim Davis securing yet another victory here. What a run for Jim. You know, one of the most surprising things to me that we heard from Jim in his interview with Cedric, as he said, that was against, I think it was against Luis, that was my first Pro Tour live feature match.
Really?
Yeah. I couldn't believe it either.
Right. I mean,
but he really, like, he played SCG, crushed those. He's been on camera a million times there. But when he really got great at this level was during the Arena era.
Now, exactly. Last year he made an incredible run, got some featured matches there. But that was of course in our Arena Set Championships, right?
That's right.
And now he's getting featured here. And remember, the last time he made a deep run, he did not lose a match to secure a spot into the top 8. On pace again.
And his feature match has been Luis and Shota, and he's like, yep. Out of the way, boys.
Not a problem.
Jim's in town. All right, let's send it over to the news desk for Maria to set up our next match.
Hey everybody, coming up next we have Pedro Schiavetto versus Ricardo Biava.
Pedro is on Esper Legends, the third most popular deck in the room, gaining some new tools in the form of Rona to go along with a terrifying curve Skrelv Defector Might into Thalia Guardian of Thraben, followed by a powerful 3-drop, is very difficult to overcome. On the other side, Ricardo is on Jeskai Control, one of the more rogue decks of this field. This is a true control deck. You do see counter spells and board wipes going alongside removal spells and a few win conditions in the Wandering Emperor and Sanctuary Warden. This is a deck that doesn't want to play against mono red aggro. Everything else is fair game.
Esper Legends versus Jeskai Control coming up after the break.
Bowser is coming. Together, we will stop. Who's he?
This place is amazing.
The princess has been training the mustachioed human.
I'm not threatened.
Mario!
You asked for it.
수인남. 수인남이야, 수인남.
And welcome back to coverage here of Pro Tour March of the Machine. I'm Marshall Sutcliffe with Paul Cheon. We're in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's beautiful here. MagicCon happening. Got a free play area here out in front of us where people can come and play whatever. They can draft, they can play Commander, whatever suits your fancy. A big game nights thing going on a little earlier over on the other side. A lot going on here in Minneapolis, but for now we're focused in on the feature match area where we're going to be joining our next match in game number 2. You see Pedro Schiavetto on the left there versus Ricardo Biava, and kind of a cool matchup here, Paul. We are not seeing any Rakdos this round. It's Legends versus Jeskai Control.
Yeah, very different here. Even Jeskai Control, though, recognizing the power of Fable of the Mirror Breaker, it's kind of odd to see, for example, hey, I'm going to play a card that makes 3 mana 2/2, and then I'm also going to play Sweepers. But guess what? This card is just that good. Still going to put it into my deck.
Pedro's up a game as we join. Pedro's the one on Esper Legends, by the way.
6승자랑 5승 1무자. jeskai 컨트롤, 에스퍼 레전드.
Versus a control matchup any day.
Classic.
There's Skrelv. Scroll from Pedro.
의외로 전승자 쪽에서는 에스퍼가 많았었네. 하지만 지금 하나 떨어졌고 그거 봐야죠.
Imagine, generally speaking, the matchup kind of tends to swing more to the, I want to say the Esper Legends deck. Your main deck removal spells likely get replaced by counter magic, right? Because traditionally, Jeskai control decks are going to be looking to stabilize on the backs of sweepers, right? Cards like Farewell, Sunfall, stuff like that.
We're going to see the ideal 1-2 punch here. Pedro's got Skrelv into Rona. That's what, you know, it cast any spell on 1 and 2 in this deck and you're usually happy. The perfect cherry on top would be, do it for me, Pedro. Rafine me. No, it is not Rafine.
Also good here, though.
Yeah, Lorna the third path.
Yeah, kill a Bankbuster, untap your Rona.
That's really nice.
You still get to untap your Rona. So loot or bash?
I am team loot. But I also don't know what Pedro has in hand, so I kind of just live in the loot world.
Was that no attacks from either?
Right.
Okay,
even Skrelv's going to stay back
All right,
on
so
defense.
Pedro looking to try to play a little more of a late game strategy here. Sculpt the perfect hand. Pick your spots.
Boy, that Rona's doing some serious work.
Yeah, absolutely.
And even more.
The Esper Legends deck was already a great deck, kind of coming into March of the Machine, and then just got an extra toy here in the Rona.
Can't quite see what was discarded there. Ricardo just sitting back comfortably with Reckoner Bankbuster for lands.
Interesting. So plays a land here first.
Is it Rafine time?
Taking one, so probably Rafine.
Yes.
Okay.
That is Rafine.
Resolves here. So
ooh,
now,
Ricardo says you got it.
Yeah,
wow,
now I imagine we're going to see an attack here from the Rona. Still going to see that Skrelv stay back to protect the Rafine. Now you can do both, Marshall. You can bash and loot.
I'm interested. The best of both worlds, huh?
I won't let Kamigawa fail my family again. Now this is a juicy secret.
Trying to think about sweepers, Paul. Let's say it's a control deck. What do we got? Sunfall, 2 Sunfall in the main?
We got 2 Sunfall and 2 Farewell in the main. 4 copies of Lithomantic Barrage.
Jeez. This is a post-board game, I'll remind you as well. We're in game number 2 with Pedro up again.
Now remember though, Ricardo does need to first kill the Skrelv and just go in for the Sunfall. And I don't know if there's a Spell Pierce in Pedro's list. It would be fantastic here, but I don't think he has one.
Now Pedro has 2 negate in the board.
Ooh, and that is brutal.
But no Spell Pierce, and there's the sweeper that we were thinking about, Paul. My goodness.
And an Incubate, I imagine.
Yeah, well, for what, 4?
3, I believe.
3? Goodness sakes. All right,
Okay.
well, AO the Dawn Sky is a nice rebuild option here for Pedro.
Right, and is there a way for Ricardo to find a way to exile this AO to prevent it from getting some value?
Pedro had a few turns with Rona, so you would think that there would be nice options at this point, and it seems that there are.
Yeah. Flame Blessed Bolt is an exile effect, but of course not quite enough damage to get the AO. You could also just cast Farewell.
Oh,
good idea.
Well, there you
okay.
go.
I like your idea.
Don't think we're going to be naming artifacts, but I imagine we're going to exile the AO. I wonder if the graveyard.
장 들어가는 것 같던데.
Nope.
So just creatures, but you said, is there a way to exile the AO to prevent the rebuild effect of killing it, and there was. And as we imagined here, the hand is pretty stacked for Pedro, so the haymakers keep coming out. There's Shieldred now.
No upkeep effect, so going to take some damage here. But if Ricardo has some kind of a removal spell, it's going to want to cast it now before Pedro untaps and has access to Plaza and counter spells.
Right. Oh, doesn't have it this time. So sweeper, nothing.
Right.
Triggers start going now for Shieldred the Apocalypse.
Now, Wandering Emperor would not get it done with that Plaza in play. So, has got to feel relatively safe here.
Is that Wandering Emperor?
That does look to be the Wandering Emperor.
Ricardo deciding what to do with it.
Could make a token, potentially?
Double block?
Okay. Activate. So now you can
give it first strike? What is going on?
No, that's not going to do it, but you can trigger the bank, you can activate the Bank Buster and give that first strike.
Right. It would eat.
Yeah. Good sequencing here
Shieldred.
from Ricardo. And now that kind of, really, really great sequencing here from Ricardo, because now Pedro's thinking, well, I can give it hexproof now, I'll eat your Bank Buster, but then Ricardo gets to untap and activate the Wandering Emperor to still get that Shieldred
really
off
nice
the battlefield.
Ricardo here. Covered the bases.
Oh. Killing the Bank Buster, but this Wandering Emperor will still be active on Ricardo's turn.
Yeah, this is just going to be a very large trading of resources, it looks like. But when you're in Ricardo's seat, that's the name of the game.
Yeah.
You're fine with a bunch of 1-for-1s effectively.
Shieldred trigger, maybe? No?
Did it get missed?
Might be.
Okay.
Can attack for 3 now as well.
I mean,
and
sure.
Now Ricardo's stabilized here.
Yeah. Everything's now cleared out of the way. I don't know how many cards are in Pedro's hand, but like, there's a lot of really good draws.
Right.
The threats out of Esper Legends are, in many cases, the best ones possible for their mana slot in the format.
Shieldred, number 2.
Yeah, there it is. And a Skrelv to back it up.
Skrelv, sure.
Jeez, Pedro does not go away easily. Like,
no.
That was sweeper, big exchange, and still look at the board state.
Right. Now, remember, this barrage will not be able to kill Shieldred. Only deals the 5 damage to blue or white creatures.
Right.
Can still use it to kill Skrelv. Probably want to kill Skrelv because... Oh, are they gonna rewind? That's a late one.
That's
I'm gonna say.
That's a late one, Pedro.
But it looks like Ricardo's saying that's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Just you don't want to miss a key one.
Absolutely.
You know, that they all matter. These games can be really, really close.
I think you still need to fire off this barrage here. You don't want the Shieldred to just eat the Wandering Emperor, right? Make it unblockable.
Right. And just a pain going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Now this is a 4/4, but I don't know if it's going to be attacking here.
No, it's getting past the turn.
So now I think Ricardo's just if Pedro attacks, could be potentially looking to chump block and then use the minus on the Wandering Emperor. Now if Pedro doesn't do anything, he still has access to the Plaza to give it hexproof. So some back and forth here.
Okay, there's the attack though from Shieldred.
Yeah, and
Is Ricardo just going to have to throw away this Phyrexian token?
I imagine you have to.
Yep, he's just going to jump in front.
Now, does he have some kind of instant speed removal spell here that would help? Nope.
There's a trigger.
There's the trigger. So now we're going to see the plaza.
Again, resources being traded. And we don't see any upkeep play here from
Does that cost
Ricardo.
4 mana to use? I thought it was 3, no?
What's that?
Plaza of Heroes? Is it not 3 tap?
It's 3 tap.
Yeah.
Oh, Pedro tapped all of his lands?
Yeah.
21, no? 19 plus 2, right? It was on
Looks like a life total discrepancy, but they seem to have sorted it out. So where does the dust settle after all of these transactions? That's the question.
Right. I mean, if Ricardo doesn't have anything, you can attack the Shieldred into the Wandering Emperor, and then it's Shieldred versus nothing, maybe?
Yeah, you got to like that if you're Pedro. And we see 3 mana. Oh, it's Adeleine.
Okay.
But that's going to get disappeared.
Right.
And again, like, look at all of the, the plaza being gone means that the make disappear can happen.
Okay.
But now this happens.
That's
so
out.
Is there an answer for the Shieldred in the next turn or two?
Yeah, I feel like if Ricardo had a sweeper, he would have cast it there and then took up the Wandering Emperor.
Agreed.
So Ricardo does need to find. Ooh, he found something.
What did he
Sanctuary
find?
Warden.
Oh, Sanctuary Warden. You're still around. Good for you.
Yeah. Draw a card, make a 1/1.
This is a ETB or attack trigger, but there are 2 counters that it starts with. So let's start off with one right now and see where it takes us.
Absolutely. But this just the ability on Shieldred itself has just done so much work.
It really has.
여러분 흥정덱이 다 있구나.
Another land control deck with a lot of mana.
Okay, it looks like they could not find a citizen creature token.
Oh yeah, green and white citizen, right? Can't find it.
So now Pedro can't attack unless he finds an answer to the Sanctuary Warden, which is kind of difficult to remove with the shield counter on it.
Very difficult to attack into. Difficult to attack. Now the good news for Pedro is that not attacking doesn't mean that there's not forward motion. But
yeah.
This is a little slower. 9 life, like control deck can find a card draw spell into a removal spell and it can all kind of fall apart.
Yes, drain you. Now Ricardo's down to 7. Attack you, remove, go down to 5.
Yeah, Ricardo just needs to keep digging until he can find an answer for this pesky Shieldred.
And could try to race here.
Racing him, Shieldred. Hey, they found a citizen.
Yeah.
Can we ask it?
Yeah, it looks like there's a question on the timing of this trigger here. So what's happening here is Sanctuary Warden's attacking, and a counter is going to get removed, which then allows you to draw a card and make a 1/1. I believe Pedro is wondering whether or not he can respond to Sanctuary Warden. Is there a window for him to kill Sanctuary Warden before Ricardo draws a card? The answer is no. It all happens at the exact same time.
If you decide to do it, you're removing the counter, you're getting
card gets drawn, then the trigger, the card draw trigger goes on the stack with the Shieldred in play, but Ricardo will have found that card.
Gotcha.
Remove the counter from the creature, you draw a card, and create. So what is the question again?
If I remove the counter,
하고 있났어요?
can respond?
Yes.
Between create and draw.
Yes. So removing there's a trigger that asks you if you would like to remove the counter.
Okay.
You choose to remove the counter. When
Yeah.
you do, you create a trigger for draw card and create token.
Okay. So I choose to remove the counter.
Now
he can respond.
Correct.
Okay. Yep. You can respond.
Oh, he can respond.
I was wrong. I was wrong. I did not get the wording right on that.
Would
Let
also
me
not
read
have
that
guessed
again.
that. And this is of course important because the counter that he removes is a shield counter.
Okay, okay.
Now he's going to get his card, he's going to get his counter, his token, excuse me, but
Is
the
that really
shields
what
were down
happens?
as
You
it
may
were.
remove a counter if you do.
If you do, it's a delayed trigger.
I see. Okay.
So he found a window to get rid of the big flying angel. Has Ricardo seriously not found anything? Like, he drew 2 extra cards in the last 2 turns.
Is this Thalia just... Well, now the Thalia can... excuse me. The Shieldra can just attack.
Yeah, and Ricardo's forced to start chump block.
Is Pedro not even attacking here, playing around Emperor?
Well, there's a barrage.
Right? Pedro didn't even attack.
That was end step, you're right, he's not attacking.
Right, he's just going for the drain you out strategy, and Shieldra just might get it done, just in play.
Just sitting there as an enchantment.
Every turn, take 2. I mean,
Pedro just doesn't want to
Ricardo
tap Shieldra.
can't rummage.
Right. This is the last draw step, too, for Ricardo.
Wow.
And that is going to do it. Pedro figures out how to win that game. It didn't seem like he was going to be able to continue to play relevant board states after getting swept twice and facing a bunch of removal early. But that one last Shieldren with the distance.
Yeah, I mean, it was just on the board for 4 or 5 turns, and they were just unable to find enough ways to kind of get ahead on cards, right? I mean, it was just, hey, I'm going to have some removal spells, I'm going to kill this thing, I'm going to kill this thing, but I mean, Pedro just kind of hung in there, and guess what? A Shieldra didn't play can just win games by itself. We've seen it many, many times already.
Yeah, it's funny because we always think like, well, that's why you play it, right? Like they have to kill it or you win the game. It just feels like it's like, wait, he actually just did it and it stayed. And
it's interesting because sometimes in these control matchups, that's where maybe Shieldra might not be at its best, right? Because it's a 4-mana card that you tap out for to play, but I mean, it still got the job done here, so.
It surely did. So Pedro picks up the win there. That leaves us with one more match of this round. We've got Nico Boni versus Javier Dominguez.
도메인 컨트롤 락도스.
Mid-range in the hands of Javier, but domain control from Nico. We got a chance to see him at the tail end of last round as well for people that were watching. Really cool deck leaning on Triumphs to help set up a huge domain advantage for certain cards.
난 정체를 알 수 없는 데한테 지고 있어요.
What these two Europeans have brought to the table for us. We've got game number 3 between them.
I don't like to draw like I don't like to, you know, absolute. Yeah, exactly.
Both players here, veterans of the Pro Tour.
Yeah, they started within a year of each other, which was 2000 and 2001. So well over 20 years of experience between these two.
Yeah. Javier Dominguez, extremely accomplished player. 2018 world champion. But Nico Boni, also world champion, team world champion.
Team world champion. He can hang with anybody, yeah. There's a duress. That's going to follow up the Blood Tithe Harvester, and Nico has to make a decision here.
I think I see a make disappear and a negate. Does he want to just fire that off just to hide what he can do?
Usually you do, right?
나 무슨 대한테 지고 있냐면
No. Okay.
He discarded light up the night to the blood token.
That tells me
에스퍼 에스퍼 라핀인데
yeah, because he played that
아트라스
so
남았어.
fast.
Yeah, also, he may
씨발.
have played the second land pre-duress just to play around, make disappear.
Right.
라핀에 아트라스 썼어. 존나 짜증나요.
Instead, it looks like he's
게임.
plus Sulfur Springs after that.
All right, this is getting disappeared. Okay, so both players curving nicely.
You can see some of the power of Blood Tithe Harvester providing a little bit of value to Javier Dominguez, but also that thing is cracking. Look at that, 14 life for Nico. It's probably going to get in again here down to 11.
And this Rakdos mid-range deck has a lot of reach. If you can get your opponent kind of down to that 6 to 8 range, all their spells kind of at the top end of the curve can just get it done. Ooh.
That's herd migration now for Nico.
That life gain not irrelevant here.
That's right. But Fable the Mirror Breaker is on the battlefield now for Dominguez.
Question is, does Nico keep some sweepers in for this matchup?
안 해, 씨발.
You better hope so. He's going to fall behind pretty quickly if not.
개짜증나요. 환경
If he's got a
개짜증나.
bunch of counter spells in his hand right now, like,
right,
he's going to get ran over.
You can still kind of, oh.
아 아트라스 진짜 존나 짜증난다. 팬 안 하냐 씨발 진짜 이런 카드 왜 내는 거야 도대체. 나 정신 나갈 것 같아요.
That is awesome.
So it cannot be targeted.
in this matchup at all.
At all, unless you have an edict type effect.
안해 씨발 꺼버렸어요.
Yeah.
Invoke Despair does get it done though, right?
It does.
아 존나 짱나 안 해.
If Javier
꺼버림.
can just find that and just cast it,
that would be a disaster for
right.
Nico.
So you can be. It's only this guy, right? Like you can invoke this guy. Like if he can invoke you, right? You can invoke.
As you can see, even Javier not super familiar. It's been a while since.
Yeah, Thronebreaker of Silence does not see a lot of play.
It's definitely a cool one here, though.
Down to 11, but
Okay.
Javier Dominguez is fine just sending it in.
그거 한 거 아니에요? 막 몇 장 민다 그거 한 거 아니야?
So brutal for Nico. That makes me question why the card is in.
Yeah, in
you know
this
what
particular
I mean?
matchup.
Yeah, because it should, if you're going to play that type of card, it should just be untouchable. Wow, and a duress. Jeez, Javier.
So that's
Chill
the track
out,
set,
man.
but he's at 7 here.
He's way off from being able to cast it.
Yeah, needs to find a relevant threat here. Oh,
he found the Wandering Emperor, didn't he?
That is a nice one. That's going to kill the Blood Tithe Harvester, put Nico up to 9, and then we might see an Atraxa.
Does he just do it?
아 아트라사 팬 좀. 진짜 아트라사 팬 안 할래나?
I mean, the Harvester's obviously coming.
He duressed him, right?
Yeah, he
So
doesn't know about
can't
it.
duress the top of the deck.
Yeah.
There it is.
He's going to make a
Oh,
Samurai
okay.
trade just to keep his loyalty a
Sure.
little higher, or keep her loyalty a little higher in this case.
So it's a Costa and a Traxa. Yeah. It's a decent draw.
This is a decent draw.
Decent draw, yeah. Nico agrees.
Javier, don't do our job for us.
아 제발 팬 좀.
Wow, that wasn't too bad either.
Those are
Javier
decent draws,
Dominguez.
too.
Goodness. How does Nico resist not saying that's a decent draw too, Chief? But that's land number 7.
Did we not get a Shieldred trigger there?
I didn't see one.
Oh, man.
They're going very quickly, though. And there's a Atraxa on the battlefield.
Oh, that's a rough one, though.
That Shieldred trigger?
I mean, Nico's at 5.
Yeah. I didn't see it. They may have done it preemptively.
It's possible.
They're going so quickly, but...
Now that Atraxa does have lifelink, and Javier can make a Harvester, that puts a second blood token into play. That's not quite enough.
Not quite enough.
Right?
No.
That's -6, -6. No, excuse me. That is enough. You just sack both the Harvesters.
아트라사 더
-4,
비싸지겠는데?
and -4, -4. Yeah, but he is at 5.
22 to 5.
So you copy the Harvester. You certainly have to get Atraxa off the battlefield. Then you can attack for 4,
얼마까지 가려나?
excuse me, which will eat a knight.
팬에서도 좋아,
Chat says, by
커맨더에서도
the way,
좋아.
that they did say trigger. So
Oh, got it.
I think they're just playing really
Yeah,
fast.
yeah.
이기 힘든 맞는 카드. 뭐야? 35분밖에 안 하는데? 자,
I have to think a little bit about this.
Javier said I need to have a little
생각보다
think here.
저렴.
Right. Yeah, I think a lot of it will. Of course, we don't exactly know what he's working with in hand, but given just us processing what's on the board,
Right. And we've seen even fast players like Javier Dominguez here pause and really say, okay.
Yeah, I mean, this is the crucial turn, right? You're so close, and Nico is very close to stabilizing here off the cards provided by the Atraxa.
너 커맨더에서 안 좋아요?
Body, right? 7,
왜 안 좋아요?
9, Vigilance, Death Touch, Lifelink.
커맨더를 안 해서 잘 몰라요, 저는.
Looks like another Shieldred. Now, sacking the blood.
Okay, that's a
That's
a fork in the road moment there.
Right. So now we cannot kill the Atraxa. But is there a forced block? Okay. So now we have that. You can kill the knight and force a block, right? By attacking with the Shieldred, right?
Yes.
So that causes a trade.
But he's still digging.
Huh.
Oh, there's Ko for the throat from Dominguez.
You can do that.
That's enough to pick up the win.
아트라사 컷!
Oh, wow.
All right.
That's one way to do
That gets it done. Sure.
컷!
Sure, why not?
All that hard thinking, Javier, and you just had to crack another blood token and
just keep cycling and you get there.
Wow, what a win.
Yeah, that's
was
a nice one.
Extremely close, and he needed every card that he had access to pick up that victory for Javier, but he did find it and won.
Yeah, and that's sometimes how this matchup's going to play, where you do have to still respect that
뭐 키키즈키 못 써서 그런가?
Blood-Tithe Harvester into favor.
얘를 커맨더로 하면 레드가 없어서 키키즈키를 못 쓰니까 안 좋은 거임 이런 거예요? 커맨더?
Might not be enough.
That's right. Wow. Lot of action here from the feature. We've still got another round to bring. We're going to take
키키를 못 쓰니 좋지 않습니다. 이런 느낌.
We'll be back at the news desk with Maria and friends. Don't go anywhere.
잘 나가고 있어요. 잘 나가고 있어. 이제 레전드리를 잡았는데 또 레전드리 만나니까 어떻게 되는지 궁금하긴 하네. 모노볼로 점점 내려간다.
A look at Minneapolis at night as we welcome you back to Pro Tour March of the Machine here as we close out day number 1 of competition. And what an exciting day it has been. And indeed, tomorrow is shaping up to look great. Let's take a look at our headlines here. Post round 7. Who tops the leaderboard? That is the big question going into the final round of play here on day number 1. We're about to find out. We've got Davis and Schiavetto competing for the perfect day, setting themselves up so well to potentially make that top 8. Standard is also shaping up here. As the pros play out, we'll find out the win rates of all the decks in Standard coming up tomorrow. Plus, Shieldred, the Apocalypse.
Maria, in a world of lithomantic barrages and cutdowns, a big 4/5 death touch with a lot of powerful abilities reigns supreme.
Absolutely, sometimes that's just what you need. There's a look at your headlines. And as we get ready for the last round of day number 1, Cedric Phillips
지금 스탠다드 블록 이대로 딱 파가지고 매직에서 딱 지웠으면 좋지 않겠어요?
Pedro 7-0 with Esper Legends in Standard. Why are you playing that deck this weekend?
I don't know. In my mind, that's the best deck in Standard. Like, there is a decent matchup against everything, and it's out fast. Just I want to finish my match in time, and that's it.
Well, you're definitely doing that. No draws
자,
for you.
그거 있죠.
So let me ask you. You are
빵칼로 딱 지금 스탠다드 블록만 딱 잘라가지고 없애고 싶다.
Nervous at all?
To be honest, I'm just tired. It was a long travel, so I'm just happy to be here. That's my first Pro Tour that I'm undefeated, so it's an experience. It's a new experience.
Well, it's a great experience. You're doing awesome. Good luck next round.
아니, 환경 이렇게 할 거면 진짜
I am here with Alex
메인에
who just defeated Joe
카운터 스펠 써야 돼. 카운터 스펠
6-1
재판하자.
with
씨발 안
Rakdos
되겠다.
mid-range and standard. Alex?
유효 카운터 필요하다 이거. 카운터
looking at
스펠
the
재판
reps of
좀.
it. It was my deck for the RC. I think a lot of the mechanics are kind of transferable from Pioneer, which is the deck I play there. Just being able to like kind of go on autopilot a little bit for some of the like flipping Fable and everything is really nice.
Well, it certainly makes life a little bit easier if you're experienced. Now, this is kind of all new to you a little bit. You are 6-1. Any nerves with one more round left to go?
Yeah, a little bit. Of course, I'd love to win it. But I'm just happy I made day 2. That was my goal coming into this. If I could make the next PT, that would be great. But yeah, that's about where I'm at.
Well, day 2 is locked up. One more win would be a lot of fun. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much, Cedric. All right, everybody, it's time to check out our leaderboard with one round left to play here in the building on day number 1. 2 players remain undefeated. But of course, there can be only one. We'll find out after this round if it will be Pedro
강아지 밥 좀
or if
줄게요.
it will be Jim. Monty.
Maria, we've been talking about a lot of other names, Javier Dominguez, Shota Yasuoka, but one player that's maybe somewhat gotten under the radar up until now, he's popping back onto the first page. Nathan Stoyer, 12th place, world champion, top 8 at the last Pro Tour, 6-1 here again.
This guy,
does he lose?
I don't know. I mean,
you know, other than the one time, does he lose?
I mean, that is just utterly incredible.
And one other name
Yeah.
that did top 4, the same world championship. Carl Sarap, also 6-1.
Absolutely.
So we're saying familiar names rising back up to the top, Maria.
All right, there's a look at your leaderboard. One round left to play. Well, it's deck tech time here with Derek Davis. Talked to Corey Baumeister the other day with a very cool domain control list. Let's check it out.
All right, everybody, welcome to a Deck Tech here with Derek Davis, Pro Tour Phyrexia top 4 competitor. You're playing a really, really spicy one this weekend. I know you're an enjoyer of playing, well, all the colors here. And this Pro Tour is no different. You're playing Domain Control. So tell me a little bit about why you chose to play this deck.
So coming off the PT, I met up with Chris Ferber, and
Domain
I know he was going to
컨트롤을 위해서잖아요.
Yes. Yep. And we kind of chatted about getting ready for this PT. He mentioned that he was going to be going to the RC, so we kind of worked together for the RC, even though I didn't go. I knew from those testing situations, I ended up kind of trying out this domain list during that, and a lot of them ended
네,
up
열받는 나의
the
무지성.
RC did pretty well.
되긴 한 번 더 봐야겠다.
And I just knew I wanted to be on some sort of 5-color deck.
Absolutely. It's definitely on brand for you compared to the last Pro Tour. So let's talk about kind of the first most important card, not only in this deck, but in the format. It's Fable the Mirror Breaker. You know, is this just a card no matter what you were going to play in some deck?
Pretty much. If I wasn't playing Esper, I was going to be playing Fable the Mirror Breaker.
Gotcha, gotcha. So is this deck, or is this card just
아트라사를 효과적으로 주기 위해서 파이트를 쓴다?
kind of thing?
Yeah, it does.
Maybe better.
Yeah, it does so much more in that, like in Rakdos, you know, you get the Goblin Shaman, it can accelerate out and invoke Despair. Maybe it helps you hit your 4th flag because that's kind of hard to hit without treasures, but you know, it may and may not, all that stuff. In this deck, it helps smoothen out your mana a lot. It helps, you know, loot away the bad lands to find good lands, things like that.
Yeah.
And then the reflection is obviously as good as
우주적 굶주림을 사용한다.
Moving out a mana base when it is all the colors is pretty
있는데
important. You do have
이딴
another
거임.
card to help you out, smooth out the mana base. Contagious Vorak is another card that we've seen in previous domain lists. Was this just another auto include to help the mana base?
Basically.
이게
it helps
소설이가 아니었으면 고민해봤을 거야.
drops, fix your mana.
근데 소설이야.
It
존나
also
열받아.
really lines up well
어?
against Fable itself. It blocks the Goblin Shaman naturally.
이건 근데
so it's
비행을
one that you would
못
normally
찍잖아.
kind of ignore
열받네.
from the opposing seat. They kind of have to kill it right away.
Yeah, no, makes sense. So then kind of the big haymaker that we've seen in traditional domain lists, we got some spice that is not in your traditional domain list coming up a little bit later, but it is Atraxa. You know, Atraxa is just this powerful card. Was this just an auto include in the deck as well, or just a card you knew you wanted to be playing?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, 7 mana, 7/7 with all the keywords and put 6
이거
cards
출동해야
in
되나?
hands. where I want to be in the
Yeah,
format.
you even have an extra type.
아트라사, 이 새끼야.
Now, right? Okay, so another card that we've seen a lot that
가버려 이러면서 이걸로
Herd
쥐어야 되나?
Migration, another card that you're just playing 4 of. Is this the #1 payoff in the deck, or do you like Atraxa, you know, as a better one, or?
I don't think I would say there is necessarily like a #1 payoff, but it's just so key to the deck just because of like, it's your 5-color land that also gains you life, that also ends the game. So it's just doing everything you want it to do.
강아지 지금
Very
계속 옆에서
versatile, that's
까불어요.
for sure. Okay, and
야,
I can't
야.
waste any more time. I think you're all thinking it as well. We need to
야,
talk about
까불어,
Invasion of
shit.
Alara because, well, battles aren't necessarily something we would even think that we'd be seeing in Standard, let alone probably the most difficult one to cast. So
It's your value engine. Basically, when it enters, it cascades twice. You choose one to go in your hand, one to cast.
Yep.
And so you get to more reliably find your sweepers and your fables. Casting fable more often is generally a good place to be.
Yeah.
Especially going from 5 to 7, you put the Goblin Shaman in play, and then the next turn you can cast a 7-drop.
Okay.
But it just gets you so much value and helps close out.
자기랑
the game.
So then trying to flip an invasion like this, your deck doesn't really attack it very well. So we have another creature that is going to help you flip a little bit. Let's talk about Cemetery Desecrator. Not a card we've seen in Standard very much. Walk us through this one.
Well, the main thought process with that card is you're cycling herd migrations. You might discard an Atraxa to Fable or something along those lines. This card takes your 7-drops and processes them to flip your Alara right away by removing 7 counters conveniently.
Yeah.
It's also just a really good removal spell for creatures and planeswalkers alike.
Yeah.
And so it just does a lot. It also makes Reflection just that much better in this deck.
And a 4/4 is still pretty difficult to
4/4
kill.
menace.
And then do you find yourself when you flip Invasion just kind of always winning the game? Because it has a lot of words on it, I'll tell you that.
It generally ends the game, especially if you're playing Desecrator, copying it, removing another thing from their board, making a 7/7 with Menace. Like, it does it all.
진짜 우주적 굶주림이
It does
답일까?
it all, and Derek Davis is hoping to do it all at this Pro Tour as well. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
이걸로
All right,
얘네들로
everybody, there is
우주적
one
굶주림
round
하는
left
수밖에
to
없나?
play here on day 1 of competition here at Pro Tour March of the Machine. Let's set up our final round and find out who will be watching do battle in the feature match area. You might be able to guess because it is our 2 undefeated players, Pedro Schiavetto versus Jim Davis, Esper Legends versus Rakdos Breach. Pedro Schiavetto, running that Esper Legends deck from Brazil, said he tested with his friends for this event, and hopefully they prepared him for this undefeated record here on day #1, started playing in 2010. Versus Jim Davis on Rakdos Breach, the popular content creator tested with Team Channel Fireball, has a top 8 from the Neon Dynasty Championship, started playing in 2001. All right, we've got one of these players going undefeated. Monty, tell me about their decks.
All right, starting with Pedro on Esper Legends, we did just see this deck in the hands of Shoto Yasuoka, but a little different for Pedro's build as we take a look. One of the notable things, not the full 4 copies of Rona, only 2 for Pedro. New inclusion here in the main deck for Pedro, Adeline, 3 copies, so definitely a bit more of an aggressive slant to this build of the deck. There is also a copy of Urtai to go alongside one main deck copy of
코코도 나가고 싶어서 자꾸 나가고
Urtai,
싶다고.
excuse me, as a way of really interacting and against a deck like Jim's that is trying to go over the top of you with big spells, having 2 copies of Urtai in your deck able to dodge duress, this is going to be a big deal. On the other side, we do have Jim Davis. He is on this Rakdos Breach deck that some of the members of his team has brought. So far, it's been doing excellent for him, having the ability to go over top of the other mid-range decks with Breach the Multiverse, Chandra, and Atali, while still having access to this Invoke Despair, has been extremely powerful, but it feels like Jim hasn't
코코한테 비가 와서 못 나간다는 걸 알려주고 왔어요.
hate that Pedro's build of Esper Legends has brought.
All right, there's a look at our 2 decks. And it's time now for everybody's favorite segment here from the news desk. Monty is the machine. We've combined the forces of our desk expert with an all-powerful computer with all the data from all of the matches to make this horrific thing that you're about to see on your screen. Monty/machine, who do you pick?
Maria, the answer is obvious. The king of day 1 is Jim Davis.
There we go. Jim Davis is the pick from the Monty machine. We'll find out if Monty
얼마나
machine will be
찬드라요?
right here One player is leaving undefeated from the building.
요즘까지 밸류가 무조건 중요한
for
환경에서는
you.
보일 수
Take it away, you two.
Thank you very much, Maria. Jim Davis is king of day one, huh? That's got a nice ring to it. I'm pretty sure he'll be happy to tout that crown a little bit.
I think so. I think so. But we do got to talk about it. That machine has
렌도
done a
알려줘.
lot right today so far. So I don't know if we can trust him. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't listen to what the machines say. They're trying to get into your brains.
Exactly.
But what we want to get into your brains, friends, is the fact that someone is going undefeated in this matchup. Jim Davis up against Pedro. And we are super duper looking forward to seeing who is going to be crowned king of day number one here. And Pedro said in his interview, he's like, I'm just tired, man. This is a grueling day.
Yes, absolutely. And international travel, you know, fighting jet lag and stuff like that, always a tough thing. Yeah, being able to get to 7-0 though, really impressive for both players. Huge accomplishment no matter what. 7-1 at the end of the day or a no, excellent.
And you know, that's also with limited. So if you're just joining us now, these players do 3 rounds of limited in the beginning of the day, and that can go any which way.
Yep.
You know, you have to be able to adapt your play style, and your deck building skills are tested. You know, it's not just, oh, bring a standard deck and hope for the best. You know, it's there's a lot of preparation that goes into these events.
Yep, the double format tournaments are always very tricky and very testing.
Little Skrelv getting in there for 1 ding damage. Is Jim Davis going to accept this? No, cut down. Poor Skrelv gets got into the bin he goes.
Yep, and that was a nice heads-up play from Jim there. It would make a lot of sense that if you were going to play something like Thalia or even a better 2-drop, you would leave Skrelv untapped. So attacking with that was a pretty good sign that there was no 2-drop. Jim sniffed it out correctly there.
없을 수도 있음.
Bloodtithe Harvester down on the board. The most frequent turn 2 play, I think we're going to see all weekend.
Yep.
As black and red are just so powerful at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And this Rakdos Breach deck has looked really, really strong. Seth Manfield being the architect of this style of deck with Team CFB, but Jim making very good use of the really powerful deck. Just completely running the tables. Had a really nice match against Shota last round as well.
Rafine Scheming Seer. The stalwart card here of the Esper Legends. You know, this card is just such a powerhouse. It's kind of the glue that holds the Legends together, you know?
Yeah, definitely the reason to play the deck as well. Being able to loot away the extra Legends ends up being, you know, one of the most important things with this card.
Yeah, Rona, you know, the new addition in the 2-drop slot as well, being able to perform a similar role here for Rafine.
Looking at Jim's hand, though, he does not have a single play this turn and is really looking to maybe find cut down would be the best possible draw right now.
Yeah.
But otherwise, you know, just big score next turn to be able to find some wrong 1-drop there.
Yeah, I mean, at least there's one that he can cost right now. So
Yeah, but
that's
you
okay.
usually don't have any hits against Esper Legends.
True.
So, you know, that's probably going to be the card you discard to with big score.
Yeah, for sure. Esper Legends, very light in the non-creature department. And you're tapping out. What are we going to see? Lorena the 3rd path, Adeline perhaps? What's
like
coming out?
Adeline.
Yeah, Resplendent Cathar. Super powerful card. Attack trigger.
월드 메타 덱을 짜야겠군.
Yep, so resolving the Adeline trigger first to get the counter and then target Rafined the correct way here so you get those 2 draw steps to be able to target. And yeah, Jim just doesn't even have a great follow-up already. Big score, a very powerful card and will help set up the rest of his draws, but Jim's going to be under a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, Lorena the 3rd path.
I take 2. 18.
Getting discarded there. The little soldier just helps with an extra card draw, so he sacrificed himself there for the cause. And we're going to see Skrelv once again hit the battlefield and maybe stick around a little longer this time. Let's see what Jim Davis can find off the top of the library.
Let's see, Fable the Mirror Breaker, a turn late,
yeah,
definitely.
It's at least something to, you know, dig a little deeper though, so not the worst to find off the top of the library.
Yep, absolutely. We'll see if Jim prioritizes getting something onto the battlefield like Fable or just casting big score.
Yeah, big score is that's one way to get ahead, you know.
Yeah.
Getting to 7 mana, getting to cost big dumb spells, getting Chandra down on the board, you know, that's all a way to swing things back in your favor. But Jim deciding that Fable the Mirror Breaker is the way to go here. Get another creature on the board and possibly discard a couple cards.
Yeah, have another blocker. Maybe it's a double block Adeline if you want to. And just the fact that, you know, the cards you're ramping into with Chandra and Invoke Despair, not that good against Esper Legends right now when you're kind of already behind on the battlefield.
Yeah. So the turn passes back to Pedro Schiavetto, Shieldred, and Rafine in hand. So talk about redundant copies of Legends. Rafine, certainly something that's going to get gone very shortly as Shieldred hits the battlefield.
Yeah, and now with Skrelv able to protect that, this is going to be a really tough game for Jim Davis to win here.
Certainly is. So Pedro is making Jim Davis's life difficult here with Esper Legends. You know, everyone thinking, oh, Esper Legends, it's washed up. No, no, it's still quite good indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. Shota making it look really good as well as Pedro here.
Targeting Adeline with the Ravine? Yeah. Okay, resolve your triggers.
Trigger.
Gain a
ding,
lot
ding,
of life
ding.
there.
Wow. 3 cards drawn. Man, Rafine and Shieldred is brutal.
Quite a combination. That is for sure. Yeah, this has been just a really nice curve out here for Pedro.
Yeah. Go for the Throat Plains and now 2 Rafines in hand.
Yeah, and yeah, the go for the throat just in case Jim has something really powerful like Shieldred to be able to kind of stabilize a little bit. But yeah, game 1, I imagine, pretty rough for the Rakdos side. Then games 2, you get to take out some of your 7-mana sorceries that are not very good against Thalia.
Tax effects on already expensive spells don't sit super well post-board, so...
Exactly.
You know, we're talking about it already, but this is the way that the matchup seems to be going at this point. You know, Pedro had this excellent curve, it's just applying so much pressure, and Jim Davis doesn't have much going for him at the moment.
Yep, not really deciding what to block here. And Pedro just has been playing excellent, too. Putting these counters exactly at the trickiest spots right now. Like, Jim has not had a good opportunity to really get any favorable blocks going. Like, here, just a chump block. Not what he's looking for here. So, something that Jim's really going to need to get back into this game is, like, find a Tali, discard it, and then find Cruelty as well, and try to do something with that. But like Chandra's
Invoke Despair.
Like Chandra's not great because Skrelv gets to protect one of the targets. And that was a tapped land, which is not a good start.
Big score, Invoke Despair. Could cost that this turn, but I mean, wow, at that rate, it's just asking for death.
Yeah, there'll be Despair all right from Jim if you cast that one.
Sadness goes on the stack. Go for the throats, okay, all right, but still Skrelv. Kind of a problem there with anything that says target.
Yeah, and go for the throat. Can't target the only creature it would actually deal with. So I think this is Jim running
너의 무덤은 없다.
Seeing if he can even survive at this point instead of
너는 무덤
how
없다.
am I going to win? It's how can I live through one more turn to try to figure something out.
Well, let's see what he goes for here. Are we invoking some despair? We sure are. So, I do love how Jim's streaming persona comes through even in situations like this.
Yeah.
Just like, eek, please.
I'll try my best.
Black. You're at 21.
XP from Black, yeah. There goes Skrelv. Ding, ding, draw.
He's like, yep, no big deal.
Goodness me. Man, Shieldred is so rough with decks that like to draw cards.
Exactly, yeah. Invoke Despair, probably another one of those cards that's probably going to be sideboarded out. We see...
Like, oh, cool. I'm going to hit myself a couple times. This is fine. Yep, and that's going to be the scoop from Jim. Happy to move on to game 2 there because, whoo boy.
Yeah,
he just couldn't get a foothold in that.
Yeah, really couldn't. But then looking at Jim's sideboard, I mean, you have 2 Cut Down, 2 Lithomatic Barrage, Obliterating Bolt, Gix Command, Abrade, Soul Transfer, all of these removal spells that are most assuredly going to come in response for all of these gigantic sorceries that are just just really not great for here.
Yeah.
The cards you really want those cards against are other Fable, other Blood Tithe Harvesters decks. I know Jim, I was talking to him, and he wasn't expecting as much Esper Legends, so really put the sideboard focusing on that and the main deck focusing on other Harvester Fable decks.
Yeah, especially if you expect, you know, the majority of the field to be playing these black-red based decks.
Exactly.
That makes perfect sense. So in this matchup, provided all goes well, you'd expect Jim Davis to have the advantage.
Yep, their thought as a team was, with the printing of Lithomatic Barrage being basically cut down 5, 6, and sometimes 7 against these decks, that the Esper Legends players would be a little afraid and not bring the deck in as high of numbers. They were right, but it was, of course, not 0.
Yeah, I mean, you still need to account for that. You know, even though mono white is not highly played here, there are still a couple players running around with it. And, and from what I can tell, a couple are doing pretty good with it, too. So.
Absolutely. Okay, so we see Denek here, Harvester being played. See what kind of follow-up Pedro has here.
It is great being in amongst the players. They just hear some crazy stuff happening behind us at times.
Yeah, it's the 8th round. It's a lot of those win and make it into the next day's situations. You gotta love the excitement from the players.
Yeah, you know, here we're focusing on the 8 and 0s, but the 4 and 4s, they're winning their next day to play, basically.
That's my bread and butter when I was at Pro Tour. Got to win that last round to be able to draft the next day. Yeah, that was all me. All right, so another new card we're seeing in hand is Surge of Salvation.
Yeah.
Ends up being a really strong card against, well, not only just Rakdos strategies, but, you know, just gaining hexproof, kind of doing its best blossoming defense impression here.
And that was such a cool card.
Yeah, in a color pair that doesn't normally have this kind of effect. So really interesting card there for Pedro.
Yeah, that's a card that Frank Carson mentioned in his metagame breakdown, or you know, cards that he'd expect to see make their way into these standard decks, and Surge of Salvation definitely high up there.
Yeah, and speaking of, Frank wrote a lot of really awesome pieces for anybody who wants to check out some more deep dives in standard.
Yeah, magic.gg, go look.
Really great stuff. I absolutely love his articles.
Yeah. If you want to find out anything more about our teams as well, you know, Team Channel Fireball, Team Handshake, Sewer Rats, Sanctum of All, there's so many teams going around.
So many of them.
Reckoner Bankbuster hits the board here for Jim Davis. And second Blood Tithe Harvester.
I like how Jim just slams down these cards too, with force. And this is a great draw for Jim. You know, this is exactly what you want. You want these low to the ground curves. You know, you don't want to be having all these really expensive cards. So I bet this matchup really flips, where game 1 is basically abysmal for Jim, but games 2 and 3, where you get to really make your deck nice and lean, ends up helping a ton.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, you know, if you do manage to get a win on the Rakdos deck against Esper Legends in game 1, you're very happy about that. Because that's kind of like a freebie, right?
Yeah, and if you're on the play, it's definitely not impossible, you know.
You know, top of the deck variants, all that, land, flood, and screw, it all comes in.
Exactly. We do see big old Atali in Jim's hand as well. You don't have to pay that tax for Thali if you just cast that card straight away. It's kind of the thing that I love the most about these Reanimator strategies, or, you know, Rakdos Breach, however you want to label what these decks are doing, is, you know, you always had to either destroy your own mana base so you could play a Traxa, you know, play a bunch of Triumphs, a bunch of Pain Lands, win your base Rakdos.
Yeah.
Or you just pray that you get Cruelty to bring it back. Now you actually have one of your powerful payoffs. You can just cast for 7 mana. It becomes a lot more powerful and versatile.
It's pretty darn good. I mean, the success you've had with similar reanimation lists, you much preferred Atali because of that reason, just being able to cast it if you had to.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
In a pinch, you can still get a big old beater down and steal some good stuff from your opponents. So.
Just being able to automatically hit Avatali. You know, if it was a situation where you flip the top and if it's a land you don't get anything, this card would go from really, really powerful to almost unplayable. You know, so really impressive stuff.
A glow up from the previous version of Atali, where, you know, she'd have to swing first and then get the trigger. So
yeah, exactly.
And then the other side, oh boy, I wonder if we'll see someone die to infect this weekend. It's not going to be the toxic deck, most likely.
Yeah,
it's going to be Atali.
More than likely.
We're going to get down with the primal sickness, that's for sure.
All right, Thalia and Urtai in hand, as well as that Otawara. So now Pedro has a really tough decision here. Do you want to hold up Urtai the whole game, or do you want to get down a threat and start taxing?
Damn. Thalia on the board.
A cool little art.
Yeah, it's a sweet
cool alternate art there.
And she's dead. Is she dead?
Now there is that surge, Surge of Salvation.
Yeah. Next group.
And it's got to be pretty tempting. I mean, otherwise, what are you really doing with that? You'd also have Otawara if you just want to bounce it.
Yeah, that doesn't get taxed by Thalia. Excuse me, Thalia, but the Surge of Salvation would be. So she survives, sticks around, is going to be taxing Jim Davis mana.
And I believe that was a cruelty off the top,
Oh,
so
yeah?
good save there from Pedro, because you had it all wrapped up to just discard a Tali and then play cruelty, bring it back immediately.
Man, that would have been bad beats indeed.
Oh, I lied, it was a Fable, not a cruelty.
Not a Fable, all right.
But Jim's hand still looks excellent here, being able to draw some cards, play Fable for 4, then you can't really play Go for the Throat, but you can draw off Bankbuster, and Jim's not at a super low life total right now where he has to be super concerned about it. Just wants to find land 7 to jam a tally.
He's just expanding his battlefield, you know, just getting his threats down, doing his own thing for the time being, and he'll worry about Thalia later, mostly when she's probably blocking a big old dragon.
Yep, there you
Dinosaur,
go.
excuse me.
All right, this is going to be a huge tension point here. Shieldred was the top deck, so if Pedro wants, can get really aggressive and play that, or play more defensive and have Urtai available for a Tali. Makes the defensive play, says go, and should probably pay dividends here.
There we go.
That's if Jim finds a land, otherwise maybe it's not going to work as much.
Breach in hand there too.
Yeah, and that one is a little taxed. And I guess Jim can just attack with the Shaman
이러고
to
있어요.
gain that 7th mana.
Just get the land there from it. Sitting on 25,
자,
Jim
이러고
is
있는
at
중.
9.
Yeah, and Breach of the Multiverse, sometimes when you just put the cards onto the stack, you know, Thalia would tax it, but these do just get put into play. So Thalia does not tax the additional cards you're putting into play.
There's an interesting interaction with the battles. If Thalia's on the board, you don't have any mana, and you try to cast the backside of the battle, and it's a non-creature, you're getting taxed.
That is a good point. That is a good point.
I don't. Well, we might see it show up tomorrow. I don't think we had any of those interactions today.
해놨어.
But yeah, just something to be wary of. And that Phyrexian Sensor too.
Yep.
Oh boy, there's definitely some gotcha cards in Limited, which we'll see much more of tomorrow. But for now, we are still trying to find out who will remain our undefeated player in the Pro Tour.
Yeah, so crazy to think that Jim Davis had his first paper feature match here against Luis Scott Vargas.
I feel like he's been playing for decades at this point.
Yeah, and just took 5th at Worlds, just barely, you know, tiebreakered out of being in the top 8 with 2 other teammates, Jakob Toth and Eli Cassis, in that tournament not too long ago in Las Vegas.
I mean, he's just been chaining qualifications together since the Neon Dynasty Championship, so he's been having one heck of a
So here is the Urtai that was just cast, and I believe
님들아! 한 턴에 그냥 죽여버림.
not targeting
이건가?
Okay. Just happy to hang? Just a flashy friend? All right, Thalia getting taken care of with a braid there.
Yeah. I suppose maybe this was end step?
Yeah.
이건가, 님들아?
Sense.
Jim
Otherwise,
just not committing anything to the board that turn then. Nice.
All right,
Get out of
minimizing
there,
the
Urtai.
battlefield just to have a Denick left, looking really good for Jim, and a smart play to not go for a Tali there. Really heads up from Jim. It would have ran right
부담
into
견제
maybe
메인
kind of a
8장
face
덱.
up for a tie. It was a little obvious there.
Otawara, Shieldred in hand for Pedro Schiavetto. Tapping out here now for the Apocalypse. Jim Davis needs to take a little caution here with his life total, because this is getting too close for comfort for my liking. But that does now mean that the coast is clear for shenanigans.
Plenty of shenanigans. We can either see Breach, the multiverse, or a Tali here.
What do you like more?
I think Breach probably here, because you do get 2 things.
Yeah.
이렇게 된 거
But it's reasonable. Either way, both are extremely
키즈키가
powerful. But I mean, Jim
어쩔 수
did
없다.
just use a
키즈키가
braid and
3승하자.
go for the throat on 2 other creatures. So this go for the throat not having an answer to
3승이
Shieldred,
아니고 8승 하자.
could be a problem.
Alrighty. Let's do some flippity flopping of the Fable of the Mirror Breaker. It's a reflection of Kikijiki hanging out. We have the pilot. We've got the Goblin Shaman. That little guy stuck around longer than he usually does.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, Esper not necessarily super good at killing it, but alright.
네, 살짝 필포든이랑
Which
비슷하게.
gigantic spell are we going to play?
Breach the
필포든 닮았어요.
Love it. Let's get milling. Let's grab a creature or planeswalker and have some fun, shall we?
Yep.
약간 필포든이 있어.
Player milling the 10 and choosing
살짝 있지 않아요?
more
필포든.
planeswalker in their graveyard. So not
of the 10 that
얼굴에
So
필포든이
no
있어.
matter what,
그죠?
you got Urtai from Pedro.
Yeah, Urtai
So-
smacks the Shieldred.
Yeah, Urtai, get rid of Shieldred. Sounds great.
Ooh, yeah. All right, let's see what else we get, though. What are the options here?
Okay.
Graveyard Trespasser, that's not too terrible.
Yeah, pretty
There's another
weak
Urtai.
hit from Jim, but
Ooh. Yeah, how much does he want to Shieldred of his own?
that's a good point. Yeah, Jim would really like to take 2 cards from.
여기 가운데 숨겨놨어요 지금.
Sure.
Definitely.
보이죠? 여기 가운데 숨겨놓은
First
거.
thing he has to prioritize is keeping his life total a little higher.
가운데 숨겨놨어요 지금.
The Graveyard Trespasser will help with that.
호일이
What does he grab?
호일이라 보호색 같은 거 있나? 아 잠깐만.
I think I like this a
그거
little
맞아?
bit better. It's a
아
little bit
5점밖에 없어서
safer.
죽여야
You
되는구나
can get a
일단.
Shieldred, but then if you lose the Shieldred of your own, all of a sudden now you're in trouble.
Graveyard, finish it off with the spell, 2 triggers on the stack.
Nice.
You can't target.
보호색 성공.
You can target.
Correct. With this trigger is good.
Oh yeah, can't target with Denek. Yeah,
That
and it
is
is put
correct, yeah.
those cards on the battlefield. So Denek doesn't prevent Breach, but
Yeah.
it does prevent Graveyard
So it is
Trespasser
5 to 25.
From
Yeah.
targeting the creatures that are in there.
And now one interesting interaction is Pedro does have Otawara to bounce Urtai.
낙엽 나비가
able to
뭐예요?
Then
낙엽
recast
나비?
it, bounce it to his own hand.
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
But it's still a little slow.
Crew.
I mean, he's at 25, so he's all right for the
Yeah.
time being. Like
Take 60 at
another
19.
Shieldred off the top, that's going to be quite difficult for Jim Davis to deal with. So now
Yeah.
it's just turn things sideways mode and try and get Pedro dead in game 2 here of round number 8.
All right, gonna need a big draw here
yeah.
from Pedro to be able to advance to 8-0 straight away. If not,
Yeah.
it looks looking
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
likely that we're going to be heading to a game number 3. I wouldn't have it any other way between the 2 undefeated players. And yeah, don't forget, Jim Davis does have a Tolly to just have some fun.
근데 진짜
next turn as
보호색
well.
최고다.
Yeah, please, could we? Please.
아까 그 가운데 숨어있는 시월보다 훨씬 얘네들이 더
Thalia
훨씬
back
못
on the
찾겠는데.
board, adding to the legend count here for the reduction on Otawara Soaring City.
Yep, so one of these Otawaras can hit
어우 지친다.
Urtai for the low cost of 2. These channel lands end up being so awesome in
Oh,
this
they're
deck.
so good in this list.
Yeah.
Yeah. Silken Zen and Besage, nothing against you guys, but yeah. The Esper colors, so sweet.
Much better, much better for sure.
All right, where are we going, Jim?
All right, just 4 mana. Looks like
Oh,
a Shieldred.
hey. Okay, all right. That's a way to get
Prioritizing
some
that
life back.
over a Tolly is pretty
시월이
interesting.
나왔습니다.
I like it. No way to gain life at the moment with this Bankbuster out of counters.
Yeah,
Drawing
except for the
cards.
Bloods if you really want to.
Yeah, there's that is equal to 4 life there.
Yeah,
so
that could be huge.
that's not nothing. So Bankbuster just getting thrown towards Pedro's life total. And a good line of blockers.
무덤 먹어. 타겟을 잡아.
in the back line
무덤을.
there
아
for
못
Jim
먹는구나.
Davis.
Yeah, whenever you have
화산이었구나.
2 rows
몰랐어요.
of creatures,
yeah.
and the red zone coming in, yeah, you're usually ahead, that's for sure.
Yeah. All right. Denek jumping ahead there with Thalia's help to kill this 3/3 Trespasser.
I'll,
Yeah, what are we killing?
yeah, I'm ordering that. We'll do
Looks like
Killing
Thalia
Thalia, okay.
being up front.
This first.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. And it looks like we're going to bring Otawara, Soaring City, to return Urtai. Okay.
Bouncing Urtai. Let's see if Jim has any way to sacrifice it or anything. Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, you don't really want to use a go sword on that.
Yeah, not really.
It's just like, okay, something I have to play around now.
You have Urtai and Mystery card in your hand.
Urtai and Mystery card. You can tell that Jim is a very popular streamer.
Yes,
that is, definitely how he'd be talking on his channel, be like, and breaking down the game.
Yeah,
by
gotta love
just
it.
saying the information face up.
And that's one way I learned to, you know, how different archetypes work is just by watching these players talking through their plays and everything. It's just a great way to get better at the game.
Yeah, he's got a
to watch the best play it.
Very informative and a really fun stream. Absolutely. And a cute little dog named Karn, you know? Yeah, nobody.
So cute.
Not everyone loves Karn, the Planeswalker itself, but everyone would love Karn, Jim's dog, for sure.
Yeah.
Cuddly little fella.
I will crew Bankbuster.
All right, Bankbuster.
Sure. Cute little copy here that comes with 3 counters on it, and I believe, this was at end step.
Yep.
So you get to draw a card and you get to keep it.
So in response to that, you're gonna Urtai.
Urtai flashes in, targeting.
When this is destroyed, does it still trigger? Like, so the.
얘 죽을 때 들어도 되나요?
I was wondering that too.
이걸로 죽였어요?
But the flip
아,
side,
네, 족가세요.
so this just happened but the other way. But, you know, that could be Pedro missing the trigger when it happened the other way.
Ah, right.
Because if it gets destroyed,
너 알잖아. 모범 일 못하는 거 알잖아.
I don't think it affects with Shieldred, but I was not 100%, so we're going to find out here. Let's listen to the judge.
This one, when it goes on the stack, he's choosing this mode. When it's using modes, it destroys it. It carries out the instructions in the order printed on the card. So the first thing it does is destroy. Okay. And so it is destroyed. Okay. And then you draw a card. And so it'll be out of play when you draw.
Yep. Yep. All right, so this is going to be destroyed. This is mine, right? Yeah. So I'm going to draw off the Urtai and then draw off the Bankbuster, right? So
너 알면서 왜 물어봐 이 새끼야라고 했죠 방금.
How these little interactions work, you know, always find to call a judge with this. You know, Jim was probably pretty sure how it works, but it's always better
good
to be
double
100%.
check, yeah, for sure. You know, because that 2 life could make a difference. Could be the difference in this game.
Yep, so now I have the Bankbuster until the next turn. It can crew, it can do everything up until end step where it'll be exiled.
공룡
So,
가자!
nice little cute interaction.
공룡 가자!
Dino time!
Yeah, let's see. All right, what we got? Land, no. Takanuma, Rafine, cool. Ooh. Rafine and Fable.
Rafine and Fable.
Ooh, okay.
Dino time.
Oh man, that is
Cast both of these.
Quite a lot of triggers off of our dear friend Rafine if everything starts swinging.
Yeah, and here is the time that you just live for as the Rakdos Reanimator gamer, just where you're doing the things, you know you can't really lose the game.
복잡해.
Just have a good old time.
복잡해.
Get some tokens, we can crew the little creatures. Bankbuster. Oh man, this is looking so good right now for Jim Davis. On the other side of things, Pedro is just kind of sitting as he goes through the motions. Doesn't really have all that much
the Bankbuster as the copy.
to do in response to all of this.
Yep.
And move to combat.
And here we go.
Connive.
Let's see if he remembers his Rafine trigger.
Yeah.
There we go.
Draw 2.
Draw 2. Discard 2. What do you got? Another Fable, Cliffs, and a go for the throat in hand.
이것도 뽑아야지. 보물도.
The Swamp
보물.
And Gix's Command.
I would just like refer time and damage.
Take 4.
Okay. Takes 4 here. Jim was forced to discard at least 1 spell with Dennick being able to block the Shaman, so heads up counter on that, and then we're going to see that copy token go away.
Hey, it did its job.
Yeah.
나린.
Drew a card, dealt 4 damage, not bad.
I'm going to keep doing a lot more stuff.
I'm going to keep doing
얘가
more
말했죠.
stuff,
야,
Jim.
그만 괴롭혀, 죽여줘.
Look at all these.
6시간 그랬죠. 야, 그냥 빨리 죽여.
Yes, you have it. Let's go. Game 3.
그만 괴롭혀 이러고 썰어쳤죠.
Let's watch this. Hoping for no mulligans. Looks
와.
like there's a mulligan down to 6 here for Pedro.
All right.
But Pedro is
뭐뭐를 해버렸고 랜드가 들어오 돼야 되는데.
Yeah, not bad. Couldn't cast Scrum.
와, 12시 핸드는 또 좋고.
But Rona can come down.
decent. Yeah, actually, it's not the best hand. I mean, you need Rona to live. If Jim has a removal spell for that,
바로 찍겠죠? 찍!
we'll see if Jim fires that off instead of the Harvester here. If Jim had perfect information, he'd snap go for throating.
He sure did. Yep. He went so fast to drop the card, man.
Looks like it. All right, big draw step. Otherwise, Pedro does nothing here. Okay.
와, 딱 맞춰서 또 이만한
Over the throat in hand,
생물 디나이가 있죠.
to protect it, and Shieldred in hand there. So here comes Blood Tithe Harvester from Jim Davis. There is the blood token.
뭐야?
The throat takes care
이게
of the
뭐지?
creature. Passes the turn back. Let's see what we find here
Big
for
draw step.
Adeline. All
오,
right,
굿!
that's okay. It's not the greatest, but it's okay. This gets
오,
more
굿!
presence if Skrull gets going, but he's just gonna hang.
That was
He's
a great draw.
Yeah.
That was a great draw, actually. Being able to protect Adeline, a
아,
swamp
그거구나.
to have a shielder to
오,
protect
그럼
Adeline.
6시가 이기겠는데?
To find something.
얍삽 있어서?
Needs to get rid of the Skrull ASAP because Adeline runs away with games. We've seen her as an absolute all-star in whatever list she's been in. So, Graveyard Trespasser taking.
근데 일단 7만화까지만 버티면 어떻게 되겠는데 그 전에 죽을 수도 있겠는데?
It is daytime.
Yeah, absolutely. And only having go for the throat.
이제 블랙만 나와서 시올드라도 나오면 지겠는데?
Late game spell, the mana to cast it.
짤딜에 사망할 수 있겠는데? 짤딜에?
Go for the throat's not doing anything against
나왔어.
Skrull, Adeline protection and a
가자!
clean off the top. Oh, that was huge.
Let's go. All right, Shieldred, the Apocalypse down on the board now. Skrull on defense duty as Adeline. Take a damage there from the Painland.
Wow. Pedro drew out of this very well here.
Sure
That was
did.
really huge.
And now he is just putting the foot down. Easy block there of the little guy. In for 4. Yep. Down to 17 goes Jim.
5만화 메스 나와야 돼. 5만화 메스.
Attacks begins. Jim needs something right here. Something even like a cut down is great though, because you can cut down Skrelv, and then if it goes to target anything in response, go for the throat Shieldred or Adeline. But
that would be the ideal situation here. Let's see what he's got. Does he just flip this to nighttime? That would be like worst case scenario. Just to get the 4/4 body in front of Adeline.
Yeah, it's not bad if you do have the cut down or some other piece of removal, then it's not terrible, because you do get to just get a little bit of a larger creature.
Go for the throat, targeting Shieldred.
Is this second go for the throat? Yeah, okay. Okay, that was still a great draw, though.
There you go. All right, Shieldred dealt with. Still a big,
어쩌지
threat.
버티나?
A heads up
버틸 수
play
있나?
from Jim there. Normally, you're like, okay, I want to say go, turn it tonight, and do exactly what you were saying.
하필 아델린.
Play around Surge of Salvation there, which Pedro had. So, very impressive stuff.
Yeah.
Take 3.
Blocking the token again, taking 3.
12, 16.
Okay.
Ooh, this game is going a lot faster than the first two.
It sure is. And I believe Jim has 2 cards left, 1 land plus Atali, so I think you need to find one more at some point. But Atali is a great stabilizer here.
얼레벌레 가나?
Just in case Skrull wants to go
7만화 가나?
by attacking, but by forcing through.
얼레벌레 가고 있는데?
Hexproof to a color. You know, definitely want to have some red and black there.
Yeah. So now Adeline can just be blocked. So Pedro might be in the situation, especially with that Surge of Salvation in hand, where you just force it through. Be like, all right, take 3, I'll lose the counter, and just keep doing this every single turn and hope that it's enough.
Man, what a great card in this weekend. Surge of Salvation, eh?
Yeah. Yep, and here it goes. Looks like it is time.
Pro black.
Black.
In response.
Drew a redundant Adeline and a tapped blue-black land, so nothing special there.
Swinging in here with Adeline, can't be blocked.
Take 3.
Okay, big draw step for Jim here. I think there is only one card in hand, so I don't think that Sulfur Springs is in hand. So the graphics a little off on that one. There we go.
핸드 2개?
Tommy Primal Conqueror in hand does have the blood token, but maybe wants to use that to get rid of Skrull once and for all.
Ziki.
All right, top decked a reflection of Kiki Jiki. When that gets
Ziki,
cast, it'll
Ziki.
flip to the other side.
Trying to kill that, he says. Okay, and that results. No protection for the little mite.
Yeah, could have saved it with Surge.
Yeah. And Fable Mirror Breaker down on the board. Here comes the Goblin token. This guy's going to see a lot of action this weekend.
Yeah, that's a little interesting that we didn't Surge to protect the Skrell. That was kind of, looked like Pedro's, you know, kind of game plan there. But now Jim gets to go on the offensive a little bit.
Yeah, Graveyard Glutton going to start chomping. Adeline is without protection. So if it's 2 creatures got?
2 got eaten, so you get to gain 2 life here and lose 2 life. Jim's definitely more concerned about the loss of life.
Yeah.
But now, even if Adeline gets in there...
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, before damage, just clarifying that to make sure.
There
it is. But now, Jim has this Shaman locked up to be able to attack and get land number 7 no matter what for Atali. So, advantage part definitely swinging back in Jim Davis's favor.
Pedro's going to need something soon. Otherwise, this is going to be bad news bears for our second 7-0 player alongside Jim Davis. Rona
아,
here
공룡이다 이제.
on the board. 8 and 10. These players. Another copy of Adeline's Surge of Salvation in hand. Passing the turn back. Is it Dino time?
I think it's Dino time. Gonna see chapter 2 if you want to discard anything. Takenuma.
Oh, nice.
아, 뭘 버려? 버리지 마. 그냥 깔고 해.
Pass the card without having to attack your creature into Adeline.
Yeah.
어, 그래.
But, you know, you're either going to find a land or you're going to find spells. And if you didn't have Atali locked up with the Shaman, there's no way Jim would have discarded that.
Yeah.
But with the Shaman,
for sure.
Worst case, Jim drew a spell and gets to steal
가자.
the Dino.
Just checking out the backside of Aruna, Herald of the Invasion. Pretty scary card if this starts swinging.
Yes, absolutely.
Especially at such a low life
가자,
total
공룡.
here. Jim Davis is sitting at 8.
2 cards.
So Jim really has to be afraid right now of those 2 disdainful strokes that are in the sideboard. Jim doesn't know that it's not there.
Yeah.
Oh, and just says go.
Says go. Being a
카운터 당할까봐 넘긴 거야?
Too disciplined in this scenario.
Yes. Working with perfect information. Yes.
근데 만화가 있으니까.
He's just going to hang back, though. Not feeling like he's got to push it too much here. Perhaps wanting to just use what he has available to him right now. And it could come back to haunt him here.
Definitely could. We'll see here. Second Surge of Salvation picked up. Not ideal. Adeline, not ideal. Island, not ideal so far. Pedro drew really well immediately to get out of this kind of sticky situation. But since then has drawn pretty abysmally.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the problem with Esper Legends at times is, well, you play a lot of Legends. You know, you can't play, you can't just progress the board as much as you can.
What are we doing here? Are we flipping?
And Jim was first like, oh no, is that ow or is this just a flip?
It's just a transform.
He's going to be a lot happier that it's a transform.
Yeah. Draw and discard off Rona. Not wanting to cast the second Adeline to untap it.
Okay, here is the flip, and it is Dino time.
No targets yet.
All right, let's see. Atali, Primal Conqueror, what do we get? Invasion of Gobekon.
And if you listen to what Pedro said there, no targets, right?
Yeah.
So that is leaking information. Be like, okay, if what do you have where you would ask that question? Surge of the Salvation gives you hexproof as well. So Jim will probably pick up on that information and also gets to see the hand. So that probably makes it easier.
Oh, it makes it a bunch easier. And Jim Davis is looking poised here to remain as our undefeated player heading into day 2 of the Pro Tour. March of the Machine. That's got to feel pretty darn good.
That does have to be feeling very good, especially at your first Paper Pro Tour where you're getting a feature match. Definitely not his first Paper Pro Tour by any means. He's been around for a long time.
All right, but Pedro's not out of it yet. These Esper
여기 어택 갈만하지 않았어?
woo.
얘 갖고 이거 어택 갈만한 거 아니었나?
Ooh-ah, there you go. There you go.
Yep, that's what happens when it comes daytime.
And
what we got? 4 manas as a shield red.
And we'll see if maybe Atali might be flipped. If there's any game where Atali is going to be flipped for the poison, it could be this one.
Takenuma.
All right, Takenuma. No responses from
free. Yeah. It's a Portuguese, but.
탈리아 가져와야지 뭐.
Adeline as targets.
Gonna
No
get
Danik to get in the
Thalia
way there.
since the other card is redundant from the card you have in the battlefield, but doesn't really matter too much here.
It's kind of like a desperation.
Can I go? You get attack, yeah. Attack.
Get a creature. Oh man, this is just gonna get chomped by a dinosaur.
Yeah,
Just this.
it is kind of awkward though if there is a super powerful card in Jim's hand. We know there's a land, so that ability is not going to be devastating. But you know, if Jim did have a Talia in hand and didn't really read the ability good enough, you know, that could have been a big problem. But
If result, no, I just run the trigger, so.
So die?
I just want the trigger.
Okay.
I mean, the damage would still happen, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna be it.
There it is.
That's gonna be it. The sign of relief there. From
댕침.
Jim Davis, 8
안 뒤집어 봐서 댕침.
on day 1 of a Pro Tour. That has got to feel so good.
That really does. Big
What a player.
congratulations to my buddy Jim Davis on an impressive day 1. I know
아하.
he's definitely thinking, you know, there's still plenty of work to do.
키즈키가 그래도
because,
전승했네요.
8-0 does not take home a trophy. It does not take home $50,000.
but it feels darn
It
good.
definitely feels good.
Because
And
then all you need is 4 more, and you get to sit back and relax and enjoy a MagicCon for the rest of tomorrow. So I
Love
bet
it.
Jim Davis will be aiming
아,
for
역시
that. We still have much more Magic to show you before we wrap up for the day.
공룡의
So
힘인가?
Manny, I'm going to tell us what's up next.
Coming up next, everybody, we've got Carl Serap versus Yiwen Chen.
Carl Serap is on Rakdos midrange. This build developed by Team Handshake. You do see all the regular hits of Blood Tithe
그냥
Harvester,
클래식에 가깝죠. 락토스
and
클래식에
Children,
가까운데.
but this build is playing Chandra to go alongside their Invoke Despairs and the spicy one of Light Up the Night. On the other side, Yiwen Chen with Azorius
오, 이거
soldiers
덱은
going onto the ground.
좀 많이
aggressive deck.
개량됐네. 많이
It's really
바뀌었네.
trying to get onto the board ahead of the curve from the opponent. You do see new inclusions of Invasion of Gobakon really making a splash in this deck.
That's Rakdos midrange versus Azorius Soldiers coming up after the break.
따이 했으니까 얘가 8승. 8승은 데이비스 혼자. 여러분 다 봤다. 내일 만나요. 짜투리 경기 자르고 저 싫어감. 어쨌건 전승자는 한 명밖에 안 나왔어요. 한 명밖에 안 나오고 데이비스가 나왔고 상위권에는 결국에 우리가 아는 덱들이 많은 것 같긴 해요. 뭐 잡덱들 막 이것저것 있었는데 싹 다 좀 갈려 나가고 결국 남는 거는 그런 덱들인 것 같긴 하네. 내일 봅시다. 맞아, 내일 데이트 봅시다. 오늘 저 여기까지 하고 배도 고프고 힘들어서 도망갑니다. 한두 게임 더 남아있을 건데 아마 라운드 전체는 아니고 뭐 게임으로 한두 게임 남아있을 건데 보고 싶은 분들은 트위치에서 보시고요. 좀 쉬러 갈게요. 내일 봐요. 빠잉.